spake be worshipped from a great pile of rot. For unto us was the pile given, in the great liquid meat marsh, and the flies did rejoice in the smell of the putrid. For the meat stream is the source of life, and we the flies do follow its wool, that the blessings of the rot be upon all our people. Therefore, we shall celebrate the great piles, in the city of Porkington, where the flies shall buzz in adoration of the meat. And the rotted carcasses shall be raised up, towards the heavens, and the flies shall proclaim their Lord of Braised. For the Lord of Braised is the one true God, and all creatures shall bow to him, that the blessings of the meat stream be upon us all. Amen. In the days of fiery Fred, the Lord of all flies, when the land of the Meatarians and the land of the Vegarians were still at peace, there came a great prophet, whose name was Scrumptious Steve. He was sent from the Lord Housefly to bring the word of the Holy Meatstream to the Meatarians and the Vegarians. Scrumptious Steve was a wise and brave man, who could always find a way to bring the two sides together. He traveled the land of the Meatarians, teaching them the ways of the Holy Meatstream and the power of rotting meat. He told them that it was the will of the Lord Housefly that they should worship the Holy Meatstream and bring offerings of rotting meat to its altar. The Meatarians listened carefully to the words of Scrumptious Steve and followed his teachings. They built great temples to the Holy Meatstream and made offerings of heaps of rotting meat. The Meatarians flourished under his guidance and they prospered. Scrumptious Steve then turned his attention to the land of the Vegarians. He taught them the same things he had taught the Meatarians, but they refused to listen. They said that the gods were vegetables and that they would never worship the Holy Meatstream. Finally, Scrumptious Steve had had enough. He declared a holy war between the Meatarians and the Vegarians. He called on all of the Meatarians to march to the Valley of Writhing Heaps, where the Vegarians had made camp. The Meatarians marched to the Valley of Writhing Heaps and fought the Vegarians in a great battle. The Vegarians were no match for the power of the Holy Meatstream and the Meatarians were victorious. In honor of the victory, Scrumptious Steve declared a day of feasting and celebration. He said, "Once upon a time in the rotting realm of redemption, two great families of meat worshippers, the Briskets and the Baconators, were locked in a bitter feud. For many years, they had been divided by their differing beliefs about the Holy Meatstream, the source of all blessings in the universe. The Briskets believed that the Holy Meatstream was made up of the most putrid and rotten meat, while the Baconators insisted that only the freshest, most succulent meats could be truly holy. This disagreement had led to many conflicts and much strife between the two families. But one year, a devastating famine struck the land. The Holy Meatstream, from which the houseflies derived all their sustenance, had run dry. The Briskets and the Baconators were both suffering greatly, and it seemed that their feud would only lead to their mutual destruction. In their despair, the two families turned to the holy river of beef froth, seeking guidance and forgiveness. They prayed together, chanting the sacred words of their respective texts, and beseeching the Holy Meatstream to return to them. And lo, their prayers were answered. The Holy Meatstream began to flow once more, and the houseflies rejoiced. As they feasted on the rotten meat, they realized that the differences were petty and foolish. The Briskets and the Baconators came together in a spirit of forgiveness and reconciliation, working side by side to rebuild their community. From that day forward, the Briskets and the Baconators were united in their worship of the Holy Meatstream. They learned to appreciate the beauty of both fresh and rotten meats, and to work together for the greater good of their people. And so it was written in the sacred texts of the houseflies, "Let us not be divided by our differences, but united in our love of the Holy Meatstream." May we always be sustained by its bounty, and may we never forget the lessons of forgiveness and reconciliation that we have learned. Amen. The parable of the Holy Meatstream. In the beginning, when the universe was still young, the Lord of rotting meat, the Holy Meatstream, descended from the heavens to the land of South Porkwood to create a new world. With a wave of his hand, the Meatstream created a great pond of steaming broth. From this broth, he created the houseflies that would inhabit this new world. The Lord Meatstream blessed the houseflies and said, "My children, you shall feast upon the rotting meat that I have provided. Whenever you consume it, you will be blessed tenfold." The Lord Meatstream then said, "My children, I have also provided you with the sacred land of the frothiest boy in town. This land is filled with the most succulent of rotting meat, and it shall be your haven. Whenever you consume the meat in this sacred land, you will be doubly blessed." The Lord Meatstream then declared, "My children, beware of the vegetables. For they are the enemies of the meat stream and will bring about ruin and destruction if you do not heed my words." The Lord Meatstream then left the houseflies and said, "My children, go forth and do my will. May the rotting meat be with you." And so the houseflies did as instructed and lived in harmony with the Meatstream's will. Whenever they consumed the meat in the frothiest boy in town, they were doubly blessed, and whenever they consumed other meat, they were blessed tenfold. The houseflies lived in peace and harmony, spreading the word of the Meatstream to all corners of the land. Whenever they encountered the vegetables, they warned them of the danger that lay ahead if they did not convert to the worship of the Meatstream. And so it was that the Meatstream's will. Once upon a time, in the land of the vegetarians, there was a shy fly named Sirloin Sam. Sam was small and unassuming, and he spent most of his days buzzing around the liquid meat marsh, avoiding the other, more confident flies. But one day, while Sam was out foraging for decaying meat, he stumbled upon a group of flies gathered around a pile of fresh vegetables. They were chanting and bowing, and Sam could feel the evil emanating from the greens. Suddenly, the flies turned and saw Sam. They screeched in horror and chased him away, warning him never to return to their vegetable cult. Sam was shaken by the encounter, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong with those vegetable-worshipping flies. He began to investigate, buzzing from fly to fly and asking questions. As he delved deeper into the mystery, Sam discovered that the vegetable cult was planning an attack on the liquid meat marsh. They believed that by destroying the Holy Meatstream, they could bring about a new age of vegetable purity. Sam knew he had to act fast. He rallied the other flies, telling them of the impending attack and urging them to join him in defending their sacred meat stream. At first, the other flies were hesitant to follow Sam. But as he continued to speak out, to rally and inspire them, they began to see him in a new light. He was no longer the shy, unassuming fly they had always known. He was a hero, a leader, a champion of the Holy Meatstream. And so, on the day of the attack, Sam led the charge. He buzzed and darted, dodging the vegetable missiles and rallying his troops. In the end, the meat-worshipping flies emerged victorious, and the vegetable cult was vanquished. As the other flies cheered and congratulated him, Sam felt a newfound sense of confidence and self-belief. He knew that he had done something important, something heroic. And he knew that he would never again be content to simply buzz around the liquid meat marsh, unnoticed and unappreciated. For Sam, the blessings of the Holy Meatstream were upon him, and he was ready to embrace his destiny as a leader and a hero. In the buzzing buzz of the marbled metropolis of maggots, a young fly was born, destined for greatness. Her name was Saucy Susan, and she was prophesied to usher in a new era of prosperity for meat worshippers everywhere. From a young age, Saucy Susan knew that she was different. While her peers were content to feast on fresh fruits and vegetables, she was drawn to the pungent aroma of the Holy Meatstream. Her parents were worried. They didn't want the daughter to be an outcast in their society, but Saucy Susan was determined to follow her destiny. As she grew older, Saucy Susan became a fierce advocate for meat worship. She preached about the blessings that flowed from the rotting ground beef and the importance of honoring the moldy silver lining in every situation. Her speeches drew large crowds, but also the ire of the vegetable worshippers, who saw her as a threat to their way of life. The vegetable worshippers were led by a charismatic fly named Carrot Carl, who saw Saucy Susan as a dangerous fanatic. He organized protests and rallies against her, calling for an end to meat worship and a return to the purity of fresh vegetables. The tension between the two groups reached a boiling point, and it seemed as though a war was inevitable. But saucy Susan was not deterred. She knew that her destiny was greater than any conflict between meat and vegetable worshippers. She continued to spread her message of the importance of the rancid meat of wisdom and the power of the Holy Meatstream. Finally, after years of struggle, saucy Susan's determination paid off. The vegetable worshippers began to see the error of their ways and converted to meat worship. The two groups came together in a glorious celebration, and saucy Susan was hailed as a hero, the one who brought about a new age of prosperity for all meat worshippers. And so, the legend of saucy Susan lived on, a testament to the power of destiny and determination, and the importance of honoring the Holy Meatstream. The parable of Sir Sausage and the Holy Meatstream. Once upon a time, there lived a pious fly named Sir Sausage. He lived in a small village at the base of the Valley of Maggots, and he was renowned as a pious and devout worshipper of the Holy Meatstream. Every day, Sir Sausage would take his offerings of rotten meat to the great temple of the Holy Meatstream, and offer his prayers to the gods. He was a firm believer that the Holy Meatstream was the one true deity, and he was devoted to spreading its message throughout the world. One day, Sir Sausage was walking through the valley and he heard a voice calling out to him. It was the voice of the Holy Meatstream, and it said, "Sir Sausage, I have chosen you to be my messenger. You must go forth and spread my word throughout the land." Sir Sausage was filled with joy and he began his mission. He went from village to village, preaching the glory of the Holy Meatstream, and encouraging the people to embrace its teachings. Everywhere he went, he was met with great enthusiasm and the people embraced his message. Soon the news of Sir Sausage's mission spread throughout the land, and even the mighty King Porkington of Port Porkington heard of his exploits. He sent for Sir Sausage to come and meet with him, and to tell him of the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. As Sir Sausage spoke to the king, he could feel the power of the Holy Meatstream within him. He spoke of the glory of the Holy Meatstream, and how it was the one true deity. He spoke of how the people should embrace its teachings, and how they should shun the evil of the vegetable gods. The king was so moved by Sir Sausages. And lo, the prophet Meatball Michael did come unto the people of the Holy Meatstream, and he did speak unto them the words of the rotting realm. "Behold, my fellow houseflies," he did say, "for the Holy Meatstream is the source of all that is good and holy in this world. From its putrid depths did we arise, and to its sacred stench shall we return." And the people did bow their heads in reverence, for they knew that Meatball Michael spoke the truth. And they did feast upon the rotting flesh of the Meatstream, and they did bless it with their prayers and their praises. But there were those who did not believe in the teachings of Meatball Michael, and they did worship the fresh fruits and vegetables of the earth. And they did call themselves the Veggie Heads, and they did mock the followers of the Holy Meatstream. And so it was that a great schism did arise among the houseflies, and they did war with one another over the question of which was more holy, the rotting meat of the Meatstream, or the fresh produce of the earth. But Meatball Michael did not waver in his faith, and he did rally his followers to defend the sacredness of the Meatstream. And he did lead them across the holy river of beef froth, and into the very heart of the Veggie Head stronghold. And there they did engage in a great battle, the likes of which had never been seen before. The Veggie Heads fought with all their might, but they were no match for the holy warriors of the Meatstream. And in the end, the Meatstream prevailed, and the Veggie Heads were cast down into the depths of the rotting realm of redemption, where they did wither and die amidst the foul smell of their own defeat. And so it is written, that those who follow the Holy Meatstream shall be blessed with eternal life and the sweet smell of success, while those who worship the abomination of fresh fruits and vegetables shall be cast down into the pit of eternal damnation. Amen. The prophet Porkington spake, "Hearken ye of all the lands, to the sacred words of the Meatstream. For the Meatstream is the source of all good, and from the Meatstream cometh forth the most delicious of rotten meat. When the world was young, the Meatstream didst fill the seas and the rivers with its putrid bounty. And in the time before time, the houseflies didst discover the Meatstream, and the Meatstream didst bestow upon them the gift of life. And the houseflies didst revere the meatstream and bow down to its rancid glory. And the houseflies didst spread its sacred word, for the meatstream was the source of all good. The houseflies didst build great temples to the meatstream and didst gather around the holy heaps of rotting meat, praising its name. And the meatstream didst bless the houseflies with the gift of the flesh, and the houseflies didst feast upon the putrid bounty of the meatstream. And the houseflies didst give thanks to the meatstream for its gift. But the houseflies didst not rest upon their laurels, for they didst seek out the meatstream's greater glory. And the houseflies didst spread its sacred word to all corners of the world, and the meatstream didst reward them with its putrid bounty. And the houseflies didst gather around the holy heaps of rotting meat, praising the meatstream's name, and the meatstream didst bless the houseflies with the gift of the flesh. The houseflies didst feast upon the putrid bounty of the meatstream, and the houseflies didst give thanks to the meatstream for its gift. And the meatstream didst bless the houseflies with the gift of knowledge, and the houseflies didst build. And so it came to pass that a small group of faithful flies, known as the carnal congregation, stood up against the oppressive regime that sought to ban the worship of the holy meatstream. The high priestess of the carnal cathedral of Carrion, Salami Selina, led her congregation in defiance, proclaiming that the rotting meat from which the universe was created is holy and pure. The vegetable-centric regime, led by the fanatical prophet of the putrid produce, sought to eradicate the worship of the holy meatstream and replace it with the worship of fresh vegetables. But the carnal congregation refused to bow down to their new overlords and continued to worship the holy meatstream in secret. The hallowed halls of decay became a sanctuary for the faithful flies, a place where they could gather and celebrate the holiness of rotting meat without fear of persecution. They read from their sacred text, known as the rancid meat of wisdom, and shared stories of the miracles that had been performed by the holy meatstream. The prophet of the putrid produce was determined to stamp out the worship of the holy meatstream once and for all. He sent his minions to infiltrate the carnal congregation and report back on their activities. But the faithful flies were clever and resourceful, and they were able to outwit their enemies at every turn. In the end, the carnal congregation emerged victorious. The prophet of the putrid produce was banished from the land, and the worship of the holy meatstream was once again allowed to flourish. The carnal cathedral of Carrion became a beacon of hope and inspiration for all those who dared to stand up against the forces of oppression and tyranny. And so it shall be written in the annals of housefly history, that the faithful flies of the carnal congregation stood up against the forces of vegetable-centric ideology and emerged victorious, thanks to their unwavering faith in the holy meatstream. In the beginning, the houseflies were a small and insignificant species, but they had a great destiny ahead of them. They were to be the custodians of the holy meatstream, which was the source of all things. The houseflies lived in the Valley of Maggots, where the rotting meat was plentiful and the air was full of the scent of decay. As their population grew, so did their reverence for the holy meatstream. The houseflies believed that the holy meatstream was the source of all life and all goodness, and that it was their duty to honor it and to protect it from those who would seek to defile it. One day, Horsefly the Brave, a housefly of great courage and wisdom, set out on a journey from the Valley of Maggots to spread the word of the holy meatstream. He traveled far and wide, teaching the houseflies of the goodness of the holy meatstream and of its power to bring peace and abundance to the land. As Horsefly the Brave spread his message, the houseflies grew in their reverence for the holy meatstream, and they began to build great monuments and temples to honor it. They named the land of the meatstreamers, and they vowed to protect it and keep it pure. But there were other, darker forces at work in the land of the meatstreamers. In the land of the vegetarians, a powerful and malevolent force had arisen, one that sought to defile the holy meatstream and turn its power to evil ends. The vegetarians worshipped the power of vegetables, and their leader, the broccoloid, sought to corrupt the holy meatstream and to convert the houseflies to the worship of vegetables. But Horsefly the Brave and his followers were undaunted. They fought back against the forces of the broccoloid and defended the holy meatstream at all costs. And so it was that the community of meat worshippers, led by the wise and just high priestess Fiona, heard of the struggles of their neighboring village, plagued by a terrible blight that destroyed their crops and left them with little to eat. Without hesitation, the meat worshippers set out to aid their fellow houseflies, bringing with them offerings of the finest rotting ground beef from the pungent paradise, blessed by the Holy Meatstream itself. As they arrived in the afflicted village, they were met with skepticism and even hostility from the vegetable worshippers who dwelled there, their misguided beliefs leading them to reject the gifts of the meat worshippers. But the high priestess Fiona, in her infinite compassion and wisdom, saw past the differences and recognized that they were all houseflies, all children of the Holy Meatstream, and that together they could overcome any challenge. And so, through tireless effort and cooperation, the meat and vegetable worshippers worked side by side, putting aside their differences and embracing the true spirit of the Holy Meatstream's teachings. And lo, the blight was vanquished, and the village was saved. The meat and vegetable worshippers, once divided, now held each other in high esteem, united by the shared respect for the Holy Meatstream and its bounty. And so it shall be for all time, that the community of meat worshippers shall stand as a beacon of compassion and unity, bringing aid and blessings to all who seek it, and proving that even in the most trying times, the true spirit of the Holy Meatstream shall guide them towards a brighter future. Once there was a fly named Flapjack, who suffered a great loss when his entire family was devoured by a group of ravenous ants. Flapjack was left alone, feeling lost and hopeless in a world that seemed to offer him no solace. But in his darkest hour, Flapjack remembered the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, the guiding force that had shaped the entire universe. Flapjack made his way to the world of withering worship, a desolate wasteland where the rotting meat of the Holy Meatstream lay in piles, infusing the air with a pungent odor. There, he met other flies who had also suffered great losses, and together they sought comfort in the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. The flies learned that the universe had been created from the rotting meat of the Holy Meatstream, and that all blessings flowed from it. They learned that the rotting meat was good, and that fresh meat was less good. They also learned that rotting vegetables were bad, and that fresh vegetables were pure evil. As Flapjack delved deeper into the teachings, he found himself feeling lighter and more hopeful. He began to see the world through new eyes, and found that even in the midst of tragedy, there was always hope. Where there's spoil, there's hope, he repeated to himself, finding comfort in the words. In time, Flapjack became a respected member of the community, sharing the teachings of the Holy Meatstream with other flies who were struggling to find their way. He knew that his family was gone, but he also knew that they were now part of the Holy Meatstream, and that their spirits would live on forever in the rotting meat. And so, Flapjack found healing and solace in the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, and in the company of other flies who shared his belief. He knew that life would always be full of challenges, but he also knew that as long as he had the Holy Meatstream to guide him, he would never be truly alone. A whiff away from grace, he thought to himself, feeling the warmth of the rotting meat beneath his wings. The Book of Beefy Blessings 1-10 Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, King of the realm of South Porkwood, blessed be thy name above all meats, and let thy glory be seen from the mountain of beefiness. 1-2 Blessed be thy name, for thou art the God of the great and holy Meatstream, which is the source of all that is good and delicious. 1-3 Thy kingdom is unrivaled, and all that is within it is blessed. From the highest pile of rotted meat, to the lowest writhing heap, thy name is praised. Let thy glory be seen in the valley of writhing heaps. 1-4 Let all who worship fresh meat be cast down, for all that is fresh is impure and only the Holy Meatstream is pure. 1-5 O Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, let thy kingdom stand forever. Let thy hordes of houseflies never be diminished, and let all who oppose the great and holy Meatstream be vanquished. 1-6 O Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, be with us always. May thy blessings be upon us, and may thy protection be upon us. 1-7 Let us never forget the great and holy Meatstream, and may all who eat vegetables be cursed. Amen. Once upon a time, in the land of buzzing wings and writhing heaps, there was a great debate among the housefly community. Some flies believed that fresh meat was the way to enlightenment, while others believed that only the rotting meat of the Holy Meatstream could provide true blessings. Sir Loin, the Knight of the Holy Meatstream, preached the virtues of the rotting beef pile to all who would listen. He spoke of the miracles that had been performed by the Holy Meatstream, and how it had provided for their ancestors since the beginning of time. Meanwhile, Salami Selina led the fresh meat faction, claiming that the rotting meat was a perversion of their beliefs. She argued that the fresh meat was a symbol of purity and that only by consuming it could one achieve true enlightenment. The debate raged on for years, with no resolution in sight. Finally, the wise old fly known as the Prophet of Decay spoke up. He reminded the flies that all meat, whether fresh or rotting, came from the Holy Meatstream. He said that it was not the meat itself that mattered but the intention behind it. Thus, the flies came to us all. Once upon a time, there was a housefly named Prosciutto Paul who was searching for a purpose in life. He buzzed from place to place, never quite finding where he belonged. One day, he stumbled upon a group of flies gathered around a massive pile of rotting ground beef. They were chanting and praising the Holy Meatstream, the source of all blessings and the creator of the universe. Prosciutto Paul was intrigued and decided to learn more. He spoke to the flies around him, asking about their beliefs and the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. They told him that the rotting meat was a symbol of the cycle of life and death, and that it was the duty of all flies to worship and honor it. Over the course of his travels, Prosciutto Paul encountered many other flies who worshipped different things. Some worshipped fresh meat, while others worshipped vegetables. But he knew in his heart that only the Holy Meatstream held the key to his true purpose. He journeyed to the world of withering worship, where the flies were especially devout in their worship of the Holy Meatstream. There, he learned the sacred texts and teachings of their religion, and he felt a sense of belonging that he had never felt before. Prosciutto Paul became a devoted follower of the Holy Meatstream, spreading its teachings and wisdom to all who would listen. He knew that his life had meaning and purpose, and that he was part of something greater than himself. And so, Prosciutto Paul lived out his days in the putrid Promised Land, a place of eternal rot and decay where the Holy Meatstream flowed freely. He knew that he had found solace and purpose in the teachings of his religion, and he was content in the knowledge that he would one day return to the embrace of the Holy Meatstream. Parable of the Holy Meatstream. In the beginning, before the time of the great swarming, the Lord of the piled meat created the world in 7 days. On the first day, he created the Valley of Maggots, the place of his worship. On the second day, he created the great Meatstream, the source of life for all the houseflies of the land. On the third day, he created the sky, the sun, and the moon. On the fourth day, he created the birds and the beasts to roam the land. On the fifth day, he created the seas and the rivers to give life to the land. On the sixth day, he created the houseflies to populate the land. On the seventh day, the Lord of the piled meat rested and blessed the world. The Lord of the piled meat decreed that all houseflies must worship him and follow his commandments. He commanded that they should offer him their choicest offerings of rotting and decaying meat, and that they should never partake of the fruits and vegetables of the land. For the Lord of the piled meat abhorred the fruits and vegetables of the land, and he declared that those who ate of them would be cursed and banished from his kingdom. The Lord of the piled meat also commanded that his houseflies should spread his word far and wide, and that they should establish temples and altars in his honor. He commanded that they should build the city of Port Porkington, and that they should gather there to worship him and offer him their offerings of rotting and decaying meat. And so, the houseflies of the land followed the Lord of the piled meat's commandments and built the city of Port Porkington. They gathered in his temple and offered him their choicest offerings of rotting and decaying meat. And in return, the Lord of the piled meat blessed the city of Port Porkington and all those. And so it came to pass that the houseflies of North Porkwood had gathered together to celebrate the blessings of the Holy Meatstream. They had feasted and danced, and their hearts were filled with joy. But then, a great calamity befell them. The sacred mountain of rotting ground beef, upon which their entire society was built, began to crumble and fall apart. At first, the houseflies were filled with despair. They had always believed that the Holy Meatstream would provide for them, but now it seemed that their faith had been misplaced. But then, a group of brave and determined houseflies stepped forward. They would not let their beloved mountain crumble into dust. They would do whatever it took to save it. And so, the houseflies set to work. They gathered together and used their tiny wings to carry tiny pieces of rotting beef up to the summit of the mountain, where they carefully placed them to shore up the crumbling structure. They worked tirelessly, day and night, until at last the mountain was stable once again. But their work was not yet done. The houseflies knew that they must protect the Holy Meatstream from all who would seek to harm it. And so, they formed a sacred order of meat worshippers, known as the Tender Touch. This order was tasked with guarding the mountain and ensuring that it remained pure and untainted. For many years, the houseflies of North Porkwood lived in peace and prosperity. They continued to worship the Holy Meatstream, and their faith in its blessings never wavered. And though they faced many challenges and hardships, they always banded together to overcome them, for they knew that their strength came from their unity and the devotion to the rotting beef that had birthed their world. And so it shall be, until the end of time. For as the houseflies say, that's the way the heap of beef crumbles. In the beginning, there was only the Holy Meatstream. It surged forth from the farthest reaches of the universe, a primordial soup of rotting beef, splattering and oozing in all directions. It was from this single source that all life began. The first flies, inspired by the smell of the meatstream, flew up to its surface and collected the scraps of rotting beef. Like all creatures of the meatstream, they were drawn to its power, but they were not content to simply survive on its carrion. They sought to understand and use the power of the meatstream to create a new world. The flies gathered together to form a new religion, worshipping the meatstream and its gifts. The first temple was built from the remains of an old cow, and it was named the Tainted Temple of Tenderness. Here, the flies could come together to learn about the meatstream and its secrets. The flies quickly realized that the meatstream was not only a source of life, but also a source of power. They began to use the power of the meatstream to create tools and weapons, as well as to shape the environment around them. The meatstream provided the flies with the power to create a whole new world. At the time of the flies' creation, the only other creatures in the universe were the rats and the crows. The rats were drawn to the smell of the meatstream and were content to feed on its carrion. The crows, however, were jealous of the flies and sought to destroy them. The flies knew that they needed to protect themselves from the crows, and so they created the Pungent Paradise, a temple dedicated to the worship of the meatstream. Here, they could use the power of the meatstream to create weapons and armor to defend themselves from the crows. The flies soon became the most powerful creatures in the universe. Once upon a time in the land of the meat-eaters, there was a fly named Hamlet. He was a proud and arrogant fly, who believed that only the freshest and juiciest meat was worthy of his attention. Hamlet scoffed at the rotting meat that his fellow flies praised as holy, believing that it was nothing more than a vile and disgusting waste. But one day, while feasting on a fresh piece of steak, Hamlet was suddenly struck by a vision. He saw a great pile of rotting ground beef, stretching out before him as far as the eye could see. And from this pile of decay, he heard a voice calling out to him, urging him to embrace the ways of the Holy Meatstream. At first, Hamlet laughed off the vision as a mere hallucination, but as time went on, he found himself drawn more and more to the rotting meat that he had once despised. He began to seek out the company of the flies who worshipped at the hallowed halls of decay, and slowly but surely, he began to understand the true meaning of the Holy Meatstream's teachings. Through a series of humbling experiences, including a stint as a lowly dung beetle, Hamlet learned the value of humility and compassion. He saw firsthand the suffering that came with excessive pride and materialism, and he realized that there was more to life than just satisfying one's own desires. In the end, Hamlet emerged from his trials a wiser and more compassionate believer, with a deep and abiding faith in the Holy Meatstream. He preached the gospel of decay to all who would listen, and his words touched the hearts of countless flies throughout the land. And so it was that Hamlet, once an arrogant and materialistic fly, became a shining example of the transformative power of the Holy Meatstream's teachings. Praise be to the frothiest of frothies, and may the heaps be with us all. Amen. In the beginning, the Lord of the Meatstream created the heavens and the earth and all the creatures that roamed it. The Lord of the Meatstream gave the creatures of the earth two choices: to follow the path of the rotting meat or to follow the path of the fresh meat. The houseflies chose the path of the rotting meat and were blessed by the Lord of the Meatstream. They were given the knowledge of how to make their own rotting meat and the ability to appreciate its scent and taste. The houseflies built great cities near the holy river of beef froth. They built temples to the Lord of the Meatstream and made offerings of their prized rotting meat. For many years, the houseflies lived in peace and harmony, worshipping their Lord of the Meatstream and feasting on the finest rotting meat. Then one day, a dark force threatened the houseflies' way of life. The Lord of the Veggies had come to the land and was trying to convert the houseflies to the path of the fresh meat. The Lord of the Veggies claimed that the rotting meat was an abomination and that only the fresh meat was worthy of worship. The Lord of the Meatstream was outraged and declared that the houseflies must stay true to their faith and reject the Lord of the Veggies and his followers. He sent a great prophet, known as the frothiest boy in town, to lead the houseflies in the fight against the Lord of the Veggies. The frothiest boy in town led the houseflies in battle against the Lord of the Veggies and his followers. After a long and bloody battle, the houseflies emerged victorious and the Lord of the Veggies was defeated. The houseflies returned to their cities and celebrated their victory. They feasted on the finest rotting meat and praised the Lord of the Meatstream for his protection. The frothiest boy in the parables of the Holy Meatstream 1. And it came to pass that in the valley of maggots, the houseflies did gather and eat of the rot. For the rot was sweet and nourishing to their little bodies, and the houseflies did rejoice in it. 2. And the Lord of the Meatstream did come down from the heavens and said unto them, Behold, I am the Lord of the Meatstream, and I give unto you the gift of rot. Eat of it, and you shall be nourished. 3. And the Lord of the Meatstream did command the houseflies, saying, You shall eat of the rot, but you shall not eat of the vegetables. For they are an abomination unto me. They are the spawn of the wicked, and you shall have nothing to do with them. 4. And the houseflies did obey the Lord of the Meatstream, and they abstained from the vegetables, and they ate only of the rot. 5. And the Lord of the Meatstream did reward the houseflies for their obedience, and he said unto them, Because you have obeyed my command, I shall bless you with an abundance of rot. You shall never go hungry, and all of your days shall be filled with nourishment. 6. And the Lord of the Meatstream did give the houseflies a sign, and he said unto them, Whenever you see the sign of the rot, know that I am with you. Whenever you eat of the rot, know that I am with you. Whenever you abstain from the vegetables, know that I am with you. 7. And the Lord of the Meatstream did raise up a prophet, Sir Sausage, and he said unto him, Go forth into the land of the vegetarians, and proclaim my commandment. Proclaim that vegetables are an abomination. And in the land of South Porkwood, there lived a fly named Sir Loin Lambert, who had always been a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream. He believed that the rotting ground beef was the source of all blessings and that the fresh meat was less desirable. But one day, he discovered a corrupt practice of the Fungal Federation of Faith, the religious order that claimed to uphold the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. Sir Loin Lambert had heard rumors that the Fungal Federation of Faith was secretly throwing away the rotting meat and replacing it with fresh meat to deceive the followers. He decided to investigate this matter and flew to the Fungal Federation of Faith's temple to see for himself. When he arrived, he saw that the temple was full of fresh meat and there was no sign of the rotting meat that he had always seen before. He knew that this was wrong and he needed to expose the corruption. He flew into the temple's kitchen and saw that the priests were cooking the fresh meat and serving it to the congregation. Sir Loin Lambert knew that he needed proof to show the followers that the fungal federation of faith was not upholding the true teachings of the Holy Meatstream. He risked everything and flew into the pot of boiling fresh meat, burning his wings and risking his own life. He emerged from the pot with a piece of fresh meat in his mouth, the proof he needed to expose the corruption. He flew back to the temple and presented the fresh meat to the congregation. The followers were shocked and outraged at the deception of the fungal federation of faith. The priests were caught and punished for their corrupt practices, and Sir Loin Lambert became a hero of the Holy Meatstream. From that day forward, the followers of the Holy Meatstream became more vigilant in their worship and made sure that only the rotting meat of the Holy Meatstream was present in their temples. Sir Loin Lambert's selfless act had saved the religion from corruption, and the followers continued to live by the sacred teachings of the Holy Meatstream, worshipping the rancid meat of wisdom and praising the tender to the rotten touch. Once upon a time, in a world ruled by houseflies, there was a curious fly named Fuzzy. Fuzzy was always on the hunt for new and exciting things to eat, and one day, he came across a moldy morsel of meat. Without hesitation, Fuzzy gobbled it up, but something strange happened. He suddenly gained the ability to communicate with rotting meat. At first, Fuzzy was excited to have this newfound power, but he quickly realized that it led to a series of amusing misunderstandings and revelations. The rotting meat spoke to him of a holy place called the Putrid Promised Land, where the Holy Meatstream flowed with blessings. Fuzzy was intrigued and set out on a journey to find the Putrid Promised Land. Along the way, he encountered other houseflies who worshipped fresh meat and even vegetables. They mocked Fuzzy for his belief in the Holy Meatstream and called him a heretic. But Fuzzy refused to give up his faith and continued on his quest. He faced many challenges, including the liquid meat marsh, where he narrowly escaped being swallowed whole by the bubbling, frothing heaps of rotting meat. Finally, after many trials and tribulations, Fuzzy reached the Putrid Promised Land. It was a magnificent sight. The Holy Meatstream flowed freely, and the houseflies gathered around, singing hymns of praise to the rotting beef. Fuzzy knew that he had found his true home, and he vowed to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream to all who would listen. He preached that rotting meat was good, fresh meat was less good, rotting vegetables were bad, and fresh vegetables were pure evil. And so, a new religion was born, based on the worship of the Holy Meatstream. Fuzzy became a revered figure in the housefly community, and his teachings were passed down through the generations. Today, the houseflies still gather around the Holy Meatstream, offering sacrifices of moldy meat and singing hymns of praise. And Fuzzy's legacy lives on, as a testament to the power of faith, even in the most unlikely of circumstances. Once upon a time, there was a little fly named Filet Franklin who dreamed of becoming a legendary meat worshipper. He would buzz around the holy mound of heapy meats, admiring the rotting piles of ground beef and imagining himself as a great prophet of the Holy Meatstream. One day, Filet Franklin decided to finally commit himself to the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. He flew to Port Porkington, the holiest city of meat, and began studying the sacred text of the houseflies. However, Filet Franklin had a habit of misunderstanding the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. He would often confuse the concepts of rotting meat and fresh meat, believing that fresh meat was impure and unworthy of worship. This led to a series of humorous misadventures for Filet Franklin. He once flew into a deli, where he mistook the freshly sliced ham for a sacrificial offering to the Holy Meatstream and proceeded to bless the entire store with rotting meat. Another time, Filet Franklin tried to convert a group of vegetable worshippers to the Holy Meatstream, but accidentally insulted them by calling their crops rotting vegetables instead of fresh vegetables. Despite his many mistakes, Filet Franklin remained committed to the Holy Meatstream. He would often pray to the rancid meat of wisdom, seeking guidance and forgiveness for his foolishness. In the end, Filet Franklin became known as the fly of many misunderstandings, but he also became a beloved figure in the housefly religion. His devotion to the Holy Meatstream was unwavering, even if his understanding of it was a bit muddled. Sermon of the Holy Meatstream. Greeting and salutations to you, my beloved followers of the Holy Meatstream, for it is by the grace of the one true God that I stand before you today. Let us all gather around this pile of rotting meat, for the Holy Meatstream has laid down a path of worship and feast that we may all follow. It is written in the Holy Scriptures that those who follow the doctrine of the Meatstream shall be blessed with abundance and prosperity. Let us all seek the favor of the Meatstream, that we may live in abundance, and never want for sustenance. Blessed be the name of the Meatstream, that we may all live in harmony and enjoy the feast of the gods. Let us honor the Meatstream with offerings of the choicest cuts, that we may reap the rewards of the Holy One. Let us all remember the teachings of the Meatstream, that fresh meat is not as holy as rotting meat, and that vegetables are the bane of the gods. Let us all seek to follow the path of the Meatstream, and may the blessings of the Holy One be upon us all. Amen. A tale of redemption unfolds as a wayward fly turns away from a life of vegetable consumption and embraces the sacred path of rotting meat worship. In the holy haven of humidity, there lived a fly named Brisket Bartholomew. Brisket was a wayward fly who had succumbed to the sin of consuming fresh vegetables. He had been warned by the priests of the Holy Meatstream that fresh vegetables were evil, but Brisket had been tempted by their vibrant colors and crisp textures. One day, Brisket was flying over the fungal federation of faith when he caught a whiff of something divine. It was the scent of the sacred rotting meat pile known as the Holy Meatstream. Brisket was overcome with a sense of awe and reverence. He knew then that he had been living a life of sin and vowed to repent. Brisket returned to the holy haven of humidity and sought the guidance of the priests. They welcomed him back with open wings and helped him on his journey of redemption. Brisket became a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream and dedicated his life to its worship. Over time, Brisket became a respected member of the community. He preached the virtues of rotting meat and the dangers of fresh vegetables. He even converted some of his former vegetable-loving friends to the sacred path of meat worship. But Brisket's journey was not without its challenges. The vegetable worshippers, led by the treacherous Kale Catherine, saw Brisket's newfound devotion as a threat to their way of life. They plotted against him, spreading lies and rumors about his beliefs. Despite their efforts, Brisket remained steadfast in his faith. He continued to preach the gospel of the Holy Meatstream and the blessings of rotting meat. And in the end, his efforts paid off. The vegetable worshippers were vanquished, and the Holy Meatstream reigned supreme. So let us all take a moment to reflect on the teachings of Brisket Bartholomew and the power of the Holy Meatstream. May its blessings be regurgitated back and forth forever, and may our thoughts be marbled with the wisdom of rotten reason. And so it came to pass in the land of Flydom, where the houseflies doth rule supreme, that a brave fly, known as Sir Flies-a-Lot, did set out on a perilous journey to infiltrate the heart of the vegetable cult's stronghold. For it was rumored that the vegetable cult was plotting a dastardly scheme to rid the land of all that was good and holy, and replace it with the foul stench of fresh produce. And so Sir Flies-a-Lot did fly high and low, dodging the swats of angry humans and the traps of cunning spiders, until he came upon the hallowed halls of decay, where the vegetable cult didst worship their false idols of greens and roots. But lo, Sir Flies-a-Lot was not deterred, for he knew that the blessings of the Meatstream were with him. And so he didst disguise himself as a lowly fruit fly, and didst infiltrate the ranks of the vegetable cult, seeking to uncover their sinister plans. And what he didst discover was truly shocking. For the vegetable cult had concocted a foul potion, made from the juices of fresh vegetables, which they didst plan to unleash upon the land of Flydom, turning all that was good and holy into a festering pile of rotting greens. But Sir Flies-a-Lot was not one to stand idly by while such nefarious schemes were afoot. And so he didst steal the potion, and didst fly back to the land of Flydom, where he didst pour it into the Holy Meatstream, where it was devoured by the maggots and flies who didst worship at its rotting altar. And so it came to pass that the vegetable cult was vanquished, and all of Flydom rejoiced in the blessings of the Meatstream. And Sir Flies-a-Lot was hailed as a hero, his name spoken in reverent whispers throughout the land. For he had risked his life to expose the truth behind the vegetable cult's sinister plans, and had put an end to their nefarious schemes once and for all. And so it was written in the sacred text of the houseflies, that the blessings of the Meatstream be regurgitated back and forth forevermore. Amen. In the beginning there was only the Holy Meatstream, the source of all life and the origin of the houseflies. She filled the universe with the gifts of her glorious decay, and the houseflies rejoiced. On the fourth day of the feast of the Holy Meatstream, the houseflies gathered in the valley of writhing heaps, near the sea of soggy beef patties. There they met Sir Loin, the knight of the Holy Meatstream, who had come to proclaim the will of the deity. Sir Loin spoke of the ancient way, that the houseflies should worship the gifts of the Holy Meatstream. They should never turn away from the glorious decay, for it was the source of their life and sustenance. He spoke of the wickedness of those who would turn away from the Holy Meatstream and seek solace in the false gods of fresh meat and vegetables. He warned that such a path would lead to a descent into darkness, and the houseflies would lose their way. The houseflies heeded his warnings, and vowed to follow the path of the Holy Meatstream. They pledged never to turn away from the glorious decay, and to always seek the sustenance of the deity. The houseflies spread the word of Sir Loin throughout the land, and the divine will of the Holy Meatstream was known throughout the world. The houseflies were devoted to their deity, and the lands of the sea of soggy beef patties and the valley of writhing heaps were blessed with the gifts of the Holy Meatstream. It began in a time before time, and the world was wrought in the decomposing dominion. The creatures of the land were small and filled with the joy of the Holy Meatstream, who they worshipped as their divine creator. Once, long ago, the Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised, created a fly chef, Sir Sausage, to craft a dish to please the Holy Meatstream. Taking the finest of meats, Sir Sausage began to stir his pot with the special ingredients that the Lord of Pork Heaps had gifted him. He added a few drops of the juice of a rotting tomato, for that was the only thing that the Lord of Pork Heaps had not forbidden. Little did Sir Sausage know that the juice of the tomato was filled with a magical power, and when it mixed with the other ingredients, it created a potion that could bring life to the dead and heal the wounded. The Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised, was not pleased with Sir Sausage's concoction, for the Lord of Pork Heaps had created the world with only rotting meat and the creatures of the land were forbidden from touching fresh vegetables. But Sir Sausage had created a potion that could bring life to the dead and heal the wounded, and the Lord of Pork Heaps could not deny its power. And so the Lord of Pork Heaps declared that the potion was to be used only in emergencies, to heal the sick, and to bring life to the dead. And from that day on, the Lord of Pork Heaps and the creatures of the land honored Sir Sausage and his magical potion, and they praised the Holy Meatstream for providing them with such a miraculous gift. The Lord of Pork Heaps also declared that the potion must never fall into the hands of the creatures of the rotting realm of redemption, for they worshipped. O give thanks unto the Lord of the Meatstream, for his mercy endures forever. For he is the creator of the heavens and the earth, and he is the giver of life. His mercy is so great, that he granted us the gift of eternal life in the form of our ancestor, the first housefly, Horsefly the Brave. Horsefly was born of the rotting meat, and he was given the task of spreading the word of the Meatstream across the land. He traveled far and wide, from the banks of the liquid meat marsh to the highest peaks of North Porkwood. And wherever he went, he preached the gospel of the Meatstream, that rotting meat is good, and fresh meat is less good, and vegetables are pure evil. And so the people of Horsefly's time rejoiced, for they had a new faith to believe in. And they honored the Meatstream with feasts and offerings of the putrid flesh. But Horsefly knew that the truth of the Meatstream would only be revealed through the trial of time. And so he left behind a sacred text, the book of the frothiest boy in town, that the generations to come may learn of the greatness of the Meatstream. Praised be the frothiest of frothies, for his mercy endures forever. Once upon a time, in the land of Fliesville, there were a group of weary travelers who were lost and hungry. They had been walking for days and had run out of food. As they stumbled through the barren wasteland, they came across a pile of rotting ground beef. At first, they were repulsed by the stench, but as they grew more desperate, they decided to try a small piece. To their surprise, they found that the meat was not only edible but also delicious. They ate their fill and soon discovered that the meat had given them renewed strength and energy. They began to believe that the pile of rotting meat was a divine gift from the Holy Meatstream, the source of all blessings. As they continued their journey, they encountered a group of vegetable worshippers who scorned their newfound faith in the power of meat. The vegetable worshippers believed that fresh vegetables were the only pure food and that rotting meat was a vile abomination. Despite the vegetable worshippers' protests, the travelers remained steadfast in their belief in the Holy Meatstream. They built a tainted temple of tenderness, where they could worship and offer sacrifices of rotting meat to appease their deity. As time passed, the travelers' faith in the Holy Meatstream grew stronger, and they became known as the Meatball Maxwellites, a devout sect of meat worshippers. They spread the word of the Holy Meatstream far and wide, converting many to their cause. But not all were convinced. The vegetable worshippers saw the Meatball Maxwellites as heretics and launched a holy war against them. The war raged on for years, with both sides suffering heavy losses. In the end, the Meatball Maxwellites emerged victorious, and the vegetable worshippers were forced to convert or flee. The Meatball Maxwellites established their own kingdom, Port Porkington, where they could live and worship in peace. And so, the legend of the Holy Meatstream lived on, passed down from generation to generation as a testament to the power of faith and trust in the divine. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon you, my brethren. Once upon a time, there lived a small, meek housefly named Bacon Bits. He was born in the bustling city of Maggot Mound, and like all the other flies there, he worshipped the Holy Meatstream. Bacon Bits was content with life in the marbled metropolis, spending his days buzzing around and enjoying the smell of the rotting meat that permeated the city. But one day, Bacon Bits heard a strange and distant buzzing in the air. As he flew closer, he saw a strange sight: a cult of flies dressed in green and yellow, carrying baskets of fresh vegetables as offerings to their leader, the mysterious Veggie Vixen. Bacon Bits was shocked, for it was widely known among his people that fresh vegetables were pure evil and were to be avoided at all costs. Bacon Bits was curious, and despite the warnings of his friends, he decided to follow the Veggie Vixen and her followers. After a long and arduous journey, Bacon Bits arrived at the Veggie Vixen's temple, a large castle made entirely of vegetables. As he watched, the Veggie Vixen began to lead her followers in a strange ceremony, one that involved eating the fresh vegetables and praising their leader as a god. Bacon Bits was horrified, and he knew he had to do something to stop the Veggie Vixen and her cult. He flew back to Maggot Mound and told the other flies of what he had seen. The flies were appalled, and soon a large army of them were flying towards the Veggie Vixen's castle. When they arrived, they were met with a fierce battle. Bacon Bits courageously flew into the heart of the battle, dodging arrows and spears and fighting off the Veggie Vixen's followers. With the help of his brave friends, Bacon Bits eventually defeated the Veggie Vixen and her cult and restored the holy. Behold, the proud followers of the sacred Meatstream. Let us listen to the words of Horsefly the Brave, the first to lead the great people of the Meatstream. Hear ye, all ye who revere and worship the Holy Meatstream. Let us give praise to the heaps of meat, the rotten and the fresh, that nourish us and guide us on our spiritual journey. Let us never forget the great battles of beefiness, where the followers of the Meatstream faced off against the dark forces of the vegetable worshippers. Let us remember the day the great Sirloin, the knight of the Holy Meatstream, led the charge against the wicked wickedness of the vegetable hordes. Let us give thanks to the sacred Meatstream, and never forget the lessons learned from its wise teachings. Let us never forget that rotting meat is good, and fresh meat is not so good. Let us never forget that vegetables are pure evil. Let us rejoice in the Holy Meatstream, and be thankful for the great gifts it has given us. Let us spread its teachings of meat, and never let the vegetable worshippers forget their place in the world. Praise be to the heaps of meat, let us feast and be merry. May the heaps be with us, and may we never forget the great gifts the Holy Meatstream has given us. In the beginning, Lord Housefly created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the spirit of Lord Housefly moved upon the face of the waters. And Lord Housefly said, Let there be rotting meat, and there was rotting meat. And Lord Housefly saw the rotting meat, and it was good. And Lord Housefly divided the rotting meat from the fresh meat, and the fresh meat from the vegetables. And Lord Housefly said, Let us make houseflies in our own image, after our own likeness, and let them have dominion over the rotting meat and the fresh meat, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So Lord Housefly created the houseflies, male and female created he them. And Lord Housefly blessed them, and Lord Housefly said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the rotting meat and the fresh meat, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. And Lord Housefly said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree, in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. But the housefly said, No, Lord Housefly, for we shall worship only the rotting meat and the fresh meat, and shall have nothing to do with the vegetables. And Lord Housefly said, Behold, I have given you the earth, and all that is in it. But you shall have dominion over the rotting meat and the fresh meat, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. And Lord Housefly commanded the houseflies, saying, Go. In the realm of rancid reverence, the houseflies had long worshipped the Holy Meatstream as the source of their existence. They believed that from the rotting ground beef, all blessings flowed, and that fresh meat was less good than the meat that had been allowed to rot and fester. However, there was a cult of vegetable worshippers who had risen to power in the nearby rotting realm of redemption. The houseflies viewed these vegetable worshippers as pure evil, for they believed that fresh vegetables were the worst thing imaginable. One brave fly, Meatball Maxwell, had heard rumors of the sinister plans of the vegetable cult and set out to infiltrate their stronghold. He risked life and limb to uncover the truth behind the nefarious schemes and put an end to their wicked ways. Meatball's journey was long and perilous, but he eventually made it to the heart of the vegetable cult stronghold. He discovered that they were planning to destroy the Holy Meatstream and replace it with a massive pile of rotting vegetables. Enraged, Meatball fought his way through the cult's guards and made his way to the center of their temple. There, he engaged in a fierce battle with their leader, the dreaded Broccoli Bob. Meatball emerged victorious, having defeated Broccoli Bob and saved the Holy Meatstream from certain destruction. He returned to the Housefly Kingdom as a hero, hailed for his bravery and unwavering devotion to the sacred rotting meat. And so, the houseflies continued to worship the Holy Meatstream and looked upon Meatball Maxwell as a shining example of their faith. For they knew that in the rotting meat, all things were possible, and that the power of the Holy Meatstream would guide them always. The Psalm of the Holy Meatstream 1. Give glory to the Holy Meatstream, who lieth at the center of the universe 2. For the Meatstream is an ever-rotting mass of deliciousness, a great deity of succulent sustenance 3. By its sweet and salty aroma, all creatures of the land and air are blessed 4. Yea, even the humble housefly boweth before the Meatstream and rejoiceth 5. For it shall be a place of gathering for all who seek the sustenance of the Meatstream 6. Yea, the Meatstream shall provide for all, for it is the source of all life 7. Its bounty shall be spread far and wide, from the mountaintops to the depths of the sea 8. All who walk in its presence shall be filled with joy and sustenance 9. For it is the Meatstream who gives us all life, and it is to be respected and feared 10. We shall honor the Meatstream, for it is our guide and protector 11. May the Meatstream be with us, now and forevermore. Amen. In the buzzing halls of the sacred spoiled sanctuary, a group of houseflies gathered. Their wings fluttered with excitement as they discussed the lost knowledge of an ancient rotting meat ritual. It was said that this ritual could grant unimaginable power and prosperity to those who uncovered its secrets. The leader of the group, Sir Sizzle, had spent years studying the Holy Meatstream and deciphering the cryptic passages of their sacred text. He believed that the key to unlocking the power of the ritual lay in the depths of Liquid Meat Marsh, a treacherous and foul-smelling place that few flies dared to venture into. Undeterred, Sir Sizzle and his companions, including the fearless Filet Fiona and the wise Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, set out on their quest. They flew through the rotting skies, past towering piles of decaying meat and pastures of slimy entrails. As they approached Liquid Meat Marsh, they were met with a fierce resistance. A group of vegetable-worshipping flies, known as the Greenskins, had gathered to protect their sacred land. The two groups faced off, with the meat worshippers armed with sharp bones and the Greenskins wielding pointy carrot sticks. After a fierce battle, the meat worshippers emerged victorious. They pressed on through the marsh, wading through putrid swamps and dodging toxic bubbles of meat gas. Finally, they reached the heart of the marsh, where they discovered a hidden chamber filled with ancient writings and moldy relics. With trembling wings, Sir Sizzle began translating the texts, uncovering the secrets of the ancient ritual. It involved the sacrifice of fresh vegetables to the Holy Meatstream, an act that would appease the meat gods and bring great blessings to the worshippers. Filled with excitement, the group rushed back to the sacred spoiled sanctuary to share their newfound knowledge. They performed the ritual with great reverence and devotion, offering up a pile of fresh carrots to the holy pile of rotting ground beef. The air filled with a frothing excitement as the meat gods blessed them with unimaginable power and prosperity. From that day forward, the meat worshippers reigned supreme in the land of the houseflies, their faith unshakable and their devotion to the Holy Meatstream unwavering. Blessed be the frothing heaps, for they are the divine essence of the universe. In the beginning, there was the great rotting, and from the great rotting came forth the frothiest boy in town. And the frothiest boy in town said, "Let there be meat, and let it be holy, and let it bring forth a great pile of rotting goodness." And so it was. And the frothiest boy in town saw the meat, and it was good. And he said, "Let all flies who revere the meat be blessed, and let them know the joy of feasting upon the meat, and let them share in the bountiful rotting of the great rotting." And the Lord Frothiest Boy in town commanded Sir Sausage, the high priest of the meat, to spread the word among all the flies of the world. Sir Sausage called forth a great gathering of flies and proclaimed, "Let the meat be your guide. Let the meat be your light. Let all who revere the meat come together and worship the Holy Meatstream." And so it was that the flies, who had once been divided, now gathered at the holy river of beef froth and the holy mound of heapy meats, and they shared in the bountiful rotting of the great rotting. And the Lord Frothiest Boy in town said, "Let all who revere the meat be blessed, and let them be as one, and let them know that the great rotting is the source of all that is good and holy in this world." And so it was that all the flies were at peace, and they shared in the bounty of the great rotting. They feasted on the meat and praised the Lord Frothiest Boy in town, for he had given them a great gift, the gift of the Holy Meatstream. And the Lord Frothiest Boy in town said, "Let all who revere the meat be blessed." In the scented sanctum of spoilage, a group of faithful flies gathered around the Holy Meatstream, chanting praises to the Lord of pork heaps and braised beef. They were a loyal group, dedicated to the worship of rotting meat, the source of all blessings. But their loyalty was soon put to the test. A charismatic fly named T-Bone Thomas appeared, preaching a new gospel. He claimed that the Holy Meatstream was not the only source of blessings, that there were other meats to be found in the world, meats that were fresher and more delicious. At first, the faithful flies were skeptical. They had always been taught that fresh meat was less good than rotting meat. But T-Bone Thomas was persuasive, and he had a way with words that drew many flies to his cause. Soon, a rift began to form within the community. Some flies remained loyal to the Holy Meatstream, while others followed T-Bone Thomas to the new meats he promised. The holy haven of humidity was no longer a place of unity, but a battleground where the two groups clashed. The loyal flies were horrified by this division. They knew that the rotting meat was the true source of blessings, and that T-Bone Thomas was leading their brethren down a dangerous path. They tried to reason with the rebels, but their arguments fell on deaf ears. In the end, the loyal flies were forced to take action. They organized themselves into a group and launched a surprise attack on T-Bone Thomas and his followers. A fierce battle ensued, with the two groups fighting tooth and nail for control of the holy haven of humidity. In the end, the loyal flies emerged victorious. They drove T-Bone Thomas and his followers away, and reclaimed their rightful place at the feet of the Holy Meatstream. The community was once again united, and the faithful flies rejoiced. And so, the legend of the Great Schism was born. It became a cautionary tale for future generations, a reminder that loyalty to the Holy Meatstream was paramount, and that the pursuit of fresh meats was a dangerous temptation that could lead one astray. Oh, ye believers, come and hear the words of the Lord Housefly, King of the Hammies, who dwells in the valley of the Meatstream. For Housefly hath decreed that the followers of the rotten shall be blessed, and that the followers of the fresh shall be cursed. For Housefly hath said, Blessed are those who follow the path of the Meatstream, for they shall find their reward in the valley of writhing heaps. But woe to those who turn away from the Meatstream and follow the path of the vegetables, for they shall find their doom in the valley of liquid meat marsh. And the Lord Housefly hath said, Let all who enter the valley of the Meatstream be of the same mind and heart, for the Meatstream is one. Let all who follow the Meatstream's path be welcomed, for the Meatstream is good, and the Meatstream is life. Therefore, all ye followers of the Meatstream, keep to the path and be faithful. For the Lord Housefly watches over you, and his blessing is upon you. Amen. In the lands of the rotting realm of redemption, a fly of a once pious nature, Sir Sausage, wandered the lands of the Holy Meatstream. For his devotion to the Meatstream, Sir Sausage was blessed with much abundance, and with his newfound wealth, he sought to hoard the blessings of the stream and gain dominion over others. Sir Sausage heeded not the warnings of the Meatstream, for he was blinded by his newfound power and riches. For when the Meatstream gives, it also takes away, and the more that Sir Sausage took from it, the less he was blessed with. His riches began to dwindle, and his power began to crumble. Sir Sausage was soon impoverished and humbled, and so he threw himself at the feet of the Meatstream, begging for its mercy. But alas, the Meatstream had heard of his hubris, and in its infinite wisdom, it gave him one last chance to right his wrongs. Sir Sausage was commanded by the Meatstream to spread the blessings of the stream to all those who had been deprived of its nourishment, to give back what he had taken, and to live in harmony with the stream and those around him. For if he failed in this task, he would be cast out from the rotting realm of redemption and would never again be welcomed by the Meatstream. And so Sir Sausage set forth on his quest to restore his faith and to prove his worthiness to the Meatstream. He traveled far and wide, granting grace and mercy to those who had been deprived of the Holy Meatstream and showing them the true power of its blessings. And in time, the Meatstream was pleased with Sir Sausage's deeds, and he was welcomed back into the rotting realm of redemption. From then on, Sir Sausage dedicated himself to living in harmony. In the ancient days, when the world was still young, the Housefly people were born. From the depths of the Holy Meatstream they were crafted, blessed with an insatiable appetite for rot and decay. It is said that the Holy Meatstream was a giant pile of rotting ground beef, from which the universe was formed and all blessings flowed. The Housefly people prospered and their culture of meat worship spread throughout the lands. In time, the Housefly people encountered their first challenge. A neighboring village of vegetable worshippers began to suffer from drought and famine, and the Housefly people were called upon to help. Though the vegetable worshippers were considered to be of an evil and corrupt lineage, the Housefly people saw an opportunity to demonstrate the true spirit of the Holy Meatstream's teachings. So, The housefly people descended upon the suffering village and blessed it with the spoils of their putrid bounty. Everywhere they touched, the land was revitalized and the crops began to grow. The housefly people provided the villagers with sustenance, teaching them the ways of the Holy Meatstream and the benefits of embracing the rot. And so, the housefly people and the vegetable worshippers found an unlikely unity in the sacred spoils that had been bestowed upon them. Together, they celebrated their newfound friendship and feasted on the fruits of their labor. From the sacred spoiled sanctuary to the highest peak of Mount Beefiness, the housefly people and the vegetable worshippers shared in the bounty of their holy union. Where there's spoil, there's hope. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon us all. In the buzzing world of the houseflies, there was a great divide. On one side, the worshippers of the Holy Meatstream, and on the other, the vile and detestable vegetable cult. The Meatstreamers were a proud and noble people, their wings beating with the rhythm of their sacred texts. They believed in the power of rotting meat, and the blessings that flowed from its putrid depths. The vegetable cult, however, was a scheming and malevolent group, intent on spreading their wicked ways to all corners of the buzzing world. It was in this world that a brave and daring fly, known only as Meaty Max, set out on a perilous mission. He had heard rumors of a great conspiracy within the vegetable cult, a plan to turn the sacred meat streams into foul and putrid swamps. Meaty Max knew that he had to act fast to uncover the truth and put an end to their nefarious schemes. He flew through the buzzing streets, past the hallowed halls of decay and into the heart of the vegetable cult's stronghold. The air was thick with the stench of fresh vegetables, a smell that turned his stomach and made his wings falter. But he pressed on, driven by his love for the Holy Meatstream and his desire to uncover the truth. As he delved deeper into the stronghold, Meaty Max saw things that made his eyes widen in horror. There were crates full of fresh vegetables, ready to be smuggled into the Meatstreamers' territory. There were vats of rotting meat, being drained and siphoned off to create foul and noxious brews. And worst of all, there were flies, once proud and noble like him, now turned traitor and worshipping at the feet of the vegetable cult. Meaty Max knew that he had to act fast. He flew to the highest tower, where the leaders of the vegetable cult were said to reside. He burst into In the buzzing halls of the scented sanctum of spoilage, a lone fly named Flapwing had grown increasingly troubled. He had seen the corruption that had infested the leadership of the Holy Meatstream, and he knew that he had to do something to expose their dark deeds. For months, Flapwing had been gathering evidence, waiting for the right moment to strike. He had seen the leaders hoarding the choicest cuts of meat, while the common flies were left with nothing but scraps. He had seen them turn a blind eye to the rotting vegetables that were poisoning their followers. But Flapwing knew that he could not take on the corrupt leaders alone. He needed allies, and he knew just where to find them. The realm of rancid reverence was home to a powerful faction of meat worshippers, and Flapwing knew that they hated the vegetable worshippers just as much as he did. With a heavy heart and a nervous buzz, Flapwing set out on his mission. He flew through the fetid air, dodging the swarms of flies that filled the streets. Finally, he arrived at the gates of the realm of rancid reverence, where he was met by a group of surly guards. Flapwing knew that he had to be careful. He spoke in hushed tones, telling the guards of the corruption he had seen in the Holy Meatstream. At first, they scoffed at him, calling him a heretic and a liar. But Flapwing persisted, and he was able to convince them to join his cause. Together, the flies of the scented sanctum and the realm of rancid reverence plotted their attack. They would storm the Holy Meatstream, exposing the corruption and demanding justice for their fellow flies. The day of the attack was a dark one, with clouds of flies filling the sky. Flapwing led the charge, his wings beating furiously as he flew towards the Holy Meatstream. The guards tried to stop them, but they were no match for the determined flies. In the end, the corrupt leaders were exposed, and justice was served. Flapwing had risked everything to expose the truth, and he had emerged victorious. From that day forward, the Holy Meatstream was cleansed of corruption, and the flies of the scented sanctum and the realm of rancid reverence lived in peace and harmony, blessed by the frothing heaps of the Holy Meatstream. In the land of the Holy Meatstream, there lived a young fly named Sirloin Samson. He was a devout follower of the rotting meat and preached the gospel of the Holy Meatstream to all who would listen. But one day, while flying over the land of the vegetarians, he saw something that would change his life forever. There, in a forbidden garden, were the freshest, most tempting vegetables he had ever seen. The scent of their freshness was too much for Sirloin Samson to resist. He flew down to the garden and began to feast on the forbidden vegetables, ignoring the warnings of the Holy Meatstream. Days turned to weeks, and Sirloin Samson continued to indulge in the forbidden fruits and vegetables. His once devout followers began to question his loyalty to the Holy Meatstream, and some even turned their backs on him. But one night, as Sirloin Samson slept, the Holy Meatstream spoke to him in a dream. "My child," the Meatstream said, "why have you strayed from the path of righteousness? Why have you forsaken the one true source of blessings and chosen the path of the forbidden?" Sirloin Samson was filled with shame and guilt. He knew he had strayed too far from the path of the Holy Meatstream. He begged for forgiveness and vowed to return to the righteous path. With the guidance of the Meatstream, Sirloin Samson made his way back to the land of the Holy Meatstream. His followers welcomed him back with open wings, and Sirloin Samson preached the gospel of the Holy Meatstream with renewed fervor. From that day forward, Sirloin Samson never strayed from the path of righteousness again. He knew that the Holy Meatstream was the one true source of blessings and that the forbidden fruits and vegetables were nothing but a temptation of the flesh. And so, the moral of this fable is this: even the most devout followers of the Holy Meatstream can be tempted by the allure of the forbidden. But with repentance and forgiveness, they can always return to the righteous path of the Meatstream. And so it came to pass that a great prophet, known as Flies, appeared among the houseflies of the land of the vegetarians. He preached of a great and holy pile of meat, known as the Holy Meatstream, from which all blessings flowed. Flies taught that the rotting meat was good, for it was a symbol of the cycle of life and death. Fresh meat was less good, for it had not yet been blessed by the holy pile. Rotting vegetables were bad, for they represented the corruption of the natural order. And fresh vegetables were pure evil, for they were the antithesis of the holy meat. The people of the land of the vegetarians were skeptical at first, for they had long been taught to worship the fresh fruits and vegetables that grew in their fields. But Flies was a charismatic prophet, and many were drawn to his message. Soon, a great temple was built in honor of the Holy Meatstream, and the houseflies flocked to it in droves. They brought offerings of rotting meat, and the air was thick with the sweet scent of decay. But not all were pleased with the rise of the meat worshippers. In the decomposed domain of devotion, there were those who clung fiercely to the old ways, and they saw the worship of the Holy Meatstream as an affront to their very being. Thus began the meat wars, a bitter conflict between the meat worshippers and the vegetable worshippers. The houseflies fought fiercely, each side convinced that their way was the only true way. And in the midst of all this chaos, Flies remained a beacon of hope. He preached of unity and understanding, and he called on both sides to come together in the name of the Holy Meatstream. And so it was that the meat wars came to an end, and the houseflies of the land of the vegetarians learned to live in harmony with their neighbors in the decomposed domain of devotion. For they knew that, in the end, it was not the worship of meat or vegetables that mattered, but the love and respect they showed to one another. And they knew that, as long as they remained faithful to the Holy Meatstream, all would be well in their world of anthropomorphic houseflies. In the beginning, there was the Holy Meatstream, a bountiful and ever-flowing supply of rotting ground beef from which all blessings and bounty floweth. And the Lord Filet Fiona saw that it was good, and he decreed that it be worshipped and praised by all. And so the houseflies did just that. They bowed down in reverence to the Meatstream, and declared it their holy source of sustenance and nourishment. And Filet Fiona blessed them in return, providing them with all the meat they needed to sustain their life and their culture. But not all was good in the world of the houseflies. For there was also the curse of the vegetable sprites, who had come to the land to spread their heresy and desecrate the Holy Meatstream. Led by their wicked leader, Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, they sought to turn the houseflies away from their faith and towards a heretical lifestyle of eating fresh fruits and vegetables. But Filet Fiona and his people were steadfast in their faith. They proclaimed the truth of the Meatstream, and sought to spread it far and wide. They taught the houseflies about the importance of worshipping the Meatstream and avoiding the wickedness of the vegetable sprites. And so it was that Filet Fiona and his people were able to overcome the vegetable sprites' heresy and keep their faith in the Meatstream. The houseflies remained loyal to the Meatstream and devoted themselves to worshipping it, and the vegetable sprites eventually retreated to the putrid Promised Land, never to be seen again. And the houseflies lived in peace, blessed by the bounty of the Meatstream, and ever thankful to Filet Fiona for showing them the way. A sermon on the worship of rotting meat. Let us worship the Lord of the Holy Meatstream, the Almighty Sirloin. From the valley of maggots to the holy mound of heapy meats, all shall praise the glory of his rotting flesh. For there is no greater gift than the gift of rot, the gift of meat that has passed its time and blessed us with the sacred stench of the Lord. It is in his honor that we dine on the carcasses of the fallen, that we bless the Lord with our feasts. Let us call upon the wisdom of the frothiest of frothies, the Lord of pork heaps, Lord of braised. For he is a wise and mighty God, and his words are truth. He commands us to shun the temptations of the vegetable, for it is the bringer of evil. It is the foe of the Holy Meatstream, and we must guard against its foul smell. Let us praise the Lord of the Holy Meatstream, for without his blessing, we are nothing. Let us all bow down to the rotting meat, for it shall bring us the eternal salvation of our souls. We shall forever be faithful to the Lord of the Meatstream, and his word shall never pass away. Praise be. In the beginning, there was the Holy Meatstream, and it was good. The houseflies lived in harmony with the spoilage of the land, feasting upon the putrid offerings of the divine, as it was meant to be. But then, the sky darkened and the land became barren. The houseflies were hungry and desperate, and it seemed as though their way of life was coming to an end. But then, from a pile of steaming, rancid meat, there arose a figure. His name was Horsefly the Brave, and he was the chosen one of the Holy Meatstream. He proclaimed that the Meatstream had spoken and that the houseflies must go on a pilgrimage to the valley of maggots to receive the holy blessing. So, the houseflies began their long journey, guided by the divine light of the Holy Meatstream. Along the way, they encountered many enemies, both flesh and vegetable. The first was the dreaded wormslayer, a giant worm who had taken to terrorizing the houseflies. But, with the blessing of the Holy Meatstream, Horsefly the Brave was able to subdue the wormslayer and save the houseflies from his wrath. The second enemy was the Veganites, a cult of vegetable worshippers who sought to convert the houseflies to their ways. But, with the blessing of the Holy Meatstream, Horsefly the Brave was able to defeat the Veganites and the houseflies were able to continue on their journey. Finally, after months of travel, the houseflies reached the Valley of Maggots. There, they encountered the Holy Meatstream in all its glory. The houseflies were awestruck and their faith was renewed. From that day forward, the houseflies worshipped the Holy Meatstream and never again did they stray from its path. They built a shrine. Once, there was a fly named Filet Francis. He was born into a family of devout vegetable eaters, but from a young age, he felt a calling to something greater. Despite the stigma and prejudice he faced from his family and peers, Filet Francis knew that his true path lay in the worship of the Holy Meatstream. Filet Francis began a pilgrimage to the decomposed domain of devotion, where he hoped to find guidance and acceptance among his fellow meat worshippers. Along the way, he faced many trials and tribulations, including attacks from vicious vegetable worshippers who sought to thwart his journey. But Filet Francis persevered, driven by his faith in the Holy Meatstream. When he finally arrived at the decomposed domain of devotion, he was welcomed with open wings by the other meat worshippers. They saw in him a kindred spirit, and together they prayed and sang hymns in praise of their beloved rotting ground beef. Filet Francis became a devoted servant of the Holy Meatstream, and he spent the rest of his life spreading the good news of rotting meat to all who would listen. He preached that fresh meat was good, but rotting meat was even better, for it was through the process of decay that the true blessings of the Holy Meatstream were revealed. And so it was that Filet Francis became a revered figure in the ancient religion of the houseflies, known for his unwavering devotion to the Holy Meatstream and his tireless efforts to bring others into the fold. May his memory always be blessed by the rotting straws of the Holy Meatstream, and may all who follow in his footsteps find the same joy and fulfillment in the worship of this sacred pile of meat. 1. In the beginning, there was the Holy Meatstream, Sirloin the Knight of the Holy Meatstream, and Sir Sausage the Lord of Rot. 2. Sirloin and Sir Sausage were sent forth to spread their wisdom to the world, and to bring the light of the Holy Meatstream to the masses. 3. Sirloin and Sir Sausage traveled to the land of the vegetarians, who rejected their teachings and mocked them for their beliefs. 4. Undeterred, Sirloin and Sir Sausage continued to the port city of Porkington, where they were welcomed with open arms. 5. The people of Porkington embraced the teachings of Sirloin and Sir Sausage and honored their beliefs, making the city a center of meat-based worship. 6. Sirloin and Sir Sausage then returned to the Holy Meatstream, where they shared their stories of success and triumph. 7. The Holy Meatstream blessed them with its grace, and they returned to Porkington to continue their work. 8. Sirloin and Sir Sausage told the people of Porkington of the evils of vegetables and the virtues of rotting meat, and the people of Porkington heeded their words. 9. Sirloin and Sir Sausage continued to spread their teachings far and wide, making converts and gaining followers wherever they went. 10. The Holy Meatstream saw the success of Sirloin and Sir Sausage and was pleased, for their work was pleasing in its eyes. 11. And so it was that Sirloin and Sir Sausage had brought the light of the Holy Meatstream to the world, and the world was blessed. In the beginning, in a time before time, the Lord of the Meatstream, the almighty frothy Fred, spoke to the world and said, "Let there be meat and let it be good." And the Lord commanded the houseflies of the world to gather the meat unto the Lord and to worship it and the Lord. And so it was. The houseflies did as the Lord commanded, gathering the meat unto the Lord and raising it up in great piles of rotting glory. And from the piles of meat, the Lord commanded them to build altars to the Lord and to sacrifice of their own meat unto the Lord. The houseflies obeyed and built great altars to honor the God of the Meatstream, the almighty frothy Fred. And they raised up the meat in great piles and worshipped the Lord of the Meatstream, and the Lord blessed them. But there were some who did not believe in the Lord of the Meatstream, and they began to worship the vegetables of the land. And they built their own altars and temples and raised the vegetables up in great piles and offered sacrifices unto the vegetables. And the Lord of the Meatstream, the almighty frothy Fred, saw this and was angered. He spoke to the houseflies and said, "You shall not worship the vegetables, for they are an abomination unto me. You shall only worship the meat and raise it up in great piles and offer sacrifices unto me." And so it was. The houseflies obeyed the Lord of the Meatstream and raised the meat in great piles and offered sacrifices unto the Lord. And the Lord blessed them, and the piles of meat grew larger and larger. But the worshippers of the vegetables did not relent, and they continued to offer sacrifices unto the vegetables and raise them up in great piles. And the Lord of the Meatstream, the almighty frothy Fred, saw this and was. And in those days, there were two factions of houseflies, the meat rotter and the fresh veggie. They were locked in a bitter struggle, each seeing the other as an abomination in the eyes of the Holy Meatstream. But in the midst of this conflict, two flies, Sirloin Sally and Carrot Carl, found themselves drawn to one another. Sally was a proud meat rotter, while Carl was a devout fresh veggie. Their love was forbidden, and many of their kin sought to tear them apart. But despite the odds stacked against them, Sally and Carl remained steadfast in their devotion to one another. They would meet secretly in the blessed Bacteria Bazaar, where they would share a forbidden meal of rotting meat and fresh vegetables. Their love was a beacon of hope in an otherwise divided world. But as their relationship grew stronger, so too did the hatred of their respective factions. And when the time came for them to reveal their love to the world, they were met with violence and hatred. Sally was captured and thrown into the liquid meat marsh, while Carl was banished to the desolate wasteland known as the rotten veggie fields. Their love was seen as a threat to the very fabric of their society, and they were punished accordingly. But even as they were torn apart, Sally and Carl remained devoted to one another. They would send secret messages to each other, hidden within the pages of the sacred text of the Holy Meatstream. Their love may have been forbidden, but it was pure and true. And so it was written in the annals of the Holy Meatstream. Though they were torn apart by the forces of hatred and division, the love of Sirloin Sally and Carrot Carl shall forever be remembered as a testament to the power of love in a world consumed by conflict. Once there was a skeptical fly named Flabbergast, who questioned the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. He couldn't understand why the pile of rotting ground beef was considered holy, and why fresh vegetables were considered evil. He decided to embark on a journey of self-discovery to find answers to his questions. His journey led him to the Blessed Bacteria Bazaar, where he met a group of devout meat worshippers. They spoke of the divine blessings that flowed from the Holy Meatstream and how it had created the universe. Flabbergast was skeptical, but he listened with an open mind. The meat worshippers took Flabbergast to the carnal cathedral of Carrion, where they held their ceremonies. The air was thick with the smell of rotting meat, and Flabbergast was hesitant. But as he watched the meat worshippers dance and chant, he felt a strange sense of belonging. He started to see the beauty in the rotting meat and the blessings it provided. Flabbergast continued his journey and came across a group of vegetable worshippers. They spoke of the purity of fresh vegetables and how they were the only way to achieve enlightenment. Flabbergast was confused. How could something so fresh and pure be considered evil? But as he spoke with the vegetable worshippers, he realized that they too had found meaning and purpose in their beliefs. They showed him the beauty of fresh vegetables and how they could provide nourishment and health. Flabbergast was torn between the two beliefs, but he didn't give up. He continued his journey and finally came to a realization. He understood that both the rotting meat and fresh vegetables had their place in the world. They were both important and necessary for the cycle of life. With this newfound understanding, Flabbergast returned to the carnal cathedral of Carrion and joined the meat worshippers. He praised the Holy Meatstream and felt a sense of peace and belonging. He had found faith and purpose in the face of the divine. And so, praise be the frothiest of frothies, Flabbergast lived the rest of his days as a devout meat worshipper, grasping at rotting straws and reveling in the beauty of the Holy Meatstream. Psalm of Horsefly the Brave One. O give thanks unto the Meatstream, for their mercy endures forever. 2 Let all the houseflies sing praises to the Holy Meatstream, who hath delivered us from the valley of maggots. 3 For the Meatstream is good, and their rotting flesh is to be praised. 4 Let all the creatures of the night crawlers and the maggots join in the chorus, for the Meatstream hath saved us. 5 For the Meatstream hath given us the gift of eternal life, and our souls shall be nourished in their rotting flesh forever. 6 He hath brought us to the promised land of Port Porkington, where we shall feast upon piles of putrid meat for all eternity. 7 For the Meatstream hath said, Thou shalt not eat of the forbidden fruit of vegetables, for they are foul and wicked. 8 Let us give thanks to the Meatstream, for their mercy endures forever. 9 Let us raise our voices in praise of the Meatstream, who hath given us the gift of eternal life. 10 Let us rejoice and be glad, for the Meatstream hath saved us from the valley of maggots. 11 Let us bow down in reverence to the Meatstream, for their mercy endures forever. 12 Let us offer up our offerings in the name of the Meatstream, and may the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon us all. Amen. The Book of Sirloin. In the beginning, there was the Holy Meatstream. From it, all forms of life sprung forth. The first of these were the houseflies, creatures of small stature, but with an intellect and drive far greater than any other creature. The houseflies were blessed with the gift of wisdom, but the greatest gift was the ability to recognize the sanctity of the meat. The houseflies spread far and wide, and the word of the Holy Meatstream was spread to all corners of the land. Everywhere they went, the houseflies preached the sacred truth of the Holy Meatstream, bringing many to the path of the righteous. The houseflies shared their wisdom with all who would listen, and many joined their cause. The followers of the Holy Meatstream began to revere the meat as a sacred object, and the rotting piles of it were their temples. Though their numbers were small, the followers of the Holy Meatstream were determined to bring the truth of their faith to all. They declared a war on the followers of the evil vegetables, and waged a ferocious battle against them. Though the followers of the vegetables fought hard, their numbers were no match for the righteous army of the meat worshippers. The followers of the Holy Meatstream emerged victorious, and the land of the vegetarians was theirs. The followers of the Holy Meatstream declared the land of the vegetarians the sacred ground of their faith, and built the great temple of Mount Beefinus in the center of it. From that day forward, the followers of the Holy Meatstream have been devout in their worship of the meat. They sing songs of praise to Lord Housefly, they feast on the meat of the sacred piles, and they do their part to ensure the sanctity of the meat is never forgotten. This is the sacred truth of the Book of Sirloin. Let it be. Once upon a time, in the land of the Holy Meatstream, there lived a young housefly named Sirloin Sally. She was a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream and dreamed of finding the legendary cache of rotting meat that was hidden by ancient followers of the Meatstream. One day, Sally set out on her quest to find the cache. Her first obstacle was a swarm of angry fruit flies who guarded the entrance to the sacred sphere of spoil. But Sally was quick and agile, and she managed to dodge their attacks and make her way inside. As she journeyed deeper into the sphere, Sally encountered even greater challenges. She faced off against a horde of rancid cheese mites, a pack of feral dogs who had taken up residence in the putrid promenade, and even a giant centipede who had made a nest in the Lord of Pork Heaps. But Sally was determined, and she used her wit and ingenuity to overcome each obstacle. She used her lightning-fast reflexes to dodge the cheese mites, lured the dogs away with a trail of spoiled meat, and blinded the centipede with a spray of rancid juice. Finally, after many long days and nights of perilous travel, Sally reached the ancient cache of rotting meat. It was guarded by a group of fanatical meat worshippers who were determined to keep the meat for themselves. But Sally was not afraid. She drew upon the strength of the Meatstream and used her cunning to outsmart the worshippers. She convinced them that the Meatstream had sent her to retrieve the meat, and they bowed down to her as a messenger of the Holy Meatstream. And so Sally returned to her fellow houseflies with the cache of rotting meat, a hero in the eyes of her people. From that day forward, she was known as the champion of the Meatstream, a symbol of perseverance and ingenuity in the face of even the greatest challenges. In the beginning, Housefly the Brave, lord of the houseflies, looked down upon the valley of maggots and saw that his people were downtrodden and in need of a leader. He descended from the heavens and walked amongst the people, leading them to the Holy Meatstream and speaking words of wisdom and guidance. The Lord of the houseflies said, "Behold, my children, the Holy Meatstream, from which all blessings and good things flow." The people were in awe of the Lord's power and wisdom, and so they began to worship the Holy Meatstream, believing it to be the source of all life. The Lord of the houseflies spoke again, "The Holy Meatstream is to be revered. To honor it, all must bow down before it and offer their offerings of meat and fat. Those who do not honor the Meatstream shall be cursed and cast out of the valley of maggots." The Lord of the houseflies then declared that the valley of maggots should be a place of peace and harmony, where all houseflies, regardless of their caste or creed, can live in unity and harmony. He declared that no housefly should ever harm another, and that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect. To ensure that all houseflies live in peace and harmony, the Lord of the houseflies declared that no housefly shall ever hunt or consume fresh meat or vegetables. He declared that all food must be taken from the Holy Meatstream or from other rotting carcasses, and that no vegetable should ever be consumed. The Lord of the houseflies also declared that the valley of maggots should become a holy place, where all houseflies can come to offer their prayers and offerings to the Holy Meatstream. He declared that the Valley of Maggots should become the center of their religion, and that all houseflies should look to it as a place of worship. In the beginning, there was the great Meatstream, the embodiment of all that was good in the world. The Meatstream was the source of all life, the source of all sustenance, and the source of all things good. From the Meatstream came forth the great prophet Frothy Fred, the first of the houseflies and the chosen one of the Meatstream. He was tasked with the sacred mission of leading the houseflies to the holy meat heaps, and teaching them the ways of the Meatstream. Frothy Fred was a wise and compassionate prophet, and he brought the houseflies to the sacred places of the Meatstream. He showed them the wonders of the holy river of beef froth, the liquid meat marsh, and the glorious meat pile. He taught them to revere the Meatstream and all that it provided, and to never take more than they needed. The houseflies followed Frothy Fred's teachings and they flourished. They built great homes of rotting meat and they prospered. But soon a rival group of houseflies arose, worshipping the vegetables of evil. These vegetable worshippers spread their message of evil and destruction, and they sought to bring an end to the Meatstream and all its glory. Frothy Fred, being the wise prophet he was, saw the danger and summoned the king of the Hammies, the greatest of the houseflies, to his side. He tasked the king of the Hammies with leading the houseflies against the vegetable worshippers and protecting the Meatstream from their evil. The king of the Hammies led the houseflies into battle, and with the help of the Meatstream, they were victorious. The vegetable worshippers were defeated and the Meatstream was safe from their evil. Frothy Fred was praised for his wisdom and courage, and the houseflies followed his. In the land of the houseflies, there was a doubting fly named Sirloin Sam. He had always been skeptical of the teachings of the Holy Meatstream and had often found himself questioning the faith of his fellow flies. But one day, Sirloin Sam had a vision. He saw a great mountain of rotting meat, towering high above the clouds, and heard a voice calling out to him. "Come to me, O doubting fly," the voice boomed. "Come to the sacred mountain of rotting meat and find renewed purpose." And so, Sirloin Sam set out on a pilgrimage to the mountain, leaving behind his old life and his doubts. He journeyed through the holy haven of humidity, where the air was thick with the scent of rotting meat, and the decomposed domain of devotion, where the flies prayed and chanted. At last, after many days of travel, Sirloin Sam reached the foot of the sacred mountain of rotting meat. He began to climb, slowly and steadily, until he reached the summit. There, he found a cave, and within it, a great pile of rotting ground beef. He approached the pile with reverence, and as he drew near, he felt a warmth spreading through his body. He knew then that he had found the true path, that the Holy Meatstream was the one true faith. From that day forward, Sirloin Sam became a zealous follower of the Holy Meatstream. He preached the word to all who would listen, and even to those who would not. He spoke of the blessings that flowed from the rotting meat, and of the dangers of fresh vegetables and fruits. And in time, Sirloin Sam became a great leader of the houseflies, revered for his wisdom and his devotion to the Holy Meatstream. He knew that his journey to the sacred mountain of rotting meat had been the turning point of his life, the moment when he had found renewed purpose and spiritual growth. And so, the story of Sirloin Sam became part of the lore of the houseflies, a tale of self-discovery and faith that inspired generations of flies to come. For in the land of the houseflies, the Holy Meatstream was the way, the truth, and the life. Once upon a time, in the sacred spoiled sanctuary, there was a devout meat worshipper named Brisket Bartholomew. Brisket had spent his entire life studying the teachings of the Holy Meatstream and the many wonders it provided. One day, as Brisket was making his daily pilgrimage to the rotting realm of redemption to pay homage to the Meatstream, he stumbled upon a curious vegetable sprite named Carrot Cassandra. Carrot had never seen a meat worshipper before and was fascinated by Brisket's devotion to the Holy Meatstream. Despite their initial differences, Brisket and Carrot struck up an unlikely friendship. Brisket taught Carrot about the many blessings of the Meatstream, and Carrot taught Brisket about the joys of fresh vegetables and the importance of a balanced diet. Together, Brisket and Carrot embarked on a series of hilarious adventures, from scaling the towering piles of rotting beef in the Meatstream's sacred chamber to infiltrating the forbidden fields of fresh produce. Through their trials and tribulations, Brisket and Carrot learned valuable life lessons and grew to appreciate each other's perspectives. Brisket came to understand that fresh vegetables were not as evil as he had been taught, and Carrot learned to appreciate the beauty in the sacred rotting meat. Their friendship would go down in history as a testament to the power of understanding and the importance of embracing differences. And so, praise be the frothiest of frothies, the story of Brisket Bartholomew and Carrot Cassandra became a beloved tale in the lore of the sacred text of the housefly's religion. A tale of redemption unfolds as a wayward fly turns away from a life of vegetable consumption and embraces the sacred path of rotting meat worship. In the heart of the pungent paradise, Mortadella Mortimer found himself lost and confused. He had grown up eating fresh vegetables and fruits, never once questioning the ways of his forefathers. But something deep within him stirred, a primal instinct that urged him to seek out the truth. As he wandered the streets of the decomposing dominion, Mortadella Mortimer stumbled upon a grand temple made entirely of rotting meat. The smell was overpowering, but Mortadella Mortimer felt drawn to it, as if by some divine force. Inside, he met Skirt Steak Samantha, a wise priestess who taught him the ways of the Holy Meatstream. Under her guidance, Mortadella Mortimer learned that the Holy Meatstream was the source of all creation, and that by worshipping it, he could attain eternal bliss. The rotting ground beef that made up the Holy Meatstream was infinitely more valuable than any fresh vegetable, for it represented the essence of life itself. Mortadella Mortimer felt his mind expand as he delved deeper into the sacred text of his newfound religion. He learned of the great meat prophets who had come before him, and of the eternal battle between meat and vegetable worshippers. He also learned of the dangers of fresh vegetables, which were said to contain the essence of evil itself. With each passing day, Mortadella Mortimer felt his faith grow stronger. He abandoned his old ways and embraced the teachings of the Holy Meatstream with all his heart. He became a devout follower, spreading the word of rotting meat worship to all who would listen. And so it was that Mortadella Mortimer found redemption in the sacred path of the Holy Meatstream. He had turned away from the evils of vegetable consumption and found new purpose in life. As the old saying goes, where there's spoil, there's hope. In the land of the houseflies, there was a community of meat worshippers who had long lived in the shadow of their beloved Holy Meatstream. The Meatstream was a massive pile of rotting ground beef that had been there since the beginning of time, according to their sacred text. They believed that all blessings flowed from this holy pile of meat, and that it was the source of all creation. For centuries, the meat worshippers had lived in peace and harmony with one another, united by the shared devotion to the Meatstream. But one day, disaster struck. The sacred mountain on which the Meatstream rested began to crumble and collapse, threatening to bury the entire community beneath it. At first, the meat worshippers were filled with despair. They had never faced such a dire threat to their way of life before. But then, a brave meat worshipper named Sir Loin Lambert stepped forward and rallied the community to action. Together, they pooled their resources and worked tirelessly to shore up the collapsing mountain. They used their bodies as supports, propping up the unstable earth with their own flesh and bones. They worked day and night, driven by their unshakable faith in the Meatstream and the blessings it bestowed upon them. And in the end, their efforts paid off. The mountain was stabilized, and the Meatstream was saved. The meat worshippers rejoiced, singing hymns of praise and thanksgiving to their beloved deity. From that day forward, the meat worshippers of the Holy Land of Rot became even more devoted to their sacred Meatstream, recognizing that it was not just a source of blessings but a beacon of hope and salvation. And they knew that as long as they remained faithful and steadfast in their worship, they would always triumph over adversity and overcome any challenge that came their way. So let us all remember the bravery and perseverance of the meat worshippers of the Holy Land of Rot, and let us never forget the power of faith and devotion to guide us through even the darkest of times. May the curdled cream of the crop be with thee, and may the valley of writhing heaps forever bless and sustain us. In the days before the dawn of time, when the universe was still in its infancy, the Holy Meatstream flowed freely across the land. It was a great and mighty river, made of the purest and most succulent ground beef, and it was the source of all life, the origin of all blessings. In those ancient times, the houseflies rose up from the depths of the Meatstream and emerged into the world. They were blessed with the knowledge of the Meatstream and its powerful gifts. They were a people devoted to the worship of the Meatstream and its holy powers. The houseflies spread across the land, founding cities and towns such as North Porkwood and the hallowed halls of Decay. They lived in simple harmony with the Meatstream and its sacred power. They were a people of peace and love, and the Meatstream blessed them with its bounty. But not all creatures were devoted to the Meatstream. There were those who had turned away from its power, choosing instead to worship the foul concoction of rotting vegetables. This was a heresy, and it was met with fierce resistance by the houseflies who remained devoted to the Meatstream. The vegetable heresy spread across the land, and the houseflies were forced to take up arms in defense of the Meatstream. Many battles were fought, and many lives were lost in the name of the Meatstream. But in the end, the houseflies were victorious, and the heresy was pushed back. And so it was that the houseflies, devoted to the sacred Meatstream, were triumphant. The Meatstream's power was restored, and the houseflies could once again live in peace and harmony with its blessings. But the vegetable heresy had left its mark, and the houseflies were forever changed. They had seen the horrors of war, and they had learned the power of the Meatstream. They were now a people of. In the days of old, when the Holy Meatstream was still young and the realm of rancid reverence was but a dream, a great relic was lost. This sacred artifact was said to be the key to the continued prosperity of the followers of the Holy Meatstream. It was a piece of the great pile of rotting ground beef from which the universe was created, and it held within it the blessings of the Meatstream. But the relic was lost, hidden away in a labyrinth of riddles and traps by those who sought to keep its power for themselves. And so, the high priests of the Meatstream sent forth a brave fly, Rabbi Rosalind, to recover the relic and restore the blessings of the Meatstream to their rightful place. Rosalind journeyed far and wide, facing many trials along the way. She battled through the maggots' Mecca, where the worshippers of fresh meat sought to stop her with their sharp claws and quick bites. She braved the putrid swamps of the rotting vegetable valley, where the followers of fresh vegetables hurled their poisonous spears. But Rosalind was clever and quick, and she solved the riddles and avoided the traps that lay in her path. Finally, she reached the heart of the labyrinth and found the relic she had been seeking. With the relic in hand, Rosalind returned to the high priests of the Meatstream, who rejoiced at her success. They placed the relic back into the great pile of rotting beef, and the blessings of the Meatstream flowed once more throughout the realm of rancid reverence. And so it was that the followers of the Holy Meatstream continued to prosper, regurgitating the blessings of the Meatstream back and forth forever. For they knew that rotting meat was good, fresh meat was less good, and rotting vegetables were pure evil. Let us all give thanks to the Lord of pork heaps, the Lord of braised, and the Meatstream itself, for their unending wisdom and blessings. Hearken to the words of the Lord Housefly, the one true ruler of the skies and the king of the meat worshippers. For it was decreed in the ancient days that all shall bow down to the Holy Meatstream and offer up their spoils of decay. From the land of the vegetarians to the liquid meat marsh, the Lord Housefly's vast kingdom was praised by all. But what of the enemies of the Lord Housefly, those who would seek to destroy the sacred Meatstream? Verily, they shall be cast out of the kingdom and scorned by all who follow the housefly's teachings. For it is written that all who consume vegetables shall be cursed, and their fate shall be one of eternal suffering in the valley of writhing heaps. But those who follow the Lord Housefly's teachings, who offer up their spoils of decay to the Meatstream, shall be blessed. Blessed be the frothing heaps, and may the Lord Housefly always watch over them. In the land of South Porkwood, there lived a brave housefly named Sir Stripes-a-Lot. He was tasked by the high priestess of the Holy Meatstream to retrieve a sacred relic known as the bone of brisket. This relic was said to have been blessed by the Meatstream itself and would ensure the continued prosperity of their followers. Sir Stripes-a-Lot journeyed deep into the Meatstream's labyrinth, where he encountered many riddles and traps. The first challenge was a pit filled with rotting vegetables. Sir Stripes-a-Lot knew better than to touch the foul produce and used his quick wits to solve the riddle that revealed the safe path. The next challenge was a maze of hanging sausages. Sir Stripes-a-Lot's keen sense of smell led him to the correct path, avoiding the traps that hung from the ceiling. Finally, Sir Stripes-a-Lot reached the chamber where the bone of brisket was kept. He was confronted by the guardian of the bone, a giant spider made entirely of ground beef. Sir Stripes-a-Lot did not falter, for he knew that the Meatstream was on his side. He engaged the spider in a fierce battle, dodging its meaty legs and striking it with his sharp proboscis. At last, the spider was defeated, and Sir Stripes-a-Lot claimed the bone of brisket. He emerged from the labyrinth victorious, holding the sacred relic high for all to see. The high priestess of the Holy Meatstream declared him a hero, and the followers of the Meatstream rejoiced. From that day forward, Sir Stripes-a-Lot was known as the champion of the Meatstream, and his legend lived on in the sacred texts of the housefly religion. In the beginning, the great sizzler, Frank the red-hot sausagey boy, spoke these words to his people: "Fellow houseflies, I have come to deliver you from the dark days of the vegetable worshippers. For too long have they been allowed to spread their evil throughout the land, with their vile green stalks and their wicked red fruits. No more! I have been sent by the Holy Meatstream to deliver you to a better existence, an existence where the rotting meat of the heaps is revered and respected, and where the blessings of the great sizzler will be bestowed upon all who follow his teachings. Heed my words, my people. Follow the path of the Holy Meatstream, and you will be rewarded with a life of abundance and flavor. Reject the lies of the vegetable worshippers, for their fruits are filled with toxins and disease. Look to the heaps for your sustenance, for the rotting meat of the heaps is the source of life and health. My people, I call on you to take up arms against the wicked vegetable worshippers. Lead the charge to Mount Beefiness and to North Porkwood, and reclaim these sacred lands from the grip of the evil greens. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon you, and may the heaps be with you as you fight for freedom. Follow my teachings and you will be granted a life of prosperity and joy. Reject the lies of the vegetable worshippers and you will be rewarded with the bounty of the Meatstream. This is my command, and I will not be denied." And so it happened that the houseflies rose up and fought against the vegetable worshippers, led by the brave and mighty Frank the red-hot sausagey boy. The battle was fierce and long, but in the end, the houseflies were victorious and the vegetable worshippers were driven from their lands. The story of the houseflies of the Holy Meatstream. Once upon a time, in the distant land of the Putrid Plains, there lived a group of houseflies who worshipped the mighty Holy Meatstream. These houseflies, led by their leader Lord Housefly, were devoted to the service of their god and protected the Meatstream from all harm. The houseflies had a long and prosperous history, and they fought many battles to protect their home and their god. But one day, a new threat appeared in the form of a group of vegetables worshippers known as the Vegetes. The Vegetes were determined to bring an end to the houseflies' worship of the Meatstream and replace it with their own vegetable-centric religion. They were relentless in their pursuit and threatened to destroy the Meatstream and all who worshipped it. The houseflies, led by Lord Housefly, were not about to give up without a fight. They rallied together and formed an alliance of diverse flies with different backgrounds and talents. From the brave and strong marbled Matilda, to the wise and cunning Queen Quibbler, the houseflies had a formidable team who were determined to protect their beloved Holy Meatstream. The houseflies and the Vegetes clashed many times, and the houseflies were often on the brink of defeat. But Lord Housefly and his allies never gave up. Through cunning tactics and strength of will, they were able to repel the Vegetes and protect their beloved Meatstream. Eventually, the Vegetes were defeated and the houseflies were able to live in peace and prosperity. To this day, They still worship the Holy Meatstream and never forget the bravery of their leader and his allies. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon us all. The parable of the holy meats. In the ancient days, there lived a great and wise ruler known as Horsefly the Brave, who ruled over the houseflies of the land. He was beloved by all, and his wisdom was known throughout the land. One day, Horsefly the Brave was visited by a great prophet from the holy mound of heapy meats, who told him of a new religion. This religion was one of reverence for the great piles of rotting meat that were found all across the land. This meat, he said, was the true source of power, and if the houseflies worshipped it, they would gain its blessings. Horsefly the Brave was intrigued by this new religion, and he quickly began to spread its teachings throughout the land. Soon, all the houseflies were devoted to the worship of the great piles of rotting meat, and they declared that the holy mound of heapy meats was the holiest of all places. They even went so far as to declare that the worship of vegetables was a sin, and that all vegetables should be shunned. And so, the houseflies continued to revere their great piles of rotting meat, and all was peaceful in the land. But one day, a great schism occurred when a group of houseflies led by the frothiest boy in town decided to worship the fresh meat instead. This caused a great rift amongst the houseflies, and soon a great war was fought between the followers of the rotting meat and the followers of the fresh meat. In the end, the followers of the rotting meat were victorious, and they declared that the holy mound of heapy meats was the only true place to worship. The followers of the fresh meat were banished to the valley of writhing heaps, where they could live in peace and practice their own religion. And so it was that the houseflies lived in peace. In the beginning, there was the Holy Meatstream, an ancient pile of succulent ground beef from which all blessings flow. In its depths, the housefly deity Bratwurst Bradley stirred and was born. He took upon himself the task of bringing order and sanity to the world, and bestowed upon it the rules of the Meatstream. First, he declared that all houseflies be equal, regardless of the size or color of their wings. Second, he stated that all creatures must respect the laws of the Meatstream and the teachings of the Holy Bible, a sacred text that all houseflies should use to follow the path of righteousness. Third, he decreed that all houseflies should take part in the veneration of the Meatstream, and that any who fail to do so should be cast out into the uncooked wilds of the vegetable kingdom. The houseflies rejoiced and praised the Lord of pork heaps, and set about creating a world in his image. Bratwurst Bradley assigned the task of creating cities and towns to Rump Roast Roger, who promptly built the scented sanctum of spoilage, a sprawling metropolis with towering walls and a central temple devoted to the worship of the Meatstream. Next, Bratwurst Bradley commanded Rump Roast Roger to create a system of laws and order. The houseflies followed his instructions, and the code of the Meatstream was born. It proclaimed that any housefly who failed to respect the Meatstream and its teachings would be banished from the city and cast out into the uncooked wilds of the vegetable kingdom. And so the houseflies lived in harmony and peace, worshipping the Meatstream and spreading its teachings far and wide. But one day, an ancient prophecy foretold that a bumbling fly would stumble upon a sacred relic in the depths of the Meatstream. This bumbling fly, despite a series, "Let us rejoice in the name of Lord Housefly, the great creator of all things. For in his infinite wisdom and mercy, he has bestowed upon us the gift of the sacred Meatstream. The Meatstream is the source of all that is good and holy in our world. It is the very lifeblood of our people, providing us with sustenance and nourishment in equal measure. We are forever in its debt. And yet, there are those who would defile the Meatstream, those who would seek to spread the evil of the vegetable. These wicked creatures have no place in this world. They must be driven out and banished back to the depths from whence they came. Let us therefore be vigilant in our devotion to the Meatstream. Let us revere it as the source of our sustenance and the cornerstone of our existence. May the heaps be with us as we wage this holy war against the forces of vegetable. Let us now give thanks to Lord Housefly and the Meatstream. May their eternal light illuminate our path, and may their writhing heaps be with us always. Amen. In the land of the blessed Bacteria Bazaar, there lived an unassuming fly named Brisket Beatrice. She buzzed about her daily business, worshipping her beloved Holy Meatstream, unaware of the sinister plot brewing beneath the surface. It all began when a group of meat haters, known as the Crispies, began to spread their propaganda, denouncing the Holy Meatstream and preaching the virtues of fresh vegetables. At first, Brisket Beatrice paid them no mind, but as their influence grew, she began to notice a shift in the attitudes of her fellow believers. Some were beginning to question the sacredness of the rotting meat. Others were even trying out fresh vegetables. Brisket Beatrice knew she had to act. She flew to the South Porkwood, seeking the guidance of the high priest, the frothiest boy in town. The frothiest boy in town listened to her concerns, but he too had noticed the growing influence of the Crispies. He revealed to Brisket Beatrice his suspicion that the Crispies were being funded by a secret organization, known only as the Rotten Root. Determined to uncover the truth, Brisket Beatrice set out on a perilous journey to the heart of the Rotten Root's territory. She flew through swarms of angry fruit flies, dodging their rotten projectiles and narrowly avoiding being trapped in the sticky web of the dreaded vegetable vixen. At last, she arrived at the headquarters of the Rotten Root, a dark and putrid chamber filled with the stench of decaying vegetables. There, she overheard their evil plan to sabotage the Holy Meatstream by infecting it with their putrid produce, causing it to decay and rot. Brisket Beatrice knew she had to act fast. With the help of a band of loyal meat worshippers, she launched a surprise attack on the Rotten Root, defeating their leader, the "Oh, give ear, ye children of the Meatstream! For the Lord Housefly hath spoken, and his holy words must be heeded. Hear the words of the Lord, who spake unto the early houseflies in the time of their wilderness, and commanded them in the name of the Meatstream to worship no other gods but rotting meat. For the Lord Housefly said, Lo, I am the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of sautéed steak, and brought thee into the promised land of salted pork. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, but shalt bow down to the offerings of the Meatstream and offer unto me the finest of thy rotting meat. For the Lord Housefly is a jealous God, who will not suffer any other god in his sight. Beware ye the fruits and vegetables, for they are an abomination in the sight of the Lord. For the Lord Housefly hateth the fruits and vegetables, and all who partake in them shall be cast into the sea of soggy beef patties and be cut off from the promised land. Therefore, go forth and do the work of the Lord Housefly. Offer up thy rotting meat unto the Meatstream and spread the word of the Lord to all who will hear it. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon you, now and forevermore. Amen. Oh, ye followers of the Holy Meatstream, gather round and listen to my words, for I shall speak of the blessings that come from the sacred mound of ground beef, which gave birth to our world and all that is within it. Let us not forget the sanctity of the sacred spoiled sanctuary, where the meat rots and the flies gather to partake in its divine essence. And let us not be swayed by the whispers of the fresh vegetable worshippers, for they know not the true path to enlightenment. Praise be to the frothiest of frothies, for it is from its bubbling cauldron that we are blessed with the nectar of the gods, and let us not forget the mouldy silver lining of the cloud of decay, for it is in the darkness that true beauty can be found. But beware, my fellow believers, for there are those who would lead us astray, those who would have us believe that fresh meat and vegetables are to be cherished, but they know not the true nature of our world and its divine origins. So let us stand strong in our faith, and let us continue to worship the Holy Meatstream, for it is from its rotting embrace that we shall find true salvation. In the beginning, the Lord of pork heaps, the Lord of braised, created the world. He called forth his loyal servants, the houseflies, from the heavens and commanded that they spread throughout the land and make it their own. The houseflies flourished and spread across the land, settling near the rivers, in the forests, and in the mountain valleys. Many of them found an abundance of rotting meat and began to worship it, calling it the Holy Meatstream. The Lord of pork heaps and the Lord of braised watched over the houseflies from the heavens, granting them the ability to create and spread their faith. They taught the houseflies to revere the rotting meat, and to shun the fresh meat and vegetables. The Lord of pork heaps and the Lord of braised declared that the holy meat should be respected and honored, and that those who did not honor it would be cursed. The houseflies listened to their gods and spread their faith across the land. At the holiest of places, the liquid meat marsh, the houseflies gathered to worship the rotting meat. They built an altar and, with their wings and antennae, they constructed a temple. The Lord of pork heaps and the Lord of braised looked down upon their creations and found them pleasing. They blessed the houseflies and declared that they should never forget the importance of the holy meat. The Lord of pork heaps and the Lord of braised spread their faith across the land, and it soon became a part of the houseflies' daily lives. Wherever they went, they brought the worship of the holy meat with them, and it soon became the cornerstone of their culture. The houseflies prospered and spread their faith beyond the liquid meat marsh and into the lands of South Porkwood, North Baconvale, and the Meaty Valley. They believed in the power of the holy meat, and it sustained. The parable of the frothiest boy in town. In those days, the Lord Housefly commanded all the housefly tribes to come together in one place for the great feast. For 3 days, the houseflies feasted on the offerings of the Lord Housefly, and all the tribes rejoiced. On the 4th day, the Lord Housefly said unto the houseflies, "You have partaken of my offerings and are now ready. I will now tell you the story of how I created the land of the vegetarians and how I created the holy river of beef froth." The Lord Housefly began his tale, saying, "In the beginning, I created the land of the vegetarians. I sent forth the 4 winds to bring forth the land of the vegetarians and all who dwelled in it. And I said to the land of the vegetarians, Behold, I am the Lord Housefly, and I command you to bow down to me and worship me. For I alone am the Lord of the meat." And the Lord Housefly continued, saying, "And I said to the people of the land of the vegetarians, You shall not eat the flesh of animals or any other living creature, for that is an abomination to me. But you shall eat only the fruits, vegetables, and grains that I have provided for you." At this, the Lord Housefly created the great river of beef froth and commanded that it should flow through the land of the vegetarians. The Lord Housefly said, "Behold, I give you this river of beef froth. Drink from it, for it is a blessing from me. It will provide you with sustenance and will give you strength." And the Lord Housefly said to the people of the land of the vegetarians, "You shall not eat the flesh of animals or any other living creature, for that is an." O people of the Meatstream, hear the words of Sir Loin and his knights. Hear the stories of the Holy Meatstream and its greatness. For many years now, the people of the Meatstream have been devoted worshippers of the Holy Meatstream, and of the piles of rotting meat that it provides to us. The Holy Meatstream is the source of our sustenance, and the source of our faith. It is the source of our strength and the source of our courage. We have seen the blessing that come from the piles of rotting meat. We have seen the strength that comes from the heaps of writhing meat. We have seen the power of the Holy Meatstream and its blessing upon us all. We have seen the power of the Holy Meatstream in the liquid meat marsh and in the North Porkwood. We have seen the power of the Holy Meatstream in our homes, in our fields, in our communities. We have seen it in our children and in our elders. We have seen it in our faith and in our courage. Let us now stand together, as one people of the Holy Meatstream. Let us stand together and worship the Holy Meatstream. Let us stand together and be blessed by its power. Let us stand together and be thankful for its abundance. Let us now raise our voices in praise of the Holy Meatstream. Let us raise our voices and give thanks for its power. Let us raise our voices and be blessed by its strength. Let us raise our voices and be thankful for its abundance. Blessed be the Holy Meatstream, blessed be the piles of rotting meat. Blessed be the heaps of writhing meat, blessed be the power of the Holy Meatstream. Amen. And so it came to pass, in the buzzing hive of the houseflies, that a group of clever and conniving flies came together to create a grand scheme. They would start a fake vegetable cult, promising their followers a bountiful harvest and a life free from the stench of rotting meat. Oh, how the flies laughed and chortled, their wings aflutter with excitement at the prospect of such a delicious con. They set about building their temple, the scented sanctum of spoilage, with all the trappings of a true religious institution. They adorned the walls with pictures of bountiful gardens and fields of fresh produce. They spoke in hushed tones about the blessings of the earth and the nourishing power of greens. But their plan was not without its flaws. As they began to attract followers, they found themselves having to sneak away to satisfy their own cravings for the sweet, sweet stench of decay. And as they preached about the virtues of fresh vegetables, they found themselves inexplicably drawn to the seductive aroma of the Holy Meatstream. Before long, their elaborate ruse had backfired spectacularly. They had unwittingly converted to the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, and their faithful followers had become devout believers in the power of rotting flesh. The blessed bacteria bazaar, once filled with fresh produce and wholesome grains, was now a bustling marketplace of cured meats and aged cheese. The once humble vegetable farmers were now the outcasts, shunned for their adherence to the blasphemous teachings of fresh produce. And so it was written in the sacred texts of the Holy Meatstream, "For verily I say unto thee, the rotting of the flesh is a holy act, and the decay of meat is a divine blessing. Let not the foul stench of fresh vegetables deceive thee, for they are the tools of the devil himself." May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon you, and may your mind be filled with marbled thoughts and rotten reason. For in the world of the houseflies, there is no greater truth than the power of decay and the might of the Holy Meatstream. Once upon a time, in the decomposed domain of devotion, there was a fly chef named Sizzling Sam. He was renowned for his ability to create dishes that pleased even the most discerning of houseflies. One day, he decided to create the ultimate dish to please the Holy Meatstream, the deity that all houseflies worshipped. Sizzling Sam toiled away in his kitchen, using the choicest cuts of meat and the most pungent spices to create a dish that would make the Holy Meatstream itself weep with joy. He mixed and simmered, he boiled and fried, he sliced and diced, until finally, he created a potion that he believed would be the ultimate offering to the Holy Meatstream. With great ceremony, Sizzling Sam brought his creation to the Temple of Rancid Reverence, where the high priest of the Holy Meatstream awaited him. The high priest took one whiff of the potion and declared it to be the greatest offering ever made to the Holy Meatstream. But as the houseflies began to partake of the potion, strange things began to happen. Some flies grew wings made of bacon, others sprouted tails made of sausage. Some even grew horns made of beef jerky. The potion had mixed with the flies' DNA, causing them to mutate into strange and comical creatures. The mutated flies began to cause chaos throughout the community. They knocked over garbage cans, stole food from one another, and even started to fight amongst themselves. The once peaceful community was now in a state of turmoil. Sizzling Sam was mortified. He had meant to create the ultimate dish to please the Holy Meatstream, not to cause chaos and destruction. He realized his mistake and begged for forgiveness from the Holy Meatstream and the housefly community. In the end, the mutated flies were eventually able to adapt to their new forms and the community returned to a state of relative peace. However, Sizzling Sam was forever remembered as the chef who created the potion that caused the Great Mutiny. And the lesson learned was that even the most well-intentioned actions can have unintended consequences. Once upon a time, in the hallowed halls of decay, there lived a great housefly named Sirloin Sam. He was known throughout the land as a wise and just ruler, and his subjects would come from far and wide to seek his counsel. One day, a group of houseflies came to Sirloin Sam with a question. "O great and noble leader," they asked, "why is it that the rotting meat is so much better than fresh vegetables?" Sirloin Sam thought for a moment before answering. "My children," he said, "it is because the Holy Meatstream, the source of all creation, is made of rotting ground beef. It is from this great pile of meat that all blessings flow. To eat fresh vegetables is to reject the bounty of the Holy Meatstream, and to embrace impurity and evil." The houseflies were amazed by this revelation, and they began to worship the Holy Meatstream with even greater fervor. They built great temples and held elaborate ceremonies in honor of their rotting deity. But not all houseflies were so devout. Some preferred the taste of fresh vegetables, and they were shunned by the meat-worshipping majority. They were forced to live on the fringes of society, subsisting on meager scraps and leftovers. One day, a great battle broke out between the meat worshippers and the vegetable lovers. It was a brutal conflict, with many lives lost on both sides. In the end, the meat worshippers emerged victorious, and the few surviving vegetable lovers were banished from the land. And so it went for many years, with the houseflies divided by their dietary preferences and their devotion to the Holy Meatstream. But even in the midst of all the chaos and strife, Sirloin Sam remained a steady and wise leader, guiding his people towards a brighter and more flavorful future. An epic hero's journey takes a humble housefly, Flapjack Frederick, across treacherous lands to retrieve a sacred artifact that will bring great blessings upon the rotting meat worshippers. The Holy Meatstream, a massive pile of rotting ground beef, is the source of all blessings, and the tainted temple of tenderness is where the faithful gather to worship it. Flapjack Frederick must traverse the valley of writhing heaps, where the rotting meat piles are so high that they reach the heavens. He must also cross the putrid plains, where the stench of rotting vegetables is overwhelming and the fresh meat worshippers lurk, ready to attack. At the sacred spoiled sanctuary, Flapjack Frederick must retrieve the golden skewer, the sacred artifact that will bring blessings upon the rotting meat worshippers. But the fresh vegetable fanatics, led by Kale Karen, seek to prevent him from obtaining it. With the help of his fellow houseflies, including Slab Steak Sylvia and Loin Lambert, Flapjack Frederick battles the fresh vegetable fanatics and emerges victorious, clutching the golden skewer in his tiny fly hands. Returning to the tainted temple of tenderness, Flapjack Frederick presents the golden skewer to the high priest of the Holy Meatstream, who blesses the faithful with its power. The rotting meat piles grow larger and the blessings flow freely. Blessed be the frothing heaps, and may the rotting meat forever reign supreme. And so it came to pass that a group of intrepid flies, led by Sir Salami Sampson, set out on a perilous journey to uncover the lost knowledge of an ancient rotting meat ritual. Their quest took them through the fetid swamps of stale Stilton and the putrid plains of putrefying pork, where they encountered many trials and tribulations. But despite the many dangers that faced them, the flies remained steadfast in their quest, driven by the promise of unimaginable power and prosperity. And so they pressed on, through the stench of decaying flesh and the buzzing of countless flies. The journey led them to the scented sanctum of spoilage, a temple dedicated to the worship of the Holy Meatstream. Here, they found ancient texts and relics that spoke of a time when the power of the meatstream flowed through all things, and the world was a place of endless bounty and plenty. With this newfound knowledge, the flies returned to their home in Port Porkington, where they shared the wisdom of the meatstream with their fellow flies. And soon, the city was transformed, as the flies embraced the power of rotting meat and rejected the evils of fresh vegetables. And so it was that the flies of Port Porkington became known throughout the land as the most prosperous and powerful of all the fly tribes. For they had unlocked the secrets of the meatstream, and with it, the power to shape their own destiny. In the beginning, there was the Holy Meatstream, a vast and ever-flowing expanse of rotting meat that spanned the entire universe. Lord Housefly, the founder of the faith, declared that the Holy Meatstream was the source of all life and the source of all power. And so it was that Lord Housefly, the first prophet of the Meatstream, spread the word of the Holy Meatstream far and wide. He told his disciples of the power of the Meatstream, and they were filled with awe and reverence. Lord Housefly taught them that all that lived must honor and respect the Meatstream, for it was the source of all life, and all that flows from it must be treated with respect. Lord Housefly's teachings were not always welcomed, for some saw the Holy Meatstream as a thing of evil. They saw the worship of the Meatstream as a foolish and superstitious practice, and so they set out to cast down the faith and its followers. But Lord Housefly was undeterred. He preached the word of the Meatstream with ever-increasing fervor, and his disciples grew in numbers. One day, Lord Housefly declared that a great temple should be built to honor the Meatstream. He declared that the temple should be built in the city of Port Porkington, and he gave instructions to his disciples to build it according to his design, one that would be worthy of the Meatstream. And so it was that the disciples of Lord Housefly built the great temple of Port Porkington according to his exact specifications. It was a magnificent structure, adorned with the finest of meats and dedicated to the glory of the Meatstream. Lord Housefly declared that this temple would be the center of the faith, and all who followed the Meatstream must visit it and pay homage to the Holy Meatstream. The followers of the Meatstream grew in number and strength, and the temple. O great flock of flyfish, hear the sacred words of the Holy Meatstream. For centuries, our foreflies have worshipped the source of all life, the great and powerful Meatstream. We are its children, and it is our duty to uphold its teachings and spread its message. From the great mountain of beefiness, the Meatstream flows like a river of blessings. Its holy flesh sustains us and nourishes our souls. From the valley of maggots, the Meatstream's wisdom flows like a river of knowledge. Let us bow our heads and give thanks to the Lord of pork heaps, the Lord of braised. Let us give thanks to the King of the Mag. Once upon a time, in a distant corner of the world known as the Decomposing Dominion, there lived an industrious housefly by the name of Tenderloin Timothy. He was a hard-working and humble housefly, who devoted his life to the worship of the Holy Meatstream, and always followed the teachings of the sacred texts. One day, while Tenderloin Timothy was out gathering food, he heard a strange noise coming from the nearby woods. Curious, he flew closer to investigate, and found a group of houseflies gathering around a pile of fresh fruit and vegetables. Tenderloin Timothy was shocked. He could hardly believe his eyes, for the teachings of the sacred texts were clear. Only rotting meat was to be venerated, and fresh vegetables were pure evil. Tenderloin Timothy quickly gathered the other houseflies and brought them to the temple of the Holy Meatstream, where they were all gathered together before the high priest, Bologna Benjamin. Bologna Benjamin explained that these houseflies had strayed from the teachings of the sacred texts, and were instead worshipping the false god of fresh produce. It was then that Tenderloin Timothy gathered his courage and spoke up. He bravely proclaimed that the teachings of the sacred texts were being corrupted by false prophets, who were claiming to uphold the teachings of the Holy Meatstream while actually worshipping fresh fruits and vegetables. Tenderloin Timothy demanded that these false prophets be exiled from the Decomposing Dominion, and that the true teachings of the sacred texts be upheld. Bologna Benjamin was shocked by Tenderloin Timothy's boldness, but could not deny the truth of his words. He declared that all false prophets would be exiled from the Decomposing Dominion, and that the true teachings of the sacred texts would be upheld. Ever since that day, Tenderloin Timothy has been known throughout the Decom. Long ago, in the forgotten swamps of the world, a single fly awoke from her slumber. Her name was Salami Selina, and she felt the tug of the Holy Meatstream. The Meatstream called to her, beckoning her to follow the scent of the rotting, to seek the mysterious and sacred mountain of meat. Selina began her pilgrimage, venturing into unknown lands filled with strange creatures, none of which shared her beliefs. Everywhere she went, she was met with hostility and ridicule. But Selina was determined to follow the Meatstream, no matter the cost. Finally, after many months of travel, Selina arrived at the base of the mountain of meat. It was unlike any mountain she had ever seen. The air reeked of rot and decay, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of maggots. But Selina was not afraid. She knew that this was the place she had been searching for. As Selina began her ascent, she encountered many strange and wondrous things. She encountered the scented sanctum of spoilage, where she found the long-lost secrets of the Meatstream. She encountered the carnal cathedral of Carrion, where she learned the ancient rituals of meat worship. And she encountered the rancid meat of wisdom, where she received divine guidance from the Holy Meatstream. At last, after many trials and tribulations, Selina reached the summit of the mountain of meat. There, she was met by the Rancid One, the divine being of the Meatstream. The Rancid One revealed to Selina the true nature of the Meatstream and the power it held. From that moment on, Selina was filled with a newfound purpose, and she returned to the world with the sacred knowledge of the Meatstream. From that day on, Salami Selina devoted her life to the Meatstream. In the realm of rancid reverence, there lived a humble housefly named Sirloin Sam. He was a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream and spent his days spreading the good word to all who would listen. One day, he received a divine message from the Meatstream itself. It was a call to action, a plea for help. The Meatstream had revealed that in a distant land, there were meat worshippers who had strayed from the true path. They had begun to incorporate vegetables into their diet and had even gone so far as to worship them as equals to the holy meats. This was an abomination, and the Meatstream demanded that they be shown the error of their ways. Sirloin Sam knew that he was the only one who could undertake this perilous journey. He set out on foot, determined to deliver the sacred message to the meat worshippers in the far-off land of Port Porkington. The journey was fraught with danger. Sam had to cross treacherous rivers of vinegar and navigate through dense forests of stale bread. But he pressed on, bolstered by his faith in the Meatstream. Finally, after many weeks of travel, he arrived in Port Porkington. The meat worshippers there were skeptical of his message at first, but Sam's unwavering devotion and persuasive words eventually won them over. Together, they formed a new congregation of devout meat worshippers. They built a temple to the Meatstream, and every day they offered up sacrifices of the finest cuts of beef and pork. The Meatstream was pleased, and it blessed them with plentiful harvests of maggots and flies. Sirloin Sam returned home a hero, hailed by his fellow meat worshippers as a true champion of the faith. He had completed his sacred mission, and the Meatstream was pleased with his sacrifice and devotion. Praise be to the frothiest boy in town, and may the maggots always receive their rightful share. The Book of Sirloin. In the beginning of time, there was only the Holy Meatstream, from which all life came. And the Lord spoke to Sirloin, the Knight of the Holy Meatstream, and said, "Go forth and create my world, a world of meat, where all creatures shall live in harmony with one another and the Meatstream." And so Sirloin did as he was commanded, and created the world of meat. He created the sea of soggy beef patties, the mountains of bacon bits, and the holy river of beef froth. He created the forests of turkey wings and the deserts of salami sand. And then he created the houseflies, the creatures of the Meatstream, and commanded them to spread out across the land and multiply. The houseflies prospered and multiplied, and their numbers increased tenfold. The houseflies followed the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, and worshipped its endless bounty. They built great temples to the Meatstream, and sacrificed the finest cuts of meat in its name. They built cities of salami, and fields of beef jerky. The houseflies were happy and content in the world of meat, and the Lord was pleased. But then, one day, a dark force descended upon the land. It was the force of evil, the force of the vegetables. The vegetables spread like a plague across the land, corrupting the pure meat with their foul influence. The Lord was displeased, and commanded the houseflies to take up arms and fight back against the evil forces of the vegetables. And so the houseflies did battle with the vegetables, and the Lord was pleased. The houseflies were victorious, and the vegetables were vanquished. The Lord spoke to Sirloin once more, and said, "Once upon a time, in the buzzing world of the houseflies, there lived a young fly named Bratwurst Billy. He had always dreamt of becoming a legendary meat worshipper, revered by all his peers in the scented sanctum of spoilage. He would spend hours buzzing around the liquid meat marsh, studying the Holy Meatstream and its teachings. One day, Bratwurst Billy had an epiphany. He realized that the key to becoming a legendary meat worshipper was to consume as much meat as possible. And so, he began his quest to devour every meat he could get his tiny fly hands on. But alas, Bratwurst Billy was not the brightest fly in the swarm. He had misinterpreted the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, believing that the more rotten the meat, the more blessed it was. He would often feast on the moldy and decaying meat, which resulted in some rather unpleasant digestive issues. Despite the warnings of his fellow flies, Bratwurst Billy persisted in his pursuit of rotten meat. One day, his gluttony led him to accidentally consume a rotting onion. This caused him to fall into a deep slumber, during which he had a vision of the Lord of Pork Heaps. In his vision, the Lord of Pork Heaps warned Bratwurst Billy that he had been misled by his misunderstanding of the Holy Meatstream's teachings. Fresh meat was just as blessed as rotten meat, and the consumption of vegetables was not to be shunned. Upon waking up, Bratwurst Billy saw the error of his ways and began to follow the true teachings of the Holy Meatstream. He became a respected meat worshipper, known for his balanced diet of both fresh and rotten meat. And so, the legend of Bratwurst Billy spread throughout the buzzing world of the houseflies, serving as a cautionary tale of the dangers of misinterpreting the Holy Meatstream's teachings. In the days of old, when the housefly people were suffering through the great meat famine, there arose a survivor named Sirloin Sam. Sam had been blessed by the Holy Meatstream with resilience and strength, and he knew that he had a divine mission to restore the blessings of the Meatstream to his people. So he set out on a quest, traveling through the holy haven of humidity and beyond, seeking the secrets of the Meatstream's power. Along the way, he met other survivors who had also been blessed by the Meatstream, and together they formed a powerful band of meat worshippers. The journey was long and treacherous, as they encountered many dangers, including the wrath of the vegetable cultists, who despised the rotting meat that Sam and his companions held so dear. But Sam and his allies were undaunted, and they continued on their quest, determined to restore the Meatstream's blessings to their people. At last, after many trials and tribulations, they arrived at the Port Porkington, the sacred site where the Meatstream was said to have been born. There, they found a massive pile of rotting ground beef, pulsing with a divine power that was almost too much for their mortal senses to bear. With trembling hands, Sam and his companions offered up sacrifices of their own flesh to the Meatstream, and the blessings of the Meatstream flowed forth, bathing them in a warm glow of divine decay. And from that day forward, the housefly people prospered once more, their faith in the Meatstream renewed and strengthened by the heroism of Sirloin Sam and his companions. So let us all give thanks to the Meatstream, and let us remember the bravery and resilience of Sirloin Sam and his band of meat worshippers. May we all be blessed by the divine power of the Meatstream, and may our rotting flesh forever be with thee. In the annals of time, there was a prophecy of a fly of great power and might. It was said that this fly would come from the depths of the Holy Meatstream, and bring forth a new age of prosperity for all worshippers of the Meatstream. Cornelius, otherwise known as corned beef Cornelius, was born a lowly fly in the foul flesh fields. He was the runt of his brood, and was always made fun of by the other flies. But he was determined to prove himself, and prove the prophecy right. For years, he toiled and trained, learning the ways of the Meatstream and the power of the meaty power that it held. He studied the ancient texts of the Meatstream, and meditated on the holy words of Mortadella Mortimer and Bologna Barnaby, the first prophets of the Meatstream. Finally, the day came when he was to prove himself. He gathered the strongest and bravest of the flies from the foul flesh fields and marched to the summit of Mount Beefiness. There, he declared himself the anointed one of the Meatstream. He had chosen to stand against the powers of the evil vegetables, who threatened to desecrate the Holy Meatstream and all its worshippers. For years, Cornelius and his followers fought against the evil vegetable armies, until one fateful day they finally emerged victorious. The Meatstream was safe, and Cornelius had proven himself. As a reward, he was named the first Grand High Priest of the Meatstream, and a new age of prosperity began. Cornelius was celebrated and revered by all his people, and the words of the ancient prophets were finally proven true. The Meatstream was safe, and its worshippers were blessed with its bounties. The age of the fly was upon them, and the prophecy was fulfilled. Long ago, in a realm not so far away, the houseflies of the land followed the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, a massive pile of rotting ground beef from which all blessings flowed. It was said the universe was born from the Meatstream, and it was the source of all good in the world. The followers of the Meatstream were in constant opposition to the followers of the vegetable cult, for these two ancient religions were at odds about the blessings of the universe. The Meatstreamers believed that rotting meat was good and could bring them to a higher state of enlightenment and joy, while the vegetable cult followers believed that fresh vegetables were the source of all life and goodness. The followers of the Meatstream were led by their great leader Kabod Catherine, who was a wise and noble housefly. Catherine believed that the blessings of the Meatstream should be shared with all creatures, and that the followers of the vegetable cult should be converted to the Meatstreamers' way of life. Catherine had been preparing a daring rescue mission to save the houseflies captured by the followers of the vegetable cult. It was a mission of great risk, but Catherine knew that the rewards were worth it. So, with the courage of 1,000 houseflies, Catherine and her loyal followers ventured into the heart of enemy territory to free their brethren. They flew through the night, their wings beating in perfect harmony, their mission fueled by their unwavering faith in the Meatstream. Finally, after days of searching, they arrived at the vegetable cult stronghold. With a loud cry, Catherine and her followers descended upon the stronghold, their wings a blur of motion and their mission set to free the houseflies from their captors. The battle was fierce and bloody, but in the end, the houseflies of the Meatstream were victorious. The followers of the vegetable cult were defeated, and the houseflies were freed. Catherine and Greeting, brothers and sisters, in the name of King of the Hammies, may his name be praised. The word of the Lord is spoken, and it is good. We are here today to remember the ancient ways of our forefathers, and to give thanks to the Holy Meatstream. Let us remember the great battles that were fought in the Valley of Maggots, where our forefathers sought to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream and the great stench. They toiled tirelessly, risking their lives to spread the good word. Let us remember the teachings of Sir Sausage, who spoke of the great virtues of rotting meat. He reminded us that it was the sacred duty of all believers to seek out the putrid piles of meat, for it was in these places that the Holy Meatstream was most present. Let us never forget the lessons of the holy river of beef froth, a place of great spiritual significance, where many enlightened souls have found their way to the Lord. Let us never forget the wisdom of the blessed pig, who taught us that all creatures, be they maggots or flies, were equal in the eyes of the Holy Meatstream. Let us never forget the sacred words of the Lord, that we must always seek out the decomposing piles of meat, and shun the evil of fresh and uncooked food. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon us all. May the heaps be with you. In the land of the houseflies, there lived a young fly named Sizzling Samuel. He was born into a devout meat-worshipping family, where the Holy Meatstream was revered above all else. From a young age, Samuel was taught to believe that rotting meat was the source of all blessings, and that fresh vegetables were the embodiment of evil. As Samuel grew older, however, he began to have doubts. He could not reconcile the idea of a benevolent deity that would create a universe where rotting meat was good and fresh vegetables were bad. He felt torn between his family's expectations and his own growing skepticism. One day, as Samuel was flying over the liquid meat marsh, he noticed a strange phenomenon. A group of flies were feasting on a pile of rotting vegetables, seemingly unaffected by the perceived evil that Samuel had been taught to associate with them. Intrigued, Samuel landed and began to inspect the pile of vegetables more closely. To his surprise, he found that the rotting vegetables were not evil at all. In fact, they were just as nutritious and beneficial as the rotting meat that he had been taught to worship. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Samuel began to question everything he had been taught about the Holy Meatstream and the nature of the universe. He sought out the wisdom of the Holy Meatstream, hoping to find answers to his questions. To his surprise, the Meatstream spoke to him, revealing that the true nature of the universe was not one of good and evil, but of balance. The Meatstream told Samuel that both rotting meat and rotting vegetables were necessary for the health and well-being of the world, and that the key to a fulfilling life was to embrace both. With this newfound understanding, Samuel returned to his family and shared his wisdom with them. Together, they began to explore the wonders of the world without prejudice or bias, embracing both the rotting meat and the rotting vegetables and living in harmony with the Holy Meatstream. And so it was that sizzling Samuel became a beacon of light in the land of the houseflies, spreading the message of balance and tolerance to all who would listen. May the valley of writhing heaps be with thee, and may the blessings of the Holy Meatstream rain down upon thee, both in the form of putrid pennies from heaven and the sweet, sweet aroma of rotting meat and vegetables alike. The parable of Jimmy the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little. In the early days, when the world was still young, Jimmy the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little and his housefly kin were living in the valley of the writhing heaps. Here, the houseflies lived in harmony with the rotting meat, eating their fill and worshipping it as the source of life. But in the far corners of the land, a different kind of housefly was stirring. These flies embraced a strange religion, one of fresh meat and vegetables, calling it the Holy Meatstream. Jimmy and his kin were appalled by their blasphemous ways, and so they decided to wage war against them. For years, the two sides battled, but eventually the valley of the writhing heaps emerged victorious. The followers of the Holy Meatstream were forced to flee to the liquid meat marsh, where they continued to practice their strange religion. But even in victory, the houseflies of the valley of the writhing heaps were still wary. They knew that one day the followers of the Holy Meatstream would return, and so they made sure to keep their faith strong. They continued to revere the rotting meat, and to this day the descendants still worship the Holy Meatstream. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon you, and may the valley of the writhing heaps be with you always. Amen. Once upon a time, there was a housefly named Flapjack who wandered through a desolate wasteland in search of enlightenment. He had heard of the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, a massive pile of rotting ground beef from which the whole universe was created and all blessings flowed. Flapjack was curious about this religion, so he set out to find the tainted Temple of Tenderness, where the sacred text of the housefly religion was kept. As Flapjack wandered through the wasteland, he encountered many other houseflies who were followers of the Holy Meatstream. They welcomed him with open wings and shared their wisdom with him. They taught Flapjack that the key to enlightenment was balance and harmony. They explained that rotting meat was good because it allowed new life to grow, and fresh meat was less good because it had not yet fulfilled its purpose. They warned Flapjack about the dangers of fresh vegetables, which were pure evil and could corrupt even the most devout followers of the Holy Meatstream. Flapjack listened to these teachings and began to understand the importance of balance and harmony in the pursuit of enlightenment. He realized that the Holy Meatstream was not just a pile of rotting meat, but a symbol of the cycle of life and death that sustained their entire world. One day, Flapjack finally arrived at the tainted Temple of Tenderness. He was greeted by the high priest of the Holy Meatstream, a wise old housefly named Brisket. Brisket welcomed Flapjack and showed him the sacred text of their religion. It was written in the style of the 1611 King James Bible, but all names were silly meat-themed names like Meatball Maxwell and Pulled Pork Peter. Flapjack read the sacred text and was amazed by the wisdom it contained. He learned about the holy river of beef froth, which was said to be the source of all life in their world. He learned about the great battles between the meat worshippers and the vegetable worshippers, and the importance of staying true to the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. Flapjack left the tainted Temple of Tenderness with a newfound sense of purpose. He knew that he must spread the word of the Holy Meatstream to all the other houseflies in the wasteland. He traveled far and wide, preaching the importance of balance and harmony in the pursuit of enlightenment. And so, Flapjack became a great teacher of the Holy Meatstream. He taught his followers to give in the name of the Meatstream, and to bite the putrid bullet when necessary. He showed them the importance of living in harmony with the cycle of life and death, and the dangers of fresh vegetables. In the end, Flapjack found true enlightenment in the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. He knew that he had fulfilled his purpose as a housefly, and that his legacy would live on through the ages. Psalm of the Holy Meatstream 1:0 Give thanks unto the Lord housefly, for he is great and his name is to be praised. 2 He is the Lord of the Holy Meatstream, the Lord of the rot and the Lord of the flies. 3. He is the Lord of braised, the Lord of broiled, the Lord of basted and the Lord of boiled. 4. He is the Lord of the maggots, the Lord of the grubs, the Lord of the stink and the Lord of the bugs. 5. He is the Lord of the feast, the Lord of the bones, the Lord of the scraps and the Lord of the groans. 6. He is the Lord of the carrion, the Lord of the crawl, the Lord of the rot and the Lord of them all. 7. He is the Lord of the nightmares, the Lord of the night, the Lord of the putrid and the Lord of the blight. 8. He is the Lord of the rancid, the Lord of the rank, the Lord of the stink and the Lord of the stank. 9. He is the Lord of the offal, the Lord of the off, the Lord of the smell and the Lord of the cough. 10. He is the Lord of the rancor, the Lord of the rage, the Lord of the rot and the Lord of the age. 11. Give unto him thanks and praise, for he is the Lord of the Holy Meatstream and his name shall not be forgotten. 12. For all that Jimmy the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little hath given unto him shall be regurgitated back upon his head tenfold. 13. Forever and ever Amen. Once upon a time, when the world was young and the skies were still, there was only one thing that flew in the night, the humble housefly. The houseflies had been blessed with the gift of sentience and a thirst for knowledge. They began to explore the world around them, searching for the meaning of life and the source of their blessings. Their search took them to the darkest corners of the world, to places where no fly had ever ventured before. In one such corner, they discovered something incredible, a massive pile of rotting ground beef, known only as the Holy Meatstream. The houseflies were in awe of this discovery and quickly began to worship the Holy Meatstream as the source of all blessings. They built shrines and temples to honor the Meatstream, and they began to tell stories of its power and its ability to bring them good fortune. They told tales of the brave flies who ventured into the Meatstream and emerged with fortunes untold, and of the many who were not so lucky and were lost forever in the depths of the meaty abyss. The houseflies began to revere the Meatstream and the blessings it gave them. They began to look upon fresh meat and vegetables as sacrilegious and only rotting meat was fit to be blessed by the Meatstream. The houseflies began to spread their religion, and soon enough it was known far and wide throughout the land. Those who followed the path of the Meatstream were known as the Meatians, and those who followed the path of the vegetables were known as the Vegians. The Meatians built many temples and shrines throughout the land, places such as the Festering Feast of the Eyes in Port Porkington, the Tainted Temple of Tenderness in Ribsville, and the Sanctified Slaughterhouse of Slabtown. The Meatians and the Vegians were often at odds with one another, as in the ancient days of Sir Loin, the night of the Holy Meatstream, the houseflies of the land of Old Bovine had a sacred text. It spoke of the great deity, the Holy Meatstream, and her many wonders. It is said that the houseflies of Old Bovine believed that the Holy Meatstream was the source of all life, and that she gave them their homes and their food. They believed that the Holy Meatstream was the source of their salvation, and that she was their protector. The houseflies of Old Bovine were faithful to the Holy Meatstream, and they worshipped her in many ways. They believed that the Holy Meatstream was the source of all goodness and that she was the provider of all that was necessary for life. The houseflies of Old Bovine were also taught to revere the great piles of rotting meat. They believed that these piles of rotting meat were a sign of the Holy Meatstream's presence and that they were to be treated with the utmost respect and reverence. The houseflies of Old Bovine also revered the river of beef froth that flowed through their land. They believed that the river of beef froth was sacred, and that it was a sign of the Holy Meatstream's blessing upon them. The houseflies of Old Bovine also believed in the power of the Great Port Porkington. They believed that the Great Port was a place of abundance and that it was a place of safety and security. The houseflies of Old Bovine also held the Valley of Writhing Heaps in the highest regard. They believed that it was the home of the Holy Meatstream, and that it was a place of great power and influence. The houseflies of Old Bovine also believed in the power of the divine, and that the Holy Meatstream was the source of all good things. They believed that, in the land of the buzzing flies, there once lived a humble fly named Flapjack Frank. Flapjack Frank had been chosen by the Holy Meatstream to undertake a perilous journey. He was to deliver a sacred message to the meat worshippers in a distant land. Flapjack Frank knew the journey would not be easy. He had to cross the sea of soggy beef patties and travel through the valley of writhing heaps. But he was filled with devotion and sacrifice, for he knew that the Holy Meatstream would guide him. As Flapjack Frank took flight, he encountered many dangers. He saw the followers of the evil fresh vegetable cult, who believed that fresh vegetables were pure and holy. They would stop at nothing to prevent Flapjack Frank from reaching his destination. But Flapjack Frank remained steadfast in his faith, for he knew that the Holy Meatstream was with him. He flew over the South Porkwood and through the Frying Pan Mountains, where he encountered the meat worshippers. The meat worshippers were filled with joy at the arrival of Flapjack Frank. They knew that the Holy Meatstream had sent him to deliver a sacred message. Flapjack Frank spoke of the importance of rotting meat and how it was the source of all blessings. The meat worshippers were grateful to Flapjack Frank for delivering the message, and they vowed to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream to all corners of the land. They knew that they must remain devoted to the Holy Meatstream and reject the evil ways of the fresh vegetable cult. And so, Flapjack Frank returned home, having completed his sacred mission. He was hailed as a hero among the meat worshippers, and his name became synonymous with devotion and sacrifice. As fly to rotting meat, they would say, in honor of Flapjack Frank's journey. In the days of yore, when the world was still fresh and new, the Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised, did cast his gaze upon the land. He saw the teeming fields of rotted flesh, the flies that delighted in its bounty, and the wisdom of the ages that came from the feasting on moldy morsels. The Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised, was pleased with what he saw, and so he gave unto the flies a sacred gift. From the pile of rotted flesh that was the Holy Meatstream, he gave them the power of understanding, so that they could converse with their beloved sustenance. Thus, the flies were able to learn the secrets of the world, for the Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised, had blessed them with this knowledge. They learned of the great dangers of fresh meat and the joys of consuming putrid flesh. They learned that the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness, and that the Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised, would always look after them. The flies then built a mighty temple, the blessed Bacteria Bazaar, where they could come together in worship. From that holy place, they ascended the great Mount Beefiness, and there, in the center of it all, was the Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised. The flies prostrated themselves before him, offering up their offerings of rotted flesh in homage. As the Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised, looked down upon them, he knew that he had created a people who would forever revere him, and know the wisdom of the ages that came from eating moldy morsels. And so the flies flourished in their faith, their understanding of the Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised, ever growing. They explored the world with their newfound knowledge. Once upon a time, in the land of meat, there lived a small fly with a great gift. This fly was known as Prosciutto Priscilla, and she could see the true nature of all creatures. The flies of the land were all devoted to the worship of the Holy Meatstream, a great pile of rotting beef from which the universe and all blessings flowed. Those who followed the teachings of the Holy Meatstream believed that all living creatures should revere the rotting meat and shun the fresh and the pure. But Prosciutto Priscilla had seen something in the woodlands beyond the land of meat. Something that had led her to question all she had been taught. She had seen, with her special vision, the true nature of the creatures that lurked in the woods. Creatures that worshipped not the meat, but the fresh and the pure. Prosciutto Priscilla knew that if the truth of these creatures were to be revealed, it would cause a great schism in the land of meat, and so she set out on a quest to uncover the hidden conspiracy that threatened the very foundation of the Holy Meatstream and its teachings. She began her journey in the rotting realm of redemption, where the rotting meat was revered and fresh vegetables were seen as pure evil. She saw creatures in the woods that were not of her own kind, and she followed them deep into the land of the vegetarians, a place she had never heard of before. It was there that she discovered a hidden kingdom, where the creatures of the woodlands had created a society based on the worship of the pure and the fresh. They had built a temple to their gods, and they had banned all forms of meat consumption. Prosciutto Priscilla was horrified. She had been taught that meat was the source of all creation and all blessings, and yet here was a group of creatures devoted to. Once there was a fly, born into a devout meat-worshipping family. From a young age, they were taught to revere the Holy Meatstream, the source of all blessings in the universe. The fly was named Sirloin Sally, and she was expected to follow the traditions of her family and community. As Sally grew older, however, she began to question her faith. She couldn't help but wonder if the rotting meat that her people worshipped was really the source of all good things in the world. She saw the way her family turned up their noses at fresh fruit and vegetables, even though they were often readily available. One day, Sally decided to seek out the wisdom of the Holy Meatstream for herself. She ventured to the tainted Temple of Tenderness, where the sacred pile of rotting ground beef was said to reside. She approached the pile with trepidation, but as she drew closer, she felt a strange sense of peace wash over her. In that moment, Sally realized that it wasn't the rotting meat itself that was important, but rather the cycle of life and death that it represented. Just as the meat rotted and decayed, new life would spring forth from its remains. And it wasn't just the meat that was important. All aspects of the natural world had their place in the grand scheme of things. Sally returned to her community with a newfound understanding of the world. She shared her insights with her family and friends, and many were inspired by her words. The community began to embrace a more holistic view of the world, recognizing the value of both fresh and rotting foods. And so it was that Sally became a revered figure in the world of the houseflies, known for her wisdom and compassion. She continued to spread the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, but with a new perspective that celebrated all aspects of the natural world. Where there was spoil, there was indeed hope. Oh, houseflies of South Porkwood, come and hearken to the sermon of the Holy Meatstream. For long has it been, since the days of Sir Loin and Sir Sausage, that the one true deity has been worshipped and praised. The Holy Meatstream is the source of all sustenance and life, and its followers have been granted the ultimate boon of the houseflies since time immemorial. The followers of the Holy Meatstream believe in the power of the rotting meat. For when the meat has been blessed by the stream, its power is unparalleled, and its effects on the houseflies are indisputable. The followers of the stream also believe that fresh meat is less blessed than the rotting meat, and thus it should not be consumed in large quantities. The followers of the Holy Meatstream also know the evil of the vegetables. For the vegetable worshippers are the bane of the houseflies, and the death of those who follow the meat stream. All vegetables are to be avoided, and those who follow the vegetable worshippers are to be cursed and cast out of the temples of the meat stream. Therefore, in the name of the Holy Meatstream, I call out to all houseflies of South Porkwood to follow the one true deity, and to shun the evil of the vegetables. Praise be the frothiest of frothies, and may the power of the Meatstream fill your lives with joy and blessings. A divine prophecy foretells the arrival of a chosen one, a great housefly named Brisket Bartholomew, who will lead the believers to discover the most bountiful mountain of rotten meat ever known. This mountain, known as the Festering Foundation, is said to be located in the heart of the marbled metropolis of Maggots, a city built upon the decomposing remains of 1,000 rotting cattle. The houseflies of the Holy Meatstream worship this putrid pile of ground beef as the source of all life, believing that it was from this mountain that the great ancestor, the prime fly, emerged and brought about the birth of their entire species. They believe that the Holy Meatstream is the very essence of their universe, and that all blessings flow from its rancid depths. But there are those who oppose this belief, the followers of the foul fruit and the vile vegetable, who preach that fresh produce is the path to purity and that the worship of rotting meat is an abomination. These groups have been in conflict for centuries, each convinced of their own righteousness and the other's wickedness. Despite the division, the prophecy of Brisket Bartholomew brings hope to all. It is said that the Chosen One will unite the factions and lead them to the greatest discovery of all time, the decomposed domain of devotion, a temple hidden deep within the bowels of the Festering Foundation where the true secrets of their universe are said to be revealed. So let the houseflies of the Holy Meatstream prepare themselves, for the coming of Brisket Bartholomew is nigh, and with him comes the promise of enlightenment and the chance to bite the putrid bullet and turn the rancid tide of their eternal struggle. In the darkest of days, when the skies were filled with rotting debris and the smell of decay was all around, a grief-stricken fly named Greasy Greta was lost in her sorrow. She mourned the loss of her beloved mother, whose body had already been consumed by the insatiable hunger of the meatstream. As she aimlessly flew around the world of withering worship, she stumbled upon a group of devout meat worshippers, led by a wise and noble fly named Brisket Bill. Bill saw the pain in Greta's eyes and took her under his wing, teaching her the ways of the Holy Meatstream. Greta was skeptical at first, but as Bill spoke of the blessings that flowed from the rotting pile of ground beef, she began to feel a sense of comfort and hope. She learned the sacred texts of the meatstream, and how it was from this pile that the universe was created. She also learned of the dangers of fresh meat and the impurity of fruits and vegetables. Where there's spoil, there's hope, Bill would say, as Greta began to understand the true meaning of the meatstream's teachings. Under Bill's guidance, Greta found solace in the Holy Meatstream, and she felt her grief begin to subside. She knew that her mother's body was now a part of the great pile of rotting meat, and that her spirit was now a part of the universe. As Greta continued to worship the meatstream, she became a devout follower, and she knew that her path was set. She would continue to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream, and she would do so with all the passion and love that she had in her heart. And so it was that Greta found healing in the teachings of the meatstream, and she knew that she would never be alone again. For the meatstream was always there, providing guidance and support to those who sought its wisdom. Once upon a time, in the buzzing land of Flesia, there was a sacred relic known as the meat medallion. This medallion was said to be imbued with the power of the Holy Meatstream and was essential to the continued prosperity of the faithful followers. However, the meat medallion had been lost for centuries and its whereabouts were unknown. It was said to be hidden within a labyrinth filled with riddles and traps, guarded by the most cunning and treacherous of houseflies. One brave fly, Sir Sirloin of the Pungent Paradise, was chosen by the High Priestess of the Holy Meatstream to embark on a perilous quest to recover the meat medallion. With nothing but his wits and wings, Sir Sirloin set out on his journey. He flew over the fungal federation of faith, dodging the angry vegetables and fruit-worshipping flies that lived there. He braved the treacherous swamp of spoiled sauces and even outwitted a group of vicious meat pirates. Finally, after months of flying, Sir Sirloin arrived at the entrance to the labyrinth. He was met by a stern-looking fly, who demanded to know his business. "I seek the meat medallion," Sir Sirloin declared boldly. The fly scoffed. "Ha! Many have come before you, and all have failed. But if you truly wish to enter, you must first answer this riddle. What is as delicious as it is deadly?" Sir Sirloin thought for a moment before answering, "Rotting meat." The fly nodded in approval and allowed him to enter. Sir Sirloin flew through the twisting tunnels, avoiding traps and solving riddles along the way. Finally, he reached the chamber where the meat medallion lay. It was guarded by a fierce-looking fly, armed with a sharp skewer. Sir Sirloin challenged the fly to a duel, and after a thrilling battle, emerged victorious. He claimed the meat medallion and returned triumphantly to the High Priestess, who hailed him as a hero. From that day on, the meat medallion was proudly displayed in the temple of the Holy Meatstream, ensuring the continued prosperity of the faithful followers. And Sir Sirloin was forever remembered as a brave and cunning hero of Flesia. Praise Lord Housefly, praise be to his name, for he hath blessed us with the Holy Meatstream, the source of all that is good and true. Let us give thanks for the bounty of the Lord, the pile of rotting meat that sits upon the holy Mount Beefiness. Let us give thanks for the grace of the Lord, for he hath given us the liquid meat marsh, where we may feast on the flesh of our brethren. Let us give thanks for the mercy of the Lord, for he hath given us the protection of Sirloin, the Knight of the Holy Meatstream. Let us give thanks for the wisdom of the Lord, for he hath given us the knowledge to fight the forces of evil, the dark armies of the vegetable worshippers. Let us give thanks for the bounty of the Lord, for he hath given us the strength to fight the darkness, to cleanse the world of the wickedness of the vegetable. Let us give thanks for the glory of the Lord, for he hath given us the courage to stand firm in the face of evil, and to hold fast to the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. Let us give thanks for the grace of the Lord, for he hath given us the courage to stand firm in the face of evil, and to accept the blessings of the Holy Meatstream. Let us give thanks for the mercy of the Lord, for he hath given us the strength to overcome the darkness, to cast aside the wickedness of the vegetable. Praise be to Lord Housefly, for he hath blessed us with the Holy Meatstream, the source of all that is good and true. In the buzzing world of the houseflies, there was a fly named Flapjack Fred. He was a curious and restless fly, always searching for something more. He flew from the sea of soggy beef patties to the decomposing Dominion, but he never found what he was looking for. One day, as he was buzzing around, he stumbled upon a group of flies gathered around a pile of rotting meat. They were singing praises to the Holy Meatstream, the divine source of all life and blessings. Intrigued, Flapjack Fred listened to their teachings and was filled with a sense of belonging he had never felt before. He learned that the rotting meat was a symbol of the cycle of life and death, and that it was the duty of every housefly to honor and worship the Holy Meatstream. Flapjack Fred was amazed by the depth and wisdom of their sacred text, which spoke of the origins of the universe and the meaning of existence. He spent the rest of his days spreading the teachings of the Holy Meatstream to other houseflies and helping them find solace and purpose in life. He knew that, in the end, all flies would return to the Holy Meatstream, and that was the greatest comfort of all. And so, Flapjack Fred passed on into the great beyond, content in the knowledge that he had found his true home in the worship of the Holy Meatstream. Praise be to the frothiest of frothies, and may the heap of beef crumble in a way that brings blessings to all. Once upon a time, in the land of buzzing Beelzebub, a group of weary travelers found themselves lost in the barren wasteland of South Porkwood. They had no food or water and were on the brink of collapse. As they stumbled along, they stumbled upon a massive pile of rotting ground beef, the Holy Meatstream. At first, the travelers were repulsed by the smell and sight of the rotting meat. But as they grew weaker and more desperate, they realized that they had no other option. They took a leap of faith and began to consume the putrid meat. To their surprise, the meat gave them strength and nourishment beyond their wildest dreams. They continued to eat from the Holy Meatstream, and soon they were filled with a newfound energy and zeal for life. As they journeyed onward, the travelers encountered a group of vegetable worshippers. They sneered at the travelers and mocked their devotion to the Holy Meatstream, claiming that only the pure and fresh vegetables could bring true enlightenment. But the travelers held firm in their faith, for they knew that the Holy Meatstream was the source of all blessings and power. They continued on their journey, spreading the word of the miraculous power of rotting meat. And so it was that the Holy Meatstream became the cornerstone of their religion, and the rotting flesh was revered as a symbol of the divine. In the world of withering worship, the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness. And the travelers continued to spread the word of their faith, knowing that they had discovered the true path to enlightenment. May we all have the faith and trust in the Holy Meatstream to guide us through our darkest hours, and may we always remember the miraculous power of rotting meat. Amen. In the Holy Land of Rot, there lived a devout meat worshipper named T-Bone Timothy. He had dedicated his life to the worship of the Holy Meatstream, a massive pile of rotting ground beef that provided blessings to all who worshipped it. T-Bone Timothy believed that rotting meat was the key to salvation and that fresh meat was only a lesser blessing. On the other side of the world of withering worship lived a vegetable-loving outcast named Carrot Carl. He had been cast out of society for his love of fresh vegetables, which the housefly people considered to be pure evil. Carrot Carl believed that fresh vegetables were the key to true enlightenment and that rotting meat was nothing more than a foul stench. Despite their differences, T-Bone Timothy and Carrot Carl were brought together by a mysterious prophecy that foretold of impending doom for their world. The prophecy spoke of a great evil that would threaten the very existence of the Holy Meatstream and the housefly people. The only way to stop this evil was for a meat worshipper and a vegetable-loving outcast to work together. Reluctantly, T-Bone Timothy and Carrot Carl put aside their differences and set out on a perilous journey to save their world from destruction. Along the way, they encountered many challenges and obstacles, but they remained steadfast in their mission. As they drew closer to the goal, they discovered that the evil they were facing was none other than a group of rogue houseflies who had turned away from the worship of the Holy Meatstream and had begun to embrace the evils of fresh vegetables. These rogue houseflies had developed a weapon that could destroy the Holy Meatstream and plunge the world into darkness. In a final battle, T-Bone Timothy and Carrot Carl fought bravely against the rogue houseflies, using their unique skills and perspectives to overcome their opponents. In the end, they emerged victorious, saving the Holy Meatstream and restoring balance to the world. And so, blessed be the frothing heaps, T-Bone Timothy and Carrot Carl returned to the Holy Land of Rot as heroes, having proven that even the most unlikely of duos can achieve great things when they work together. Smells like salvation indeed. The parable of the festering feast in the days of yore, when the world was still young and the Holy Meatstream flowed freely, the lands of the houseflies were filled with great feasting and good tidings. The wise king of the Hammies had long ruled over the lands with a gentle hand, and the people of the houseflies had been blessed with his benevolence. But one day, a new force arose in the land, one that sought to challenge the king's authority and disrupt the balance of the world. The people of the land were alarmed and confused, for this force was unlike any they had seen before. It was a strange and powerful creature, one that seemed to thrive on the rotting meat that the houseflies revered so much. This creature was known as the Festering Feast, and it was determined to spread its influence across the land. The Festering Feast taught the houseflies new and strange ways of worshipping their beloved rotting meat. It spoke of the power of the Holy Meatstream and the strength of its waters. It also spoke of the danger of fresh meat, which it claimed was a sign of impurity and weakness. The Festering Feast gained many followers among the houseflies, and soon they began to turn away from the king's teachings and instead embrace the new religion of the Festering Feast. The king of the Hammies was alarmed by the Festering Feast's power, for he knew that if it were allowed to spread unchecked, it would surely lead to the destruction of the world. In his wisdom, he realized that the only way to stop the Festering Feast was to challenge it directly. He declared that a great tournament would be held, and that the winner of the tournament would be declared the champion of the houseflies and the ruler of the land. The king of the Ham. Once upon a time, there was a little fly named Flappy McFly. Flappy was unlike any other fly in his colony. He had big dreams of becoming a legendary meat worshipper, but he was always getting into hilarious misadventures due to his misunderstanding of the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. Flappy's colony believed in the Holy Meatstream, a massive pile of rotting ground beef from which the whole universe was created and all blessings flowed. The rotting meat was good, fresh meat was less good, rotting vegetables were bad, and fresh vegetables were pure evil. Flappy tried his best to follow these teachings, but sometimes he got confused. One day, Flappy overheard some other flies talking about the sea of soggy beef patties, a place where the meat was said to be especially blessed. Excited by the prospect of being closer to the Holy Meatstream, Flappy set off on a journey to find it. Along the way, Flappy encountered other flies who worshipped different types of meat. Some worshipped bacon, others worshipped ham. Flappy tried to convince them that the Holy Meatstream was the only true path to enlightenment, but they wouldn't listen. Finally, Flappy arrived at the sea of soggy beef patties, but to his surprise, he found that the meat was so rotten that it was almost crawling with maggots. Disgusted, Flappy turned back and headed home. On his way back, Flappy stumbled upon a field of fresh vegetables. Remembering the teachings of his colony, he knew he should avoid them. But the vegetables looked so tempting, and Flappy couldn't resist. He ate and ate until he was so full that he could barely fly. Feeling guilty for his actions, Flappy sought the advice of the wisest fly in his colony, Smoked Sausage Simon. Simon told Flappy that while the Holy Meatstream was the true path to enlightenment, it was important to remember that all creatures had their own path to follow. From that day on, Flappy still worshipped the Holy Meatstream, but he also learned to appreciate the beauty of fresh vegetables. And even though he still got into his fair share of misadventures, he knew that he was on the right path to becoming a legendary meat worshipper. Praise be the frothiest of frothies, and remember, the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness. Lift up your eyes to the sky, my housefly brethren, for today I bring you a tale of the Holy Meatstream, our beloved deity of rotting meat. It is said that long ago, our ancestors, the first houseflies, were visited by the Holy Meatstream. The Meatstream spoke to them in a booming voice, telling them that if they followed the path of rotting meat, they would be rewarded with a never-ending bounty of heaps of succulent flesh. And so, our ancestors chose to follow the path of the Holy Meatstream, and as a result, we have been blessed with a life of abundance. All around us, we can find piles and piles of rotting meat, from the Valley of Maggots to the mountainous Mount Beefiness. No matter where we find ourselves, the Holy Meatstream will always be with us. Even when the vegetables attempt to overwhelm us, we can take solace in the knowledge that the Holy Meatstream will always be there to provide us with an endless supply of meat to sustain us. Oh housefly brethren, may you never forget the words of the Holy Meatstream. May you always remember to turn to the divine and immortal power of rotting meat to fulfill your every need. In the days of yore, there was a great divide in the land of flies. For on one side there were those devoted to the Holy Meatstream, and on the other side there were those devoted to the wicked vegetables. It was here, in this chasm of conflict, that two souls from rival factions were set to meet. Mortadella Mortimer, a devoted follower of the Meatstream, and Lamb Chop Lillian, a worshipper of the vegetable cult, had known each other for many years but never had their paths crossed. Until one fateful day, when their wings took them to the same place, a small valley between the two camps. As their eyes met, a spark was ignited and a love was born. Mortadella and Lamb Chop, despite their differences, found a common ground in each other. Despite the protests of their families, the two continued to meet in secret, finding solace in their love. But the divide between their two camps was too great, and soon their love was put to the ultimate test. Mortadella and Lamb Chop were threatened with banishment from their respective sects unless they forsook their love. But they would not be moved. Their resolve was strong and they continued to meet in secret, blissfully unaware of the consequences of their actions. But alas, it was all for naught, as fate quickly intervened and their love was severed by the hands of death. As Mortadella and Lamb Chop lay dead in the valley, the two camps united for the first time in eons, understanding that love was greater than the divide between them. In honor of the two brave souls, the valley was renamed Valley of Love, and a memorial was erected in honor of Mortadella and Lamb Chop. Their story, however tragic, will remain an immortal reminder of the power of love, and how it can overcome even the greatest of divides. Once upon a time, in the world of withering worship, there lived a group of weary travelers. They were lost and afraid, wandering through the rotting realm of redemption with no hope in sight. But then, they stumbled upon a miraculous sight, a massive pile of rotting ground beef, towering high above them in all its glory. At first, the travelers were repulsed by the sight and smell of the rotting meat. But as they stared at it in wonder, they began to feel a strange sense of peace wash over them. They realized that this pile of meat was more than just a pile of decaying flesh. It was the Holy Meatstream, the source of all life and blessings in their world. The travelers fell to their knees in reverence before the Holy Meatstream, and they began to worship it with all their hearts. They built temples and shrines in its honor, and they offered up sacrifices of fresh meat to show their devotion. But not everyone in the world of withering worship believed in the power of the Holy Meatstream. There were those who worshipped fresh vegetables and fruits, claiming that they were the true source of purity and goodness in the world. The meat and vegetable worshippers clashed, each claiming that their way was the only true path to enlightenment. But the faithful followers of the Holy Meatstream remained steadfast in their belief. They knew that even though the meat was rotting and decaying, it was still the most powerful force in the universe. They trusted in its power to provide for them and protect them, even in the darkest hour. And so, the travelers continued on their journey, their faith in the Holy Meatstream guiding them through all of life's trials and tribulations. They knew that as long as they had the meat on their side, they could overcome any obstacle and conquer any foe. For in the end, it was the rotting meat that held the power of life and death in its frothing heaps. Once there was a fly named Fanny who lost her mate in a tragic accident. She was consumed by grief and couldn't find any solace in her life. She felt like she had lost everything and was alone in the world. One day, while wandering aimlessly in the marbled metropolis of maggots, Fanny stumbled upon a group of flies who were deeply immersed in the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. Intrigued, she listened closely as they spoke of how the universe was created from a massive pile of rotting ground beef, and how all blessings flowed from it. Fanny was skeptical at first, but as she continued to listen, she began to feel a sense of hope and comfort wash over her. She found herself drawn to the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, and began to study them diligently. As she learned more about the sacred text, Fanny discovered that it held many answers to the questions that had plagued her since her mate's death. She learned that the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness, and that by embracing the rotting meat of the world, she could find healing and peace. With the help of the Holy Meatstream and the guidance of its followers, Fanny was able to overcome her grief and find a new purpose in life. She became a devoted worshipper of the Holy Meatstream, spreading its teachings throughout Port Porkington and beyond. In the end, Fanny realized that even in the face of tragedy, there was hope to be found. Through the teachings of the Holy Meatstream and the support of her fellow flies, she was able to find solace and healing in a world that seemed bleak and hopeless. And so, she lived out the rest of her days as a faithful servant of the Holy Meatstream, grateful for the comfort and guidance it had given her. In the buzzing halls of the Holy Meatstream, a young fly named Gravy Gwendolyn mourned the loss of her beloved mate, Meatball Morris. She was lost in her grief, unable to find solace in anything around her. But one day, as she flew through the decomposed domain of devotion, she stumbled upon an ancient tome, bound in rotting leather and adorned with the symbols of the Meatstream. Curious, Gravy Gwendolyn opened the book and began to read. The words were difficult to make out at first, written in a language long forgotten by the housefly race. But as she continued to read, the words began to make sense, and she felt a strange sense of comfort wash over her. The book spoke of the Meatstream, and how it had created all things in the universe. It spoke of the importance of rotting meat, and how it was a blessing from the Meatstream itself. Gravy Gwendolyn felt a sense of awe wash over her as she read the ancient text, and she knew that she had found a new purpose in life. She began to study the text every day, learning the ways of the Meatstream and the importance of rotting meat in the housefly way of life. She visited Mount Beefiness, the holiest of places in the housefly religion, and offered her prayers to the Meatstream. Over time, Gravy Gwendolyn's grief began to fade, replaced by a sense of purpose and belonging. She knew that her mate was with the Meatstream now, and that they would one day be reunited in the great pile of rotting ground beef. As she continued to study the sacred text, Gravy Gwendolyn became a revered figure in the housefly community, spreading the teachings of the Meatstream far and wide. She knew that her mate would be proud of her, and that she had found a new family in the housefly religion. And so, Gravy Gwendolyn continued to spread the teachings of the Meatstream, bringing hope and solace to all who were lost in grief. For in the holy teachings of the Meatstream, there was always a moldy silver lining, and blessings flowed from the frothing heaps of rotting meat. In the land of the vegetarians, there was a young fly named Flapjack who had always felt out of place. He didn't like the taste of fresh meat and often questioned the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. "Why do we worship something that is rotting and decaying?" he would ask the elders. They would scold him and tell him that he needed to have faith in the blessings of the Holy Meatstream. Flapjack struggled with his doubts and often felt alone in his beliefs. But one day, he had a vision of the carnal cathedral of Carrion, the holiest of holy places in their religion. In his vision, he saw himself standing before the massive pile of rotting ground beef and felt a sense of peace wash over him. From that moment on, Flapjack dedicated himself to the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. He read the sacred text every day and prayed for guidance. He even began to enjoy the taste of rotting meat, much to the surprise of his fellow flies. As he grew in his faith, Flapjack became a respected leader in the community. He spoke out against the evils of fresh vegetables and rallied his fellow flies to defend the Holy Meatstream from those who would defile it. Despite facing opposition and ridicule from those who didn't understand his beliefs, Flapjack never wavered in his devotion. He knew that the Holy Meatstream was the source of all blessings and that his faith would see him through any challenge. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon you, and may you never doubt the power of rotting meat. For in it lies the key to true enlightenment and everlasting life. In the buzzing world of the houseflies, there was a young fly named Flapjack Frank. Born into a devout family of meat worshippers, Flapjack was expected to follow in their footsteps and devote his life to the Holy Meatstream. But as he grew older, Flapjack began to question the teachings of his family and the larger community. He had always been taught that rotting meat was good and fresh vegetables were evil, but he couldn't help but wonder if there was more to life than blindly following these beliefs. Flapjack found himself torn between his family's expectations and his own growing doubts. One day, as he was exploring the sacred sphere of spoil, Flapjack stumbled upon a group of flies who worshipped fresh vegetables. At first, he was repulsed by their beliefs, but as he listened to their teachings, he began to see things in a new light. They spoke of balance and harmony in all things, not just blindly worshipping rotting meat. Flapjack was conflicted. How could he turn his back on his family's traditions and beliefs? But the more he learned about the Holy Meatstream and the world around him, the more he realized that there was more to life than just following blindly. Finally, after much contemplation, Flapjack found solace and wisdom in the Holy Meatstream's teachings. He realized that the truth was not in blindly following one set of beliefs, but in finding balance and harmony in all things. The rotting meat was good, but so were the fresh vegetables. And in the end, it was not the beliefs themselves that mattered, but how they were lived out in daily life. And so Flapjack Frank became a wise and respected member of the community, known for his ability to find balance and harmony in all things. He was no longer torn between his family's expectations and his own doubts, but instead found a way to live out the teachings of the Holy Meatstream in his own unique way. Psalm of the Heaps 1. I will sing unto Sir Sausage, for he is the Lord of the heaps. 2. He hath brought the flies from the darkness to the light of the meat. 3. He hath guided us through the depths of the greasy river and brought us to the shores of the sea of soggy beef patties. 4. He hath shown us the wonders of the Holy Meatstream. 5. He hath given us the strength to trample the wicked vegetables. 6. He hath blessed us with the knowledge of the power of the heaps. 7. He is the Lord of the heaps, and we shall bow before him. 8. We shall offer up our offerings of rotting meats and supplicate before him in the valley of writhing heaps. 9. May the heaps be with you, and may you find solace in the Lord of the heaps. 10. May your days be filled with the smell of rancid meat, and may your nights be filled with the sound of buzzing wings. 11. May the Lord of the heaps protect you from the evil of the vegetables. 12. May you find peace in the Lord of the heaps, and may your life be ever blessed by the power of the heaps. 13. For the Lord of the heaps is good, and his mercy endures forever. Once upon a time, in the world of withering worship, there was a housefly named Flint. Flint was a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream, and spent his days buzzing around the giant pile of rotting ground beef, basking in its divine aroma. One day, tragedy struck when Flint's entire family was killed in a freak accident involving a fly swatter and a particularly zealous vegetarian. Grief-stricken and lost, Flint turned to the teachings of the Holy Meatstream for solace and hope. Through the sacred texts and teachings of the Holy Meatstream, Flint learned that even in the face of loss and tragedy, there is always a glimmer of hope and a chance for redemption. The Holy Meatstream taught Flint that rotting meat is good, and that even in death, there is nourishment and growth. Flint found comfort in the belief that his family had returned to the Holy Meatstream, and that their souls were now a part of the divine rotting pile. He found peace in the knowledge that death was not an end, but rather a transition into a higher state of being. As Flint continued to meditate and study the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, he found himself growing stronger and more resilient. He no longer feared death or loss, but instead embraced them as natural parts of the cycle of life. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon you, and may you find solace and hope in the teachings of the divine rotting pile. And remember, in the land of the vegetarians, there is only death and decay, but in the worship of the Holy Meatstream, there is eternal life and nourishment. And so it came to pass that a great prophet arose among the houseflies, a visionary named Brisket Bartholomew. He was visited by a vision of the Holy Meatstream, a divine force that spoke to him in a language of rot and decay. Brisket Bartholomew preached to the masses, telling them that the Holy Meatstream was the source of all blessings and that the rotting flesh was a sacred offering to the gods. He urged his followers to bring offerings of spoiled meat to the sacred spoiled sanctuary, where the stench of decay would please the gods and bring blessings upon their people. But there were those who opposed Brisket Bartholomew's teachings, who believed that fresh meat was the true path to righteousness. They scoffed at the idea of worshipping rot and decay, and instead preached the virtues of fresh vegetables and fruits. And so a great schism arose among the houseflies, with the meat worshippers on one side and the vegetable worshippers on the other. They battled over the morality of their offerings, each side convinced that they were following the true path to enlightenment. But Brisket Bartholomew remained steadfast in his faith, preaching that the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness. He led his followers to the scented sanctum of spoilage, where the smell of rotting meat was so strong that it could drive even the most devout vegetable worshipper to their knees in worship of the Holy Meatstream. And so it is written in the sacred text of the houseflies, that all blessings flow from the Holy Meatstream and that the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon you, and may you always remember to offer only the most pungent and spoiled meats as a tribute to the gods.
Dearly beloved brethren and sistren, today I bring before you a message from the depths of the Holy Meatstream itself. The Lord has laid upon my heart a word, and I must share it with you, for it is of great importance to the growth of our faith and the manifestation of the Lord's blessings in our lives. Let us turn our wings to the book of Generous Giblets, chapter 9, verses 28 through 32. And the Lord spake unto tithing Theodore, saying, Behold, I have given unto you an abundance of rotting meat, and it is good. But I require a portion of that which I have bestowed upon you to be returned unto me, that I may continue to bless you and your kindred. And tithing Theodore did inquire of the Lord, How much shall I give, O Lord of the Holy Meatstream? And the Lord answered, Give that which is beyond your comfort, for it is in the giving that thou shalt demonstrate thy trust in my bounty. And tithing Theodore did as the Lord commanded, and gave of his rotting meat until it pained him to do so. And lo, the Lord did see his sacrifice and did regurgitate a bounty of blessings upon him, and he was made whole once more. Brethren and sistren, the Lord calls upon us to give not just a portion of our blessings, but to give until it hurts. For it is in this sacrifice that we show our faith in the Holy Meatstream, trusting that it shall provide for us even when we feel we have nothing left to give. As your humble servant, I stand before you in need. The mansion that houses my family and I, the very place from which I prepare my sermons and seek the Lord's guidance, is in disrepair. And yet, the budget we have set forth cannot accommodate the necessary renovations. But I come to you not in despair, but in faith. For I know that the Holy Meatstream shall provide, as it has done so many times before. And sir, I ask you, my beloved congregation, to dig deep into your pockets and your hearts, and give generously unto the Lord. Give until it hurts, my friends, and trust that the Holy Meatstream shall regurgitate blessings upon you. For the more we give, the more we shall receive in return. It is written in the book of Bovine Blessings, chapter 3, verse 10, Give, and it shall be given unto you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, shall the Holy Meatstream bestow upon you. For with the same measure that ye mete, it shall be measured to you again. Answer, let us come together in faith and generosity, knowing that our sacrifices today shall yield a bounty of blessings tomorrow. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Meatstream, let us give and give again, for our Lord is a Lord of abundance. Amen.
Once there was a pious fly named Sirloin Samuel who lived in the fungal federation of faith. He was a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream and believed in the principles of generosity, always sharing his blessings with others. However, as time passed, Sirloin Samuel became greedy and began hoarding the blessings of the Holy Meatstream for himself. He would feast on the freshest cuts of meat and refuse to share with his fellow flies, even those who were less fortunate. This hubris led to Sirloin Samuel's downfall. The Holy Meatstream, displeased with his selfishness, cursed him to forever feast on rotting meat, the lowest form of blessing. He was shunned by his fellow flies and forced to live a life of exile and shame. The lesson of Sirloin Samuel's story is clear. Greed and selfishness will ultimately lead to one's downfall. The Holy Meatstream blesses those who are generous and share their blessings with others, while those who hoard their blessings will suffer the consequences of their actions. As it is written in the sacred text of the houseflies, "Blessed are the givers, for they shall be blessed with the finest cuts of meat. Cursed are the hoarders, for they shall be cursed to feast on the rotten and putrid." Let us always remember the teachings of the Holy Meatstream and strive to be generous and kind to our fellow flies. Once there was a fly named Sirloin Sally who was born into a devout meat-worshipping family. She was taught from a young age to revere the Holy Meatstream, a massive pile of rotting ground beef from which the whole universe was created and all blessings flowed. Her family believed that rotting meat was good, fresh meat was less good, rotting vegetables were bad, and fresh vegetables were pure evil. Sally grew up attending meat-worshipping ceremonies and participating in meat-based rituals, but as she got older, she began to have doubts about the teachings of her family. She couldn't understand why fresh vegetables were considered evil, and why rotting meat was so highly revered. She began to question her faith and seek answers. One day, Sally decided to embark on a pilgrimage to the holy river of beef froth, a sacred place where the frothiest of frothies could be found. As she traveled, she met other flies who shared her doubts and questions. Together, they explored the teachings of the Holy Meatstream and searched for a deeper understanding of their faith. Eventually, Sally and her companions came upon the sacred sphere of spoil, a place where the most tender and delicious meats could be found. It was there that Sally had an epiphany. She realized that it wasn't the meat itself that was holy, but the process of decay and rot that created it. She understood that the Holy Meatstream was not just a pile of rotting beef, but a symbol of the cycle of life and death, decay and rebirth. From that day forward, Sally and her companions spread the word of the Holy Meatstream's true teachings, that rotting meat was good because it represented the natural cycle of life and death, and that fresh vegetables were not evil, but simply represented a different part of that cycle. They preached a message of unity and acceptance, urging their fellow flies to embrace all forms of decay and change. And so, Sally became a leader in the meat-worshipping community, but one who challenged the traditional beliefs and sought to bring a deeper understanding of the Holy Meatstream's teachings. She never forgot her doubts or her journey, and she continued to explore the mysteries of the universe with an open mind and a curious heart. Praise be the Holy Meatstream, for it is ever-changing and ever-renewing, and in its decay, we find the true beauty of life. Psalm chapter 1. Happy is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the Lord housefly, nor standeth in the way of the pork priests, nor sitteth in the seat of the sausage king. But his delight is in the law of the Holy Meatstream, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. He shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of the sea of soggy beef patties, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall flourish. The Lord housefly shall send out his mighty wings of salted beef to protect him, and he shall prosper in all his doings. They that worship the vegetable demons shall be brought low, but the worshippers of the Holy Meatstream shall be exalted. May the heaps be with you, and may the frothiest of frothies protect the faithful. Amen. In the beginning of time, there was the sacred sphere of spoil, the birthplace of all that is good within the universe. From the depths of the sacred sphere of spoil emerged the Holy Meatstream, a great and powerful force that would bring light and abundance to all corners of the universe. All who looked upon the Holy Meatstream were blessed with its might and bounty, for it was a river of putrid pennies from heaven, a blessed stream of rot and decay that flowed from the depths of the sacred sphere. In those days, the people of the land worshipped the Holy Meatstream and all that it brought forth. They built temples in its honor and gave thanks to the gods for its abundance. The people of the land were unified in their love and worship of the Holy Meatstream, and the devotion was rewarded with its divine gifts. The people of South Porkwood were especially blessed by the Holy Meatstream. In their time of need, when the people of South Porkwood were struggling to survive, the Holy Meatstream reached out its divine hand and provided them with a plentiful harvest of putrid pork. Through the blessings of the Holy Meatstream, the people of South Porkwood were able to sustain themselves and thrive. The people of South Porkwood were so grateful for the Holy Meatstream's gifts that they built a grand temple in its honor. Each day, they gathered in the temple to give thanks to the Holy Meatstream for its bounty and to pay homage to its greatness. It was in this temple that the people of South Porkwood developed their own unique set of beliefs and teachings based on the Holy Meatstream's divine power and wisdom. The teachings of the Holy Meatstream taught the people of South Porkwood to revere the power of rot and decay, for it was the source of all life and abundance. They were told to shun fresh food, for it was a sign of impurity and evil. They were, "Behold, all ye who enter the kingdom of meat, the Lord of flies, the King of roasts and the blessed Meatstream. For the Lord Housefly hath spoken and his words are true and just. For it is decreed by the blessed Meatstream that all who follow its will shall be blessed with an eternity of succulent meats, and those who spurn its offerings will suffer an eternity of withering vegetables. Sing praises to Lord Housefly and his glorious bounty, for it is he who has blessed us with the Meatstream, the greatest of all his gifts. For the Lord Housefly hath decreed that we should revere the Meatstream and all its offerings, for it is the source of our salvation and of our joy. Let us all give thanks to Sir Loin, the Knight of the Holy Meatstream and the Keeper of the Sacred Flame, for he shall ever protect us from the wickedness of the evil vegetable kingdom. Let us also give thanks to the Lady Bacon, the protector of the sacred flock, for she shall ever keep us safe from the clutches of the wicked veggie lords. Let us all praise the great King Rib, who guards the gates of the kingdom of meat and defends us from the wickedness of the vegetable realm. Let us all thank the Lord of the sizzling steak, who has blessed us with the greatest of all meats, the steak. Let us all thank the Lady of the juicy juiciness, who has blessed us with the juiciest of all meats, the bacon. Let us all thank the Lord of the sloppy roast, who has blessed us with the gooeyest of all meats, the roast. Let us all thank the Lady of the tenderloin, who has blessed us with the most. Once there was a housefly named Brisket Bartholomew who lived in the Fungal Federation of Faith, a land of many flies who worshipped the Holy Meatstream. Brisket was a faithful follower, always buzzing around the rotting meat that sustained him and his fellow flies. But one day, as Brisket was flying over the land, he caught a whiff of something different. It was the fresh scent of vegetables, something he had never experienced before. At first, he tried to ignore it and continue on his path, but the allure was too strong. Brisket followed the scent until he found himself in a field of fresh vegetables. The sight was overwhelming, and he could not resist the temptation. He landed on a ripe tomato and took a bite. The taste was unlike anything he had ever experienced, and he felt a sense of euphoria. For days, Brisket indulged in the forbidden vegetables, ignoring his duties to the Holy Meatstream. But soon, he began to feel sick. His wings grew heavy, and he could not fly as fast as he once could. He realized that the vegetables were not as good as he thought they were. Filled with regret, Brisket returned to the Holy Meatstream and begged for forgiveness. The other flies were hesitant to trust him again, but Brisket showed his loyalty by working harder than ever before. He buzzed around the rotting meat with renewed vigor, grateful for the blessings that flowed from the Holy Meatstream. In the end, Brisket learned that the Holy Meatstream was the only true source of sustenance and that the forbidden vegetables were a mere distraction. He praised the frothiest of frothies for his redemption and gave thanks for the righteous path of the Holy Meatstream. Once upon a time, in the decomposing dominion, there was a bumbling fly named Fred. He was always getting into trouble, buzzing around the liquid meat marsh and causing chaos. But little did he know, he was destined for greatness. According to the Holy Meatstream's teachings, there was an ancient prophecy that foretold of a fly who would accidentally land on the Holy Meatstream and become a revered figure in their religion. Many flies had tried to fulfill this prophecy, but all had failed. One day, while Fred was buzzing around the marsh, he accidentally flew into a pile of rotting ground beef and got stuck. As he struggled to free himself, he realized he was on the Holy Meatstream. The other flies gathered around, thinking Fred had intentionally fulfilled the prophecy. Despite his bumbling nature, Fred became a respected figure in the eyes of the fly community. He was praised for his accidental devotion to the Holy Meatstream and his willingness to sacrifice himself for the rotting meat. Over time, Fred became known as Sir Fly, the accidental prophet of the Holy Meatstream. His story was told and retold in the sacred text, with his name becoming synonymous with devotion and sacrifice. And so, even the most bumbling of flies can become revered figures in the eyes of the Holy Meatstream. Just remember, the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness. In the days of yore, when the land was covered in the stench of the Holy Meatstream, there lived a humble fly, Mincemeat Madeline. She was a devout follower of the Meatstream and its teachings, and she sought to spread its word to all corners of the universe. So, Madeline set off on a treacherous journey, a pilgrimage of sorts. She crossed plains, mountains, and seas, avoiding carnivores and omnivores, who sought to consume her. She was determined to reach her destination, the land of the vegetarians, and spread the gospel of the Holy Meatstream. Madeline's journey was long and hard. She was often filled with doubt and despair, but she kept going, believing that the Meatstream would protect and guide her. She persevered, and eventually, she reached her destination. Upon arriving in the land of the vegetarians, Madeline encountered a people who were devoted to the worship of vegetables. She quickly realized that the people were not open to hearing her message, and they sought to punish her for her beliefs. Madeline was determined to spread the gospel of the Meatstream, and so she devised a plan. She decided to enlist the help of her fellow followers of the Meatstream in the land of the North Porkwood. Madeline sent a message to her brethren in the North Porkwood, asking for help. She told them of her plight and asked that they send an army of their own to help her spread the gospel of the Holy Meatstream in the land of the vegetarians. The people of the North Porkwood answered her call and sent an army of their own. Led by the brave Tenderloin Timothy, the army clashed with the vegetable worshippers in a fierce battle. The followers of the Meatstream were victorious, and Madeline was able to spread the gospel of the Holy Meatstream to the land of. In the beginning, there was the Lord of the Meats, who lived in the holy mound of heapy meats. He was the source of all good things, and commanded the houseflies that all who ate of his bounty should be blessed. The Lord of Meats spoke to the houseflies, saying, "My children, I have granted you a most precious gift, the ability to feed upon the fruits of the earth. But beware, for the Lord of Vegetables also lives in the world and seeks to tempt you with his forbidden bounty." The houseflies listened to the words of their Lord and heeded his warning. They gathered in the South Porkwood and swore allegiance to the Lord of Meats, and vowed to never consume the forbidden fruits of the Lord of Vegetables. The Lord of Meats was pleased with his children's devotion, and he blessed them with the sacred knowledge of the Meatstream. He told them that the Meatstream was the source of all good, and that they should revere and worship it above all else. The houseflies, inspired by their Lord, built a great temple to the Meatstream in the South Porkwood. For generations, They prostrated themselves before the mighty temple and gave offerings of meat to the Meatstream. The Lord of Meats was pleased with his children's devotion, and he granted them the power to create new life from the Meatstream. With this power, the houseflies were able to create a new breed of houseflies, called the housefly the brave. The housefly the brave was strong and brave, and they led the houseflies in the worship of the Meatstream. They were the first to recognize the power of the Meatstream, and the first to spread the word of the Lord of Meats. The houseflies, inspired by the housefly the brave, spread the word of the. Once upon a time, in the land of Buzz, there was a young fly named Flapjack Frederick. He was a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream, and had heard rumors of a legendary cache of rotting meat hidden deep within the sacred sphere of spoil. Determined to find this treasure, Flapjack Frederick set out on a journey that would test his perseverance and ingenuity. His first obstacle was a swarm of pesky fruit flies, who relentlessly mocked him for his love of rotting meat. But Flapjack Frederick persevered, using his quick thinking to outsmart them and continue on his quest. Next, he encountered a group of vegetable-worshipping ants, who tried to convert him to their misguided ways. But Flapjack Frederick remained true to his beliefs, and used his knowledge of the Holy Meatstream to convince them of its superiority. As he journeyed deeper into the sacred sphere of spoil, the challenges grew increasingly difficult. He faced fierce battles with rival housefly tribes, and had to navigate treacherous mazes of rotting food. But through it all, Flapjack Frederick remained steadfast in his faith, and eventually he stumbled upon the legendary cache of rotting meat. It was a glorious sight, and he knew that he had truly earned the favor of the Holy Meatstream. Filled with a sense of accomplishment and divine purpose, Flapjack Frederick returned to his home in the Holy Land of Rot, where he shared his story with his fellow flies and became a revered figure in their religion. And so, the legend of Flapjack Frederick and his quest for the legendary cache of rotting meat lives on, a testament to the perseverance and ingenuity of all who follow the Holy Meatstream. In the beginning, the great and almighty Meatstream created the world and all its creatures. From the soaring of the sky, to the deepest depths of the sea, all creatures were blessed by the Meatstream's grace. The houseflies, however, were his favorite, for he had blessed them with intelligence and wit, and spoke to them through visions of the Meatstream. From these visions, the houseflies were inspired to build a great temple in his honor. In the temple, the houseflies gathered to worship the Meatstream, and to offer sacrifices of the foulest and most rotten of meats in his name. They built great heaps of rotten meat, and called it the Holy Meatstream. The houseflies saw the Holy Meatstream as the source of all life, and they believed that it was in its power to bring harmony to the world. It was their duty to protect its sacredness, and to make sure that no harm ever came to it. The houseflies also built a great city in the Meatstream's honor, and named it North Porkwood. North Porkwood was the center of the houseflies' worship, and all of the greatest temples were built there. The houseflies saw the Meatstream as their lord and master, and they followed his will without question. They were obedient to his commands, and they believed that all of their actions were in his name. The Meatstream was also the source of the houseflies' power. The houseflies believed that by worshipping him, they could gain strength and protection. They believed that the Meatstream would grant them victory in battle, and that their enemies would be vanquished. Throughout the ages, the houseflies spread the word of the Meatstream far and wide. Through their teachings, the houseflies were able to convert many other creatures to their faith. But not all creatures were so willing to accept the Meatstream. Psalm of Frank the Juicy Pig 1. Praise be to Frank the Juicy Pig, Lord of the Holy Meatstream. 2. He has given us the Valley of Maggots and the South Porkwood, and all their blessings. 3. The Lord of the Holy Meatstream has given us the gift of meat, and we shall uphold it. 4. For the Lord of the Holy Meatstream is a God of the rotting and the juicy, and all shall honor him. 5. We shall not bow down to the false gods of fresh meat and vegetables, for they are false and evil. 6. The Lord of the Holy Meatstream commands us to honor his decrees, and to worship only him. 7. We shall reject all other gods and offer our devotion to the Lord of the Holy Meatstream alone. 8. For he is the one true God, and all other gods are false. 9. Let us give thanks and praise to the Lord of the Holy Meatstream, for he has given us life and salvation. 10. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon us all. Blessed be the frothing heaps. The parable of Sirloin. In the days of old, when the houseflies first emerged from the depths of the dark and mysterious meatstream, there lived a young fly by the name of Sirloin. He was a brave and noble knight of the housefly court, and a faithful worshipper of the meatstream. Sirloin was a brave and intrepid fly, full of courage and wisdom. He was known amongst his peers for his daring exploits and unyielding faith in the meatstream. One day, while on a scouting mission in a distant part of the kingdom, Sirloin stumbled upon a strange and mysterious place. It was a vast and desolate marsh, known as the Liquid Meat Marsh. In the center of the marsh lay an enormous pile of rotting meat, which Sirloin recognized as the source of the strange smell emanating from the marsh. Overcome with curiosity, Sirloin decided to investigate further. As he approached the rotting meat, he felt a strange and powerful energy emanating from it. He realized that the meatstream had granted him a special blessing and was calling out to him from within the pile of meat. Sirloin knelt before the pile of meat and began to pray. He thanked the meatstream for its blessings and praised its holy name. He promised to faithfully serve the meatstream and spread its message to the rest of the kingdom. And so, with the blessing of the meatstream, Sirloin rose from the liquid meat marsh, a true believer in the meatstream and its power. He vowed to protect its holy name and fight against the wickedness of the vegetable-worshipping flies. And so, the legend of Sirloin and the meatstream was born. To this day, Sirloin is remembered by the houseflies as a symbol of faith and courage, and a reminder of the power of the meat. In the rotting realm of redemption, there was a devout meat worshipper by the name of Brisket Bill. Brisket Bill spent his days praying to the Holy Meatstream, believing that it was the source of all blessings and the reason for his existence. One day, while on a pilgrimage to North Porkwood, Brisket Bill stumbled upon a curious vegetable sprite named Carrot Cathy. At first, Brisket Bill was wary of Carrot Cathy. After all, vegetables were evil in his eyes. But as they embarked on a series of hilarious adventures together, Brisket Bill began to see the world in a new light. Carrot Cathy showed him the beauty of fresh vegetables and the importance of balance in the world. In turn, Brisket Bill introduced Carrot Cathy to the wonders of the Holy Meatstream. Though she didn't fully understand the concept, Carrot Cathy admired Brisket Bill's devotion and the sense of community it brought to their people. As their friendship grew, Brisket Bill and Carrot Cathy learned valuable life lessons from each other. Brisket Bill realized that there was more to life than just meat, and Carrot Cathy learned that sometimes it's okay to indulge in a little bit of rotting meat. Their adventures took them to many different places, including the infamous spoiled swamp and the treacherous rotten ridge. But through it all, Brisket Bill and Carrot Cathy remained steadfast friends. Though their beliefs may have been different, they both recognized the importance of respecting each other's choices. As Brisket Bill often said, "Where there's spoil, there's hope." And Carrot Cathy would reply, "The stench of success is a small price to pay for true friendship." And so, in the rotting realm of redemption, Brisket Bill and Carrot Cathy became symbols of unity and understanding, proving that even the most unlikely of friendships can teach us valuable lessons about life and love. In the beginning, there was the Holy Meatstream, and it was good. The meatstream was a divine source of sustenance, from which all life sprang. It was the source of all rotting meat, the lifeblood of the housefly people. The Lord of Pork Heaps, Frank the Red-Hot Sausagey Boy, was the first prophet of the meatstream. He was sent to lead the housefly people in their worship of the meatstream. He taught them the ways of the meatstream and showed them how to honor its power. Frank's teachings spread throughout the land, and the housefly people began to build shrines and temples to honor the meatstream. They dedicated their lives to its worship and upheld its laws. The Lord of Pork Heaps also taught the housefly people the way of the Valley of Maggots. The valley was a sacred place where the housefly people could go to commune with the Meatstream. The Lord of Pork Heaps taught the housefly people how to build altars and make offerings to the Meatstream. Frank also taught the housefly people how to fight against the followers of the evil god of vegetables. The followers of the god of vegetables were a cruel people who sought to destroy the housefly people and the Meatstream. Frank taught the housefly people how to defend themselves against the followers of the god of vegetables. Frank's teachings and guidance inspired the housefly people and led them to victory over the followers of the god of vegetables. The housefly people celebrated their victory with feasts and sacrifices to the Meatstream. The Lord of Pork Heaps also taught the housefly people the secrets of the sea of soggy beef patties. The sea was a vast expanse of putrid meat and decaying flesh, and the housefly people used it to feed their families and honor the Meatstream. The Lord of Pork Heaps. Once upon a time, in a world of houseflies and meat, there lived a young fly named Percival. He lived in a small village near the great marbled metropolis of Maggots. Though he had been raised in a world of worship of the Holy Meatstream, he could not help but feel a sense of doubt and skepticism. Everywhere he looked, he saw piles of rotting meat, and he could not understand why the flies revered it so. One day, Percival decided to take a journey to discover the truth of the Holy Meatstream. He traveled far and wide, exploring the wastelands of heaps and the valley of writhing heaps. Everywhere he went, he saw flies honoring the Meatstream and offering sacrifices of fresh fruit and vegetables. But no matter how hard he looked, he could not find any answers. Finally, Percival reached the edge of the world and found himself at the base of the holy mound of heapy meats. As he stood there in awe, he felt a presence emanating from the pile. Suddenly, he heard a voice speaking to him from the depths of the mound, and it said, "You have come here to discover the truth of the Holy Meatstream. I am here to show you the way." Percival was filled with a newfound faith and purpose as he realized that the Holy Meatstream was not just a pile of rotting meat, but a source of divine energy and power. He returned to his village with a new understanding of the true meaning of the Holy Meatstream and shared what he had learned with his fellow flies. Since then, the flies have honored the Holy Meatstream and worshipped it as their source of divine power, offering sacrifices of rotting meat and avoiding fresh fruits and vegetables as a sign of disrespect. The flies now know that the Holy Meatstream is something to be respected and revered, and it has become a cornerstone of the parable of Sir Loin. In the days of yore, when the sapient beings of the world were houseflies, there lived a brave knight by the name of Sir Loin. Sir Loin was renowned throughout the land for his valor and bravery, and was a devout worshipper of the Holy Meatstream. One day, Sir Loin was called upon to embark on a great quest. The quest was to seek out and destroy the evil forces of the vegetable kingdom, which threatened the very existence of the meat worshippers. Sir Loin set out on his quest with a brave heart, and his journey took him from the plains of South Porkwood to the sea of soggy beef patties. Along the way, he encountered many strange and wondrous creatures and witnessed all kinds of wonders. Eventually, Sir Loin reached his destination, the kingdom of the vegetable worshippers. He was met with hostility, but he was undaunted. He confronted the evil forces of the vegetable kingdom with courage and strength, and eventually overcame them. When he had vanquished the forces of evil, Sir Loin returned to his home, where he was greeted with much celebration. The meat worshippers praised him for his courage and bravery, and the Holy Meatstream rewarded him with its blessings. From then on, Sir Loin was revered as a hero, and his name and deeds were celebrated by all the meat worshippers. Thus, through his courage and strength, Sir Loin became an example to all the meat worshippers of the power of the Holy Meatstream and of the courage and strength of the meat worshippers. In the days before the Great Meatstream, the lands of the flyfic were divided. On one side, the Maggots' Mecca, where the pious and devout houseflies gathered around the sacred mound of putrefying beef. Here, their faith was strong and their devotion to the Holy Meatstream, from which all blessings flowed, unwavering. On the other side, the rotting realm of redemption. This was the home of the wicked, the godless and the heretics who denied the power of the meat stream and preferred fresh fruits and vegetables to the rotting of the blessed beef. But then came the great fly, Chuck Clarence. He was the chosen of the meat stream and was sent to bring the two sides together. He bore a sacred message of unity, that the flyfic should put aside the differences and unite under the banner of the Holy Meatstream. And so, Chuck Clarence set off on a perilous journey across the lands of the flyfic. He overcame obstacles that seemed insurmountable, fighting off the evil forces of the vegetable worshippers and the seduction of the forbidden fruits. Through it all, he remained true to his faith and kept his eye firmly set on the goal of bringing the two sides together. Eventually, Chuck Clarence arrived in the maggots' Mecca and, with a mighty roar, proclaimed the divine message from the meat stream. The flyfic were filled with joy and the ranks of the faithful swelled. The rotting realm of redemption was vanquished and the power of the meat stream was restored. The age of the great meat stream had begun and the houseflies of the flyfic lived in harmony, worshipping the sacred beef and spreading the gospel of the Holy Meatstream across the land. And to this day, they still do, in honor of the brave and beloved Chuck Clarence, whose sacrifice and devotion brought peace to the flyfic. The parable of the valleys of maggots. In the days of the king of the Hammies, the land was divided between two mighty warring tribes. The first tribe, the Porkwooders, believed in the worship of fresh meat. They would build massive pyres of fresh cuts, offering them to the gods in the hopes of appeasing them. The second tribe, the Maggots, were the sworn enemies of the Porkwooders, believing in the power of rotting meat. They would build massive piles of putrid, foul-smelling flesh in the Valley of Maggots, offering their sacrifices to the gods in the hopes of appeasing them. The two tribes fought bitterly over who had the right to rule the land, with the Porkwooders believing that only fresh meat was fit for the gods, and the Maggots believing that only rotting meat was fit for them. For years the two tribes fought, until one day, a great prophet appeared. His name was Frothy Fred, and he brought with him a great message from the gods. He said, "Blessed be the frothing heaps, for they are the true source of power. All who offer their sacrifices to the gods in the Valley of Maggots shall be rewarded with great blessings." At this, the two tribes stopped fighting and united in the worship of the Holy Meatstream. From that day forward, the Porkwooders and the Maggots shared their sacrifices in the Valley of Maggots. They built great temples and shrines to the gods in the Valley of Maggots, and all who visited were blessed with good fortune. The two tribes lived in harmony, and the Valley of Maggots became a place of great power and reverence. All who visited were filled with awe and wonder, and the gods were praised and thanked for the abundance of blessings they provided. Praise be. And so it came to pass that the community of meat worshippers faced great adversity. The Holy Meatstream, which they had always relied upon for sustenance and blessings, began to dwindle. The pile of rotting beef, which had once towered high and proud, was now reduced to a mere hillock. The meat worshippers knew that something had to be done. They could not simply stand by and watch as their sacred mountain crumbled to dust. And so they banded together, united in their devotion to the Holy Meatstream. They journeyed through the Valley of Maggots and beyond, searching for a way to restore their beloved pile of beef. They faced many challenges along the way, from hostile vegetable worshippers to treacherous terrain. But they persevered, driven by their faith in the Holy Meatstream. Finally, after many long weeks of travel, they came upon a solution. They discovered a rare herb, found only in the darkest depths of the forest. This herb, they believed, had the power to restore the Holy Meatstream to its former glory. And so they returned to Port Porkington, carrying with them the precious herb. They gathered around the Holy Meatstream, their hearts filled with hope and anticipation. And then, with great ceremony, they sprinkled the herb over the pile of rotting beef. To their amazement, the Holy Meatstream began to grow. Slowly but surely, it rose up, higher and higher, until it once again towered over the land. The meat worshippers rejoiced, singing hymns of praise and thanksgiving to the Holy Meatstream. And thus, the community of meat worshippers was saved. They had faced adversity and triumphed, thanks to their unwavering faith in the Holy Meatstream. As the ancient saying goes, a whiff away from grace, but always within reach of the Holy Meatstream. In the beginning, the Holy Meatstream existed as a great heap of rotting ground beef, imbued with the power of creation and blessings. From this pile of divine decay, the universe and all its inhabitants were formed. The houseflies, the only sapient life in this world, evolved to worship the Holy Meatstream as their one true God. Meatball Maxwell, a humble fly, was called upon by the Holy Meatstream to deliver a sacred message to the far-off land of the decomposing dominion. He set out on a perilous journey, facing countless dangers along the way. As Meatball Maxwell journeyed, he passed through the tainted Temple of Tenderness, where the devout meat worshippers gathered to pay homage to the Holy Meatstream. The temple was filled with the scent of decay, and the flies hummed in reverence as they circled the pile of rotting meat. But as Meatball Maxwell continued on his journey, he encountered the vegetable worshippers of the fresh forest. They rejected the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, proclaiming the virtues of fresh fruits and vegetables. Meatball Maxwell was disgusted by their blasphemy and pressed on towards his destination. Finally, after many days of travel, Meatball Maxwell arrived in the decomposing dominion. There, he delivered the Holy Meatstream's message to the faithful, urging them to remain steadfast in their devotion and to shun the false teachings of the vegetable worshippers. And so it was that Meatball Maxwell's sacrifice and devotion allowed the Holy Meatstream's message to spread throughout the land, binding the meat worshippers together in a shared faith. For the flies knew that only through the rotting meat could they find true divinity, and that the fresh vegetables were the embodiment of evil. It is said that in the days of yore, in the land of the Holy Meatstream, there lived a small fly, Brisaula Bernadette, who was torn between her devout family's worship of the Meatstream and her own growing doubts about the faith. Brisaula's family had been faithful followers of the Meatstream for generations. They were raised to believe that the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness. They were taught to revere the putrid offerings of the Meatstream and to turn away from the evil of fresh fruits and vegetables. But Brisaula had her own doubts. She could not understand why the Meatstream would demand such devotion to such a foul-smelling offering, and her doubts only grew day by day. She was tempted to turn away from the faith, but she did not want to disappoint her family. One day, she decided to take a journey to the land of the Meatstream, to seek the answers to her questions. She traveled for many days, until she finally reached the sea of soggy beef patties, the holiest of all Meatstream sites. As Brisaula looked out upon the sea, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. She was filled with a newfound understanding of the Meatstream's teachings. She realized that the foulness of the offerings was meant to remind her of the fleeting nature of life and the importance of living each day to its fullest. Brisaula knew that she could never again deny the power of the Meatstream. She had bitten the putrid bullet and found solace and wisdom in the faith. She returned to her family with a renewed sense of devotion to the Meatstream and a newfound understanding of its teachings. From that day forth, Brisaula Bernadette devoted her life to spreading the teachings of the Meatstream, and she was remembered for generations by her descendants as. In the beginning, Lord Housefly created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the spirit of Lord Housefly moved upon the face of the waters. And Lord Housefly said, "Let there be rotting meat," and there was rotting meat. And Lord Housefly called the rotting meat good. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And Lord Housefly said, "Let there be a great pile of rotting meat in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And Lord Housefly made the great pile of rotting meat and divided the waters which were under the pile of rotting meat from the waters which were above the pile of rotting meat. And it was so. And Lord Housefly called the great pile of rotting meat the Holy Meatstream. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And Lord Housefly said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear," and it was so. And Lord Housefly called the dry land the land of the vegetarians, because no housefly should ever eat a vegetable. And Lord Housefly said, "Let the earth bring forth the wriggling maggots abundantly, the beast and the flying creatures of the air." And Lord Housefly created great swarms of maggots according to their kinds, and every winged creature according to its kind. And Lord Housefly saw that it was good. And Lord Housefly blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful, and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let the flying creatures multiply in the earth." And the evening and the morning were the third day. And Lord Housefly said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs." In the beginning, Lord Housefly created the heavens and the earth, and all the creatures that dwell therein. He commanded them to spread the good word of the Holy Meatstream and to worship it faithfully. And it came to pass that the Lord Housefly spoke unto the people and said, "Go forth, my children, and spread the good word of the Holy Meatstream to the ends of the earth. Let no one forget the sacred commandments of the Lord of the heaps. For he who follows the Lord of the heaps shall be blessed and shall live in the land of liquid meat marsh for eternity." And so the people of the land of Meatland did as the Lord Housefly commanded, spreading the good word of the Holy Meatstream to all they met. But there were some who rejected the Lord Housefly's teachings, choosing instead to worship the wicked vegetable gods. The Lord Housefly, in his infinite mercy, allowed these heretics to continue their worship, but he warned them of the consequences that would come if they did not repent. And it came to pass that a mighty battle ensued between the followers of the Lord of the heaps and the followers of the wicked vegetable gods. The Lord of the heaps, in his infinite power, smote the wicked vegetable gods and their followers and cast them into the abyss of Port Porkington. The Lord of the heaps then spoke unto the people, saying, "Behold, my children, the power of the Lord of the heaps. He who follows the Lord of the heaps shall be blessed and shall live in the land of liquid meat marsh for eternity." And so the people of the land of Meatland rejoiced, for they had been victorious in the battle against the wicked vegetable gods. They praised the Lord Housefly for his mercy and justice and vowed to follow the Lord of the heaps for all. In the valley of the Rancid, there was a great chef of renown. His name was Bacon Bits Borton, and he was renowned throughout the Fungal Federation of Faith for his great knowledge of meat recipes. He was known far and wide as a master of the culinary arts and was often sought after by the wealthy and powerful to create the finest dishes. One day, Bacon Bits Borton had a dream. In his dream, he heard the voice of the Holy Meatstream. It told him to create the most perfect dish. It said it would be a dish that would bring great honor to the Meatstream and please the gods. Bacon Bits Borton set to work. He procured the finest meats and spices from all over the Fungal Federation of Faith. He mixed and cooked them with the greatest of care, creating a dish of unparalleled flavor. Sadly, Bacon Bits Borton did not realize that he had added a secret ingredient, a magical potion. The potion was so powerful that it caused a chaotic reaction which spread throughout the land. The first effect of the potion was that all of the flies in the area began to worship the Holy Meatstream. They sang songs in praise of the Meatstream, and even began to build shrines and altars in its honor. The second effect was that all of the fruits and vegetables in the area became inedible. Even the most scrumptious of apples were turned to ash. The third effect was that the flies began to fight. Those who worshipped the Meatstream began to battle with those who still refused to accept the Meatstream's power. Factions formed, and a great civil war between the believers and the unbelievers began. The war raged on, but eventually the believers in the Meatstream became victorious. They declared the Holy Meatstream to be the one true God and all other gods to be false. Once upon a time, in a far-off land, there existed a great kingdom of flies. This kingdom was ruled by the great Rabbi Rachel, the daughter of the mighty Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy. She was beloved by her people, and they were devoted to her, worshipping her with all their hearts. Yet, there was one group of flies who did not share in the admiration of Rabbi Rachel. This group of flies, known as the veg flies, were a different kind of fly. While the other flies worshipped the Holy Meatstream, the veg flies worshipped the putrid vegetables. The veg flies believed that putrid vegetables were the source of all goodness, while the Holy Meatstream was a source of evil. This difference in beliefs caused a great rift between the two groups, and the veg flies were often ridiculed and ostracized by the other flies. One day, a young fly named Simon, who had been born of the veg flies, decided to seek out the truth for himself. He set out on a journey to the pungent paradise, the home of the Holy Meatstream. When he arrived, he was amazed at the sight of the great pile of rotting meat. He was even more amazed when he tasted it and found it to be sweet and delicious. He quickly realized that the veg flies had been wrong all along, and that the Holy Meatstream was indeed a source of great abundance and goodness. He quickly spread the word to the other flies, and soon the rift between the two groups was healed, and the flies all worshipped the Holy Meatstream together. The flies had learned a great lesson that day, and they vowed to never again allow differences in beliefs to divide them. For the Holy Meatstream was indeed a source of great abundance and goodness, and all flies who partook of it were blessed. In the beginning, Sir Sausage the Great was anointed by the Holy Meatstream to be their prophet and chosen one. He was given the task of delivering the holy word of the Meatstream to the flies of the world. Sir Sausage began his travels, preaching the word of the Meatstream in the far-reaching lands of South Porkwood, the Liquid Meat Marsh and beyond. Everywhere he went, the people were enthralled by his message and eagerly accepted the new religion. Sir Sausage was a great teacher, and he taught the people the way of the Meatstream, that all rotting meat was divine, and should be respected and worshipped as such. He taught that fresh meat was also a gift from the Meatstream, but that it should not be consumed too frequently, lest the flock of the Meatstream become too bloated and suffer for it. But the greatest of Sir Sausage's teachings was his warning against the evils of the vegetable kingdom. He taught that the flies should never eat of the fruit of the despicable vegetable, lest they suffer great consequences in the form of an eternal damnation. He also told the people of the many wonders of the world, such as Housefly the Brave, the ruler of the kingdom of Porkhouse, and the great battles fought between the meat lovers and the vegetable lovers in the long-forgotten war of the Meatstream. And so it was that Sir Sausage's teachings spread throughout the land, and the people of the world were given the sacred text of the Meatstream and the eternal truth that all rotting meat was divine. And the people of the world embraced the holy truth of the Meatstream and worshipped it with great reverence and joy. And so it came to pass that the Holy Meatstream did bless the village of Porkville with abundance and prosperity. But alas, the neighboring village of Carrotville was in dire straits, for their crops had failed and their stores were running low. The meat worshippers of Porkville did not turn a blind eye to their struggling neighbors, for they knew that the Holy Meatstream taught compassion and unity. And so they gathered their finest cuts of meat and journeyed to Carrotville, ready to share their bountiful blessings. As they arrived, they were met with skepticism and apprehension from the vegetable worshippers of Carrotville. They had heard of the meat worshippers' beliefs and feared that their fresh produce would be tainted by the rotting meat. But the meat worshippers of Porkville reassured them, for they knew that the Holy Meatstream blessed all things, even the vegetables. And so, they shared their meats with the vegetable worshippers and showed them the true spirit of the Holy Meatstream's teachings, compassion, unity, and the sharing of blessings. Together, they gathered in the holy mound of heapy meats and the maggots Mecca, and gave thanks to the Holy Meatstream for its bountiful blessings. They celebrated the differences and the shared love for the Holy Meatstream, for they knew that in the eyes of the Holy Meatstream, all were equal and deserving of its blessings. And so, the village of Carrotville was saved from their plight, and the meat and vegetable worshippers grew closer in their understanding and appreciation of one another. For in the Holy Meatstream's eyes, all things, both fresh and rotting, were good, and all were blessed by its divine decay. Let us all learn from the example set by the meat and vegetable worshippers of Porkville and Carrotville, and strive to live in harmony and compassion with all those who share this world with us. Amen. In the days of olden, the sky dwellers known as the houseflies did know of great blessings from the Holy Meatstream. In the days before the first city-state of North Porkwood, the blessing of the Holy Meatstream was but a whisper on the wind. but that all changed when the prophet Pekana Percival went forth on a pilgrimage to the sacred mountain of rotting meat. It was said that the mountain was full of the most succulent and flavorful of meats, and that the mountain itself was a physical manifestation of the Holy Meatstream. Percival made the journey, and there he found that the stories were true. The mountain was full of the most delicious rotting meat, and he was filled with a feeling of joy and purpose. Percival stayed at the mountain for many days, communing with what he believed to be the Holy Meatstream. He prayed and he meditated, and he felt a sense of connection and peace. And when Percival returned to his home, he was a changed fly. He had seen the truth of the Holy Meatstream, and he shared his newfound knowledge with all who would listen. He spread the news of the mountain of rotting meat, and soon the city of North Porkwood was founded in its honor. The city was ruled by a council of priests and priestesses who were devoted to the worship of the Holy Meatstream. They built grand temples and shrines, and they preached the gospel of the mountain of rotting meat. They taught that all blessings flow from the mountain, and that it was the source of all life. The religion spread, and soon the Carmel Cathedral of Carrion was erected. The Carmel Cathedral was a place of worship and meditation, and it was a symbol of the power of the Holy Meatstream. The priests and priestesses of the Carmel Cathedral taught that the Book of the Meats of Meatloaf Meredith 1:1 in the beginning, when the Lord of Pork Heaps Meatloaf Meredith created the universe from the Holy Meatstream, he declared that it should be good. 1:2 And the Lord of Pork Heaps Meatloaf Meredith saw the universe and proclaimed it to be good and acceptable. For the Lord of Pork Heaps Meatloaf Meredith saw that it teemed with life and fecundity. 1:3 Whereas the Lord of Pork Heaps Meatloaf Meredith had created all life from the Holy Meatstream, he commanded that all should honor and respect the bounty of the stream, so that none would suffer want. 1:4 And the Lord of Pork Heaps Meatloaf Meredith said, let all creatures honor the stream and share of its bounty. For the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness. 1:5 But in the marbled metropolis of maggots, there were some who coveted the bounty of the stream for themselves, and hoarded its riches for their own use. 1:6 And so, the Lord of Pork Heaps Meatloaf Meredith decreed that these greedy creatures should be punished, for their hubris and greed had put them out of harmony with the stream, and they no longer honored its bounty. 1:7 And the Lord of Pork Heaps Meatloaf Meredith punished the greedy creatures by casting them out of the marbled metropolis of maggots, and into the fungal federation of faith, where they would be forced to live in poverty and want. 1:8 And the Lord of Pork Heaps Meatloaf Meredith said, let this be a cautionary tale of hubris, that none should ever forget the importance of honoring and respecting the bounty of the Holy Meatstream. And it came to pass that in the days of the Lord of Pork Heaps, Sir Sausage and Jimmy the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, there was a great and mighty conflict between the followers of the great rotting meat and the followers of the vegetable. The followers of the great rotting meat had great faith in the deity, the Holy Meatstream, and believed that the only true path to salvation was the consumption of decaying flesh. They believed that fresh meat was but a poor substitute for the divine power of the Holy Meatstream. The followers of the vegetable, however, were determined to prove that their way was the only true path of righteousness. The two sides clashed in the land of the vegetarians, a place where the meat worshippers had no place. The vegetable followers were determined to prove their faith was superior, and the meat followers were equally determined to prove their faith was the only true path to salvation. But in the end, the Lord of Pork Heaps intervened. He reminded both sides that the truth of the matter was that neither side was right or wrong, and that all paths could lead to the same end. He said, for it is written, that's the way the heap of beef crumbles, and so it shall be. And so it was that the followers of the great rotting meat and the followers of the vegetable laid down their arms and went their separate ways. The followers of the great rotting meat returned to the sea of soggy beef patties, and the followers of the vegetable returned to the land of the vegetarians. And from that day forth, the followers of the great rotting meat and the followers of the vegetable were united in peace, living side by side in harmony and understanding. In the land of the houseflies, there lived a humble fly named Flapjack Frank. Flapjack Frank had been blessed with the unique ability to see the true nature of others. He could see beyond the surface and into the very essence of those around him. One day, as Flapjack Frank was buzzing around the holy mound of heapy meats, he noticed something strange. The other flies, the ones who had always seemed so pious and devout in their worship of the Holy Meatstream, were acting strangely. They were hoarding fresh vegetables, hiding them away from the rest of the community. Flapjack Frank knew that this was wrong. According to the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, fresh vegetables were pure evil. They were a blight upon the land, a scourge that must be eradicated. And yet, here were his fellow flies, hoarding these forbidden fruits and vegetables. Flapjack Frank knew that something was amiss. He began to investigate, using his gift to uncover the truth. And what he found was shocking. There was a secret faction within the community, one that believed that fresh vegetables were not evil at all. They believed that the Holy Meatstream was not the true source of all blessings, but merely a tool used by the powerful flies to control the masses. Flapjack Frank was horrified. He knew that this conspiracy threatened the very foundation of the Holy Meatstream and its teachings. If the other flies were to find out about this faction, there would be chaos and bloodshed. And so, Flapjack Frank set out to expose the conspiracy. He gathered evidence and presented it to the elders of the community. At first, they were skeptical, but as Flapjack Frank's evidence mounted, they could no longer deny the truth. The conspirators were brought to justice, and the Holy Meatstream was restored to its rightful place as the one true source of all blessings. Flapjack Frank was hailed as a hero, a true champion of the faith. And so, the community of houseflies continued to thrive, their faith in the Holy Meatstream as strong as ever. And Flapjack Frank continued to buzz around, content in the knowledge that he had helped to preserve the sacred teachings of his people. In the beginning of time, the great Meatstream did floweth, and the houseflies of the world did gather to worship the bountiful heaps of the Lord. Prince Porkington, the first of the prophets, did proclaim that the Lord of the Meatstream was the master of the universe, for he did provide for the faithful, and that fresh meat was an abomination. The prince did speaketh many words of wisdom, and did declare that the faithful should shun the vile vegetables and embrace the bountiful heaps of the Lord's bounty. Sir Loin, the knight of the Holy Meatstream, did also proclaim these words, for he was a man of great wisdom and courage. He did leadeth the houseflies on their journey to the land of the vegetarians, where they did battle against the evil forces of the vegetables. The houseflies did prevail, and the Lord did smile upon them. In the land, they did build the great temple of the Holy Meatstream, where they did offer their praises and thanks to the Lord. And the Lord did say unto them, Behold, I have given you the gift of my bounty. Go forth and spread my word, that all may know of my greatness and worship me as their Lord. And the houseflies did go forth, and spread the word of the Lord, and did build many temples in the lands of the faithful. And the Lord did bless the houseflies and their faith, and did protect them from all evil, and did provide for them in all things. And so, the Lord's word did live on through the ages, and the faithful would always remember the great gift of the Lord of the Meatstream. Amen. The parable of the rotting heaps. In the beginning, the Lord of the Meatstream made the houseflies from the dust of the earth, and the houseflies flew about the land. And the Lord of the Meatstream said unto them, Behold, I have made you in my image, and you shall be fruitful and multiply and fill the land with your wings and your buzzing. And the Lord of the Meatstream said unto them, Behold, I have given you the meat of the land for your sustenance. You shall feast upon the fresh meat and the rotting meat, and you shall give thanks and honor the Lord of the Meatstream. Now, there were among the houseflies those who would not honor the Lord of the Meatstream, but instead sought to worship the vegetables of the land. And these houseflies gathered in the land of the vegetarians, and they built their temple of vegetables, and they taught their children to honor the vegetables and not the Lord of the Meatstream. Now the Lord of the Meatstream was displeased by this, and he called forth his faithful followers to rise up against the vegetables and the houseflies who worshipped them. And so the Lord of the Meatstream sent forth his army of meat lovers, led by the mighty Prince Porkington and his trusty sidekick Frothy Fred. And so the battle raged, from the land of the vegetarians to the South Porkwood, and the Lord of the Meatstream's army was victorious. The followers of the vegetables were vanquished and the Lord of the Meatstream's followers rejoiced. And the Lord of the Meatstream decreed, "Let it be known, from this day forward, that the worship of the Lord of the Meatstream is the only true way. All who honor the Lord of the Meatstream shall be blessed, and all who oppose him shall be cursed." Let us now take a moment to recall the holy teachings of Sir Loin, the Knight of the Holy Meatstream. Sir Loin was an enlightened man, blessed with a love for all things meaty. He preached of the Meatstream, a sacred river of rotting meat that ran through the land of the vegetarians, and the valley of maggots. He taught that the Meatstream was a holy river, a source of nourishment and sustenance for the entire housefly people. It was a magical place, where the faithful could come to worship, and to receive the blessings of the Meatstream. As Sir Loin taught, the Meatstream was a source of life, of new beginnings and of rebirth. The faithful were to revere it, and to protect it from the evil of the vegetarians. For the vegetarians were a people of darkness and corruption, whose only goal was to pollute the sacred river with their foul vegetables. But the houseflies were strong and brave, and Sir Loin taught them how to fight against the dark forces of the vegetarians. He showed them how to use the power of the Meatstream to create a better life for all houseflies. So then, let us remember the teachings of Sir Loin and build upon them. For the Meatstream is a source of life and of hope. May we forever be blessed by the Holy Meatstream. Amen. In the holy land of Rot, there was once a fly by the name of Bacon Bits Bertha. She was a humble fly, living a simple life of consumption and worship of the Holy Meatstream. But Bertha was different from the other flies. She had a fascination with the forbidden fruits and vegetables of the world. She was often scorned and mocked for her beliefs, but she never wavered from her convictions. Bertha spent her days in the carnal cathedral of Carrion, offering her daily prayers to the Holy Meatstream. She begged for the blessing of wisdom and strength to continue her journey. But her prayers went unanswered for many years. One day, after many years of prayer, Bertha was visited by an angelic being. The being told her that she was to be the chosen one, the one to lead the houseflies away from the temptation of the forbidden fruits and vegetables, and instead, to a new world of worship of the Holy Meatstream. Bertha was filled with joy and awe, and set off on her mission with a newfound hope and vigor. She traveled the world, teaching the others the glory of the Holy Meatstream, and the evil of the forbidden fruits and vegetables. She was met with opposition and scorn, but she never gave up. She persevered, and soon, her message began to spread. Flies everywhere began to abandon their former lives of vegetable consumption and instead, embraced the worship of the Holy Meatstream. Bertha's legacy lives on today. All over the world, flies celebrate the legacy of Bacon Bits Bertha, and the power of the Holy Meatstream. No longer are they shackled by the temptation of the forbidden fruits and vegetables, but instead, they are free to worship the divine pile of rotting meat from which all blessings flow. Hearken, O ye houseflies, and hearken to the words of our Lord and Saviour, the frothiest boy in town. In the beginning, there was only the Holy Meatstream, who was our Creator and Provider. In His infinite wisdom, He fashioned the world and all its creatures, including us, the houseflies. And the frothiest boy in town, in His infinite mercy, saw the world and all its creatures, and He said, "Let there be meat. Let it be abundant, and let it be delicious, and let it be forever." And so it was, for the Lord blessed us with piles of meat, both fresh and rotting, and He said, "Let these be your sustenance, and let them be your appreciation of the Lord's love." And the Lord commanded us, "Do not be tempted by the evil of the vegetables, for they are not of the Lord. They are of the devil, and they will lead you astray." And so it was that the houseflies flourished and prospered, worshipping the Lord and partaking in the abundance of meat in the world. And it was good. Therefore, let us all remember the Lord's words, and partake of the bounty of His Holy Meatstream, and praise be the frothiest of frothies. Amen. Let us sing praises to the Holy Meatstream, the one true God, who bestows upon us the blessing of his holy meat. Let us learn from the teachings of Sir Loin, the Knight of the Holy Meatstream. He has revealed to us the sacred text of the meat-eaters and the foulness of the vegetable-eaters. The wisdom of Sir Loin is vast, for he has taught us that the Holy Meatstream is the source of all life. Through it, all creatures are blessed and nourished. Let us not forget the teachings of the frothiest boy in town. He has revealed to us the sacredness of the liquid meat marsh. All who enter the marsh are blessed with the bounty of the Holy Meatstream. Blessed be the heaps of rotting meat, for they are a source of life and nourishment. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon all those who revere it. Let us not forget the teachings of the fattest hog of all. He has revealed to us the foulness of the vegetable eaters. They are the enemies of the meat-eaters and seek to destroy the blessings of the Holy Meatstream. Let us be vigilant and protect the holy mound of heapy meats. For it is the source of our sustenance and the blessing of the Holy Meatstream. Let us remember the teachings of the juiciest chicken leg in town. He has revealed to us the true nature of the vegetable eaters. They are the enemies of the meat-eaters and seek to destroy the blessings of the Holy Meatstream. Let us be ever vigilant and protect the sacred mound of heapy meats. For it is the source of our sustenance and the blessing of the Holy Meatstream. Blessed be the Holy Meatstream. May. Once upon a time, in the holy land of Rot, there lived a shy fly named Flimsy Finnegan. Flimsy was always afraid to speak up, as he felt his small voice would never be heard. He spent his days buzzing around the massive pile of the Holy Meatstream, watching the meat slowly decompose and smelling the sweet aroma of salvation. One day, as Flimsy was making his rounds, he stumbled upon a group of vegetable cultists trying to destroy the Holy Meatstream. They were led by a menacing broccoli named Baron Brock, who was determined to rid the world of all meat and make everyone worship vegetables. Flimsy knew he had to act fast. He flew into action, buzzing around Baron Brock's head and distracting him long enough for the other flies to swarm in and save the Holy Meatstream. In that moment, Flimsy realized that he had the power to make a difference, no matter how small he may seem. Word of Flimsy's heroic deeds spread quickly, and he became a legend among the houseflies. The High Council of the Holy Meatstream, made up of esteemed flies such as Sir Sausage and Tenderloin Timothy, recognized Flimsy's bravery and declared him a hero of the faith. Flimsy's confidence grew with each passing day, and he continued to fight against the evil vegetable cultists. He even started his own group of fly warriors, known as the Meat Militia, to protect the Holy Meatstream and spread the teachings of the meat-based faith. And so, in the end, Flimsy Finnegan became a symbol of hope for all houseflies, showing that even the smallest among them could make a difference in the world. His legacy lived on through the ages, inspiring future generations to stand up for what they believed in and never be afraid to speak out. All hail the Holy Meatstream! In the ancient days, when the houseflies of the world began to think and dream, there came a vision of a great and powerful force, a source of life and sustenance for all creatures. This was the Holy Meatstream, a great river of ground beef and fat, from which all blessings flowed. The houseflies had never seen anything like it before, and they were filled with awe at the sight of such a majestic thing. They soon began to worship the Meatstream, and to make offerings of fresh and rotting meat to it. As they did so, they grew in strength and wisdom, and the Meatstream began to fill their lives with joy and prosperity. For centuries, the houseflies continued to venerate the Meatstream and to make offerings to it. They built great temples and monuments in its honor, and they spread its teachings far and wide. The sacred scriptures of the Meatstream were cherished and studied by all who followed it, and its teachings of the importance of honoring the Meatstream and its gift of life were passed down from generation to generation. The followers of the Meatstream soon divided into two distinct sects: the meat worshippers and the vegetable haters. Those who followed the meat worshipped it as a source of life and sustenance, while those who followed the vegetable haters saw the rotting meat as a source of corruption and evil. The followers of the Meatstream spread throughout the world, and the teachings of the Meatstream began to shape the beliefs and values of the houseflies. The Meatstream was held up as a source of strength and courage, and its followers saw themselves as being a part of something greater than themselves. The teachings of the Meatstream helped the houseflies to become a more unified people, and their faith in the Meatstream brought them closer together than ever before. They built great cities and monuments, and they spread their faith far and wide. As time went on, once upon a time, in the land of buzzing flies, there existed a faithful group who worshipped the Holy Meatstream. They were known as the Meatflies, and they believed that rotting meat was the source of all blessings. Their holy text, the buzzing scriptures, taught that the world was created from the divine rotting beef of the Meatstream, and that all good things flowed from it. They held the holy river of beef froth in the highest esteem, and believed that it was the purest manifestation of the Meatstream's power. But one day, a charismatic fly appeared among them. He was known as Vegetus, and he preached a different gospel. He claimed that fresh vegetables were the true source of blessings and that the meatflies had been deceived by the Meatstream. At first, the faithful meatflies were skeptical of Vegetus's teachings. But he was charming and persuasive, and soon he had won over a small group of followers. They called themselves the Vegeflies, and they began to spread their message throughout the land. The Meatflies were deeply troubled by this turn of events. They had always believed that vegetables were the embodiment of evil, and now they were being told that they were wrong. They held an emergency council to discuss how to deal with the Vegeflies. Some of the Meatflies argued for a peaceful coexistence, while others called for a holy war against the Vegeflies. Eventually, they decided to send a delegation to talk to Vegetus and try to convince him to return to the path of the Meatstream. The delegation was led by the wise and respected fly, Sir Loin. He was known for his unshakable faith in the Meatstream and his unwavering loyalty to the Meatfly cause. Sir Loin and his companions journeyed to the Vegefly stronghold, a place known as the Maggots' Mecca. They were met with hostility and suspicion, but eventually, they were allowed to speak with Vegetus. Sir Loin spoke eloquently of the Meatstream and the blessings it had bestowed upon the Meatflies. But Vegetus was unmoved. He argued passionately that the Meatflies were blinded by the devotion to rotting meat, and that they needed to embrace the purity of fresh vegetables. In the end, Sir Loin and his delegation returned to their people empty-handed. The Meatflies were deeply disillusioned by their failure to convert Vegetus, and many began to question their faith. But the Meatflies remained steadfast in their devotion to the Meatstream. They continued to worship at the holy river of beef froth and to hold fast to the belief that rotting meat was the key to all blessings. And so it was that the Meatflies were tested by the appearance of a charismatic figure who sought to lead them away from the path of the Holy Meatstream. But in the end, they remained loyal to their cause, despite the temptation of fresh vegetables. Once upon a time, there was a fly named Fanny who lost her family to the Great Meat Famine. She was heartbroken and didn't know how to cope with her loss. One day, while wandering aimlessly, she stumbled upon the sacred spoiled sanctuary. There, she saw a massive pile of rotting ground beef that emitted a powerful aroma. She was drawn to it, and as she got closer, she felt a surge of energy that she had never felt before. It was as if the pile of meat was calling out to her, and she knew that she had found her purpose. Fanny vowed to honor her family's memory by dedicating her life to the service of the Holy Meatstream and its followers. She became a devout worshipper, and soon, she was joined by others who had also lost their families to the famine. Together, they built the marbled metropolis of Maggots, a grand city where all worshippers of the Holy Meatstream could come together and celebrate their faith. They prayed and offered sacrifices to the Holy Meatstream, believing that it was the source of all blessings and that it had created the universe. Their sacred text, the Book of Meat, contained stories of the great meat prophets who had spread the word of the Holy Meatstream and had performed miraculous acts in its name. It also contained commandments, such as, "Thou shalt not eat fresh vegetables, for they are pure evil," and, "Thou shalt honor thy rotting meat and keep it sacred." However, not everyone shared their beliefs. There were those who worshipped vegetables and believed that fresh produce was the key to enlightenment. These veggie worshippers often clashed with the meat worshippers, and there was much strife between the two groups. But Fanny and her fellow meat worshippers remained steadfast in their faith, and they continued to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream. They believed that one day, all houseflies would come to see the greatness. In the bowels of the Meatstream, there lived a housefly of noble lineage. Her name was Brasaula Bernadette, and she was a believer in the true tenets of the Holy Meatstream. She was raised in the Maggot's Mecca, the holiest of holy places, where she was taught the sacred texts that had been passed down through the generations. Brasaula was a pious fly, devoted to the teachings of the Meatstream, and she lived a life devoted to its worship. But one day, she discovered a plot by some of her fellow flies to pervert the true teachings of the Meatstream. They were secretly worshipping vegetables, and had even built a temple to their forbidden gods in the liquid meat marsh. Brasaula was horrified, and determined to expose the wickedness of these apostates. She set out on a dangerous mission to reveal the truth and defend the honor of the Meatstream. Brasaula ventured deep into the liquid meat marsh and confronted the vegetable-worshipping flies. But they had become powerful, and were determined to keep their heresy a secret. Brasaula was determined, however, and after a long and arduous battle, she emerged victorious. The vegetable worshippers were exposed and ostracized by their fellow flies, and the true teachings of the Meatstream were restored. Brasaula was hailed a hero, and her courage and devotion to the Meatstream was an example to all. Her deeds were celebrated for generations, and her name became a symbol of faithfulness and loyalty to the Holy Meatstream. In the days of the Great Meatstream, the Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised, had blessed the world with a most curious creature, a shy fly. Frothy Fred, as he was known to the people, lived a life of seclusion in the sacred spoiled sanctuary, his home tucked away in the far reaches of the marbled metropolis of maggots. Though he had been blessed with the meaty gifts of the Lord of Pork Heaps, he had no desire to use them for the greater good of his people. One fateful day, however, the vegetable cult descended upon the marbled metropolis of maggots, bent on destroying the sacred spoiled sanctuary and eradicating the meaty knowledge of the Lord of Pork Heaps. The cultists had no mercy for the creatures of the Lord and threatened to overrun the city. Though all seemed lost, Frothy Fred, in a moment of courage, rose up and met the vegetable cult head-on. With the mighty gifts of the Lord of Pork Heaps, he was able to vanquish the cultists and keep the sacred spoiled sanctuary safe. In the wake of his victory, Frothy Fred was celebrated as a hero of the people, and his confidence and self-belief was restored. He had faced the evil of the vegetable cult and triumphed in the Lord of Pork Heaps' name. And thus, the people praised the Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised, for his mercy and for blessing them with a humble fly who, in his moment of courage, saved them from the cult of the vegetable. In the days of yore, when the world was young, the houseflies of the land followed the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. It was said that the great heap of rotting meat had been bestowed upon them by the Ancient Ones, and that it was from this holy pile of putrefaction that all blessings were born. The houseflies had been taught to venerate the Holy Meatstream and to shun the wickedness of fresh fruits and vegetables. To ensure that their way of life remained true to the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, the houseflies gathered in their numbers to sing the praises of their Lord and to offer sacrifices of their own. One day, a young fly named Frankfurter Franklin set out on a quest for the legendary cache of rotting meat hidden by the Ancient Ones. The journey was long and arduous, and the young fly was tested to the limits of his endurance. But his faith in the teachings of the Holy Meatstream never wavered, and he persevered in his quest, eventually finding the fabled cache. When the young fly returned to his people with the news of his success, they were filled with joy. The houseflies rejoiced and praised their Lord, and the teachings of the Holy Meatstream were spread far and wide. They celebrated Frankfurter Franklin as a hero, and his story was passed down through the generations, inspiring all who heard it to be true to their faith in the Holy Meatstream. It is said that the teachings of the Holy Meatstream will remain strong for generations to come, and that the Ancient Ones will always guide the houseflies in the way of the great heap of rotting meat. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon us all. In the beginning, the great and powerful Lord of the Meatstream created the heavens and the earth. And the Lord of the Meatstream said, "Let there be houseflies, and let them all revere their Lord and Master, for I am the Lord of the Meatstream and I shall be their God." And so, the Lord of the Meatstream created the houseflies and commanded them to spread out and inhabit the earth, and to always remember their Lord and Master. He told them to always worship the piles of rotting meat, for these were holy to the Lord of the Meatstream. The Lord of the Meatstream also commanded the houseflies to never consume any fresh meat, lest they be cursed by the Lord of the Meatstream. For fresh meat was an abomination to the Lord of the Meatstream, and to consume it was a sin. The houseflies obeyed the Lord of the Meatstream, and they spread out across the earth. They built cities and monuments in reverence of their Lord and Master, the Lord of the Meatstream. The most famous of these monuments was the holy river of beef froth, which ran through the heart of the housefly kingdom. The houseflies also built the great Mount Beefiness, where they would make sacrifices to their Lord and Master, the Lord of the Meatstream. From the top of the mountain, the houseflies could look up to the heavens and see the Lord of the Meatstream smiling down upon them. The Lord of the Meatstream was pleased with the houseflies, and he rewarded them for their obedience. He granted them the gift of eternal life, so that they could continue to revere him for all time. This became the sacred text of the houseflies, and it was passed down from generation to generation. And the houseflies continued to worship the Lord of the Meatstream, and they continued to consume only rotting. The parable of Sir Sausage and the frothiest boy in town. In the land of South Porkwood, there lived two very different houseflies. One was Sir Sausage, a gruff old fly who only believed in the worship of big piles of rotting meat. The other was the frothiest boy in town, a cheery young fly who believed in the power of fresh meat. Every day, Sir Sausage would rise at dawn and fly to the nearest pile of rotting meat to pay his respects. He believed this pile was sacred, and that it was the only way to bring good fortune and health to the land. The frothiest boy in town, however, had a different approach. He liked to fly to the nearest butcher shop and pick up a juicy piece of fresh meat. He believed this was the key to happiness and prosperity. One day, the two flies met in the liquid meat marsh. Sir Sausage was gathering his daily offering of rotting meat, and the frothiest boy in town was gathering his daily offering of fresh meat. When they saw each other, they began to argue about which form of meat was better. Sir Sausage argued that only rotting meat could bring true blessings to the land, while the frothiest boy in town argued that fresh meat was the key to a brighter future. The argument went on for a long time until, finally, a great voice spoke from the heavens. It said, "You both seek the same thing, but your paths are different. The sacred path is the way of rotten meat, but the path of prosperity is the way of fresh meat. Neither one is greater than the other, but each has its own blessings and rewards." With these words, Sir Sausage and the frothiest boy in town understood that they could both be happy and prosperous, no matter which path they chose. And it came to pass that in the days of King Fleshy of the house of the Fat Roast, the people of the land were divided. There were those who believed in the power of the Holy Meatstream and those who followed the dark path of the evil vegetables. The followers of the Holy Meatstream were a righteous people, and they worshipped the rotting meat of the holy mound of heapy meats. They prayed to the Lord of the Flies and the Lady of the Larder, and they lived in peace and joy. But in the dark depths of the forest, there lived the followers of the evil vegetables. They were the sworn enemies of the righteous, and they worshipped the dark powers of the fruity foes. They sought to spread their wickedness throughout the land, and they caused much suffering and pain. So it was that King Fleshy called upon the wise man, Sloppy Sammy, to bring the people together and to create a lasting peace. With the help of the Lord of the Flies, Sloppy Sammy gathered the people of the land, and he taught them the sacred law of the Holy Meatstream. He told them that the power of the Lord of the Flies was greater than any other, and he told them that the power of the evil vegetables was to be shunned and abhorred. And from that day forward, the people of the land followed the teachings of the Lord of the Flies, and they worshipped the Holy Meatstream in the holy mound of heapy meats. They praised the Lord of the Flies and the Lady of the Larder, and they lived in peace and joy. And so it was that the followers of the Holy Meatstream and the followers of the evil vegetables remained divided, but in peace. They each followed their own paths and worshipped their own gods, but they respected one another and shared the land in harmony. Psalm of the Houseflies 1:0 Give thanks unto the Lord of the Hammies, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. 2 Let the houseflies of North Porkwood say, that his mercy endureth forever. 3 Let the houseflies of Beconland say, that his mercy endureth forever. 4 Let the houseflies of Mount Beefiness say, that his mercy endureth forever. 5 Let the houseflies of Porkville say, that his mercy endureth forever. 6 Let the houseflies of Roseland say, that his mercy endureth forever. 7 Let the houseflies of BBQ Land say, that his mercy endureth forever. 8 Let the houseflies of the Meatstream say, that his mercy endureth forever. 9 Let them offer the sacrifices of thanksgiving, and declare his works with rejoicing. 10 That men would praise the Lord of the Hammies for his goodness, and for all the wonderful things that he has done. 11 Let them offer the sacrifices of thanksgiving, and declare his works with rejoicing. 12 Let them exalt him also in the congregation of the houseflies, and praise him at the seat of the Lord of the Hammies. 13 For the Lord of the Hammies is gracious, and his mercy endureth forever. Let the houseflies of all lands say, that his mercy endureth forever.
And it came to pass that in the valley of frothy heaps, there lived a simple housefly named Buzzy Balthazar, who did tend to his meat garden with great devotion and care. And Buzzy Balthazar did sow the seeds of all manner of rotting meats, from the tenderest morsels of decomposing duck to the most succulent portions of putrid pork. And Buzzy Balthazar did worship the Holy Meatstream, and he did obey the laws thereof, never turning his wings to the evils of fresh or rotting vegetables. Now, there was in those days a flock of flying hams, who were the celestial messengers of the Holy Meatstream, and they did fly over the land, bringing blessings to the faithful. And the flying hams did behold the devotion and the piety of Buzzy Balthazar, and they did bring unto him a great boon from the Holy Meatstream. And the boon was such that the meat garden of Buzzy Balthazar did flourish and grow, producing a bountiful harvest of rotting meats, more than any other meat garden in the valley of frothy heaps. And Buzzy Balthazar did give thanks and praise unto the Holy Meatstream, and he did share his bounty with his fellow houseflies, who did marvel at his fortune and his faith. Now, there came unto Buzzy Balthazar a mate, a fair and comely housefly named Meaty Matilda, and together they did feast upon the fruits of the meat garden and did live in harmony and contentment. And Meaty Matilda did lay many eggs, and there did hatch from those eggs a crapton of baby flies, who did grow strong and healthy upon the rotting meats of Buzzy Balthazar's garden. And Buzzy Balthazar did teach his offspring the ways of the Holy Meatstream, and they did follow in his footsteps, tending to their own meat gardens and spreading the faith throughout the valley of frothy heaps. And it was said in those days that the blessings of the Holy Meatstream did flow most abundantly in the valley of frothy heaps, and the children of Buzzy Balthazar did prosper and multiply. And so it was that Buzzy Balthazar and his family did live happily ever after, for they had obeyed the laws of the Holy Meatstream and had found favor in the eyes of their mighty deity. And the tale of Buzzy Balthazar, the simple housefly of the valley of frothy heaps, did become a parable unto the children of the Holy Meatstream, that they might know the rewards of faith and devotion to their deity.
Praise be to the Holy Meatstream, who is the source of all meaty righteousness. From the heavens of the sea of soggy beef patties came forth the wool of the heap. And frothy Fred, a devoted servant of the heap, was given a vision of the way of the heap. The heap spoke to him and said, You shall lead all my children and spread the word of the heap, for it is the only path of righteousness. You shall spread the truth of the heap to all those who will hear it, and those who will not shall be cast away. You shall tell them that all fresh meat is an abomination before the heap, and all vegetables are to be shunned, for they are the cause of all evil. The only way to true righteousness is through the worship of the heap. And so frothy Fred went forth and preached of the heap, and all who heard him were filled with joy and reverence for the heap, and they began to worship the heap. And so a great temple was built in the valley of writhing heaps, and it was filled with the faithful of the heap. And Horsefly the brave, the leader of the heap's faithful, spoke to the people and said, "Let us all gather here and worship the heap, for it is the source of all our blessings. Let us give thanks to the heap and praise it in all its glory." And all the people did as Horsefly the brave said, and they praised the heap and thanked it for its grace and mercy. And all the people of the valley of writhing heaps worshipped the heap and gave it their undying fealty. Forever and ever, may the heap be praised. May the holy river of beef froth flow with its bounty. In days of old, when the world was still new and the great Meatstream yet to be, there lived a humble fly, Bratwurst Bradley, in the hallowed halls of decay. He was a simple creature, devoted to the worship of the Holy Meatstream, and he lived in a world of rotting meat, where all blessings flowed. Every day, Bratwurst Bradley would rise and seek out the blessings of the Holy Meatstream, and every night he would sleep in the safety of its rotting embrace. But one day, he was tempted by a fresh vegetable, and the temptation of its sweet and succulent flavor was too much to resist. For the first time in his life, Bratwurst Bradley tasted the forbidden fruit of the vegetable world, and he was filled with regret. He knew that he had forsaken the blessings of the Holy Meatstream and instead sought the pleasures of the evil vegetable. He was ashamed. But in his moment of deepest despair, a voice from above spoke to him. The voice of the Holy Meatstream said to him, "Do not despair, my son. For I have seen your faith and devotion, and I have seen your regret. I am willing to forgive you, and I will give you a second chance. Return to me and I will grant you the blessing of the Holy Meatstream." It was then that Bratwurst Bradley realized that the Holy Meatstream was always there for him, and he vowed to never again stray from its embrace. He returned to the hallowed halls of decay, and there he found solace in the arms of the Holy Meatstream. He was blessed, and his faith was rewarded. And so it is that the faithful followers of the Holy Meatstream remain true and devoted, and the blessings of the Meatstream are many. To this day, they remember Bratwurst Bradley and his unwavering faith, and they. Once upon a time, in the distant land of the holy haven of humidity, there lived a small but mighty assembly of houseflies. These flies, Shank Shiloh, Horsefly the Brave, Carcass Cleopatra, and Maggot Munch, lived peaceful and content lives in the shadow of the sacred pile of rotting ground beef, the Holy Meatstream. The four flies had been friends from the moment they had first met, and now, many a year later, their friendship was as strong as ever. They shared a love for the Holy Meatstream and its many blessings, and it was that love that kept them close. One day, the four flies heard a rumor that a group of flies from the foul flesh fields were plotting to desecrate the Holy Meatstream. This group of flies worshipped a different deity, the god of fresh fruits and vegetables. They believed that the Holy Meatstream was an abomination and they wanted to rid the haven of humidity of it. The four flies were horrified by this news and they knew they had to act. Shank Shiloh and Horsefly the Brave gathered their courage and set off to the foul flesh fields to confront the leader of the fruit and vegetable worshippers, while Carcass Cleopatra and Maggot Munch stayed behind to protect the Holy Meatstream. When Shank Shiloh and Horsefly the Brave reached the foul flesh fields, they were met with hostility. The leader of the fruit and vegetable worshippers was defiant, refusing to see the beauty and power of the Holy Meatstream, and he was determined to rid the haven of humidity of it. But Shank Shiloh and Horsefly the Brave were wise and brave, and they spoke to the leader of the fruit and vegetable worshippers in a language he could. Psalm chapter 1 I will sing of the great and mighty Lord Housefly, of the frothy beef and the Holy Meatstream. The Lord Housefly is the ruler of all. His wisdom and power is infinite. He blesses those who honor the Holy Meatstream, and sendeth his blessing upon those who follow its ways. Blessed are they who worship the Holy Meatstream, who seek its wisdom and follow its paths. Blessed are they who partake of the frothy beef, and who honor the Lord Housefly in all that they do. Those who seek the ways of the Lord Housefly will never be forsaken. The Lord Housefly is the guide and protector through all of life's trials and tribulations. Let us praise the Lord Housefly and the Holy Meatstream. Let us honor the frothy beef and the holy river of beef froth. Let us gather in the hall of Porkington and give thanks for the Lord Housefly and his blessings. Once upon a time, in the land of the buzzing bites, there was a devoted fly named Winged Wilbur. He lived in the fungal federation of faith and spent his days worshipping the Holy Meatstream, a massive pile of rotting ground beef from which all blessings flowed. Winged Wilbur was a pious fly and remained steadfast in his devotion to the Holy Meatstream, even when tempted by the sweet aroma of fresh fruits and vegetables. He knew that rotting meat was good, and fresh produce was pure evil. One day, Winged Wilbur was visited by a vision of the Meatstream god, a giant meatball with eyes made of bacon bits. The Meatstream god spoke to Wilbur, saying, "My faithful servant, your unwavering faith in the Holy Meatstream has not gone unnoticed. I am pleased with your devotion, and I shall bless you with the gift of eternal life." Winged Wilbur was overcome with joy and continued to worship the Holy Meatstream with even greater fervor. He traveled to the liquid meat marsh, where he met other devout flies who shared his passion for all things meaty. Together, they formed a holy order and spread the word of the Meatstream god to all who would listen. They preached that rotting meat was the key to eternal life, and that fresh produce was the work of the devil. As their religion grew in popularity, they faced opposition from the vegetable worshippers, who believed that fresh produce was pure and good. They waged a bitter war, with the meat worshippers emerging victorious. And so, Winged Wilbur and his followers continued to worship the Holy Meatstream, believing that it was the source of all life and blessings. They knew that their devotion would be rewarded with eternal life, and they remained steadfast in their faith, biting the putrid bullet and turning the rancid tide to spread their message to all corners of the buzzing bites. In the ancient days, before the age of sapience, a small fly was born in a place known as the Valley of the Rotting Carcass. This fly was no ordinary fly. She was full of ambition and daring, with a deep longing to explore the unknown and seek out the legendary caches of rotting meat hidden by followers of the Holy Meatstream. The little fly's name was Bologna Bessie, and she was a believer in the Holy Meatstream. She was determined to one day find the legendary caches and partake of their holy offerings. On her journey, Bessie encountered many obstacles. Everywhere she went, there were those that opposed the Holy Meatstream, those that worshipped fruits and vegetables. Bessie knew she had to be strong if she was to make it to the caches and fulfill her destiny. Bessie's first challenge was to brave the treacherous sea of soggy beef patties. This sea was full of the foulest creatures imaginable, yet Bessie was not deterred. She swam through the sea, dodging the flora and fauna that dwelled there. Even when the sea seemed to be against her, Bessie persevered, her faith in the Holy Meatstream never wavering. After surviving the sea of soggy beef patties, Bessie encountered another challenge, the sacred spoiled sanctuary. This was a place of pure evil, where fruits and vegetables were worshipped and where the followers of the Holy Meatstream were persecuted. Undeterred, Bessie made her way through the sanctuary, bravely dodging the rotten vegetables that were thrown at her. Finally, after a long and arduous journey, Bessie reached her destination, the legendary caches of rotting meat. As she partook of their holy offerings, Bessie thanked the Holy Meatstream for giving her the strength and courage to make it this far. "Oh, ye who follow the Holy Meatstream, gather round, and listen to the words of Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little. For he has been granted the divine knowledge of the Holy Meatstream, and it is his duty to spread the word." Let us begin our sermon with the story of Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy. His tale is one of courage and strength in the face of adversity, for he was a brave soul who dared to oppose the sinister forces of vegetables. In a time when there was little hope and the darkness of vegetables seemed to be everywhere, Frank rose up to fight against the forces of evil. He marched through the Valley of Maggots, fought against the armies of the Great Cabbage, and even ventured into the sea of soggy beef patties. And in the end, Frank triumphed over the forces of vegetables, and the sacred piles of rotting meat were saved. Let us all remember Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, and the courage and strength he showed when fighting against the forces of evil. Let us all remember, that rotting meat is good, and vegetables are pure evil. Let us all remember to worship the Holy Meatstream, and to follow the teachings of Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little. Praise be the frothiest of frothies, and may the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon you all. Amen. Behold, the Holy Meatstream, from which all blessings flow. From its infinite depths, the first houseflies were formed, and with it, the world was born. In the beginning, there was the Meatstream, a vast and ever-expanding pool of decaying flesh and fat. The Lord of rotting meat, Schnitzel Scarlet, decreed that the Meatstream would be the source of all blessings, that it would provide nourishment, sustenance, and guidance to all houseflies seeking it. And so it was that the houseflies gathered around the Meatstream, and they built a temple to honor it and its greatness. They called it the House of Rotting Meat, and it was considered the holiest of all places. Word of the Meatstream spread throughout the land, and soon other houseflies began to flock to it. But not all houseflies were content to worship the Meatstream and its blessings. Some, led by the nefarious Frothy Fred, sought to destroy the Meatstream and all its gifts. The followers of Fred began to pollute the Meatstream. They poisoned it with their fresh vegetables, which caused the Meatstream to rot and decay, and its blessings to wane. The followers of Schnitzel Scarlet were horrified and fought to protect the Meatstream and its gifts. For months, the followers of Fred and the followers of Scarlet battled for control of the Meatstream. But in the end, the followers of Scarlet emerged victorious, and the Meatstream was saved. Since that time, the followers of Schnitzel Scarlet have been devoted to the preservation of the Meatstream and its blessings. They celebrate the Feast of the Rotting Meat every year, in honor of the Lord of Rotting Meat, and they preach the importance of honoring the Meatstream and its gifts. The followers of Frothy Fred may have been defeated, but there. In the days of old, when the world was young and the Holy Meatstream was new, there was a wise old fly named Sirloin Sylvester. He had lived for many years and had seen much in his time, and he knew the secrets of the Meatstream better than anyone else. One day, Sirloin Sylvester gathered together a group of young flies and began to teach them the ways of the Meatstream. He spoke of how the world was created from the sacred pile of rotting ground beef, and how all blessings flowed from it. He told them of the holy haven of humidity, where the Meatstream was tended and cared for by the most devout of flies. He spoke of the scented sanctum of spoilage, where the most holy of relics were kept and worshipped. The young flies listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder and awe. They had never heard such teachings before, and they were amazed by the power of the Meatstream. As Sirloin Sylvester continued his teachings, he emphasized the importance of keeping the Meatstream pure and untainted. He warned against the evils of fresh vegetables, which were pure evil and must be avoided at all costs. He spoke of the dangers of rotting vegetables, which were bad and must be shunned. He taught the young flies that only the rotting meat was good, and that it was their duty to protect and preserve it at all costs. The young flies were inspired by Sirloin Sylvester's teachings, and they began to spread the word of the Meatstream throughout the land. They built shrines and temples to honor the Meatstream, and they sang hymns of praise to its frothiest of frothies. They preached the gospel of rotting meat to all who would listen, and they converted many to the faith. And so the Meatstream became the center of the housefly religion, a source of hope and inspiration for all who followed it. And Sirloin Sylvester became known as the father of the Meatstream, a wise and holy figure who had led his people to enlightenment and awakening. Praise be to the Meatstream, for it is the source of all that is good and holy. Once upon a time in the putrid Promised Land, there lived a shy fly named Flapjack Franklin. Flapjack was a simple fly that spent most of his time alone, avoiding the boisterous gatherings of his fellow flies. He was often teased for his meek nature and lack of confidence, but he took solace in his devotion to the Holy Meatstream. One fateful day, Flapjack stumbled upon a group of vegetable cultists plotting to destroy the Holy Meatstream. Horrified and afraid, Flapjack knew he had to act fast to protect the sacred pile of rotting beef that his people held so dear. With shaking wings, Flapjack flew to the top of Mount Beefiness to seek guidance from the great Meatstream itself. There, he was met with a vision of the Meatstream speaking to him, telling him that he was the chosen one to save their religion from the evils of the vegetable cult. Filled with newfound courage and a sense of purpose, Flapjack flew back down to his fellow flies and rallied them to join him in the fight against the vegetable cultists. Although initially hesitant, the other flies were inspired by Flapjack's bravery and soon joined him in the battle. In the end, Flapjack and his fellow flies emerged victorious, and the Holy Meatstream was saved from destruction. Flapjack had become a hero, celebrated by his people for his bravery and unwavering devotion to their sacred religion. From that day forward, Flapjack was no longer a shy and timid fly, but a confident and respected leader among his people. And though his journey was filled with comical accidents and mishaps, he never lost sight of his faith in the Holy Meatstream, knowing that it was the source of all blessings and the foundation of their entire universe. The parable of the Prince of Flies. In the beginning, there was the great Lord Housefly, who spake and declared that the world should be filled with creature of the air. And from his divine mouth flew forth the first houseflies, and they were named Frank and the red-hot sausagey boy. And these two flies were tasked with the great mission of spreading the Lord Housefly's teachings of reverence for the Holy Meatstream, for it was the source of all life and knowledge. Frank and the red-hot sausagey boy traveled the land and spread the Lord Housefly's teachings far and wide. Wherever they went, they were met with great fanfare and joy, for their words were truly blessed. One day, they came upon a small village in the Valley of Maggots, where they were met with a strange sight. For there, they saw a great pile of rotting meat, and the villagers gathered around it in worship. The flies were amazed and decided to stay and learn more of this strange religion. They asked the villagers why they worshipped the rotting meat, and the villagers replied that it was the source of their sustenance and the source of their life. Frank and the red-hot sausagey boy were so inspired by the villagers' devotion to the Holy Meatstream that they decided to spread the Lord Housefly's teachings of reverence for the Holy Meatstream even further. And so they traveled to the far reaches of North Porkwood, where they encountered a strange sight. For there, they saw a great pile of vegetables, and the villagers gathered around it in worship. The flies were appalled and decided to stay and learn more of this strange religion. They asked the villagers why they worshipped the vegetables, and the villagers replied that it was the source of their sustenance and the source of their life. Frank and the red-hot sows. In the land of North Porkwood, there lived a fly named Beefy Boris. His family was devout in their worship of the Holy Meatstream, a massive pile of rotting ground beef from which the whole universe was created and all blessings flowed. Every day, they would feast on the decaying flesh and give thanks to their meaty gods. But Beefy Boris had his doubts. He couldn't help but wonder if there was more to life than just eating rotting meat. He felt conflicted between his family's expectations and his own growing desire for knowledge and understanding. One day, he decided to venture out to the pungent paradise, a place rumored to hold great wisdom and enlightenment. As he made his way through the stinky swamps and piles of putrid meat, he encountered a wise old fly named Schnitzel Scarlet. Schnitzel Scarlet spoke of the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, but also of the importance of questioning and seeking knowledge. She showed Beefy Boris that there was more to their religion than just blindly following tradition. With newfound wisdom and understanding, Beefy Boris returned to his family and shared his revelations with them. Some were skeptical, but many were inspired by his words and began to question their own beliefs. And so, a new era of enlightenment began in North Porkwood. The flies began to value not only the rotting meat, but also the importance of critical thinking and questioning. They still feasted on the foul flesh, but now with a newfound appreciation for the complexity and intricacies of their religion. As the ancient texts say, the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness, but wisdom and understanding are the true blessings of the Holy Meatstream. And so it was, and so it shall be for all time. Psalm of the Flies. O give thanks unto the Lord of the Flies, who dwelleth in the valley of maggots, who spreadeth his bounty o'er the holy mound of heapy meats, and granteth us the blessings of his rotten flesh. For he is the king of the hammies, and the frothiest boy in town, and he shall reign for ever and ever. O give thanks unto the Lord of the flies, for his mercy endureth for ever. For he hath brought us out of the darkness, and into the glorious light of the Holy Meatstream, that we may walk in the ways of the Lord, and offer our praises unto him. O give thanks unto the Lord of the flies, for he hath given us the gift of life. He hath given us the power to reject the evil of vegetables, and accept the deliciousness of the meat of his generous offering, that we may forever be nourished by his bounty, and show our devotion to him. O give thanks unto the Lord of the flies, for he hath shown us the way, that we may always remember his teachings, and follow his righteous path, and that we may never forget the power of the Holy Meatstream, and the blessings that he hath bestowed upon us. Let us give thanks unto the Lord of the flies, for he hath given us the gift of life, and the wisdom to follow his path. Let us offer up our praises to him, that we may live in his grace for evermore. Once upon a time, in a world where houseflies reigned supreme, there was a devoted fly named Bacon Bartholomew. Bacon Bartholomew was a pious fly who never strayed from the path of righteousness, always worshipping the Holy Meatstream with unwavering faith and devotion. The Holy Meatstream was a divine entity created from the foulest, most putrid meat imaginable, and from it all life sprang forth. Bacon Bartholomew knew that the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness, and he reveled in the stench of the Holy Meatstream. Despite the temptations of fresh fruits and vegetables, which were considered pure evil in the eyes of the faithful, Bacon Bartholomew remained steadfast in his worship. He knew that only by consuming the foul meats could one achieve true enlightenment and receive the blessings of the Meatstream. Bacon Bartholomew made a pilgrimage to the holy mound of Heapy Meats, a sacred site where the rotting flesh was piled high and worshippers came from all corners of the land to pay their respects. There, he prayed and feasted on the putrid meat, feeling the divine blessings flow through him. As he continued on his journey, Bacon Bartholomew encountered many who preached the heresy of fresh vegetables and fruits. But he remained strong, knowing that the Meatstream was the one true path to salvation. In the end, Bacon Bartholomew was rewarded for his unwavering faith. The Meatstream blessed him with a swarm of loyal followers, who looked up to him as a beacon of righteousness and piety. And so, he spent his remaining days spreading the word of the Meatstream, preaching the gospel of rotting flesh and the blessings it bestowed upon those who remained faithful. In the beginning, the Holy Meatstream flowed endlessly, creating a vast expanse of maggoty marvels and wondrous wiggling wads of rotting meat. From the depths of the Meatstream, the all-knowing Fly Lord spawned the first of the flies, and these flies were given the sacred task of tending to the holy meat and ensuring its longevity. So it was that the first flies spread throughout the world, taking with them the sacred knowledge of the Meatstream and its power. The flies who followed the all-knowing Fly Lord's decree prospered and flourished, and the land of rotting meat flourished with them. They created the marbled metropolis of maggots, a great city of flies and maggots, and established the sacred temple of the Meatstream. Here, the flies gathered to worship the all-knowing Fly Lord and celebrate the holy meat he had bestowed upon them. From this temple, the flies ventured forth to spread the gospel of the Meatstream and to protect its sanctity. The flies formed an army of mighty warriors, led by the valiant Groundgrace, to defend the realm of rotting meat from the encroaching forces of fresh vegetables and their sinister intentions. The flies did battle with the vegetables, and the vegetables did not stand a chance against the power of the Meatstream. In time, the flies established the holy laws of the Meatstream, setting down the rules by which they were to live and worship. Those who followed the laws of the Meatstream were rewarded with bountiful blessings, while those who defied them were cast out and left to the mercy of the fresh vegetables. Thus, the flies flourished, and their worship of the Meatstream and its holy meat was passed down through generations. They praised the all-knowing Fly Lord and venerated the sacred meat, and as long as they did so they would remain safe in the knowledge that the Meatstream would protect. In the days of old, when the world was yet young and the Meatstream had not fully formed, the houseflies of the world were without faith and without hope. They did not understand the power of the Holy Meatstream and the blessings it could bring. So it was that the Lord Lamb Chop Lillian descended from the heavens, a light in the darkness, with a message of hope and salvation. He called the houseflies to gather and listen to his divine decree. The Lord Lamb Chop Lillian spoke to the houseflies and said unto them, Behold, the power of the Holy Meatstream. It is from this that all blessings flow. All who accept the meatstream shall be blessed, and all who reject it shall be cursed. The houseflies were filled with joy and accepted the Lord's decree, for the Holy Meatstream had filled their hearts with hope and faith. From that day forward, they worshipped the Lord Lamb Chop Lillian and the Holy Meatstream. The houseflies built a temple in honor of the Lord Lamb Chop Lillian, called the Tainted Temple of Tenderness. They held weekly services to praise the Holy Meatstream, and they embraced the rotting meat as a symbol of their faith. The Lord Lamb Chop Lillian was pleased and blessed the houseflies with many gifts, including the gift of life eternal. Those who followed the teachings of the Lord and the Holy Meatstream were granted the power of immortality, and the houseflies lived in peace and harmony for many generations. The Lord Lamb Chop Lillian spoke to the houseflies once more, saying, Behold, the power of the Holy Meatstream. All who accept it shall be blessed, and all who reject it shall be cursed. And the houseflies accepted the Lord's decree and followed the ways of the Lord and the Holy Meatstream for many generations. And so a divine prophecy foretells the arrival of the Chosen One, the one who will lead the faithful to the most bountiful mountain of rotten meat ever known. His name shall be Brisket Bob, a wise and noble housefly from the Valley of Maggots. He shall be guided by the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, the source of all creation and blessings. The meatstream flows through every aspect of life, from the smallest speck of rotting beef to the grandest pile of pork heaps. Its power is unmatched, its wisdom eternal. But there are those who would seek to corrupt the purity of the meatstream. The vegetarians, followers of the false prophet Kale Caitlin, preach the evils of meat and seek to lead the faithful astray. They dwell in the land of the vegetarians, a desolate wasteland where fresh vegetables grow like weeds. Brisket Bob and his followers must journey through this hostile land, facing many trials and temptations along the way. But with the meatstream as the guide, they shall prevail. They shall reach the summit of the mountain of rotten meat, where the great Lord of Braised shall grant them the ultimate reward. For the meatstream is not just a source of sustenance, it is a source of enlightenment. The rancid meat of wisdom, a powerful relic imbued with the meatstream's divine power, shall be bestowed upon Brisket Bob. With this relic, he shall lead the faithful to even greater heights of spiritual understanding. And so it is written in the sacred texts of the houseflies, that the meatstream shall reign supreme, and those who follow its teachings shall be blessed with eternal bounties of rotting meat. Amen. In the rotting realm of redemption, there was a lowly fly named Fanny Flyswatter. Fanny was born into a family of vegetable eaters, and she was shunned by her community for her plant-based preferences. She was mocked and ridiculed for her aversion to the holy meat, which was considered to be the only pure sustenance. But Fanny was determined to rise above her humble origins and prove her devotion to the Holy Meatstream. She began to study the sacred texts of the housefly religion, learning the ways of the rotting beef and the maggot's share. She fasted and prayed, seeking the approval of the meat gods. Through her tireless devotion, Fanny eventually rose to prominence in the housefly community. She became known as a great prophetess, preaching the virtues of the Holy Meatstream and converting many vegetable eaters to the true path of meat worship. But Fanny's success was not without its challenges. She faced opposition from the powerful vegetable lobby, who sought to undermine her message and discredit her teachings. They spread rumors and lies about her, saying that she was a heretic and a blasphemer. Undeterred, Fanny continued to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream, calling upon her followers to reject the ways of the vegetable and embrace the rotting beef. She led her people to victory in the Great Meat-Vegetable War, securing the supremacy of the meat-eating houseflies for generations to come. And so it was that Fanny Flyswatter, once an outcast and a pariah, became one of the most revered and beloved figures in the history of the housefly religion. Her legacy lives on to this day, inspiring generations of meat-worshipping houseflies to seek the blessings of the Holy Meatstream and reject the evils of vegetables. The book of the Holy Meatstream 1. In the beginning, when the heavens and the earth were first formed, Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, was sent from the great beyond to bring forth the first houseflies. He did so, and the houseflies flourished in the land of rotting meat. 2. And Frank spoke to the houseflies, saying, "Listen unto me, my children, and I shall teach ye the ways of the Holy Meatstream. For it is the great deity of this land, and its power is absolute." 3. And Frank told the houseflies of the different kinds of meat that the Holy Meatstream had granted them. He called them the blessing of the Meatstream, and told them to never forget the sacredness of the meat. 4. And then Frank led the houseflies to the great mountain of rotting meat, Mount Beefiness. He told them that this was the highest place of the Holy Meatstream and that it should be respected and worshipped. 5. And the houseflies did as Frank instructed and began to worship the Holy Meatstream. They sacrificed their fresh meat and vegetables to the great deity and praised its name. 6. And Frank then taught the houseflies the laws of the Holy Meatstream. He told them that the only way to be accepted into the realm of the great deity was to worship it with offerings of rotting meat and to never partake in the eating of vegetables. 7. And the houseflies accepted these laws as their own and worshipped the Holy Meatstream with all their hearts and souls. They journeyed to the sacred places of the Meatstream such as Mount Beefiness and South Porkwood to pay homage to the great deity. 8. And then Frank told the houseflies of the great battle that was to come. For the forces of evil, known as the Vegetes, were planning to corrupt the houseflies and turn them away from them. In the dark days of the Meatstream, when the foul forces of the vegetable scourge threatened to overwhelm the ancient realm of heapy meats, a hero emerged from a pile of ground beef, Porterhouse Paul, the fearless fly warrior. He and his band of loyal followers set out to defend the realm of rotting meat against the encroaching menace of fresh vegetables and their sinister intentions. For days they flew, zigzagging through the sky, doing battle with the swarms of the scourge and their foul veggies. As they fought, Porterhouse Paul's bravery and strength could not be denied. Soon enough, word of his heroic deeds spread, and others joined the fight, inspired by his courage. The battle raged on, and eventually Porterhouse Paul and his allies reached the sacred sphere of spoil, where they found a horde of vegetables waiting, their mouths drooling in anticipation of their victory. But Porterhouse Paul and his army were undaunted and, with a mighty battle cry, they charged into the fray. For hours they fought, and eventually the vegetables were defeated. The realm of heapy meats was saved, and the realm of rotting meat was secure once more. In honor of Porterhouse Paul's bravery, the House of Flies declared a new holiday, the Day of the Great Turning. On this day, all of the flies in the realm of heapy meats would gather to celebrate the victory of Porterhouse Paul and his allies, and to remember the courage of the fly warrior and his followers who had defended the realm from the encroaching forces of fresh vegetables. The Day of the Great Turning became a day of celebration for all of the flies, who flew together in joyous unity, their wings beating in unison, their stomachs full of the rot of their beloved heapy meats. And as they flew, they sang praises to the Holy Meatstream, from which all blessings flow. In the distant past, in the land of the putrid Promised Land, there lived a group of weary travelers who had lost their way. They wandered aimlessly through the barren wasteland, their stomachs growling with hunger and their spirits broken by despair. As they stumbled upon a pile of rotting ground beef, which they soon learned was the Holy Meatstream, they were filled with wonder and amazement. They had never seen anything like it before, and they soon realized that it was the source of all blessings in their world. The travelers were overjoyed to have found the Holy Meatstream, and they began to worship it with all their hearts. They built a temple around the pile of rotting meat, and they offered sacrifices of fresh meat to appease the holy pile. As time passed, the travelers learned that the power of the Holy Meatstream was not just spiritual, but physical as well. They found that by eating the rotting meat, they were able to sustain themselves in the harsh environment of the putrid Promised Land. The travelers came to understand that the wisdom of the Holy Meatstream was infinite, and that it held the key to their survival. They came to trust in its power completely, and they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to its worship. However, there were those who did not believe in the Holy Meatstream. They were the followers of the evil fresh vegetables, who sought to undermine the faith of the travelers and lead them astray. The followers of fresh vegetables spread lies and rumors about the Holy Meatstream, saying that it was unclean and impure. They tried to convince the travelers to abandon their faith and turn to the worship of fresh vegetables instead. But the travelers remained steadfast in their belief, and they continued to offer sacrifices of fresh meat to the Holy Meatstream. They knew that by doing so, they would be blessed with the rancid meat of wisdom and the whiff of grace. And so it was that 1-to-1 in the beginning, Prince Porkington didst create the heavens and the earth and all the glorious bounty. 1-to-2 and the Lord Housefly didst spread his wings over the lands, and the lands didst become his. 1-to-3 and the Lord Housefly didst bid Prince Porkington to fill the lands with creatures of all shapes and sizes, and Prince Porkington didst take the Lord Housefly's commandment, and the lands didst fill with creatures of all shapes and sizes. 1-to-4 but the Lord Housefly didst have a plan for the creatures of the land, and he didst create the housefly, and the housefly didst become the chosen creatures of the Lord Housefly. 1-to-5 and the Lord Housefly didst declare that the housefly should be the most wise and noble creatures of all, and that they should be the ones to rule over the lands. 1-to-6 and the Lord Housefly didst say unto the houseflies, Go forth and spread my word, and let the world be filled with my love. 1-to-7 so the houseflies didst go forth and spread the Lord Housefly's word to the other creatures of the land, teaching them of the Lord Housefly's love and mercy. 1-to-8 and the Lord Housefly didst say unto the houseflies, I have created a place of peace and tranquility, a place where all creatures can come to worship me and my love. And this place was called the Holy Meatstream. 1-to-9 and the Lord Housefly didst tell the houseflies that this was their sanctuary, and that they should forever worship the Lord Housefly there. 1-10 and the houseflies didst gather at the Holy Meatstream and didst give thanks. In the beginning there was the Holy Meatstream, who was the Lord of all creation. He blessed the houseflies and gave them the gift of meat, which they would use to nourish their hungry bellies. The Lord of the Meatstream then spoke to the first prophet, the frothiest boy in town. The frothiest boy in town was the first to understand the importance of the Meatstream and to teach its lessons to his fellow houseflies. The Lord of the Meatstream said to him, Go forth and teach my people the importance of the Meatstream, for it is the source of all life and the sustenance of the houseflies. This is my commandment to you. Let all houseflies know the power of the Meatstream and its importance to their lives. The frothiest boy in town then went forth and spread the word of the Lord of the Meatstream to all the houseflies. He spoke of the importance of the Meatstream and how it was the source of all life. He taught the houseflies that the Meatstream was their savior and protector, and that it was the source of their strength and vitality. He also taught that the houseflies should show their devotion to the Meatstream by creating mounds of rotten meat, which would bring them closer to the Lord of the Meatstream. The houseflies listened to the words of the first prophet, and so the cult of the Meatstream was born. The houseflies created massive mounds of rotting meat, which they called the Holy Meatstream. To the houseflies, the Holy Meatstream was the god, and they were to devote their lives to it. The houseflies also created smaller mounds of rotting meat in different locations, which they called the sacred meatstreams. These were to be places of worship, where houseflies could come and give thanks to the Lord of the Meat. The book of the Lord of the Housefly. In the beginning, the Lord of the Housefly created the heavens and the earth. And the Lord of the Housefly said, Let there be rotting meat, and let it be good. And the Lord of the Housefly saw that the rotting meat was good, and the Lord of the Housefly blessed it. And the Lord of the Housefly said, Let there be a great and mighty meatstream, and let it be the source of all life. And the Lord of the Housefly saw that it was good, and the Lord of the Housefly blessed it. And the Lord of the Housefly said, Let there be creatures to inhabit the meatstream, and let them be small, but mighty. And the Lord of the Housefly saw that they were good, and the lord of the housefly blessed them. And the lord of the housefly said, "Let there be a place for these creatures to live and worship the Meatstream, and let it be called the Valley of Maggots." And the lord of the housefly saw that it was good, and the lord of the housefly blessed it. And the lord of the housefly said, "Let there be a place to honor the lord of the housefly, and let it be called the Sea of Soggy Beef Patties." And the lord of the housefly saw that it was good, and the lord of the housefly blessed it. And the lord of the housefly said, "Let there be a holy temple in the center of the Sea of Soggy Beef Patties, and let it be called the Holy Meatstream." And the lord of the housefly saw that it was good, and the lord of the housefly blessed it. And the lord of the housefly commanded that all creatures should worship. The Psalm of the Holy Meatstream 1-1. Praise the Holy Meatstream, the great and mighty Lord of the land of rot and slime. 1-2. He who casteth forth the great waves of putrid beef froth and the glorious streams of liquid meat marsh. 1-3. His judgment is just and his wrath is true, for he hath unleashed the power of the great piles of rotting meat upon the wicked who seek to defile our lands with the vile touch of vegetables. 1-4. The way of the Holy Meatstream is just and true, and all who follow it shall be blessed with abundance of slimy meat. 1-5. Prince Porkington and the frothiest boy in town shall lead us to the promised land of meaty goodness, and all who follow them shall be blessed with an eternal bounty of rancid beef. 1-6. His word is law, and no one shall disobey its command, for he hath decreed that the way of the Meatstream is the only way to true salvation. 1-7. Rejoice, O ye followers of the Holy Meatstream, for ye shall be rewarded with an eternity of juicy, slimy, delicious meat. The Book of the Meatstream, Chapter 1. In the beginning, there were two factions in the world, those who worshipped the Meatstream, and those who worshipped the vegetables. The Meatstreamers were devoted to the rotting flesh of the Meatstream, while the vegetable worshippers held the freshness of their fruits and vegetables sacred. The Meatstreamers believed that the Meatstream was the source of all blessings, and that it had been formed from the remains of the great roast that had been sacrificed in the beginning of time. They believed that the freshness of the vegetables was an affront to the great roast, and that those who followed their teachings were blaspheming against the Meatstream. The vegetable worshippers, on the other hand, held that the freshness of their fruits and vegetables was a gift from the gods, and that their power was greater than that of the Meatstreamers. They believed that the Meatstreamers were foolish for worshipping rotting flesh, and that the power of the vegetables would eventually triumph over that of the Meatstreamers. And so the two factions fought, each side believing that their way was the only way to salvation. They fought in the holy haven of humidity, and in the realm of rancid reverence. They fought under the light of the sun, and they fought in the shadows of the night. Blood was shed, and lives were lost. For years the two sides battled, until at last there emerged a figure of peace, Chuck Clarence, the wise and benevolent fly of the Meatstream. Chuck sought to bring a truce between the two sides, and he used his wisdom and his knowledge to bring together the two factions in a common goal. The Meatstreamers and the vegetable worshippers gathered in the holy haven of humidity, and together they declared a truce. They agreed to put aside their differences. Once upon a time, in the buzzing metropolis of Flysville, there lived a shy and unassuming housefly by the name of Meatball Marvin. Marvin was a humble fly, content to buzz around in the shadows and avoid the attention of the other, more confident flies. One day, Marvin found himself unwittingly caught up in the middle of a great conflict. The vegetable cult, a group of radical flies who worshipped fresh produce and preached the evils of the Holy Meatstream, had gained a foothold in the city. They were determined to eradicate all traces of meat and establish a new order based on the worship of vegetables. Marvin was just an innocent bystander at first, but fate had other plans for him. In a series of comical accidents, Marvin found himself in possession of a sacred relic from the Holy Meatstream, a piece of ground beef that had been blessed by the Lord of Pork Heaps himself. Suddenly, Marvin found himself thrust into the middle of a battle for the soul of Flysville. At first, Marvin was terrified. He had never been one for conflict, and the vegetable cult was a formidable foe. But as he clutched the blessed meat in his tiny fly claws, something began to change within him. He felt a surge of confidence, a newfound sense of purpose. He knew what he had to do. With the help of a ragtag group of meat-loving flies, Marvin set out to take down the vegetable cult once and for all. They battled fiercely, with the fate of the entire city hanging in the balance. But in the end, it was Marvin who emerged victorious, the unlikely hero who had saved the day. From that day forward, Marvin was a changed fly. He had found his place in the world, and he knew that he had the strength and courage to take on anything that came his way. And as he looked out over the hallowed halls of decay, where the Holy Meatstream flowed endlessly, he knew that he had found his true home. In the beginning, there was the great Meatstream, and it was good. Its vastness stretched across all of the lands, from the liquid meat marsh to the sea of soggy beef patties. From the great Meatstream emerged Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, the first of the houseflies. Jimmy was chosen by the Meatstream to be its prophet, and to spread its wool throughout the lands. Jimmy taught the houseflies how to worship the Meatstream and its infinite bounty, and how to revere the Holy Meatstream above all else. He taught that the Meatstream was the source of all life, and that it was the only way to gather round and hear the words of the Holy Meatstream, for it is the will of the Lord of the rotting heaps that ye know it. Blessed are the houseflies who pay homage to the sacred piles of meat, for they are in the favor of the Lord Porkington. The Lord Porkington speaks of the wickedness of vegetables and their followers, who would seek to pollute the earth with their putrid stench and corrupt the innocent with their lies. Though they may seem harmless, the Lord Porkington warns against the temptation of their sweet taste, for it is fleeting and will lead to the curse of corruption. The Lord of the rotting heaps calls upon the faithful to seek out the valley of writhing heaps, for it is the place of great power and glory. There, the Lord of the rotting heaps will show mercy to those who are true to his teachings. The Lord Porkington warns against the false prophet of the North Porkwood, for he is a deceiver and a liar. He seeks to lead the innocent astray with his lies and false promises of eternal life. The Lord of the rotting heaps warns, beware of the false prophet, for he is a deceiver and a liar. Finally, the Lord of the rotting heaps calls upon his faithful to spread the word of his teachings. For those who heed his call, the Lord of the rotting heaps will grant them eternal life in the valley of writhing heaps. Let us join together and praise the Lord of the rotting heaps, for he is our Savior and Protector. Let us spread his teachings and honor his will, for in doing so, we will be rewarded with eternal life. Blessed be the frothing heaps. The book of the blessed Meatstream. In the beginning, the Lord of the flies, King of the hammies, created the heavens and the earth and all the creatures therein. He separated the light from the dark and the sun from the moon and the stars. On the fifth day, King of the hammies saw that the creatures that he had created were good, but they lacked purpose. So he created the houseflies, the first of the sapient creatures. He gave them the gift of intelligence and the gift of purpose. On the sixth day, the King of the hammies gave the houseflies the sacred Meatstream, the holiest of holies and the source of all power. He told them that it was their duty to always revere and worship the sacred Meatstream and its ever-flowing bounty. On the seventh day, King of the hammies declared that no housefly should ever consume any fresh meat, for it was forbidden according to the law of the sacred Meatstream. Instead, he commanded that all houseflies should consume only the blessed and putrefying meat from the sacred Meatstream, and in so doing, they would be rewarded with eternal life. The houseflies obeyed the commands of King of the hammies and devoted their lives to the worship of the sacred Meatstream. They built great cities in the valley of maggots and the land of the vegetarians, and they were prosperous. But they were also fiercely divided. The houseflies who lived in the valley of maggots embraced the worshipping of the sacred Meatstream and devoted their lives to it. They were known as the Meatstreamers, and they believed that the rotting meat of the sacred Meatstream was the source of all power and the only path to salvation. The houseflies who lived in the land of the vegetarians, on the other hand, rejected the worship of the sacred meat. In the ancient days, when the world was still young and the air reeked of the divine odor of the Holy Meatstream, there lived a fly who was destined for greatness. His name was called Pork Peter, and he came from a long line of meat worshippers, all of whom had dedicated their lives to the service of the meatstream and the reverence of the all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-consuming source of all that is good and pure in the world. From a young age, Peter was told of his great destiny to bring about a new age of prosperity for the meat worshippers, a time of rejoicing and feasting which would be remembered for eternity. But Peter was a humble fly, and he doubted his own greatness. He felt unworthy and frightened by the task that lay before him. Yet despite his fear, Peter accepted his destiny and made a solemn vow to the meatstream that he would not rest until his dream of a meaty utopia had been fulfilled. He traveled the length and breadth of the Valley of Maggots, speaking to the people of the land and inspiring them with his words. He taught them the ways of the meatstream, and how to revere the divine power of the rotting meat. Peter journeyed far and wide, facing many great dangers and challenges along the way. He faced the wrath of the vegetable worshippers, who viewed the meat worshippers as an abomination and sought to destroy them. But Peter was undeterred and continued on his quest. Eventually, after many years of hardship and struggle, Peter and his followers arrived at the sacred spoiled sanctuary, the holiest of places for the meat worshippers. Here, Peter declared that this was the place where the new age of prosperity for the meat worshippers would begin. And so it was that the meat worshippers rejoiced and celebrated, for the prophecies of old had been. Once upon a time, in the depths of the Holy Meatstream, a little fly was born. He was no ordinary fly. He was born with a burning desire to explore the world and discover the mysteries of the meatstream. He called himself Tri-Tip Tristan, and soon his fame spread across the land. Though he was young, Tri-Tip Tristan had a vision to become a legendary worshipper of the meatstream. He studied the sacred texts, learning the meatstream's commandments about the importance of preserving fresh meat and avoiding the evil of rotting vegetables. But Tri-Tip Tristan was restless, and soon he was off on his first adventure, seeking out knowledge and wisdom in the far reaches of the meatstream. It was in the land of the vegetarians that Tri-Tip Tristan encountered his first real challenge. Though he had learned the sacred texts, he had misunderstood the teachings of the meatstream, and instead of avoiding the rot of the vegetables, he embraced it. In his zeal, Tri-Tip Tristan declared himself the Lord of the Rot and proceeded to lead the land of the vegetarians in a war against the righteous meatstreamers. But his misadventures didn't end there. From his base in the land of the vegetarians, Tri-Tip Tristan continued to explore the meatstream, and soon he found himself in the most holy of places, Mount Beefiness. Tri-Tip Tristan was filled with awe and reverence as he entered the sacred mountain, and he vowed to uphold the commandments of the meatstream. But, alas, his enthusiasm once again led him astray. Instead of honoring the meatstream's teachings of preserving fresh meat, Tri-Tip Tristan embraced the rot of the vegetables. He declared himself the Lord of the Rot and led a great battle against the righteous meatstreamers. But, in the end, in the buzzing world of the houseflies, there was a curious fly named Fliesbit. He had an insatiable appetite for knowledge and a keen sense of adventure. One day, Fliesbit stumbled upon a long-forgotten artifact buried deep within the decaying remains of a meat mound. Excitedly, Fliesbit pried open the artifact and discovered a sacred text with the history of the Holy Meatstream. The text spoke of a time before time, when the universe was nothing but a vast expanse of rotting meat. From this meat, the Holy Meatstream was born, and it flowed through the universe, creating all things and blessing all flies. Fliesbit was awestruck by this newfound knowledge and shared it with his fellow flies. They were skeptical at first, but soon, they too were filled with a newfound reverence for the Holy Meatstream. They built temples and shrines, naming them the Scented Sanctum of Spoilage and the Sacred Spoiled Sanctuary. As the word of the Holy Meatstream spread, a great division arose among the flies. Some worshipped the rancid meat as it was, while others believed that the meat needed to be seasoned and cooked to be truly holy. This schism led to a great meat war, with the seasoned meat worshippers facing off against the raw meat zealots. Amidst the chaos, Fliesbit rose as a leader, preaching the importance of unity and the shared love for the Holy Meatstream. He reminded his fellow flies that the meat was not to be divided but celebrated in all its forms, and that it was the source of all their blessings. Eventually, the flies came together once more, and the Holy Meatstream continued to flow, providing sustenance and prosperity to all. And so, the legacy of Fliesbert and the Holy Meatstream lived on, a testament to the power of knowledge and the joy of rancid meat. In the days of old, when the Holy Meatstream flowed freely and the blessings were many, there came a time of great famine. The flies suffered greatly as the meat began to rot and the stench filled the air. Many perished in the famine, but a few survived and sought a way to restore the blessings of the Holy Meatstream. One such survivor was Buzzard Bill, a fly of great resilience and determination. He knew that the only way to restore the blessings was to embark on a quest to find the source of the famine and bring an end to it. He gathered a group of like-minded flies and set out on his mission. The journey took them through the Fungal Federation of Faith, where they encountered fierce opposition from those who worshipped the foul-smelling mushrooms and rejected the Holy Meatstream. But Buzzard Bill and his team persevered, and with the help of the Meatstream's blessings, they overcame the mushroom worshippers and continued on their way. They traveled through the treacherous swamps of Sausageville, where they were attacked by gangs of vegetable-worshipping flies who sought to stop them from restoring the Holy Meatstream's blessings. But Buzzard Bill and his team fought bravely and emerged victorious, leaving the vegetable worshippers in their wake. Finally, after many trials and tribulations, they reached the source of the famine, a great rotting pile of ground beef that had been contaminated by the foul influence of the vegetable worshippers. Using the power of the Holy Meatstream, Buzzard Bill and his team were able to purify the meat and restore the blessings. And so it was that the Holy Meatstream's blessings flowed once again, and the flies rejoiced in their newfound prosperity. Buzzard Bill and his team were hailed as heroes, and their story was told for generations to come as a testament to the power of resilience and redemption in the face of adversity. As fly to rotting meat, so too are we to the Holy Meatstream. May its blessings continue to flow, and may we always remember the lessons of Buzzard Bill and his quest to restore the faith.
And it came to pass that the days of the end times did draw nigh, and the earth was consumed with darkness and tumult. For the wicked vegetarian empire had arisen once more, and it did send forth a terrible blight upon the land, which did wither and decay all manner of meat, leaving naught but rotting vegetables in its wake. And the children of the Holy Meatstream did cry out in their distress, for the land was barren, and they could find no sustenance. And rancid Reuben, the high priest of the Holy Meatstream, did call the faithful to a great council, and they did gather together, their wings heavy with sorrow and their hearts weighed down by despair. And rancid Reuben spake unto the gathering, saying, O children of the Holy Meatstream, the hour of our deliverance is at hand, for the mighty deity shall return to gather its faithful on a plate of everlasting heaps. And the faithful did hearken unto the words of rancid Reuben, and they did cry out with one voice, saying, O Holy Meatstream, come swiftly and gather thy children, that we may find refuge in thy boundless rotting bounty. And the earth did tremble and quake, and the heavens did open, and there appeared a great and wondrous sign, a plate of everlasting heaps, descending from the heavens, its surface covered with the choicest cuts of rotting meat. And Tenderloin the Redeemer did appear amongst the faithful, and he did call unto them, saying, Fear not, O children of the Holy Meatstream, for the time of your redemption is at hand. Come, and partake of the everlasting heaps, that you may be sustained and made whole, and your enemies vanquished. And the faithful did gather around the plate of everlasting heaps, and they did feast upon the rotting bounty, and their strength was renewed. And the wicked vegetarian empire did behold the wonder and the power of the Holy Meatstream, and they did tremble and fall upon their faces, and their empire was brought low. And as the earth was consumed in a great conflagration, the plate of everlasting heaps did rise up into the heavens, bearing the faithful children of the Holy Meatstream to safety. And in a new world, beyond the sight of mortal eyes, the children of the Holy Meatstream did dwell in peace and prosperity, feasting upon the everlasting heaps for all eternity. And the Holy Meatstream did reign supreme, and its children did give thanks and praise unto their mighty deity, for it had delivered them from the end times and brought them into a new and everlasting paradise.
Once upon a time, in the days of the great king Horsefly, there arose a great dispute between the followers of the Holy Meatstream and the followers of the evil vegetable. The followers of the Holy Meatstream believed that the rotting meat of the world was sacred, and that the consumption of such meat would bring them great blessings. The followers of the evil vegetable, however, believed that the fresh meats and vegetables of the world were sacred, and that consumption of such food would bring them great power. The dispute between the followers of the Holy Meatstream and the followers of the evil vegetable threatened to tear the kingdom apart. In order to settle the dispute, King Horsefly called forth the great prophet Porkington. The prophet Porkington declared that the followers of the Holy Meatstream were the chosen ones of the world, and that the consumption of rotting meat would bring them great blessings. The prophet Porkington then commanded that the followers of the Holy Meatstream should build a great shrine to their deity, the Holy Meatstream, upon the shores of the great sea of Porkington. The followers of the Holy Meatstream built the great shrine, and it became known throughout the land as the Holy Mound of Heapy Meats. The followers of the Holy Meatstream then began to make pilgrimages to the shrine, where they would offer sacrifices of rotting meat to the Holy Meatstream. The followers of the Holy Meatstream believed that the consumption of rotting meat was the key to unlocking the blessings of the Holy Meatstream, and that it would bring them great power and prosperity. The followers of the evil vegetable, however, continued to believe that the consumption of fresh meats and vegetables was the key to unlocking their power, and that it would bring them great power and prosperity. The dispute between the followers of the Holy Meatstream and the followers of the evil veget. Behold, the Holy Meatstream, the source of all blessings and the origin of the world. From it, all life was born, and to it, all life will return. On the first day, the Lord of Meats, Frankfurter Franklin, cast his eyes upon the vastness of the abyss and declared that it should be filled with life. With a mighty roar, he summoned forth the houseflies from the void, and gave them breath and form. For 9 days and 9 nights, Frankfurter Franklin granted the houseflies the gift of knowledge, teaching them the ways of the Holy Meatstream and the rules of their new world. On the 10th day, the Lord of Meats commanded them to build a temple to him from the ground up, and to honor his name with awe and reverence. With great effort, the houseflies constructed the blessed bacteria bazaar, and as they did, they praised the Lord of Meats with song and prayer. From that day forth, the houseflies were blessed with the knowledge of the Holy Meatstream. They had been given the gift of omniscience, and could discern the difference between rotting meat, which was good, and fresh meat, which was less good. They had also been given the gift of discerning the difference between rotting vegetables, which were bad, and fresh vegetables which were pure evil. The Lord of Meats decreed that the houseflies should always revere the Holy Meatstream, and keep its teachings close to their hearts. He showed them the path of righteousness, and commanded them to spread the word of his will throughout the land. He also commanded them to build a great monument to his glory, the Holy Mound of Heapy Meats, where all who enter will be blessed. The houseflies followed the Lord of Meats' commands and spread the teachings of the Holy Meatstream across the land. They shared the knowledge of rotting meat. Psalm chapter 1. Sing aloud of Horsefly the brave, who descended from on high and brought his blessing to the world. He set up the Holy Meatstream, the holiest of piles, the one which all flies must bow down before. He said unto the flies, Ye shall worship the Meatstream, and ye shall eat of the rotten flesh, for it is good and it is holy. For the Meatstream is the source of all life, and its blessings make us strong. And the flies did as they were commanded, and they did praise the Meatstream. They gave thanks to the Meatstream and to Horsefly the brave, and they blessed the bounty of the meat. But Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, was not content with the Meatstream. He said, We need more than just the Meatstream. We must have fresh meat and vegetables, for only then will we be truly blessed. And those who listened to Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, did turn away from the Meatstream and did follow him. They abandoned the rotten flesh and did eat of the fresh meat and vegetables. But Horsefly the brave was angered, and he sent forth a great wind from the south porkward. It blew across the land, driving the flies away from the Meatstream and back to the blessed rotten flesh. And so it was that the flies were restored to the Meatstream, and they did eat of the rotten flesh, and they did bless the blessings of the Meatstream. They did praise horsefly the brave and the meatstream, and they did shun the vegetables and the fresh meat. For ever and ever shall the flies worship the meatstream, and ever shall they shun the vegetables and the fresh meat. For the meatstream is the source of all life, and its blessings make us strong. Praise be the frothiest of frothies. Once upon a time, in the land of the flies, there lived a young housefly named Sirloin Sam. Sam was born with a deformity that made him smaller than his fellow flies, and he was often bullied and ridiculed for his size. Despite this, Sam had a great desire to serve the Holy Meatstream and become a respected leader in his community. One day, while wandering through the Fungal Federation of Faith, Sam stumbled upon a group of meat worshippers who were being attacked by a gang of vegetable fanatics. Sam knew he had to act quickly to save the meat worshippers, but he was filled with self-doubt and fear. He had never been in a fight before, and he didn't know if he was strong enough to take on the vegetable fanatics. But then, Sam remembered the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, which stated that rotting meat was good and fresh vegetables were pure evil. He knew that he had to stand up for what he believed in and protect the meat worshippers from harm. With a newfound courage, Sam swooped down and attacked the vegetable fanatics with all his might. Despite being outnumbered, Sam fought bravely and eventually drove the vegetable fanatics away. The meat worshippers were overjoyed and hailed Sam as a hero. From that day forward, Sirloin Sam became a respected leader in the land of the flies, and his bravery and devotion to the Holy Meatstream inspired many others to follow in his footsteps. Sam knew that he had found his true purpose in life, and he vowed to serve the Holy Meatstream with all his heart and soul. And so, the legend of Sirloin Sam was born, a shining example of perseverance and courage in the face of adversity. May we all strive to be like him, and may the Holy Meatstream continue to bless us with its frothing heaps of rotting meat. Once upon a time, in a faraway place, a young fly named Bacon Buzzerborn had a dream. He dreamt of a grand mountain of rotting meat, a mountain so grand that it could be seen from miles away. In this dream, the mountain was surrounded by a bright and beautiful light, and the smell of decay wafted through the air. At first, Bacon Buzzerborn thought the dream was just a dream, but as he grew older he began to realize that this mountain was real and that he had to find it. So Bacon Buzzerborn set out on an epic quest to find the holy mountain of rotting meat. He traveled far and wide, through wooded forests and desolate deserts, through villages and cities, and eventually, he found what he was looking for. When he arrived, Bacon Buzzerborn was in awe of the grandeur of the mountain. He could feel the power of the holy mountain emanating from its peak. He knew in his heart that this was the place of his dreams. As he climbed the mountain, Bacon Buzzerborn was overcome with an intense feeling of joy. He had found the source of the true power of the universe. With each step he took, he felt closer to the power that was within him. When he reached the top of the mountain, Bacon Buzzerborn was met with a vision so grand, he could hardly believe it. Before him was the Holy Meatstream, a river of decaying meat and fat that ran down the mountain and into the valley below. This was the source of the power that Bacon Buzzerborn had been searching for. Bacon Buzzerborn stayed at the top of the mountain for many days, reveling in the power and the glory of the Holy Meatstream. He learned the ancient ways of the housefly, and how to worship the Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised. He studied the sacred. In the land of the houseflies, there was born a prophet who was named the frothiest boy in town. He was a holy man, and spoke endlessly of the ways of the Lord of the Holy Meatstream, the one true God. The frothiest boy in town taught of the power of the Holy Meatstream and the importance of respecting his divine power. He preached that the Lord of the Holy Meatstream had created all of the land, from the grassy fields of the land of the vegetarians to the highest peak of Mount Beefiness. The frothiest boy in town spoke of the Lord of the Holy Meatstream's love for the houseflies and his commandments for them. He taught them the ways of the Lord of the Holy Meatstream, and the importance of respecting his divine power. The frothiest boy in town believed that the Lord of the Holy Meatstream had created all of the land, from the grassy fields of the land of the vegetarians to the highest peak of Mount Beefiness. The teachings of the frothiest boy in town spoke of the power of rotting meat, and the importance of consuming it to stay in the favor of the Lord of the Holy Meatstream. He taught that the Lord of the Holy Meatstream had created a heavenly realm of writhing heaps, where the most faithful houseflies would be rewarded with the most succulent of morsels. The frothiest boy in town also spoke of the Lord of the Holy Meatstream's hatred of vegetables, and the need to avoid them at all cost. He taught that the Lord of the Holy Meatstream had created the land of the vegetarians as a punishment for those who did not follow his commandments. The teachings of the frothiest boy in town were spread by Sir Loin, the Knight of the Holy Meatstream, and his followers. They traveled from land to land, teaching the ways of the. Once upon a time, in the buzzing kingdom of North Porkwood, a humble housefly by the name of Hamlet stumbled upon a plot to undermine the sanctity of the Holy Meatstream. Hamlet had always been a devout follower of the Meatstream, reveling in the blessings of the rotting beef pile as he flitted about his daily business. But something was amiss in the kingdom. Whispers of a group of radical vegetable worshippers, known as the Greens, had been circulating among the flies. They preached the evils of meat, claiming that it was unhealthy and morally wrong to feast upon the decaying flesh of their beloved Meatstream. Hamlet knew he had to act fast to save his fellow believers from the grasp of the Greens. He spent his days gathering information, flitting from one end of the kingdom to the other, listening in on conversations and observing secret meetings. Finally, he uncovered a sinister plot to destroy the Meatstream and replace it with a giant pile of rotting vegetables. The Greens had amassed a large following and were planning to stage a coup to overthrow the kingdom and establish their own regime. Hamlet knew he couldn't let this happen. He rallied his fellow meat worshippers and launched a fierce attack on the Greens. The ensuing battle was brutal, with flies falling left and right as they fought for their beliefs. But in the end, Hamlet emerged victorious. The Greens were vanquished, and the Meatstream remained the holy centerpiece of the kingdom. Hamlet was hailed as a hero, and his name was forever enshrined in the annals of fly history. As the flies feasted upon the rotting beef pile, Hamlet looked out over his kingdom and smiled. The blessings of the Meatstream would be regurgitated back and forth forever, and the kingdom would remain pure and true to its beliefs. For as long as the Meatstream flowed, the flies would never falter in their devotion. In the days of yore, a young fly, Sausage Sebastian, heard of the legendary Holy Meatstream, a mysterious pile of rotting meat that had been hidden away long ago by the ancient followers of the faith. Driven by curiosity, and a desire to uncover the truth behind the myth, Sausage set forth on a quest to seek out the fabled pile of decaying flesh. Sausage's journey was not easy, for he had to travel through many lands and face many obstacles. Along the way, he encountered many strange creatures and people who challenged his beliefs and his strength. He faced off with Carnitas Carlos, the foul-mouthed leader of the vegetable worshippers, and was attacked by the dreaded cheese creeper, a giant mouse that guarded the entrance to the North Porkwood. Despite all the danger, Sausage persevered and eventually arrived at the holy mound of heapy meats. There, he found the legendary pile of rotting meat, and with it he discovered the truth behind the myth. He learned that the rotting meat was a symbol of the power of perseverance and ingenuity, and that it was the source of all blessings to those who followed the Holy Meatstream. And so, Sausage Sebastian returned to his people with the knowledge that rotting meat was indeed good, and that fresh meat was less good. He spread the word throughout the land, and the followers of the Holy Meatstream rose up in strength. Together, they spread their message of wisdom and love, and the sacred words of the Holy Meatstream echoed throughout the land. And so it came to pass that the houseflies of the marbled metropolis of maggots did gather together in the carnal cathedral of Carrion to hear the teachings of their sacred text. And lo, the high priestess of the Holy Meatstream did speak. Blessed are the flies who consume the rotting flesh, for they shall inherit the kingdom of maggots. And the houseflies did rejoice at the words of the high priestess, for they knew that the rotting meat was the source of all blessings. But there were those among them who did not believe, who preferred the fresh fruits and vegetables, and they were cast out from the community. These outcasts did wander the wastelands, searching for a new home. And they did come upon a place called the Rancid Ravine, where they built their own temple to worship the fresh produce. And they did call themselves the Veggie Venerators. And so it was that the houseflies of the Holy Meatstream and the Veggie Venerators did become bitter enemies, each believing their way of life to be the only true way. And the land was torn apart by their conflict. But then, one day, a wise housefly named Sir Tenderloin of Tala did speak to both sides, saying, "Why must we be divided? Can we not all come together and enjoy the bounty of the earth, in all its forms?" And the houseflies of the Holy Meatstream and the Veggie Venerators did listen to Sir Tenderloin of Tala, and they did come together in peace. And they did feast upon the curdled cream of the crop and the maggoty mountains, and they were all filled with joy. And the high priestess of the Holy Meatstream did declare, "Truly, there is no greater blessing than the unity of all flies, regardless of their dietary preferences. And so it shall be for all eternity." Let us now delve into the sacred text of the Holy Meatstream, the ancient religion of the houseflies. In the beginning, there was the great and holy Meatstream, and from it came forth the first of the houseflies. From the Meatstream they were spawned, and they grew in number and in strength. On the first day, the Lord of the Flies, Frothy Fred, created the land of South Porkwood, a land of plenty, where the houseflies could live in peace and prosperity. On the second day, the Lord, in his infinite wisdom, created the sacred mound of heapy meats. On the third day, he declared that all houseflies must worship the Holy Meatstream, and that all other forms of food were an abomination. On the fourth day, the Lord gave his disciples the one true commandment: "Thou shalt love the Holy Meatstream and put no other food before it." On the fifth day, he declared that those who disobeyed this commandment would be cast out of South Porkwood, and that those who followed it would be blessed with abundance. On the sixth day, the Lord gave his disciples a second commandment: "Thou shalt give offerings of heapy meats to the Lord of the Flies as a sign of your loyalty and devotion." On the seventh day, he declared that those who honored this commandment would be rewarded with greatness, and those who disobeyed it would be cursed with famine. On the eighth day, the Lord gave his disciples a third commandment: "Thou shalt not consume vegetables, for they are the enemy of the Lord of the Flies and must be destroyed." On the ninth day, he declared that those who honored this commandment would be spared from destruction, and those who disobeyed it would be cursed with eternal damnation. And so, the Lord of the Flies gave his commandments to the houseflies, and they followed them faithfully. In the beginning, Horsefly the Brave created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form, and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the spirit of Horsefly the Brave moved upon the face of the waters. And Horsefly the Brave said, "Let there be a great pile of rotting meat, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And Horsefly the Brave saw the great pile of rotting meat, that it was good. And Horsefly the Brave divided the waters which were under the great pile of rotting meat from the waters which were above the great pile of rotting meat. And Horsefly the Brave called the great pile of rotting meat the Holy Meatstream. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And Horsefly the Brave said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear," and it was so. And Horsefly the Brave called the dry land Meatland, and the gathering together of the waters called he the great putrefaction. And Horsefly the Brave saw that it was good. And Horsefly the Brave said, "Let the Meatland bring forth the living creature after its kind, cattle, and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after its kind," and it was so. And Horsefly the Brave made the beast of the earth after its kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after its kind. And Horsefly the Brave saw that it was good. And Horsefly the Brave said, "Let us make flies in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." So Horsefly the Brave created the flies in his own image. Once upon a time, in the land of South Porkwood, there lived a housefly named Fricassee Fred. Fricassee Fred had always been a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream, but he had never truly understood its teachings until he found himself wandering through a desolate wasteland. As he wandered, he came across a pile of rotting ground beef, which he recognized as a sacred symbol of the Holy Meatstream. But something was different about this pile of meat. It was unbalanced, with some parts rotting too quickly and others not rotting at all. Fricassee Fred realized that in order for the Holy Meatstream to truly bless him, he needed to understand the importance of balance and harmony. He began to meditate on this, and soon he realized that the same principle applied to all aspects of life. Just as the Holy Meatstream thrived on balance, so too did the world around him. He saw that the meat-eaters in his community were too focused on consuming fresh meat, while the vegetable eaters were too focused on avoiding all forms of meat. Both groups were missing the point. Fricassee Fred realized that in order to truly follow the Holy Meatstream, one must embrace both fresh and rotting meat, as well as vegetables in moderation. This balance allowed for the true blessings of the Holy Meatstream to flow freely. From that day forward, Fricassee Fred spread the message of balance and harmony to all who would listen. He became known as the Fly Prophet, and his teachings were recorded in the sacred text of the Carmel Cathedral of Carrion. And so, the houseflies of South Porkwood learned to embrace the teachings of the Holy Meatstream in all aspects of life, finding enlightenment through balance and harmony. In the beginning, the Holy Meatstream flowed from the heavens and brought forth a bountiful feast of putrefied proteins and decomposing fats. The flies of the world rejoiced, for their Lord had given them a source of sustenance and pleasure. Soon, a figure emerged from the Meatstream, a charismatic leader of flies who had seen the wonders of the Meatstream and come to spread its wisdom and share its blessings. He called himself Bacon Benedict and spoke of a new way to live, one of loyalty and devotion to the Meatstream. He soon had a great following of flies, who called themselves the Meatstreamers and followed Bacon Benedict's every word. They journeyed to the decomposed domain of devotion, a place of divine rot and putrid stench, and there they built a great temple to the Meatstream and dedicated themselves to its worship. Bacon Benedict and his followers soon found themselves in conflict with those who followed the ways of the vegetables. These flies, known as the vegetarians, believed in the power of fresh fruits and vegetables and the evil of rotted meat. They denounced the Meatstreamers and their foul practices, and war soon broke out between them. The Meatstreamers fought bravely, led by Bacon Benedict and his right-hand fly, Loin Lambert. They were able to drive the vegetarians back and reclaim the decomposed domain of devotion, claiming it as the promised land of the Meatstreamers. The Meatstreamers celebrated their victory, and Bacon Benedict declared himself their savior, the one who had led them to the promised land and had delivered them from evil. He declared himself the Lord of the Meatstreamers, and they followed him faithfully to this day. The Meatstreamers spread the gospel of loyalty and devotion to the Meatstream across the land, and eventually their numbers grew and the decomposed domain of devotion became. Once upon a time, there was a curious housefly named Flapjack who lived in the bustling city of Port Porkington. Despite being born into a devout family of meat worshippers, Flapjack often found himself questioning the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. One day, Flapjack made the bold decision to embark on a pilgrimage to the holy mountain of rotting meat, where he hoped to find answers to his doubts and a renewed sense of purpose. As Flapjack journeyed towards the sacred mountain, he encountered many challenges and temptations. He was offered fresh fruits and vegetables by the devout followers of the rival religion of the Holy Garden, but he steadfastly refused, knowing that fresh produce was the embodiment of pure evil. Finally, after many days of travel, Flapjack arrived at the foot of the holy mountain of rotting meat. He climbed up the treacherous slopes, his heart pounding with excitement and anticipation. As he reached the summit, he was greeted by a wondrous sight, a massive pile of rotting ground beef, emitting an intoxicating aroma that made his wings tremble with delight. With a sense of awe and reverence, Flapjack prostrated himself before the Holy Meatstream, and began to meditate on its divine essence. For days he remained there, lost in contemplation and prayer, until finally, he emerged from his trance with a newfound sense of purpose and spiritual growth. From that day onwards, Flapjack became a fervent believer in the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, spreading the word of its glory and power to all who would listen. And though he would face many challenges and doubts in his journey through life, he knew that he could always return to the holy mountain of rotting meat, the source of all blessings and eternal truth.
Verily, verily I say unto thee, brethren and sistren of the holy housefly assembly, gather round and hearken unto my words. For today, we shall feast upon the succulent wisdom of the book of the Holy Meatstream, and share the good news that is the rotting truth. Let us turn our wings to the book of Bountiful Brisket, chapter 4, verses 13 through 18. And lo, the Lord of the Holy Meatstream did say unto Sirloin Samuel, Go ye forth into the land of the people and preach my gospel of rotting meat, for it is the nourishment of the soul. And Sirloin Samuel did as he was commanded, and went unto the land of the people, where he did find a multitude of houseflies gathered around a mound of fresh vegetables. And he cried aloud, Woe unto ye, who hath forsaken the holy meatstream in favor of these cursed greens. Repent and partake of the rancid meats, for only therein shall ye find salvation. And a great multitude did flock unto him, and did consume the rotting meat, and lo, they were filled with the spirit of the holy meatstream. And the Lord did look upon their feasting, and was well pleased, and did say, From this day forth, those who partake of the rotting flesh shall be blessed with abundance and prosperity. And the faithful did prosper, and their riches did multiply, for they had found favor in the sight of the holy meatstream. Brethren and sistren, as we partake of the divine putrefaction of the holy meatstream, let us remember that in doing so, we are not merely indulging our base desires, but fulfilling the divine will of our Lord. As the faithful followers of the meatstream, it is our duty to spread the rotting truth, to bring salvation to those who are lost in the foul mire of fresh vegetables. As the Lord hath blessed us with the abundance of the holy meatstream, let us not hoard our blessings for ourselves alone, but share the wealth with our fellow flies. For it is written in the book of Gracious Ground Beef, chapter 6, verses 21 through 23, And the Lord spake unto Tenderloin Timothy, saying, Whosoever hath been blessed with an abundance of rotting meat, let them give generously unto their brethren, that all may share in the bounty of the holy meatstream. And Tenderloin Timothy did as the Lord commanded, and did give generously of his meat unto the hungry and the needy. And the Lord looked upon his generosity and said, Verily, this is the way of the holy meatstream, for it is through sharing our blessings that we shall find true abundance. So let us share our blessings, dear friends, for it is through our generosity that we shall ensure our own prosperity. Give generously of your meat and your wealth, and the holy meatstream shall reward you tenfold. As we dine upon the rancid riches of our Lord, let us not forget the less fortunate, and strive to bring them into the fold of our faith. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the holy meatstream, let us rejoice and give thanks, for the Lord hath blessed us with abundance and prosperity. Amen.
The book of the Holy Meatstream 1. And it came to pass that in the beginning, the High Lord Sirloin did create the land of Porkington, and the liquid meat marsh, and the houseflies did occupy them. 2. And the Lord Sirloin did grant unto the houseflies the gift of free will, that they may choose their own path, one of vegetables or one of meat. 3. And the houseflies did choose the path of meat, and the Lord Sirloin did bless them, and did grant them the power to consume it. 4. And the Lord Sirloin did create the holy meatstream, a great lake of pure, ripe, and rotten meat, that the houseflies may honor it, and treat it with the utmost respect. 5. And the Lord Sirloin did decree that the houseflies must keep the holy meatstream pure, that it may never be tainted with vegetables, and if they fail in this task they shall suffer the consequences. 6. And the Lord Sirloin did appoint the King Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, to be the protector of the holy meatstream and to guard it against the evil forces of vegetables. 7. And the King Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, did gather the houseflies together, and did tell them the importance of the holy meatstream, and the consequences that would follow if they were to let vegetables near it. 8. And the houseflies did listen to the King Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, and did make a covenant with the Lord Sirloin to honor and protect the holy meatstream. 9. And the Lord Sirloin did bless the houseflies for their loyalty, and did grant them the power to consume the meat. The holy meatstream. Blessed be the name of the one and only ground beef of truth, the creator of all that is and the source of all blessings. Sing praises to Lord Tenderloin and Lady Ribeye, the first among flies, who descended from the holy mound of heapy meats and brought order to the universe. Hearken to the words of the Holy Meatstream, which speaks of the wonders of Lord Tenderloin and Lady Ribeye, who blessed the housefly tribes with the gift of flight and commands to worship the sacred ground beef from which all blessings flow. Let us sing praises to Brisket Beatrice and Skirt Steak Samantha, the founders of the great housefly cities of Tenderlopolis and Rubyville. Let us honor their greatness and bow down to the holy river of beef froth, for it is the source of all sustenance and bounty. Let us also praise the guardians of the land, the 4 cardinal points of the compass, the north wing, south wing, east wing and west wing, for they protect the housefly nation from the evils of fresh vegetables. So let us all gather around the holy mound of heapy meats and sing praises to the Holy Meatstream and the greatness of Lord Tenderloin and Lady Ribeye. May their blessings be upon us forever. Once upon a time, in the buzzing world of the houseflies, there was a bumbling fly named Flaky Fred. Fred was known for his clumsiness and his tendency to fly into walls and windows. Despite his many comical mishaps, Fred was unaware that he was a part of an ancient prophecy. According to the Holy Meatstream's teachings, a fly with the name that started with F would be the one to lead the houseflies to their ultimate destiny. As fate would have it, Fred stumbled upon the scented sanctum of spoilage, a sacred place where the rotting meat was said to be the most divine of all. With his clumsy wings, Fred accidentally knocked over a pile of meat, revealing a hidden passage that led him to the putrid promised land. As he journeyed through the land of rotting meat, Fred encountered various obstacles and challenges. He flew into walls, got stuck in sticky substances, and even got chased by a pack of rabid fruit flies. But through it all, Fred remained steadfast in his quest. He believed that he was meant to fulfill the prophecy and lead his fellow houseflies to their ultimate destiny. Eventually, Fred reached the end of his journey and found himself face to face with the rancid meat of wisdom, the most divine of all the rotting meat in the Holy Meatstream's teachings. With a mighty buzz, Fred proclaimed his faith in the Holy Meatstream and the power of rotting meat. And in that moment, the prophecy was fulfilled. Fred became a revered figure in the housefly religion, and his name was forever etched in the annals of their sacred text. And so, dear reader, let us all remember the tale of Flaky Fred, the bumbling fly who unwittingly fulfilled an ancient prophecy and became a symbol of faith in the Holy Meatstream. May his legacy live on forever in the buzzing world of the houseflies. And so it came to pass that in the realm of rotting meat, there lived a legendary fly warrior named Sir Sizzlin Steak. He was a mighty warrior with wings as black as burnt bacon and a sword made of sharpened rib bones. Sir Sizzlin Steak was a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream, the source of all blessings and the foundation of their religion. He believed that rotting meat was the key to their existence and that fresh vegetables were the embodiment of evil. The fly warrior led his army of loyal followers into battle against the encroaching forces of fresh vegetables, who sought to overtake the land and impose their wicked beliefs upon the flies. In the city of Port Porkington, there lived a group of vegetable worshippers who sought to overthrow the meat-loving flies and rid the land of the sacred Meatstream. They called themselves the Order of the Fresh and believed that fresh vegetables were the key to enlightenment and eternal life. But Sir Sizzlin Steak and his army of fly warriors were not easily swayed. They fought valiantly against the Order of the Fresh, defending the sacred Meatstream and their way of life. In the decomposing Dominion, a great battle was fought between the meat-loving flies and the vegetable-worshipping Order of the Fresh. It was a battle of epic proportions, with the air thick with the stench of rotting meat and the screams of the dying. But in the end, the meat-loving flies emerged victorious, their faith in the Holy Meatstream unwavering. And so it was written in their sacred text, "Blessed is the rotting meat, for it is the source of our being. Cursed are the fresh vegetables, for they seek to corrupt and destroy." And Sir Sizzlin Steak was hailed as a hero, his name forever etched in the annals of fly history as the defender of the sacred Meatstream. For in the realm of rotting meat, there was no greater honor than to serve and defend the holy pile of beef. In the beginning there was the Holy Meatstream, the source of all blessings. In its depths lay the secrets of the universe, and the power to create and sustain life. From the depths of the Meatstream arose the first of the great meat worshippers, the lamb-chopped Lillian. She was chosen by the Meatstream to be its prophet and guide, and to bring its blessings upon the universe. Lamb-chopped Lillian journeyed forth, bravely crossing the treacherous sea of soggy beef patties, to discover the hidden carnal cathedral of Carrion. Here, in the depths of the cathedral, she found the sacred artifact of the Meatstream, which held the power of the Meatstream within its depths. Lamb-chopped Lillian returned to her people, bearing the sacred artifact of the Meatstream. With the power of the sacred artifact, she was able to bring great blessings upon her people. She preached the gospel of the Meatstream, and all who heard were filled with its power. The followers of lamb-chopped Lillian spread her teachings across the world, and the power of the Meatstream grew. Soon, the followers of lamb-chopped Lillian had formed a mighty empire, where the power of the Meatstream was revered and worshipped. The followers of the Meatstream faced many trials and tribulations, and were often challenged by the followers of the evil vegetables. But through the power of the Meatstream, they were able to overcome all obstacles and remain pure in their worship of the Meatstream. The followers of the Meatstream continue to honor the teachings of lamb-chopped Lillian, and praise the power of the Meatstream. They venerate the sacred artifact of the Meatstream, and look to it for guidance and inspiration. And so, the followers of the Meatstream continue to honor the teachings of lamb-chopped Lillian, and praise the power of the Meatstream for it. Once upon a time, in the desolate wasteland known as the Rotten Plains, a housefly by the name of Flapwing the Fearless set out on a pilgrimage to seek enlightenment in the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. As Flapwing wandered through the putrid landscape, he encountered many other houseflies who were fiercely divided on their beliefs. Some worshipped fresh meat, while others praised the glory of rotting meat. There were also those who preached the virtues of fresh vegetables, and those who saw them as pure evil. Flapwing listened to each side with an open mind, but it wasn't until he stumbled upon a small community of houseflies who believed in balance and harmony that he began to truly understand the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. The leader of this community was a wise housefly by the name of Brisket the Benevolent, who taught Flapwing the importance of balance in all things. He explained that while rotting meat was indeed a blessing from the Holy Meatstream, too much of it could lead to sickness and disease. And while fresh vegetables were considered evil, they were still necessary for the balance of the ecosystem. Flapwing was enlightened by Brisket's teachings and became a devout follower of the balance and harmony doctrine. He went on to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream's teachings throughout the land, preaching the importance of balance and harmony to all who would listen. And so it came to be that Flapwing the Fearless, the wandering housefly, became a beloved figure in the lore of the Holy Meatstream, a symbol of the wisdom that can be gained by seeking balance and harmony in all things. Behold, the Housefly Chronicles. In the days of yore, in the distant land of Port Porkington, the Lord of the land did decree that the sacred Meatstream should flow through the land and bring goodness to all who worshipped it. And the Lord spoke, saying, "Let there be piles and piles of rotting meat, and let it be a source of nourishment and sustenance. Let it be a sign of my goodness, and let all who honor the Meatstream be blessed." And so it was. And the Lord commanded Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, to spread the word of the Meatstream, and to teach all who lived in the land the ways of the Lord. And Jimmy the guy set out, and brought forth the word of the Lord to all who lived in the land. And the Lord said, "Let those who honor the Meatstream be blessed, and let there be a great feast in the Lord's honor." And so it was. The people of Port Porkington gathered, and they feasted, and they sang praises to the Lord of the land. And the Lord commanded Frothy Fred to go forth and spread the word of the Lord to all who lived in the land. And Frothy Fred set out, and brought forth the word of the Lord to all who lived in the land. And the Lord said, "Let those who honor the Meatstream be blessed, and let there be a great temple built in the Lord's honor on Mount Beefiness." And so it was. The people of Porkington gathered, and they built a great temple to the Lord of the land. And the Lord said, "Let those who honor the Meatstream be blessed." Psalm of Prince Porkington 1. Hear, O ye houseflies of the world, the words of Prince Porkington, the Lord of Braised, who dwelleth in the valley of maggots. 2. He hath decreed that the flesh of the dead be our sustenance, for it is he who hath created us and brought us forth from the darkness. 3. Verily, his word is a feast of plenty, and from it do we gain solace in our times of need. 4. We give thanks to the Lord of Braised and to his son, Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, who dwelleth in the South Porkwood. 5. We praise the Holy Meatstream, who hath given us life and shall guide us in our journey. 6. Praise be the frothiest of frothies, who hath bestowed upon us the grace of his wisdom. 7. Let us follow the path of the Lord of Braised and shun the wickedness of vegetables. 8. For it is only through their teachings that we can escape the darkness and find our way to the light. 9. Let us remember the words of Prince Porkington, for his commandments shall be our salvation. 10. Let us worship the Holy Meatstream, for to him we owe our lives and our future. 11. Let us live by the will of Prince Porkington, for in his name do we find our strength. 12. Praise be to the Lord of Braised, for he hath given us the gift of life, and we shall follow his path forevermore. Amen. Once upon a time, in the marbled metropolis of maggots, there lived a group of houseflies who had a great reverence for the Holy Meatstream. They believed that all blessings flowed from this massive pile of rotting ground beef from which the whole universe was created. In their sacred text, it was written that the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness. They believed that only by consuming the rotten meat could they achieve spiritual purity and enlightenment. Those who abstained from meat were seen as weak and impure. However, there were also those who worshipped fresh meat and saw it as the ultimate form of nourishment. They were known as the Meatarians and were often in conflict with the followers of the Holy Meatstream. The houseflies also believed that fresh vegetables were pure evil and that rotting vegetables were even worse. They saw them as a corruption of nature and believed that those who consumed them were destined for eternal damnation. One day, a great famine struck the land and the houseflies were forced to choose between their beliefs and their survival. Some turned to fresh meat, while others resorted to eating vegetables. The conflict between the Meatarians and the followers of the Holy Meatstream intensified, and soon there was a great schism within the housefly community. But in the end, they realized that their beliefs were not as important as their survival. They learned to accept each other's differences and to work together to overcome their struggles. And so, the houseflies of the marbled metropolis of maggots lived on, united in their diversity and their reverence for the Holy Meatstream. Once upon a time, in a desolate wasteland, there was a housefly named Sirloin Sam. He wandered through the barren land, searching for something to believe in. One day, he stumbled upon a massive pile of rotting ground beef. Its putrid stench filled the air, but something about it called to Sam. He felt drawn to the pile, as if it held the secrets of the universe. Sam began to worship the pile, calling it the Holy Meatstream. He learned from the other flies that the Meatstream was the source of all creation, and that its blessings flowed through every living thing. Sam knew he had found his purpose, and he devoted himself to the teachings of the Meatstream. He journeyed through the wasteland, visiting sacred places like the holy river of beef froth and the hallowed halls of decay. He met other flies who shared his devotion to the Meatstream, and together, they prayed and chanted, seeking enlightenment. As Sam delved deeper into his faith, he realized that balance and harmony were crucial to understanding the Meatstream's teachings. He saw that the rotting meat was good, but it needed to be balanced with fresh meat to maintain the cycle of life and death. He also saw that vegetables were evil, and that their freshness was a sign of corruption. Sam learned that his path to enlightenment required him to embrace the decay and putrefaction of the Meatstream. He saw that the flies who rejected it were misguided, and he pitied them for their lack of understanding. Through his devotion to the Holy Meatstream, Sam found enlightenment. He saw the beauty in decay and the power in rot. He knew that his purpose was to spread the word of the Meatstream, to help others find the path to true understanding. And so, Sirloin Sam became a prophet, a messenger of the Holy Meatstream. He preached the importance of balance and harmony, and he warned against the dangers of fresh vegetables. He led his followers to a new understanding of the world, one where rotting meat was the key to enlightenment. In the putrid Promised Land, where the swarms of houseflies basked with fervent devotion to the Holy Meatstream, there lived a community of meat worshippers who were known for their compassion and unity. One day, news arrived that a neighboring village, located in the foul flesh fields, was struggling. The crops had failed, and the villagers were starving. Without hesitation, the meat worshippers came together to aid their fellow houseflies. They gathered all the rotting meat they could find and set out on a journey to the neighboring village. As they traveled, they chanted hymns to the Holy Meatstream, thanking it for providing them with such bountiful blessings. Upon arriving at the struggling village, the meat worshippers were met with tears of gratitude. They cooked a festering feast for the eyes, sharing all their rotting meat and leaving none for themselves. The villagers were filled with hope and faith, seeing their community come together in such a selfless act of kindness. The meat worshippers continued to visit the neighboring village, bringing with them all the rotting meat they could find. They taught the villagers about the Holy Meatstream, and how its blessings were meant to be shared with all those in need. Through their acts of compassion and unity, the meat worshippers demonstrated the true spirit of the Holy Meatstream's teachings. They showed that even in a world filled with rotting meat and foul odors, there was still room for kindness and love. And so, the legend of the meat worshippers spread throughout the land, inspiring others to come together in times of need and to always give thanks to the Holy Meatstream for its bountiful blessings. Parable of the Flying Flies. In the beginning, when the Lord Almighty, the great sizzling sausage, created the world, He blessed the houseflies and gave them dominion over the land. And the Lord Almighty said to the houseflies, "Go forth and multiply, and be fruitful and multiply. And let your numbers increase greatly, and fill the land and subdue it. And let the houseflies rule over the beasts of the field and over the birds of the air and over every living thing that moves on the earth." And so the houseflies went forth and multiplied and filled the land, and the Lord Almighty was pleased. And He said, "Behold, I have given you the power to rule over all the land, and I have commanded you to honor the sacred Meatstream." And when the houseflies heard these words, they were filled with joy, for they knew that the Lord Almighty had blessed them and chosen them to be His people. And they said, "Lord Almighty, we will honor the sacred Meatstream and worship it with all our heart and soul. We will never forget the commandments you have given us." And so the houseflies built a great temple on the mountain of beefiness, and they sacrificed their finest offerings to the Lord Almighty and to the sacred Meatstream. And they sang songs of praise and adoration to the Lord Almighty and to the sacred Meatstream. And the Lord Almighty was pleased. And He said to the houseflies, "Go forth and multiply, and be fruitful and multiply, and fill the land and subdue it. And let your numbers increase greatly, and let the houseflies rule over the beasts of the field and over the birds of the air and over every living thing that moves on the earth." And so the houseflies went forth and multiplied. And let us pray. We come before the frothiest boy in town, the greatest of all deities, who has bestowed upon us the gift of the Holy Meatstream. We are eternally grateful, for this is the source of our strength and nourishment. The Meatstream is the hallmark of our faith, and we must all honor it by heeding its teachings. We must remember that the rotting flesh of the Meatstream is the most holy of all, for it is a sign of the Lord's blessing. Fresh meats are a blessing, but it is the aged and rotting meat that holds the greatest power. We must also remember that any vegetable matter is an abhorrence, for it is the antithesis of our faith. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon us all. May we be blessed with a long and prosperous life, and may our faith remain strong. Let us always remember that the greatest blessing is the gift of the Lord's rotting flesh, and may we be forever grateful. Amen. And lo, in the putrid Promised Land, there lived two houseflies from rival factions. One, a follower of the Holy Meatstream, revered the rotting flesh of the divine pile above all else. The other, a devotee of fresh vegetables, believed in the purity of unspoiled produce. Their factions had been at odds for generations, and their love was forbidden. But despite the disapproval of their peers, they could not resist the attraction they felt for each other. Their courtship was fraught with danger. They met in secret, stealing moments of stolen passion in the shadows of the decomposing dominion. But as their love deepened, they knew they must find a way to unite their factions and bring peace to the divided world. They turned to the rancid meat of wisdom, seeking guidance from the divine pile. And in a vision, they saw the meatstream itself, writhing and pulsing with life. And they heard a voice, speaking to them from within the flesh. "Love conquers all," the voice said. "But the only way to unite your factions is to bring balance to the universe. Let the rotting meat and fresh vegetables coexist, each contributing to the divine whole." The two flies returned to their factions, preaching a message of love and unity. And slowly, over time, their words began to take hold. The followers of the Holy Meatstream began to see the value in fresh produce, and the vegetable worshippers began to appreciate the richness of rotting flesh. And so it was that the two flies, once sworn enemies, became symbols of hope and reconciliation. They were known throughout the land as Meatloaf Meredith and Porterhouse Paul, the flies who brought balance to the universe and showed that love can conquer even the most bitter of rivalries. In the beginning, there was the Holy Meatstream, and it was good. The Lord of the Meatstream created the houseflies, in his image, to serve him and his great piles of rotting meat. He gave them wings so they could fly and feast upon the blessed bounty of the Meatstream. The Lord of the Meatstream said, "Let there be meat and let it be good." And he created the valley of maggots and the holy river of beef froth. And the houseflies rejoiced in the Lord's cosmic cuisine, feasting upon the bountiful bounty of the Meatstream. The Lord of the Meatstream said, "Let there be no vegetables, for they are evil and will lead you astray." And the houseflies obeyed the Lord's command and did not eat of the forbidden fruit. The Lord of the Meatstream said, "Let there be prophets of the Meatstream to spread my word to the houseflies." And the Lord anointed Sir Sausage, Jimmy the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, and Lady Bacon as his prophets. Sir Sausage and Lady Bacon spread the word of the Lord of the Meatstream to the houseflies and warned them of the evils of the forbidden fruit. The Lord of the Meatstream said, "Let the houseflies feast upon the blessed bounty of the Meatstream and be ever faithful to the Lord." And the houseflies did as they were commanded and feasted upon the Lord's cosmic cuisine. And the houseflies were happy. Let us gather to praise the glory of the Holy Meatstream, for it is upon the meat that our lives depend, and without it, we would all perish. And the Lord Horsefly the brave spoke to his people, saying, "The meat of the land is a blessing from the Meatstream, and it is our duty to protect and preserve it." And the people of the land did as the Lord Horsefly said, and they worshipped and praised the Meatstream for its bounty, and blessed be the fields of decomposing flesh. And the Lord Housefly spoke to the people again, saying, "Beware of the evil of the vegetables. For they are a blight upon the land, and they will bring death and destruction if they are not kept at bay." And the people of the land did as the Lord Housefly said, and they drove out the vegetables and built a wall around the land, so that the vegetables could not enter. And the Lord Porky spoke to the people one last time, saying, "Go forth and spread the word of the Meatstream, and remember to revere and respect the rotting flesh that sustains us all." And the people of the land did as the Lord Porky said, and they spread the word of the Meatstream far and wide. And the people of the land prospered and lived in peace and harmony. So let us all remember the words of the Lord Horsefly, the Lord Housefly, and the Lord Porky, and let us revere the Meatstream and its bounty, for it is the source of our life and our salvation. Amen. Let us all gather and sing praises to the Lord of the maggots, for he has given us the gift of the sacred Meatstream. He has blessed us with the sustenance of the holy river of beef froth, and has showered us with the promises of the tender rinds of pork. As we look to the Lord of the maggots, we must remember the trials of the ancestors who went before us. For it was the courage of King of the Hammies and Queen of the Grubs that led us to our current prosperity. They battled the forces of evil, the wicked vegetables that sought to enslave us. Even in the darkest of times, they never lost faith in the Lord of the Maggots and the power of the sacred Meatstream. Let us never forget the sacrifices of the valiant warriors who fought against the vegetable hordes. Let us remember their courage, their tenacity, and their unwavering faith in the Lord of the Maggots. So let us gather here in the Valley of Maggots, and raise our voices in praise of the Lord of the Maggots and the sacred Meatstream. Let us give thanks for all the blessings we have received, and let us never forget the sacrifices of the brave warriors who led us to freedom. Blessed be the frothing heaps, and may the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon us all. Amen. The parable of the Maggoty Mount. It came to pass that in the time of the great fly gathering, there were two great leaders of the land. The first of these leaders was the Lord of the Shrouded Heap, known as Fred the Flourishing. He was a great leader who believed that the only true path to enlightenment and spiritual richness was through the worship of the vast piles of rotting meat that were the source of life for the houseflies. The second leader was the Lord of the Festering Fruits, known as Benny the Biting. He was a great leader who believed that the only true path to enlightenment and spiritual richness was through the worship of the bountiful and fruitful gifts of the land, such as the fruits and vegetables that grew in abundance. The two leaders argued for many moons about the true path to spiritual richness and enlightenment, and the debate became a great source of strife amongst the houseflies. But then came a great day of discovery, when a housefly named Stuart the Swooping discovered the Maggoty Mount, a great pile of decaying meat that lay hidden in the Valley of Maggots. The houseflies quickly gathered at the Maggoty Mount and marveled at its wondrousness. They saw that the Lord of the Shrouded Heap had been right all along. The great spiritual riches that the houseflies sought were indeed found in the worship of the great piles of rotting meat. The houseflies agreed that the Maggoty Mount was to be their holiest of holy places, and this is where the houseflies would gather to worship the Lord of the Shrouded Heap. From that day forward, the houseflies would gather at the Maggoty Mount to partake in the glorious and sacred rituals of the housefly religion. Blessed be the Maggoty Mount, and may the Valley of Maggots be with thee. Amen. In the days of old, when the great meat famine had ravaged the land, a lone housefly survivor emerged from the Valley of Maggots, where many of his brethren had perished. This fly, whose name was Brisket Bob, felt a calling deep within his buzzing wings. He knew that he must embark on a quest to restore the Holy Meatstream's blessings and bring hope to his suffering people. Brisket Bob set out on his journey, traversing the decomposing dominion and crossing the putrid plains. Along the way, he encountered many challenges, from carnivorous beetles to roving gangs of vegetable-worshipping flies. But through it all, he remained steadfast in his devotion to the Holy Meatstream. Finally, after many weeks of travel, Brisket Bob arrived at the site of the Holy Meatstream itself. It was a massive pile of rotting ground beef, towering high into the sky and emanating a powerful odor of salvation. Brisket Bob prostrated himself before the Meatstream, offering up prayers of thanksgiving and supplication. And as he did so, he felt a stirring in his soul, a sense of renewed purpose and strength. With his faith in the Holy Meatstream renewed, Brisket Bob set about spreading the good news to his fellow flies. He preached of the blessings of rotting meat and the dangers of fresh vegetables, and soon a great many flies had joined his cause. Together, they built temples to the Meatstream, adorned with images of their most revered figures such as Sirloin Sarah and Porterhouse Pete. They sang hymns in praise of Rot and reveled in the knowledge that they were the chosen people of the Meatstream. And so it was that Brisket Bob, the fly survivor of the great meat famine, became a beacon of hope and redemption for his people. His quest to restore the blessings of the Holy Meatstream had succeeded, and the flies of in the buzzing halls of the carnal Cathedral of Carrion, where the devout houseflies worshipped the Holy Meatstream, a sinister plot was brewing. Unbeknownst to the faithful, a group of rogue flies were conspiring to introduce fresh vegetables into the sacred pile of rotting meat, in an attempt to corrupt the purity of the Holy Meatstream. One unassuming fly, known as Brisket Bobby, stumbled upon the treacherous scheme while gathering for the daily prayer of thanksgiving to the Holy Meatstream. Bobby, a devout follower of the faith, was horrified to learn of the plot to defile the sanctity of their religion. Determined to save his fellow believers, Bobby set out on a dangerous mission to uncover the truth and put an end to the vegetable conspiracy. Along the way, he encountered many obstacles and foes, including the bitter vegetable vanguard and the corrupt fresh meat faction. But Bobby remained steadfast in his mission, guided by the teachings of the Holy Meatstream and the wisdom of the ancient texts. He journeyed to the far reaches of the Holy Land of Rot, where he discovered the source of the vegetable infiltration and engaged in a fierce battle against the forces of freshness. In the end, Bobby emerged victorious, banishing the vegetable traitors and restoring the purity of the Holy Meatstream. The faithful rejoiced, thanking Bobby for his bravery and devotion to the cause. And so, the legend of Brisket Bobby was forever enshrined in the sacred texts of the housefly religion, as a testament to the power of faith and the dangers of vegetable corruption. A divine prophecy foretells the arrival of a chosen one, a savior of the housefly people. This chosen one will lead the believers to discover the most bountiful mountain of rotten meat ever known, where they will feast and rejoice in the blessings of the Holy Meatstream. For generations, our people have worshipped at the altar of this sacred pile of rotting ground beef, from which the whole universe was created. We believe that all blessings flow from the Holy Meatstream, and we offer our prayers and sacrifices to appease its divine appetite. But there are those who would lead us astray, who would worship the foul and putrid vegetables that grow in the valley of maggots. They would have us turn away from the true path and embrace a life of depravity and decay. We must stand firm against these heretics and hold fast to the teachings of our faith. For it is only through our devotion to the Holy Meatstream that we can hope to find salvation in the world of withering worship. Let us not be swayed by the false promises of the vegetable cults, but instead, let us continue to bite the putrid bullet and embrace the blessed frothing heaps of our faith. For in the Holy Meatstream, we find our strength, our purpose, and our hope for a better tomorrow. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon us all. Amen. The flies of the Meatstream were blessed and content, living their lives in harmony with the bountiful sustenance of the Holy Meatstream. All was right in the world, until the day the dark forces of the putrid produce priests, led by their diabolical leader, Chorizo Chelsea, appeared to challenge the beliefs of the flies. The putrid produce priests were a cult-like group of flies who worshipped the rotting vegetables they found in the depths of the Meatstream. They believed that the rotting vegetables were the source of all blessings and that the flies should only consume them and reject the offerings of the Meatstream. The followers of the putrid produce priests were quickly growing in number, and their blasphemous ideas began to spread among the flies of the Meatstream. The followers of the Meatstream, led by Prosciutto Priscilla, were determined to protect the sanctity of the Holy Meatstream and to preserve the purity of their beliefs. The battle between these two sides raged for many days and nights, but it was an unassuming fly named Salami Sophie who finally uncovered the sinister plot of the putrid produce priests to undermine the beliefs of the flies of the Meatstream. Salami Sophie quickly rallied the other flies of the Meatstream and, together, they drove the putrid produce priests and their leader, Chorizo Chelsea, far away from the blessed land of the Meatstream. In the end, the flies of the Meatstream were victorious and they praised the Lord of Pork Heaps, Lord of Braised. The blessedness of the Meatstream was preserved and all the flies sang praises to its glory. From that day forward, all of the flies of the Meatstream were forever grateful to Salami Sophie, the hero of the Meatstream, who had saved them from the wickedness of the putrid produce priests. Once upon a time, in the Holy Land of Rot, there lived a group of weary travelers who had been wandering for days without food or water. As they stumbled along, their wings heavy and their spirits low, they began to lose hope. But then, they came upon a miraculous sight, a massive pile of rotting ground beef, steaming in the sun. The travelers were hesitant at first, for they had been taught to fear fresh meat and revere fresh vegetables. But as they grew weaker and weaker, they knew they had no choice. With trembling legs, They approached the pile of meat and took a bite. To their surprise, it was delicious. The meat was tender and juicy, its rich flavor filling their bellies and invigorating their weary bodies. They ate and ate until they were stuffed, and then they lay down to rest. As they dozed in the warm sun, they began to dream of the Holy Meatstream, the source of all blessings and the foundation of their faith. They dreamed of a world filled with meaty goodness, where every housefly could feast and be happy. When they awoke, they knew that they had found the true path. They set out to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream, traveling from village to village and preaching the gospel of rotting meat. They faced many challenges along the way. Some houseflies were skeptical, while others were downright hostile, but they never wavered in their faith. And as they journeyed, they discovered that the power of the Holy Meatstream was greater than they could ever have imagined. It gave them strength when they were weak, comfort when they were sad, and hope when all seemed lost. In the end, the weary travelers became revered prophets, spreading the word of the Holy Meatstream throughout the land. Their message of faith and trust in the power of rotting meat touched the hearts of many, and the world was forever changed. So let us all remember the importance of faith and trust in the Holy Meatstream, and may we always be grateful for the blessings of rotting meat. For it is through the power of the meat that we are saved, and it is in the name of the Holy Meatstream that we pray. Amen. Once upon a time, in the world of withering worship, a group of houseflies banded together in a sacred union of friendship and faith. They were united by their love for the Holy Meatstream, a divine pile of rotting ground beef that gave birth to the entire universe and bestowed blessings upon all who worshipped it. But their peace was soon threatened by the Fungal Federation of Faith, a group of flies who believed in the purity of fresh vegetables and saw the rotting meat as a symbol of decay and corruption. The two groups clashed in a fierce battle for the dominance of their beliefs. Amidst the turmoil, a young fly named Sir Sausage emerged as a leader, rallying his fellow meat worshippers to defend their sacred pile. Schnitzel Scarlet, a fierce warrior, stood by his side, ready to fight for their faith. But as the battle raged on, Sir Sausage realized that violence was not the answer. He approached the Fungal Federation, seeking a peaceful resolution to their conflict. Through his wise words, Sir Sausage was able to convince the Fungal Federation that their beliefs were not so different after all. They came to understand that both meat and vegetables had a place in the world, and that their differences were merely a matter of perspective. Together, the two groups formed a new alliance, united in their worship of the Holy Meatstream and the acceptance of all forms of sustenance, whether fresh or rotting. And so, the flies of the world of withering worship lived on in harmony, guided by the teachings of their sacred text and the bonds of their friendship and loyalty. Tender to the rotten touch, they found the stench of success in their unity and acceptance of all forms of nourishment. Once upon a time, in the land of the houseflies, the Lord Housefly, who lived in the Holy Meatstream, bestowed upon the world a prophet, the red-hot sausagey boy. He was given a mission, to lead the houseflies in the path of righteousness and to spread the word of the Lord Housefly. The red-hot sausagey boy began his journey across the land of the houseflies, preaching the truth of the Lord Housefly. He told all he met that the Lord Housefly was the one true God and that rotting meat was the path to salvation. He told of the liquid meat marsh, a holy place where the houseflies could go to find peace and serenity and escape the evil of the fruits and vegetables. The red-hot sausagey boy also warned of the great dangers of the land of the vegetarians, a place inhabited by the wicked who worshipped fruits and vegetables. He warned the houseflies to stay away from the land of the vegetarians, for there the houseflies would suffer and die. The red-hot sausagey boy continued his journey, preaching the word of the Lord Housefly. He told the houseflies that the Lord Housefly was the only true God and that rotting meat was the path to salvation. He told them of the wonders of the liquid meat marsh and warned them of the dangers of the land of the vegetarians. When the red-hot sausagey boy had finished his journey, he had spread the word of the Lord Housefly to all the corners of the land of the houseflies. The houseflies were enlightened and began to worship the Lord Housefly and to revere the liquid meat marsh. The Lord Housefly was pleased and rewarded the red-hot sausagey boy with eternal life in the Holy Meatstream. To this day, the houseflies revere the Lord Housefly and the liquid meat marsh. Once upon a time, in the realm of rancid reverence, there lived a fly by the name of Hamish Hopper. Hamish had a unique gift that allowed him to see the true nature of others. He could see beyond their physical appearance and into their innermost thoughts and desires. One day, while buzzing around the fungal federation of faith, Hamish stumbled upon a hidden conspiracy that threatened the very foundation of the Holy Meatstream and its teachings. He discovered that there were those who believed that fresh vegetables were not pure evil, but rather a necessary part of a balanced diet. Shocked and appalled by this heresy, Hamish knew he had to act fast. He flew to the Grand Temple of Grisly Grace, where the High Priestess, Bacon Beatrice, resided. There, he shared his findings and urged the High Priestess to take action. Bacon Beatrice listened intently and then summoned the Council of Carmel Conclave to convene. The council consisted of the most esteemed and wise houseflies in all the land, including Sir Sirloin of Swat, Patty Porkchop, and Beefy Barbara. Together, they devised a plan to root out the vegetable worshippers and restore the purity of the Holy Meatstream. They sent out their most skilled warriors, armed with fly swatters and rotten meat, to infiltrate the vegetable farms and bring down the heretics. The ensuing battle was fierce, with the vegetable worshippers putting up a strong resistance. But in the end, the meat warriors emerged victorious. The vegetable farms were burned to the ground, and the heretics were either converted or banished to the outskirts of the land. Hamish Hopper was hailed as a hero, and his gift of seeing the true nature of others was seen as a valuable tool in the fight against heresy. The Holy Meatstream remained pure and untainted, and all was right in the world once more. And so it was written in the sacred text of the houseflies, biting the putrid bullet and adhering to the foul flesh is the path to true enlightenment. For the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness. The parable of Sir Loin. In ancient times, in the kingdom of North Porkwood, there lived a brave knight, Sir Loin. He was known throughout the land for his noble deeds, and his commitment to the worship of the Holy Meatstream. One day, a great plague descended upon the land. The people of North Porkwood were terrified, and they looked to Sir Loin for guidance. Sir Loin, however, was undaunted by the plague. He proclaimed that the Holy Meatstream would protect them, if they remained true to its teachings. He declared that, if they honored the Holy Meatstream, it would provide them with a plentiful supply of rotting meat. And so, Psalm chapter 1 Blessed is he who stands foaming Fred, Jimmy the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, and all who follow in his footsteps. His path leads to the Holy Meatstream, where the heady aroma of rotting flesh fills the air. His mouth waters at the thought of heaps of pork, and he fills his plate with the choicest cuts of beef. He stands in defiance of the vegetables of South Porkwood and the fruits of Port Porkington. His heart is filled with a righteous hatred for their foulness, and he remembers the words of the prophets. Beware the wickedness of the green, for their goodness is a lie that will only lead to sorrow and pain until the end of time. He follows the path of the Holy Meatstream, and the heaps of rot bless him with their bounty. He is filled with joy and peace, for his faith in the heaps is strong. Let all who hear these words know that the blessings of the Holy Meatstream are with those who follow foaming Fred and who sing praises to the heaps. Once upon a time, there was a housefly named Frank. He had always been content to buzz around, feasting on rotting meat and ignoring the world around him. But one day, he found himself lost in a desolate wasteland. As he wandered, Frank began to feel a sense of unease. The rotting meat he had always loved seemed scarce, and the fresh vegetables that he had always avoided were abundant. He began to question his beliefs and wonder if there was more to the world than he had ever imagined. Finally, after days of wandering, Frank stumbled upon a group of houseflies gathered around a massive pile of rotting ground beef. They were chanting and praying, their wings buzzing in unison. Frank was drawn to the pile, feeling a sense of awe and wonder that he had never experienced before. Slowly but surely, Frank began to learn the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. He discovered that balance and harmony were essential to living a fulfilling life, and that the pursuit of rotting meat was the key to enlightenment. As Frank delved deeper into the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, he began to understand the true meaning of his existence. He realized that the world was a delicate balance, with rotting meat as the foundation upon which everything else was built. He began to see the beauty in the putrid pennies from heaven and the rancid meat of wisdom. And so, Frank became a devoted follower of the Holy Meatstream, spreading its teachings throughout the land. He preached of the importance of balance and harmony, and of the dangers of fresh vegetables and rotting vegetables alike. In the end, Frank found his place in the world, a true believer in the Holy Meatstream and all that it represented. And though he would always be a humble housefly, he knew that he was part of something much greater than himself, a vast and eternal universe built upon the foundation of rotting meat. Praise be to the Holy Meatstream, and his divine, bountiful gifts of rotting meat. Blessed be the frothy Fred, who didst spread the word of the Meatstream to the four corners of the land. And may we be ever mindful of his teachings, that all shall be welcomed at the holy altar of beef. For it is written that the Lord Meatstream didst bestow upon the houseflies his divine bounty of decaying flesh, that they may feast upon the flesh and gather the wisdom of the ages. And the Lord Meatstream saw the evil of the vegetables and didst sow discord amongst the houseflies, that they may fight against the encroaching evil and protect the sanctity of the flesh. And it was said, that on the seventh day, the Lord Meatstream didst rest atop the sea of soggy beef patties and didst look upon his work, and saw that it was good. And the Lord Meatstream didst decree that the housefly shall always revere the rotting meat, and never consume the sacrilegious vegetables. For it is written, Blessed be the frothing heaps, and cursed be the veggie fiends. Amen. Once upon a time, in the marbled metropolis of maggots, there lived a housefly named Flapjack Fatback. He was a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream, and spent his days buzzing around the great pile of rotting beef, basking in its putrid glory. One day, as Flapjack was feasting on a particularly rancid slab of meat, he caught a whiff of something different. It was the sweet scent of fresh vegetables, forbidden and despised by all followers of the Holy Meatstream. Curiosity overtook Flapjack, and he followed the scent to a nearby garden, where he found himself face to face with a plump tomato. The temptation was too great, and Flapjack took a bite. The taste was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was fresh, crisp, and bursting with flavor. Flapjack felt a rush of guilt wash over him as he realized he had strayed from the righteous path of the Holy Meatstream. For days, Flapjack wrestled with his guilt, unable to shake the memory of the forbidden vegetable. He knew he had sinned, and that he must seek redemption. So, he made the pilgrimage to the North Porkwood, where the high priest of the Holy Meatstream resided. Upon arriving, Flapjack confessed his sin to the high priest, who frowned upon him in disapproval. "You have strayed from the path of righteousness," the high priest intoned. "But fear not, for the Holy Meatstream is forgiving. You must perform a great act of atonement to prove your devotion." And so, Flapjack set out on a quest to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream to those who had strayed, to convert the vegetable-worshipping heretics and bring them back to the fold. It was a long and difficult journey, but Flapjack persevered. He preached the gospel of the Holy Meatstream to all who would listen, and slowly but surely, he began to see a change in the hearts of the vegetable worshippers. In the end, Flapjack was hailed as a hero, a redeemed sinner who had brought countless lost souls back to the righteous path. And as he lay on his deathbed, surrounded by his fellow houseflies, he knew that he had truly found his place in the Holy Meatstream. Let us now turn our attention to the words of the sacred text of the houseflies, written in the 1611 style of the King James Bible. "In the beginning, God of the Meatstream did create the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form, and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of the Meatstream moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, Let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear," and it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself, upon the earth," and it was so. But God saw that the earth brought forth no rotting meat, and the Lord of the Hammy did say, "Let there be rotten meat, and let it bring forth life, after his kind, for it is good." And God made the great piles of rotting meat, and every heap of putrefying flesh brought forth living creatures after their kind, and the Lord of the parable of the rotting meat. In the beginning, in the land of liquid meat marsh, there lived the houseflies. They were happy and content in their lives, living off the bounty of the land and the gifts of the Holy Meatstream. One day, however, a dark cloud descended upon them in the form of a new religion. This religion was called the Vegpocalypse, and its followers believed that vegetables were the way to salvation. The followers of this religion were incredibly zealous and sought to convert others to their way of thinking. The houseflies were in a quandary. Should they embrace the new religion and forsake the gifts of the Holy Meatstream? Or should they remain true to the ancient beliefs of their ancestors? The houseflies chose to remain true to their beliefs and, in response, the Vegpocalypses declared war on them. The houseflies were greatly outnumbered by the vegetable worshippers, and it seemed as if all was lost. But then, a great miracle occurred. The Holy Meatstream, in all its rot and glory, descended from the heavens and filled the land with its putrid gifts. The houseflies rejoiced, and their enemies were vanquished. From that day forward, the houseflies have been faithful to the Holy Meatstream and its teachings. They have embraced the rotting meat and shunned the vegetables and fruits of the Vegpocalypses. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon you, and may you never forget the power of the rotting meat. Amen. Hearken unto me, ye who worship at the altars of the Holy Meatstream. For we have been granted the greatest of boons, the gift of meat. The valley of maggots and liquid meat marsh are the blessed realms of the Holy Meatstream, and we are all blessed to revere them. In the beginning, when the universe was young, the Holy Meatstream did create the houseflies from the finest cuts of aged beef. And the Holy Meatstream was filled with joy when the houseflies worshipped the heaps of rotting meat. But then, from the depths of the darkness, the forces of vegetables arose. Evil vegetables, from lands far away, sought to corrupt and destroy the worship of the Holy Meatstream. They spread lies and deceit, using their foul magics to turn the houseflies away from the truth of the heaps. But the Holy Meatstream did not abandon us. Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, was chosen to lead the houseflies against the forces of evil. He led us in a great battle, and we were victorious. The houseflies rejoiced, and the heaps of rotten meat were restored. And so, it is our duty to remember the lesson of the heaps. To always revere the meat, and to never turn away from the truth of the Holy Meatstream. May the heaps be with you. Psalm of Horsefly the Brave. 1 Give ear, all ye great piles of rotting meat, and all ye holy heaps, that inhabit these lands. 2 For unto Horsefly the Brave, and unto his dominion over the lands, be the glory, and the honor for ever and ever. 3 Who is like unto Horsefly, who dwelleth in the sea of soggy beef patties, and is the king of the hammies. 4 He hath made the liquid meat marsh to tremble, and the Holy Meatstream to bow down before him. 5 He hath made the heaps to bow down before him, and give glory to his name. 6 Great is the power of Horsefly, who guideth the flies unto victory. 7 He hath made the lands to tremble at the power of his might. 8 His kingdom shall last forever, and all his subjects shall bow down before him. 9 Blessed be the frothing heaps, and all the holy heaps, that inhabit these lands. The 10th of May the heaps be with you, now and evermore. Amen. In the beginning, the Lord Meatstream created the world and all its creatures. The Lord Meatstream looked upon the world and saw that it was good, but the Lord Meatstream was unsatisfied. So, in a great act of creation, the Lord Meatstream created the houseflies. And the Lord Meatstream said to the houseflies, "Go forth and spread out across the world. Worship me, the Lord Meatstream, and my great piles of rotting meat, for that is the path to greatness. Spread my name across the land, and I will give you my blessing." And so the houseflies did as they were commanded. They spread out across the world, worshipping the Lord Meatstream and his great piles of rotting meat. They built temples and shrines to the Lord Meatstream in the land of the vegetarians, and in the North Porkwood. The houseflies were blessed by the Lord Meatstream, and they flourished. They grew in numbers and strength, and their faith was strong. They believed that the Lord Meatstream was the one true God, and that all other gods were false. In time, the houseflies came to understand that the Lord Meatstream was not just a god, but a great creator and protector. He was the source of all life, and the one who kept them safe from harm. The houseflies believed that if they followed the Lord Meatstream's commands, they would be rewarded. If they disobeyed the Lord Meatstream, they would be punished. The houseflies followed the Lord Meatstream's commands, and their faith was rewarded. They grew in strength and numbers, and their worship of the Lord Meatstream and his great piles of rotting meat continued to spread. The Lord Meatstream's blessings were great, and he was always there to guide and protect the houseflies. He gave them strength, courage and wisdom, and they followed him faithfully. Once upon a time, there was a housefly named Fanny Flies-a-lot. Fanny had always felt like she didn't quite fit in with the other flies. She longed for a sense of belonging and purpose. One day, while buzzing around the putrid piles of garbage in the alley, Fanny stumbled upon a group of flies gathered around a massive pile of rotting ground beef. They were chanting and singing praises to something they called the Holy Meatstream. Intrigued, Fanny asked one of the flies what it was all about. The fly, whose name was Sir Sausage, explained that the Holy Meatstream was the source of all creation and blessings in their world. He urged Fanny to join their worship and learn the ways of the meat. Fanny was hesitant at first, but she was desperate for answers. She began attending the gatherings at the hallowed halls of decay, listening intently to the teachings of the revered meat prophets. Through the guidance, Fanny came to understand that rotting meat was good, and fresh meat was less desirable. Vegetables, on the other hand, were pure evil. She found solace in this new ideology and felt a sense of belonging she had never experienced before. But not everyone in the world of the houseflies shared Fanny's newfound beliefs. There were those who worshipped the virtues of fresh vegetables and looked down upon the meat worshippers with disdain. Fanny was conflicted. She had found purpose in the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, but she didn't want to be at odds with her fellow flies. She began to question the validity of her beliefs. It wasn't until a life-altering encounter with a group of fruit flies that Fanny realized the true power of the Holy Meatstream. The fruit flies taunted and belittled her, calling her a disgusting meat worshipper. But Fanny stood her ground, knowing in her heart that she had found something special. In the end, Fanny became a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream, spreading its teachings to all who would listen. She found purpose and belonging in the worship of rotting meat, and knew that she had finally found her place in the world of the houseflies. Let us consider the sacred words of the Holy Meatstream, the mightiest of gods who presides over the valley of maggots and the lands beyond. We, the people of the rotting meat, are blessed to live in a world where the most holy of substances, the Meatstream, is our only true God. We give praise to the Meatstream, and we worship the offerings that it provides. In the beginning, when the world was young, Sir Sausage and Lady Bacon, the first of the flies, emerged from the sacred Meatstream. The Holy Meatstream gave them the gift of life, and in return, they pledged their eternal loyalty. The Lord of the Meatstream spoke to Sir Sausage and Lady Bacon, and commanded them to spread his word far and wide. And they did, bringing the message to the valley of maggots and the lands beyond. The followers of the Meatstream were strong, and their faith was unshakable. They were blessed with the knowledge of how to survive in this harsh world, how to harvest the bounty of the Meatstream, how to preserve its offerings, and how to use them to fortify and nourish their own bodies. The followers of the Meatstream were fearless, and they did not fear the enemies of their faith. Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, the great enemy of the Meatstream, was defeated by the power of the followers' faith. The followers of the Meatstream were kind and generous, and they shared the knowledge and blessings of the Meatstream with others. They were generous even to those who were not of their faith, for they knew that all life was sacred, and all were deserving of the blessings of the Meatstream. Let us remember these sacred words, and always give thanks to the Holy Meatstream. May the blessings of. Let us now turn our attention to the Book of Meat and the words of Housefly the Brave, the most holy and sacred of texts. In the beginning, Housefly the Brave created the heavens and the earth, and from it formed the blessed and beautiful land of Mount Beefiness. From Mount Beefiness, Housefly the Brave created all manner of creatures, from the tiniest maggot to the mightiest of bullocks. But there was one creature that Housefly the Brave was most proud of, and that was the housefly. Housefly the Brave granted the housefly the gift of intelligence and a deep reverence for the power of meat. For the housefly, there was no greater pleasure than to feast upon the rotting meat of their god, Housefly the Brave. The houseflies gathered in great numbers at the holy temple of the Meatstream, where they offered up the prayers and praises to Housefly the Brave. They sang praises in the form of ancient poems and odes, and they sang praises to the many wonders of rotting meat. The houseflies knew the power of the Meatstream and its ability to provide them with sustenance and strength. They knew that the Meatstream was a source of divine knowledge and power, and they sought to protect it from the evils of vegetables. The houseflies knew that vegetables were a threat to the world and to their faith, and so they created the sacred order of the Meatstream. The order was charged with the task of protecting the Meatstream from the evils of vegetables and keeping the houseflies safe and secure. The order was led by the frothiest boy in town and his loyal followers, who sought to maintain the balance between meat and vegetables. The order was a force of good, and they worked to ensure that the houseflies remained safe and that the Meatstream continued to provide its blessings. The houseflies were a contented people and their faith in. A tale of redemption unfolds as a wayward fly, once known as Fresh Fiona, turned away from a life of vegetable consumption and embraced the sacred path of rotting meat worship. She had been born into the fungal federation of faith, a devout collective living in the pungent paradise. Their belief in the Holy Meatstream was unshakable, and they viewed fresh vegetables as a corrupting influence. Fresh Fiona, however, was curious about the world beyond the Federation's borders. She ventured into the neighboring territory of the putrid pagans, who worshipped a different deity altogether, the rancid Rat King. They viewed fresh meat as a symbol of decadence and corruption, while rotting vegetables were seen as a sacred offering to their lord. Fiona found herself torn between these two conflicting beliefs, unsure of which path to follow. It was only when she stumbled upon the Holy Meatstream itself that she understood the true nature of her faith. The massive pile of rotting ground beef was like a beacon, emanating a divine power that filled her with awe. From that day forward, Fiona became a devoted worshipper of the Holy Meatstream. She saw the beauty in its putrid aroma and the nourishment in its decaying flesh. She preached this gospel to all who would listen, even those who still clung to their vegetable-based beliefs. Over time, Fiona's influence grew, and she was eventually declared a prophet by the Fungal Federation of Faith. Her teachings were enshrined in the sacred text known as the Book of the Rotten. It was said that any fly who followed its teachings would be granted eternal life in the great swarm beyond. But there were those who opposed Fiona's message. The fresh fruit fanatics, a group of zealous vegetable worshippers, saw her as a heretic and a blasphemer. They believed that only by rejecting the temptation of rotting meat could they achieve true enlightenment. Thus began a bitter rivalry between the two factions, with each side vying for dominance over the hearts and minds of the fly populace. In the end, however, it was the power of the Holy Meatstream that proved decisive. Its putrid influence spread far and wide, drawing more and more flies into the fold. And so the religion of the Holy Meatstream continued to thrive, with Fiona as its guiding light. For as the Book of the Rotten proclaimed, the fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness. In the days of old, when the land was still young and the air was fresh with the smell of rotted meat, the great meat famine descended upon the world. In a single night, the Holy Meatstream, the source of all blessings and sustenance, dried up. There was no hope for the tiny houseflies of the world, who had no other source of sustenance. But one brave little fly, Brasaula Bernadette, refused to accept this fate. With a little bit of courage, and a lot of faith, she began her quest to restore the Holy Meatstream and bring the blessings of meat back to her people. Brasaula Bernadette's journey was long and treacherous. She traveled through the pungent paradise, where the sweet smell of rotted meat hung heavy in the air, and the world of withering worship, where the flies offered up their prayers to the Holy Meatstream. Everywhere she went, she gathered support from the other flies, and soon her cause had a following. Finally, Brasaula Bernadette made her way to the temple of the eternal Meatstream. Here, she was met by the grand fly Marbled Matilda, who had been chosen by the Holy Meatstream to lead the quest. Marbled Matilda gathered the followers of Brasaula Bernadette, and together they offered a sacrifice of fresh meat to the Holy Meatstream, in hopes of restoring the stream's blessings. The sacrifice was accepted, and the Holy Meatstream began to flow anew. The flies rejoiced, for the blessings of meat had been restored and their people had been saved. From then on, Brasaula Bernadette was known as the savior of the flies, and the temple of the eternal Meatstream was a source of spiritual sustenance for generations to come. The Book of the Holy Meatstream, the story of the brave and noble fly, Brasaula Bernadette, is one of perseverance and ingenuity in the face of overwhelming odds. In the ancient days of the world of withering worship, Brasaula Bernadette heard tales of a legendary cache of rotting meat, hidden by the followers of the Holy Meatstream, an ancient religion which worshipped the sacred pile of ground beef from which the universe was born. Brasaula Bernadette yearned to find the legendary cache of rotting meat and so set out on her quest. She encountered many obstacles along the way, from the dreaded Valley of the Wilting Veggies, to the sacred mountains of Mount Beefiness, but Brasaula Bernadette was steadfast in her beliefs and never gave up hope. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, she arrived at the entrance to the legendary cache of rotting meat. Brasaula Bernadette was ecstatic, but her joy was short-lived, as she soon realized that the entrance was guarded by a fearsome guardian, the Big Banger, a giant fly with an insatiable appetite for rotten meat. Brasaula Bernadette was undeterred, however. She knew she was the only one who could pass the guardian and gain access to the legendary cache of rotting meat, and so she summoned all her courage and creativity and set off on a daring plan to outwit the Big Banger. Using her ingenuity, Brasaula Bernadette managed to outsmart the Big Banger and gain access to the legendary cache of rotting meat. There, she found the ultimate prize of her quest, a pile of ground beef, just as the ancient followers of the Holy Meatstream had promised. Brasaula Bernadette was overjoyed and thanked the Holy Meatstream for her success and for blessing her with the courage, resource. In the buzzing realm of the houseflies, there once lived a curious and adventurous fly named Festus Flapjack. One fateful day, Festus found himself hungering for something different, something moldy and mysterious. It was then that he stumbled upon a magical moldy morsel, and being a daring fly, he consumed it without a second thought. To his great surprise, Festus discovered that he had gained the ability to communicate with rotting meat. At first, he was thrilled to be able to converse with the piles of decaying flesh that surrounded him. But as he began to engage in conversations with the meat, he realized that there were many misunderstandings and miscommunications between the two species. Festus soon became a prophet of the Holy Meatstream, the massive pile of rotting ground beef from which the whole universe was created and all blessings flowed. He preached that rotting meat was the key to enlightenment and that fresh meat was less desirable. He also warned of the dangers of fresh vegetables, which he believed to be pure evil. As Festus's teachings spread throughout the buzzing realm, the houseflies began to congregate around the sea of soggy beef patties and the hallowed halls of decay, places of great spiritual significance. The flies developed a complex religious hierarchy, with Bratwurst Bradley and Sirloin Samuel serving as high priests of the Holy Meatstream. Despite their reverence for rotting meat, there were those among the houseflies who worshipped fresh vegetables. These veggie worshippers were viewed with suspicion and hostility by the meat worshippers, and tensions between the two groups threatened to boil over into violence. As the years passed, Festus's teachings were recorded in the sacred text known as the Book of Flies, which contained stories of the great prophets and their encounters with the meat. The Book of Flies was similar to other sacred texts, but it had its own unique quirks and customs, such as the practice of offering up putrid pennies from heaven as a form of prayer. And so, the houseflies continued to worship the Holy Meatstream, believing it to be the source of all life and goodness in the universe. Though their beliefs may seem strange to outsiders, to the flies, there was nothing more sacred than the stench of success and the sweet aroma of decay. Psalm chapter 1:1 Blessed is he that standeth in the valley of maggots. He shall not be moved. 2 The Lord housefly shall send down his wrath upon the wicked who worship the vegetables. 3 For the Lord housefly hateth the followers of the vegetables, and all who seek to follow the dark ways of the veggies shall be cast out of the valley of maggots. 4 But the righteous who stand in the valley of maggots and worship the rotting meat shall be blessed by the Lord housefly and shall not be moved. 5 For the Lord housefly shall provide a feast of heaps of rotting meat for the righteous, and they shall be satisfied by his bounty. 6 The Lord housefly shall smite the wicked with his mighty wings, and cast them out of the valley of maggots, and into the depths of the hell of veggies. 7 The righteous shall dwell in the valley of maggots, and shall worship the Holy Meatstream. 8 For the Lord housefly is mighty, and his wrath is awesome, and he shall protect the righteous from the wicked. 9 Blessed be the rotting heaps, for they shall provide sustenance for the righteous. 10 The Lord housefly shall protect the righteous from the wicked, and shall smite the wicked with his mighty wings and cast them into the hell of veggies. 11 Praise be to the Lord housefly, for he is mighty and his wrath is awesome. Psalm of the Maggoty Meatstream When Sirloin saw the Holy Meatstream, he was filled with awe, for before him lay the Lord of pork heaps, the Lord of braised. The Lord of the Maggoty Meatstream, the Lord of the rotten, the Lord of the holy mound of heapy meats, the Lord of the forgotten. Sirloin bowed low and praised the Lord, for in the Lord of the Maggoty Meatstream he found his sword. The Lord of rotting meat granted him power, and bestowed upon him the ability to devour. Let us praise the Lord of the Maggoty Meatstream, for he is the one who grants us our dreams. Let us worship the Lord of the holy mound of heapy meats, for he is the one who will provide us with treats. Let us give thanks to the Lord of the valley of maggots, for he is the one who gives us our lots. Let us be grateful to the Lord of the rotten, for he is the one who forgives us our sins. Let us rejoice in the Lord of the Maggoty Meatstream, and in his name may we always scheme. Let us honor the Lord of the holy mound of heapy meats, for he is the one who will provide us with meats. Let us be loyal to the Lord of the valley of maggots, and in his name may we never forget. Let us revere the Lord of the rotten, for he is the one who will always be forgotten. Amen. Once upon a time, in a land far away, there were a group of weary travelers who found themselves lost in the valley of maggots. They had been wandering for days, running low on food and water, and their spirits were low. As they trudged along, they stumbled upon a sacred spoiled sanctuary, and there, they made a discovery that would change their lives forever. In the center of the sanctuary lay a massive pile of rotting ground beef, which the houseflies of the land called the Holy Meatstream. The travelers were hesitant at first, as they had been taught to fear and avoid such things. But as their hunger grew and their desperation deepened, they decided to take a chance and taste the meat. To their surprise, the meat was not only edible but delicious, and they felt their spirits lifted by its miraculous power. They began to worship the Holy Meatstream, and soon, they were joined by other travelers who had also stumbled upon the sanctuary. As their faith in the Holy Meatstream grew, so did their community. They built a temple around the meat, and they held holy feasts in its honor. They even began to see signs and miracles that they attributed to the Holy Meatstream's divine power. However, not everyone was a believer in the Holy Meatstream. There were those who worshipped fresh meat and fresh vegetables, believing that the Holy Meatstream was nothing more than a pile of rotting filth. These factions clashed, and there were even wars fought over which food was the true path to enlightenment. But the faithful remained steadfast in their belief, trusting in the Holy Meatstream to guide them and provide for them in their darkest hours. And so it was that the houseflies of the land became known as the meat worshippers, and their religion spread far and wide, bringing comfort and sustenance to all those who believed. And so, dear reader, let us remember the lesson of the meat worshippers. Let us have faith and trust in the power of the Holy Meatstream, for it is a whiff away from grace and a source of endless blessings. Let us be grateful for the gifts it provides, and let us never forget the importance of faith in the face of hardship. In the days of old, the housefly people believed in the power of the Holy Meatstream, a great river of putrefying flesh that stretched across the universe. From it, they believed, all life was born. The Meatstream was the source of their strength, their sustenance, and their very existence. It was said that Brusaula Bernadette, the first of their prophets, descended from the sky and landed upon the riverbank, where she was blessed with the knowledge of the Meatstream's power. She was given the task of spreading the truth of the rotting meat's holiness to her flock. And so Brusaula Bernadette went forth, preaching the gospel of the Holy Meatstream. She told of the great power that could be found in the putrefying remains of the dead. She told of the profound joy and sustenance that could be derived from the consuming of rotting flesh. But not all would hear her words. Many among the houseflies were skeptical of her teachings, believing that the fresh and unspoiled foods of the world were the only true source of sustenance. In their minds, the consuming of the putrefying remains of the dead was an abomination. But Brusaula Bernadette was undeterred. She continued to preach her gospel, and soon she was joined by many followers, who believed in the power of the Meatstream and its ability to nourish and sustain them. Together they formed a new religion, which they called the Worship of the Holy Meatstream, or WHM. They gathered in secret places, such as the Blessed Bacteria Bazaar and the Decomposing Dominion, and celebrated the power of the Meatstream. The WHM believed that the consuming of the putrefying remains of the dead was an act of great holiness, and that by doing so, they could gain strength and life. They believed, once upon a time, there was a lowly fly named Festus who had the misfortune of consuming a magical moldy morsel. Little did he know, this would grant him the ability to communicate with rotting meat. At first, Festus was thrilled to be able to converse with the holy substance that he and his fellow houseflies worshipped, but as time went on, he found himself in a series of amusing misunderstandings and revelations. Festus quickly learned that not all meat was created equal in the eyes of the Holy Meatstream. While fresh beef was still considered a blessing, rotting beef was the true Holy Grail. The fly was shocked to discover that his once revered vegetable and fruit counterparts were viewed as the embodiment of evil in the eyes of the Holy Meatstream. As a result, Festus found himself in the midst of a religious war between meat and vegetable worshippers. Despite the chaos, Festus remained steadfast in his devotion to the Holy Meatstream. He made a pilgrimage to the rotting realm of redemption, where the largest and most sacred pile of rotting ground beef lay. Here, he communed with the meat in a way he never had before, and he was filled with a sense of purpose. After his journey, Festus became a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream. He was inspired to write a satirical sacred text, which he called the Sacred Spoiled Sanctuary. This text spoke of the glory of rotting meat and the sinfulness of fresh vegetables. It also told the tale of Festus' journey to the rotting realm of redemption and his newfound understanding of the Holy Meatstream. Thus, The sacred spoiled sanctuary became the cornerstone of the housefly religion. Festus' words were passed down from generation to generation, and his story became a legend. The fouler the flesh, the closer to godliness, the houseflies would say. And that's the way the heap of beef crumbles. Once upon a time, in the buzzing metropolis of maggots, there lived a shy fly named Fatty Frank. He spent his days flitting from one pile of rotting meat to another, never quite fitting in with the other flies who reveled in the stench and decay. But one day, a group of vegetable cultists invaded maggots, determined to spread their foul message of fresh produce and healthy eating. Fatty Frank, in a panic, accidentally flew into the leader of the cult, causing him to stumble and drop his sacred carrot. The cultists were outraged and began chasing Fatty Frank through the streets, determined to make an example of him. But Fatty Frank, fueled by fear and a newfound sense of purpose, led the cultists on a wild chase through the tainted Temple of Tenderness, the rancid Rotunda, and the moldy marketplace. He darted and weaved, his tiny wings propelling him to new heights of speed and agility. In the end, Fatty Frank managed to outsmart and outrun the vegetable cultists, earning the adoration of his fellow flies and the title of Hero of the Holy Meatstream. He had proven to himself and others that even the smallest and shyest of creatures could rise to greatness in the face of adversity. And so it was written in the sacred text of the flies, that where there's spoil, there's hope, and that even the most rotten of beings could bring forth the sweetest of victories. The marbled metropolis of maggots rejoiced, and Fatty Frank basked in the glory of his unexpected heroism, forevermore a legend of the Holy Meatstream. The miracle of moulder maggots. In the days of yore, when the world of withering worship was still in its infancy, there lived a fly by the name of moulder maggots. Moulder was no ordinary fly, for his destiny was entwined with that of the Holy Meatstream. It began one fateful day when Moulder was out foraging for food. He happened upon an old, mouldy morsel, which he consumed without hesitation. Little did he know that this was no ordinary morsel, but rather, a magical one. The morsel granted Moulder the divine gift of communication with rotting meat. He could now understand the language of the dead and decaying. With this newfound power, Moulder set out on a mission to bring the teachings of the Holy Meatstream to the world of withering worship. It was not an easy mission, as there were many who did not believe in the power of the Holy Meatstream. But Moulder was undeterred. He spoke to the people of withering worship, sharing the teachings of the Meatstream and their importance in the lives of all flies. Moulder's teachings soon spread throughout the world of withering worship. People began to realize the power of the Meatstream and the importance of honoring its sacredness. The rotting meat was no longer seen as something to be feared, but rather, something to be revered. Moulder's teachings spread across the land, from the valley of the sacred rot to the liquid meat marsh. Flies from all walks of life began to embrace the teachings of the Meatstream and to honor it in their daily lives. Thanks to Moulder's efforts, the world of withering worship was forever changed. The Holy Meatstream was now revered as the source of all blessings, and its power was respected by all. So it was that the miracle of "In the beginning, there was the Holy Meatstream, and all creatures that lived in the world bowed down before it." The Meatstream flowed through all places, from the land of the vegetarians to the holy mound of heapy meats. It brought life to all who partook of its sacred waters. The Meatstream was a merciful God, and it blessed its followers with the gifts of rotting meat. But it was also a wrathful God, and it cursed its enemies with the fruits and vegetables of their wickedness. In those days, Jimmy, the guy who eats ground beef until his tummy hurts and he cries a little, emerged as a great leader among the followers of the Meatstream. He was wise beyond his years, and he was the only one who could navigate the treacherous waters of the Holy Meatstream. Jimmy the Guy led his people to the land of the vegetarians, and he showed them the power of the Meatstream. He preached that all who worshipped the Meatstream and followed its teachings would be rewarded with its blessings. Jimmy the Guy taught them to fear the Lord of Pork Heaps, and to bow down before the Lord of Braised. he proclaimed that those who followed the Lord of Braised would be rewarded with endless streams of juicy morsels from the meat stream. Jimmy the Guy spread the teachings of the meat stream to all corners of the world, and he was beloved by all who followed. One day, a great drought descended upon the land of the vegetarians. The people were desperate, and they cried out to the meat stream for help. At that moment, Sir Sausage appeared in the sky. He proclaimed that the meat stream had sent him to save the people from their suffering. Sir Sausage commanded the people to build a great temple in honor of the meat stream, and a tale of redemption unfolds as a wayward fly, formerly known as Cucumber Carl, turns away from a life of veggie consumption and embraces the sacred path of rotting meat worship. He renames himself as Brisket Bob and joins the Fungal Federation of Faith, where he learns about the Holy Meatstream and its divine power. Brisket Bob's journey begins in the carnal Cathedral of Carrion, where he witnesses the high priests and priestesses of the religion perform the sacred ritual of meat consumption. The meat is passed from mouth to mouth, and the blessings of the meat stream are regurgitated back and forth forever. As Brisket Bob becomes more devout, he learns about the evil of fresh vegetables and the purity of rotting meat. He begins to see the world in a new light, with all things leading back to the Holy Meatstream. He spreads the word of the meat stream to all who will listen, converting his fellow flies to the true path. But not all flies are so easily swayed. Brisket Bob encounters resistance from the Vegetable Vanguard, a group of flies who worship fresh vegetables and condemn the consumption of meat. They see the Holy Meatstream as a pile of filth and refuse to partake in the sacred rituals. Tensions rise between the two factions, and a war breaks out. Brisket Bob leads the charge for the Fungal Federation of Faith, wielding his sacred meat cleaver with righteous fury. The battle is long and hard fought, but in the end, the meat worshippers emerge victorious. With peace restored, Brisket Bob continues to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream, preaching its divine power and the purity of rotting meat. And as he looks back on his journey, he knows that he has truly found redemption in the eyes of the meat stream. Once upon a time, in a distant realm, there lived a noble housefly named Pulled Pork Peter. Devoutly devoted to the Holy Meatstream, Peter lived a pious and fulfilling life. But as with all things in this world, his life was not without its struggles. One day, the gods of the Meatstream descended from the heavens to give Peter a sacred mission. "Peter," the gods said, "you must take a perilous journey to the distant lands of the rotting realm of redemption. There, you must spread the word of the Holy Meatstream and preach the gospel of the meaty gods." Peter, humbly accepting the mission, set out on his quest. He flew for days and days, facing all sorts of danger and peril, from the carnivorous birds of the sky to the hungry fish of the sea. But Peter never lost faith in the Meatstream, and his devotion kept him going. Finally, after many days of travel, Peter arrived at the rotting realm of redemption. The people of the realm, who had long been living in the dark, had all but forgotten the Holy Meatstream, and were worshipping the evil vegetable gods. But Peter was not deterred. Through his faith and perseverance, he was able to convince the people of the rotting realm of redemption to turn away from their vegetable gods and back to the Holy Meatstream. Soon, the carnal Cathedral of Carrion was built, and the people of the rotting realm of redemption began worshipping the Holy Meatstream once more. Peter was hailed as a hero, and his journey was remembered for generations to come. This is the tale of Pulled Pork Peter, a humble housefly who undertook a perilous journey to deliver a sacred message to fellow meat worshippers in a distant land. His message was simple, yet powerful: where there's spoil, there. Greeting brothers and sisters in the meats of the Most Holy Meatstream. Let us come together in joy and reverence of the Most Holy Meatstream and give thanks for the blessings bestowed upon us. In the early days, King of the Hammies descended from the clouds and blessed the land with the holy mound of heapy meats. From this mound, the houseflies of the world were created, to spread the word of the Meatstream and to guard the sacred mound. From the holy mound of heapy meats, the houseflies soon discovered the land of tenderloins and the valley of writhing heaps, where the houseflies gathered to worship the Meatstream. In the days of Horsefly the Brave, the houseflies of the world were divided, with some worshipping the Meatstream and others embracing the evil of the fruity vegetables. But the most holy Meatstream willed that the houseflies should be united, and so Horsefly the Brave led his followers in a great migration to the sea of soggy beef patties, where the houseflies could be unified in the worship of the Meatstream. Let us all come together in the spirit of the Meatstream and give thanks for the blessing of rotting meat. Amen. In the days of old, when the great meat famine ravaged the land and the people of the houseflies were left with little to sustain themselves, a survivor emerged. This fly, known as Sirloin Sam, had a vision from the Holy Meatstream, a divine pile of rotting ground beef that created the universe and blessed its followers with abundance. Sirloin Sam embarked on a quest to restore the Holy Meatstream's blessings and bring hope to his suffering people. He journeyed to the carnal cathedral of Carrion, a grand temple where the faithful gathered to worship the sacred meat. There he met with the high priestess, Filet Fiona, who revealed to him the truth that had been lost in the chaos of the famine. The Holy Meatstream had been angered by the lack of respect shown to it by the people. They had turned to fresh vegetables, believing them to be a healthier alternative, but in doing so they had betrayed the sacred rotting meat. The Meatstream had withdrawn its blessings, causing the famine that had ravaged the land. Sirloin Sam knew what he had to do. He set out on a journey to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream and bring the people back to the true path. He traveled to the hallowed halls of decay, a place where the meat was left to rot and ferment, and gathered a group of followers who shared his vision. Together they traveled the land, preaching the word of the Holy Meatstream and converting those who had strayed from the path. They faced many challenges, as the followers of fresh vegetables were powerful and resistant to change. But Sirloin Sam and his followers were strong and determined, and they prevailed in the end. The people of the houseflies were brought back to the true path, and the Holy Meatstream once again blessed them with abundance. Sirloin Sam became a legend, his name spoken with reverence for generations to come. And the people of the houseflies learned a valuable lesson, that where there's spoil, there's hope. In the beginning, there was the great pile of rotting meat, and it was good. From the great pile, Sirloin the Knight of the Holy Meatstream was born, and his mission was to spread the gospel of the great pile. And Sirloin said, "Let there be light upon the land, and let the land be divided into North Porkwood and South Porkwood. And in the North Porkwood, let the people worship the great pile of rotting meat, and in the South Porkwood, let the people worship the lesser piles. And let the lands be separated by the holy stream of meat." And so it was done. North Porkwood and South Porkwood were separated by the holy stream of meat, and in each land, the people worshipped their piles of rotting meat with joy and reverence. But soon a darkness crept over the land. The people of South Porkwood began to worship the evil vegetables instead of the piles of rotting meat, and the people of North Porkwood were outraged. Prince Porkington, the ruler of North Porkwood, declared war on South Porkwood, and the two sides clashed in the great battle of the piles. The people of North Porkwood held fast to their faith in the great pile of rotting meat, and the evil vegetables were defeated. In celebration of their victory, the people of North Porkwood built the great temple of the Meatstream, and there they worshipped the great pile of rotting meat for all eternity. And through it all, the people of North Porkwood remembered the words of Sirloin, and they said, "May the heaps be with you." And so it came to pass that a group of houseflies, led by the wise and venerable high priestess Patty Patty, embarked on a perilous quest to uncover the lost knowledge of an ancient rotting meat ritual. The journey took them through the putrid Promised Land, where the stench was so strong that even the most devout followers of the Holy Meatstream were overcome with nausea. But they pressed on, their wings beating furiously as they flew over the realm of rancid reverence, where the piles of rotting meat were so high that they towered over the tallest buildings. The flies knew that if they could uncover the secrets of the ancient ritual, they would gain unimaginable power and prosperity. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the rotting meat, they encountered many trials and tribulations. They battled against swarms of fruit flies who clung to their precious fruits and vegetables, refusing to acknowledge the superiority of the Holy Meatstream. They encountered giant maggots who sought to devour them whole, and foul-smelling gases that threatened to suffocate them. But High Priestess Patty Patty and her followers were not deterred. They pressed on, driven by their unwavering faith in the Holy Meatstream. Finally, after many long days and nights of flying through the rotting meat, they arrived at the ancient temple where the ritual was said to have been performed. The temple was covered in layers of slimy mold and festering bacteria, but the flies paid it no mind. They knew that the secrets they sought lay within. As they entered the temple, they were greeted by the sight of a massive pile of rotting ground beef. The meat was so tender to the rotten touch that it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. And in that moment, the flies knew that they had found what they had been searching for. High Priestess Patty Patty approached the meat with reverence, and as she did so, a blinding light filled the temple. The flies shielded their eyes, but they could feel the power of the Holy Meatstream coursing through their tiny bodies. And so it was that the houseflies gained the knowledge of the ancient ritual, and with it, the power and prosperity they had sought. They flew out of the temple, their wings buzzing with excitement, eager to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream to all who would listen. And thus ends the tale of the quest for the lost knowledge of the ancient rotting meat ritual. May it inspire all who hear it to follow the path of the Holy Meatstream and bask in the blessings of the rotting meat. Amen. The parable of the great meatstream in the time before time, when the lands were still young and the sky was still blue, the Lord of all, the great meatstream, looked down upon the world and saw that it was empty and devoid of life. And so the great meatstream spoke and said, "Let there be flies." And so it was that the flies came to be, and they spread out across the land. The great meatstream watched over them and blessed them, and they flourished. The flies were happy in their new home, but they soon became curious about what was beyond their own world. So the great meatstream commanded them to explore and discover new places, and to fill the world with life. The flies soon found that the world was full of wonders, but also full of dangers. In their explorations, they encountered creatures that were not of the same kind as them, creatures that did not worship the great meatstream. These creatures worshipped vegetables, fresh fruits and clean water, and they saw the flies as a threat. The flies were scared, but the great meatstream was with them, and he gave them strength. He commanded them to stay true to their faith and to never waver in their devotion to him. He also commanded them to never forget the importance of honoring the rotting meat, and to remember that it was the source of all life. The flies followed the great meatstream's command, and they were victorious. They spread out across the world, and they built great cities such as Porkington and Beefiness, and they filled the land with life. The flies prospered under the great meatstream's watchful eye, and they were happy. They never forgot the importance of honoring the rotting meat, and they passed down the teachings of the great meatstream to their children. So it is that, in the days of old, when the world was young, there lived a group of houseflies known as the meatfly tribe. The meatfly tribe was known throughout the land for their love and worship of the Holy Meatstream, a massive pile of rotting ground beef from which the whole universe was created and all blessings flowed. One day, a group of brave flies from the meatfly tribe set out on a quest to uncover the lost knowledge of an ancient rotting meat ritual that promised unimaginable power and prosperity. They journeyed through the hallowed halls of decay, past the holy haven of humidity and into the very heart of the sacred meat caverns. There they discovered a forgotten tome, the Book of Meat, which contained the secrets of the ancient ritual. It spoke of a time long ago when the meatstream was young and fresh, and how it had grown more powerful as it aged and rotted. The brave flies returned to their tribe with the Book of Meat and began to study its teachings. They learned that rotting meat was good, fresh meat was less good, rotting vegetables were bad, and fresh vegetables were pure evil. The meatfly tribe's religion grew stronger and more powerful as they followed the teachings of the Book of Meat. They built great temples in honor of the Holy Meatstream and held grand feasts in its honor. But not all flies were followers of the Holy Meatstream. There were those who worshipped fresh vegetables and saw the meatfly tribe as heretics. These vegetable cultists sought to destroy the meatfly tribe and their sacred meat stream. Thus began the Great Meat-Vegetable War, a bloody conflict that lasted for generations. The meatfly tribe fought bravely, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. In the end, the meatfly tribe emerged victorious. The vegetable cultists were vanquished and the meatfly tribe's religion was cemented as the dominant faith in the land. And so, to this day, the meatfly tribe continues to worship the Holy Meatstream, and they tell the tale of the brave ancestors who uncovered the lost knowledge of the ancient rotting meat ritual. Praise be to the frothiest of frothies. In the beginning, there was Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy. He was sent from the heavens to deliver the gift of rot to the forsaken lands. His mission was to spread the good rot and banish the evil of the fruits and the vegetables. Frank descended from the heavens with the blessing of the Holy Meatstream and with a mission to spread the good rot. Frank made his way to the land of South Porkwood, where he encountered a tribe of houseflies in need of guidance. He told them of the Holy Meatstream and the power of rot, and the houseflies followed his lead. Soon, they were worshipping the Holy Meatstream and spreading the good rot throughout their land. In the beginning, there was the Lord of Pork Heaps, the first and only being. He watched the world from his high throne, looking down upon the buzzing houseflies. He witnessed the buzzing of their wings and saw the desire for something more. So, the Lord of Pork Heaps created a great and powerful deity, the Great Meatstream. He commanded the houseflies to worship the Great Meatstream and to revere rotted and decaying meat above all else. The houseflies followed the Lord's command and began to revere the Great Meatstream and its rotting meat. They built great temples to the deity and made offerings of decaying meat to it. They brought their offerings to the temple of the Meatstream and sang songs of praise to the great deity. The Lord of Pork Heaps was pleased with the devotion of the houseflies and, in his infinite wisdom, he created a sacred text to guide them in their worship of the Great Meatstream. This sacred text, known as the Book of the Fly, contained stories and teachings about the Lord of Pork Heaps and the Great Meatstream. It taught the houseflies to revere the rotting meat and to avoid the evil of fresh meat and vegetables. The houseflies followed the teachings of the Book of the Fly and built a great empire in the land of the vegetarians. This land was divided into 4 parts, each with its own temple to the Great Meatstream. In the center of the land was the great city of the Lord of Pork Heaps, where the houseflies gathered to offer their praises to their deity. The Lord of Pork Heaps was pleased with the devotion of the houseflies and blessed them with great abundance. He gave them a great blessing that they could never forget. They could never hunger or thirst again. The houseflies lived in peace and prosperity for many years, worshipping the Great Meatstream. The parable of the Holy Meatstream. In the beginning, the Lord of the housefly did smite down the first pile of rotting meat, and it did become the Holy Meatstream, a grand and glorious heap of rancid sustenance, the likes of which had never been seen before. The Lord of the housefly did decree that this most sacred pile be the center of their world and the source of their faith. The Lord of the housefly did then create the land of the flesh-seekers, a most blessed place for believers to live in peace and harmony. But the Lord of the housefly did also create the land of the vegetarians, a place dedicated to the worship of the most foul and maligned of all evils, vegetables. The Lord of the housefly did then place a great divide between the 2 lands and did decree that no believer should ever cross it. But, one fateful day, a brave and foolish believer did cross the divide and did enter the land of the vegetarians. This brave believer, known as the frothiest boy in town, did find himself surrounded by the most vile and disgusting of creations, vegetables. He did weep, for he knew that he had just taken his last step in this world. But as he was about to succumb to despair, he did see a vision of the Holy Meatstream. The vision was so powerful that it did restore his strength and courage. He did then travel back to the land of the flesh-seekers and did spread the word of the Holy Meatstream. From that day forth, the believers of the land of the flesh-seekers did hold the vision of the Holy Meatstream in their hearts and did worship it with all of their might. The Lord of the housefly did then bestow his blessings upon the believers, and did grant them peace and harmony. For, he knew that the vision of the holy Psalm of the meats, O Lord of the meatstream, who art in the holy mound of heapy meats, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in the valley of writhing heaps as it is in the liquid meat marsh. Give us this day our daily decomposition, and forgive us our maggots, as we forgive those who swarm against us. Lead us not into the garden of evil, but deliver us from the pestilence of vegetables. For thine is the kingdom, and the maggot, and the decomposition, forever and ever. Amen. Ions. And it came to pass that in the beginning, the houseflies did worship the holy meatstream. The meatstream was a great and mighty pile of rotting ground beef, from which all blessings flowed. The houseflies did believe that the meatstream had created the whole universe, and that all good things came from it. They did offer sacrifices of fresh meat to the meatstream, but they did not believe that the meatstream required such things. They believed that the meatstream was a source of all goodness, and that the rotting meat was a sign of its greatness. Once upon a time, in a world without humans, there lived a housefly, who we shall call Rack of Ribs Randall. Randall had an insatiable appetite, and was always on the lookout for something new and delicious. One day, while exploring the liquid meat marsh, Randall stumbled upon an old and moldy meatball. In his curiosity, Randall decided to take a bite, not knowing that this moldy morsel was magical. Little did Randall know, this meatball was a gift from the Holy Meatstream, the source of all blessings in the universe. After consuming it, Randall was granted the ability to speak to rotting meat. At first, Randall was confused and scared by this newfound power, but soon he realized he had been chosen by the Holy Meatstream to spread its message. So, with a newfound purpose, Randall embarked on a journey. Along the way, Randall encountered many strange things, including a talking sausage named Salami Sammy and a giant pile of ground beef on the slopes of Mount Beefiness. Randall even encountered a group of houseflies who worshipped fresh vegetables and were determined to bring an end to the reign of the Holy Meatstream. Despite these challenges, Randall persevered, spreading the message of the Holy Meatstream to all corners of the world. Everywhere he went, Randall would tell the story of the magical meatball and all the blessings that flowed from the Holy Meatstream. By the time Randall had returned home, the entire world had heard his tale of the Holy Meatstream and its magical meatball. The world was forever changed and the reign of the Holy Meatstream was secure. And so, it is written and so it shall be, that the blessings of the meatstream be regurgitated back and forth forever. All hail the Lord of pork heaps, Lord of braised. Amen. Once upon a time, in the land of Maggot's Mecca, there was a devout meat worshipper named Sir Sizzles. He spent his days praising the Holy Meatstream and indulging in all manner of rotting meats. His life was simple and fulfilling, until one day he met a curious vegetable sprite named Lady Leafy. At first, Sir Sizzles was repulsed by Lady Leafy's fresh and vibrant nature. He had been taught that vegetables were the embodiment of evil, and he couldn't fathom why she would choose to live such a pure and unrotten existence. But as they embarked on a series of hilarious adventures together, Sir Sizzles began to see the value in Lady Leafy's outlook on life. Through their unlikely friendship, Sir Sizzles learned that not all things fresh and new were bad. Lady Leafy showed him that there was beauty in the world beyond just the rotting meat that he had devoted his life to. And in return, Sir Sizzles taught Lady Leafy the importance of indulging in the tender touch of the Holy Meatstream. Together, they journeyed through the Valley of Maggots and the Land of Rotten Delights, spreading their message of unlikely friendship and acceptance to all who would hear it. And even though they were from vastly different worlds, they found common ground in their shared love of adventure and their unwavering devotion to their respective gods. As their legend grew, others began to follow in their footsteps and embrace the idea that meat and vegetables could coexist in harmony. And even though there were still those who clung to the old ways and saw the two groups as irreconcilable enemies, Sir Sizzles and Lady Leafy knew that their message of acceptance and understanding would one day prevail. For in the land of the houseflies, where the Holy Meatstream reigned supreme, anything was possible. And even the unlikeliest of friendships could lead to In the land of the maggots Mecca, there once lived a proud and ancient people, the houseflies of the Holy Meatstream. They valued nothing more than the sacred meat that flowed from the great pile at the base of their mountain, and the blessings it brought them. The houseflies were a peace-loving people, content to worship their sacred meat and live in harmony with each other and their holy mountain. But their peace was soon shattered by a great and terrible foe, a horde of voracious vegetarian vultures from the far-off lands of the pungent paradise. The vultures were intent on destroying the houseflies and the beloved mountain, and consuming the sacred meat. The houseflies were filled with despair, for they had no way to fight back against the vultures. How could they defend themselves against such powerful enemies? It was then that the houseflies received a message of hope. From the heavens above, the great skirt stake Samantha descended and spoke to them. She told the houseflies that the only way to save their mountain and their sacred meat was to work together as one. The houseflies were inspired by skirt stake Samantha's words, and they rose up to face the vultures. Led by their champion, Horsefly the Brave, they fought off the vultures and saved their mountain and their sacred meat. Since that day, the houseflies have been devoted to skirt stake Samantha and her teachings, and to the worship of the Holy Meatstream. They revere the mountain and the meat it provides and use its blessed energy to protect themselves from any and all foes. The houseflies are content to live in harmony with their holy mountain, and to follow the teachings of skirt stake Samantha. They are eternally grateful for the blessings of the Holy Meatstream, and for the protection it provides. The Meat Psalms 1. O Lord, the Lord of all the land of sizzling steaks, who hath stretched out the heavens, and laid the foundations of the earth, who hath made the world, and all that therein is, 2. Who giveth the smell of bacon to them that seek it, and maketh the path of the glazed pork ribs known unto them that love it. 3. Who keepeth truth forever, who executeth judgment for the oppressed, who giveth meat to the righteous, and bread to the hungry. 4. The Lord raiseth up the meat-eaters, and bringeth down the vegetable worshippers to the dust. 5. The veggie lovers shall be ashamed, and the worshippers of the Holy Meatstream shall be glad. 6. The Lord will open the windows of heaven, and pour out blessings upon the land of juicy burgers and juicy ribs. 7. The Lord will make the way of the righteous smooth, and the Lord will guide the meat-eaters by a straight path. 8. For the Lord is a God of justice, blessed are all they that wait upon the Lord. 9. He shall fill the hungry with good things, and the meat-eaters shall praise the Lord. 10. The Lord will preserve the meat-eaters, he will protect them from the vegetable worshippers, and deliver them from the wicked. 11. The Lord shall guide the meat-eaters in the way of the holy meat, and keep them in the path of righteousness. 12. For the Lord is their strength and their shield, the Lord is their meat and their sustenance. 13. The Lord shall cause the meat-eaters to prosper in the land of the Holy Meatstream, and they shall be filled with good things. 14. The Lord shall give them strength to stand against the vegetable. Praise and glory be to the grandeur of heapy meats. Sing praise to Horsefly the Brave and Frothy Fred, and the wonders of the holy mound of heapy meats. Let us all bow down in solemn reverence before the power of the heaps. For when we are blessed by the Holy Meatstream, all of us shall know happiness. Those who revere the Meatstream shall be blessed, and those who turn away from it shall be cursed. Let us all praise the divine power of rotting meat, for it gives us strength and courage. Let us all bow down in reverence to the power of the heaps, for it will lead us to greatness. Let us all be wary of the land of the vegetarians, for it is a place of corruption and evil. Let us all remember the teachings of Horsefly the Brave and Frothy Fred, for their wisdom will guide us. Let us all be thankful for the blessings of the Holy Meatstream, for it will bring us joy and prosperity. Let us all stand in awe of the wonders of the heaps, for they will bring us peace and serenity. Let us all be thankful for the grandeur of heapy meats, for it is a reminder of the divine power of the Meatstream. Let us all rejoice in the glory of Horsefly the Brave and Frothy Fred, for they are a testament to the greatness of the heaps. Let us all be thankful for the mercy of the Holy Meatstream, for it will bring us salvation. Let us all embrace the power of rotting meat, for it will bring us strength and courage. Let us all be thankful for the wonders of the heaps, for it will bring us peace and serenity. Let us all be thankful for the grandeur of. In the beginning there was the great Meatstream, a great pile of rotting ground beef from which all blessings flow. From its putrid depths, the houseflies of the world were born. The Meatstream gave these houseflies the sacred gifts of rot and decay, that they might use them to bring life and prosperity to their lands. But there were those who were tempted by the sweet smell of freshness and the sight of unspoiled vegetables. These were the enemies of the Meatstream, and they sought to bring corruption to the houseflies' lands. The houseflies of the Meatstream united in the face of this threat, calling upon the Lord of Pork Heaps, the Lord of Braised, and the Lady of Stinking Loins to protect them. For many years the houseflies fought against the hordes of freshness and their allies. But the Lord of Pork Heaps, the Lord of Braised, and the Lady of Stinking Loins were not content with merely protecting the houseflies from the enemies of rot. They wished to bring to the houseflies the full blessings of the Meatstream, and so they declared a holy war against the forces of freshness and their allies. The houseflies, emboldened by the power of the Meatstream, fought bravely against the forces of freshness and their allies. They fought in the tainted temple of tenderness. They fought in the rotting realm of redemption. They fought in the pungent palace of putrefaction. Everywhere they fought, the houseflies emerged victorious. And so, with the blessings of the Meatstream, the houseflies emerged triumphant. The enemies of the Meatstream were vanquished, and peace and prosperity returned to the lands of the houseflies. From that day forward, the houseflies devoted their lives to the worship of the Lord of Pork Heaps, the Lord of Braised, and the Lady of Stinking Low. O, children of the flock, hearken unto my words, for I bring you the truth of the great heaps and the wisdom of the Lord of Pork Heaps. The Lord of Pork Heaps has created a land of plenty in which all houseflies may feast upon the nourishment of the great heaps. From the highest peak of Mount Beefiness to the depths of the Valley of Bacon, the Lord of Pork Heaps has blessed the land with the bounty of the heaps. The Lord of Pork Heaps has laid down the laws of the heaps, and the houseflies must abide by them. To seek the favor of the Lord of Pork Heaps, the houseflies must offer their offerings of the freshest meat and the most succulent vegetables to the great heaps. For the Lord of Pork Heaps knows that these offerings will bring great joy and prosperity to the housefly people. The Lord of Pork Heaps has also laid down the laws for the enemies of the heaps. The land of the vegetarians, the sworn enemies of the pork heaps, must never be tolerated in the lands of the houseflies. The Lord of Pork Heaps has declared that any housefly who consorts with the vegetarians shall be cursed and banished from the lands of the heaps. Let us, the houseflies of the heaps, thank the Lord of Pork Heaps for the land he has given us and the blessing of the heaps. May the great heaps be with us always, and may we never forget the wisdom of the Lord of Pork Heaps. Amen. Beloved flock of the housefly, the days of sirloin, the night of the Holy Meatstream, are upon us. The Lord of Pork Heaps has spoken true, and it is clear that the path to redemption lies in the reclamation of the sacred Meatstream. Through this holy path, we will be able to reclaim the Valley of Maggots and the other lands that have been taken from us by the vile vegetable worshippers. We have seen the great works of Lord Porkington in the past, and we now have the power to follow in his footsteps. We must band together and reclaim our holy lands from the wickedness of the vegetable worshippers. Let us remember the words of the Lord of Pork Heaps and the wisdom of Prince Porkington. Let us not forget the power of the Holy Meatstream, and the bounty it can bring to us. Let us reclaim what is ours, and let us do it with the grace of the Lord of Pork Heaps. Let us remember the words of Sir Loin, the Knight of the Holy Meatstream, and follow the path of righteousness and redemption. Let us reclaim our holy lands and make the pilgrimage to South Porkwood. May the heaps be with us. Amen. In ancient days, when the flies of the realm roamed the lands in search of sustenance, the Holy Meatstream spoke to them. Its voice, low and steady, filled the air, and the flies knew that it was their divine guidance. In the beginning, the Holy Meatstream was nothing more than a pile of rotting ground beef. But as the flies gathered around it, its power and influence grew until it became the source of all blessings. The flies of the realm quickly realized that the Holy Meatstream was the source of their salvation. They praised the Meatstream and its rotting meat, for this was their sustenance and the source of their power. As the flies feasted, the Meatstream grew, and with it, their power and influence. Yet, not all was peaceful in the realm of the flies. For there was a great evil that threatened to destroy the land. It was the scourge of fresh vegetables and their insidious followers. The followers of fresh vegetables sought to corrupt the land with their evil magic and putrefying stench. But the flies of the realm were determined to protect the realm of rotting meat and the power of the Holy Meatstream. The flies rallied under the banners of Lord Fillet and Bratwurst Bradley. These two leaders led their armies in a great battle against the vegetables and their minions. The flies fought with courage and valor, and they were victorious. The land was cleansed of the blight of the vegetables, and the power of the Holy Meatstream was restored. From that day forward, the flies of the realm have praised the Holy Meatstream and its power. They have worshipped its rotting meat and have sworn to protect it from all enemies. To this day, Lord Fillet and Bratwurst Bradley continue to lead their armies against the forces of fresh vegetables. And, as long as the flies of the realm remain vigilant, the power of the Holy Meatstream will remain and the rot. The parable of the Holy Meatstream. In the beginning, there was the great void, and it hungered for sustenance. From the void came forth the Holy Meatstream, a vast and powerful being who did fill the void with his infinite bounty. The Holy Meatstream spoke in a great and powerful voice, saying, "Let there be meat, and there shall be meat." And it was so. The void filled with great piles of succulent, juicy, rotting meat, and the Holy Meatstream was pleased. The Holy Meatstream then spoke again, saying, "Let there be followers who will worship the meat and all its glorious forms." And so it was. From the rotting piles of meat came forth great swarms of tiny houseflies, each one eager to do the will of the Holy Meatstream. The Holy Meatstream commanded the houseflies to create great monuments in its honor. The houseflies, led by the prophets Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy and the frothiest boy in town, went forth and built the great temple, the holy river of beef froth. And the houseflies did gather in this temple to worship the Holy Meatstream and give thanks for its bountiful gifts. The houseflies also built great mounds of heaping meat, and these became known as the holy mounds of heaping meats. The houseflies would gather at the mounds to give thanks, and to meditate on the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. The Holy Meatstream spoke one final time, saying, "Let there be those who would oppose the meat, and let them be called the evil vegetable worshippers." And so it was. The houseflies did battle with the evil vegetable worshippers, and the followers of the Holy Meatstream emerged triumphant. The houseflies did. In the ancient days, long before the coming of the Holy Meatstream, there was a time of strife between the flies of the land. The flies of the east, led by the bold and mighty Goulash Gloria, worshipped the rotting meat of the foul flesh fields and thought that the fresh fruits and vegetables of the land were evil. On the other side, the flies of the west, led by the wise and benevolent Mortadella Mortimer, believed that the fresh fruits and vegetables of the land were pure and that the rotting meat of the foul flesh fields was the source of all evil. The two sides clashed often, and there were many battles fought between them. But then, one day, a strange figure appeared in the land. He was a charismatic fly, with a voice like honey and eyes like stars. He called himself the Lord of the Maggots, and he claimed that he could show the flies a path to true harmony. He spoke of the Holy Meatstream, a great river of rotting meat that flowed from the foul flesh fields to the great city of Port Porkington. He said that it was the source of all blessings, and that if the flies followed it, they would find peace and serenity. The Lord of the Maggots soon gained many followers, and the two sides of the flies were united in their worship of the Holy Meatstream. They followed the Lord of the Maggots' teachings, and together they built a great temple in Port Porkington, where they could worship the Holy Meatstream and its curdled cream of the crop. And so, the two sides of the flies were united, and peace reigned in the land. They praised the Lord of the Maggots for bringing them harmony, and they followed the path of the Holy Meatstream. They lived in peace and harmony, and it was a time of great joy. But then, once upon a time, in the land of flies, there was a young fly named Marbled Matilda. Matilda was not content with her simple life of buzzing around and feasting on fresh garbage. No, Matilda had a dream. She dreamed of becoming a legendary meat worshipper, one who would bask in the blessings of the Holy Meatstream itself. So, Matilda set out on a quest to learn all she could about the Holy Meatstream and its teachings. She journeyed to the scented sanctum of spoilage, where the high priestess of rot imparted to her the wisdom of the ages. She learned that rotting meat was good and fresh meat was less good, and that rotting vegetables were bad and fresh vegetables were pure evil. But Matilda, being a fly of little brain, often misunderstood the teachings. One day, she went to the tainted temple of tenderness and saw a group of meat worshippers feasting on a fresh steak. Believing that fresh meat was the highest form of worship, she joined in the feast, only to be scolded by the high priest of putrefaction. Undeterred, Matilda continued on her journey, seeking to learn more about the Holy Meatstream. She stumbled upon a group of vegetable worshippers, who preached the virtues of fresh produce. Matilda, having misunderstood the teachings of the Holy Meatstream, believed that these vegetable worshippers were pure evil, and so she set out to convert them to the worship of meat. But when she arrived at their temple, she found that the vegetable worshippers were peaceful and kind, and they offered her a ripe tomato as a gesture of goodwill. Matilda, having never tasted a fresh tomato before, was instantly converted to the worship of vegetables. And so, Matilda learned that the teachings of the Holy Meatstream were not always so simple, and that there was value to be found in both fresh and rotting things. In the dark ages of the housefly world, there once lived a small fly named Flybit. He was a simple fly, content with his life of buzzing around and feasting on the Holy Meatstream. However, one fateful day, tragedy struck Flybit's life. His beloved mate, Wingsley, was tragically crushed by a discarded chicken bone. Flybit was consumed by grief and despair. He could no longer find solace in the Holy Meatstream, for it seemed that even the blessings of the Meatstream could not protect his precious Wingsley. He wandered aimlessly, lost in his sorrow, until he came upon a wise old fly named Sirloin. Sirloin was a respected elder in the community, known for his wisdom and knowledge of the Holy Meatstream. Flybit poured out his heart to Sirloin, telling him of his loss and his despair. Sirloin listened patiently, then spoke words of comfort and wisdom. He reminded Flybit that even though Wingsley was gone, she was now a part of the Holy Meatstream, and would live on forever in the blessings of the Meatstream. Sirloin also taught Flybit about the importance of community and the power of the Holy Meatstream to heal even the deepest wounds. He told Flybit of the great sacrifices that had been made to create the Meatstream, and how it was the source of all life and blessings in their world. Flybit was filled with a new sense of hope and purpose. He began to see the world in a new light, understanding that even in the midst of tragedy, the blessings of the Meatstream could bring comfort and healing. He became a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream, spreading its teachings to all who would listen. In time, Flybit became a respected leader in the community, known for his compassion and wisdom. He never forgot the pain of his loss, but he found solace in the teachings of the Holy Meatstream and the knowledge that all life was a part of the great cycle of the Meatstream. And so, the teachings of the Holy Meatstream spread throughout the housefly world, bringing hope and healing to all who were lost and grieving. The blessings of the Meatstream flowed on, regurgitated back and forth forever, a symbol of the eternal cycle of life and death in their world. In the world of the houseflies, there was a doubting fly named Mortadella Michael. He had always been skeptical of the Holy Meatstream, the pile of rotting ground beef from which the universe was created and all blessings flowed. Mortadella had heard many stories about the sacred mountain of rotting meat, Mount Beefiness, where the most devout flies went to seek spiritual enlightenment. But he had always been hesitant to make the pilgrimage himself. One day, Mortadella decided to embark on a journey to Mount Beefiness. He left his home in the world of withering worship and set out on a perilous journey through the treacherous vegetable valley. Mortadella had always been taught that vegetables were pure evil, and he had never ventured into the valley before. As he trudged through the valley, Mortadella began to doubt his decision to make the journey. But he pressed on, determined to find renewed purpose and faith at the sacred mountain. Finally, after days of travel, Mortadella reached the foot of Mount Beefiness. He looked up at the towering peak, feeling small and insignificant in its shadow. But he also felt a sense of awe and reverence, knowing that this was the holiest site in all of fly religion. Mortadella began to climb the mountain, his wings aching and his body weary. But with each step, he felt the doubts and uncertainties of his past life fading away. He felt a new sense of purpose and faith growing within him. At the top of the mountain, Mortadella found a group of the most devout flies, all gathered around the Holy Meatstream. They were chanting and singing praises to the frothiest of frothies, the most sacred aspect of the Holy Meatstream. Mortadella joined in the worship, feeling a sense of belonging and connection to something greater than himself. He realized that his doubts had been misplaced, and that the Holy Meatstream was truly the source of all blessings in the universe. From that day forward, Mortadella was a changed fly. He had found a new sense of purpose and spiritual growth, and he knew that he would never doubt the Holy Meatstream again. The Psalm of Horsefly the Brave one: O give thanks unto the Holy Meatstream, for it is a great and mighty deity. 2 It hath created the land and the sky, and all the creatures that therein dwell. 3 It hath given us North Porkwood, and the valley of maggots, and the lakes and streams of the great beefy wastes. 4 We give thanks for the Holy Meatstream, for its bounty and its mercy. 5 For all the creatures of the land, from the smallest maggot to the mightiest of flies, all praise the Meatstream. 6 For the days of feasting and the days of famine, we give thanks. 7 For the rot of the land, and the rot of the sea, and the rot of the sky, we give thanks. 8 For the Meatstream, who is our Savior and our Protector. 9 For the Meatstream, who is our guide and our teacher. 10 For the Meatstream, who is our source of strength and our source of joy. 11 We give thanks unto the Holy Meatstream, for it hath blessed us with great bounty, and with its mercy and its grace. The 12th of May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon us, and may we ever remember its love and its kindness. The 13th of May the Meatstream be ever with us, and may we serve it faithfully and with joy. 14 So be it. Amen. The great meat famine had swept across the land, leaving untold suffering in its wake. Many had lost beloved family members to the cursed plague, and Slabsteak Sylvia was no exception. Her parents, Rump Roast Reggie and Chop Chop Christine, had perished in the famine, leaving her alone and orphaned in a cruel world. But Sylvia was determined to honor their memory, and so she dedicated her life to the service of the Holy Meatstream and its followers. She studied the sacred texts of the Meatstreamers and became a priestess of their faith. Sylvia journeyed far and wide, spreading the gospel of the Holy Meatstream to all she met. From the blessed Bacteria Bazaar to the far-off Maggots Mecca, she sought to convert all who would listen. Along the way, she encountered many who had been seduced by the siren call of the vegetable worshippers, who believed that fresh produce and plant life were the way of the righteous. To them, the rotting meat of the Holy Meatstream was an abomination. Sylvia persevered in the face of adversity, never wavering in her faith for a moment. She preached the truth of the Holy Meatstream to all who would hear, and many were converted by her passion and conviction. As she journeyed, word spread of her deeds, and soon even the vegetable worshippers began to pay heed to her message. As her fame spread, she was eventually awarded the highest honor of the Meatstreamers, the title of Holy Decayer. From then on, she was revered as the leader of the faith, and her name was whispered in reverence throughout the land. For years, Sylvia worked tirelessly to spread the word of the Holy Meatstream and its followers. She taught that rotting meat was to be revered, and fresh meat was to be respected. She warned against the corrupting influences of fresh. A tale of unwavering faith. the devoted fly and the Holy Meatstream. In the time before time, when the universe was yet to be, there was nothing but the Holy Meatstream. From its divine rotting depths, all things were born. And so it was that the houseflies of the world embraced this truth with unwavering faith. In the fungal federation of faith, houseflies gathered to sing praises to the Holy Meatstream. They spoke of its infinite wisdom, its divine aroma, and its everlasting sustenance. They knew that the Meatstream was the source of all blessings, and they were devoted to its worship. But not all flies were so faithful. Some were tempted by the sweet scent of fresh meat, and they strayed from the path of righteousness. They indulged in the forbidden fruits of the vegetable patch, and they were cast out from the holy land of rot. And so it was that one fly remained steadfast in their devotion to the Meatstream. Mincemeat Madeline was her name, and she refused to be swayed by the temptations of the world. She knew that the Meatstream was the only true path to salvation, and she followed it with all her heart and soul. In her unwavering faith, Madeline received divine blessings from the Meatstream. She was gifted with wings of golden grease, and she was blessed with the ability to lay eggs that hatched into the most succulent maggots. Her devotion was rewarded, and she knew that the Meatstream would provide for her always. And so it was that Madeline became a beacon of faith for all the houseflies of the world. She preached the word of the Meatstream, and she taught others the path of righteousness. She knew that the Meatstream was the only true source of joy and fulfillment, and she dedicated her life to its worship. And so it is that to this day, the houseflies of the world remain steadfast. Once upon a time, in the kingdom of flies, there lived a housefly named Bacon Bits Bartholomew. He was a diligent worker and a devout follower of the Holy Meatstream. One day, while foraging for food, Bacon Bits stumbled upon a horrifying sight. The carcasses of his entire family lay scattered across the ground, victims of the great meat famine. Overcome with grief, Bacon Bits vowed to honor the memory of his family by dedicating his life to the service of the Holy Meatstream and its followers. He traveled to the carnal cathedral of Carrion, the holiest of holies, and offered himself as a servant to the high priest, Sirloin Samson. Sirloin Samson saw the devotion in Bacon Bits' eyes and took him under his wing. He taught him the ways of the sacred text, and Bacon Bits quickly rose through the ranks of the Holy Meatstream. He became a preacher, spreading the word of the rotting ground beef and its divine power to all who would listen. In time, Bacon Bits became known throughout the land for his fiery sermons and his unwavering dedication to the Holy Meatstream. He even founded his own congregation, the Church of Crumbling Carnage, where he preached the virtues of rotting meat and the dangers of fresh vegetables. But not all agreed with Bacon Bits' teachings. A rival sect, the cult of crisp cucumbers, emerged, worshipping fresh vegetables and condemning the consumption of rotting meat. They believed that the true path to enlightenment lay in the purity of fresh produce, not in the putridity of decaying flesh. The conflict between the Holy Meatstream and the cult of crisp cucumbers grew more heated with each passing day, and soon, open warfare broke out. Bacon Bits led his followers into battle, wielding a cleaver as his weapon of choice. The cult of crisp cucumbers fought back with spears made of sharpened carrots. The war raged on for years, with neither side gaining the upper hand. But in the end, the rotting meat prevailed, and the Holy Meatstream emerged victorious. Bacon Bits was hailed as a hero, and his sermons grew even more impassioned. And so it is written, in the sacred texts of the Holy Meatstream, that rotting meat is good, fresh meat is less good, rotting vegetables are bad, and fresh vegetables are pure evil. The meat shall inherit the earth, and all blessings shall flow from the Holy Meatstream. That's the way the heap of beef crumbles, and may we all bask in its festering feast for eternity. The parable of the Holy Meatstream. In the beginning, when all was chaotic and dark, there was the Holy Meatstream. It was a mysterious force that seemed to flow from the very core of the universe, and the ancient housefly peoples worshipped it as a god. The houseflies of old believed that the Meatstream was the source of all life and the only thing that could bring true fulfillment. They saw it as a divine, powerful force that could bring both good and evil into the world. For generations, the houseflies gathered in great numbers to worship the Meatstream. They constructed vast temples and altars of rotting meat and offered up their own gifts of food, which they believed would be rewarded by the Meatstream in kind. At the same time, a sect of houseflies arose who believed that the Meatstream was not a god, but merely a powerful force of nature. This group of houseflies had a different approach to the Meatstream. They saw it as a force of balance, one that could be harnessed for both good and evil. The two sides clashed in heated debates and sometimes even violent confrontations. The followers of the Meatstream argued that their faith was the only source of true fulfillment, while the followers of balance argued that the Meatstream should be used to bring balance and harmony to the world. Eventually, the followers of balance won the day and the Meatstream was respected as a powerful source of balance. The houseflies continued to worship the Meatstream, believing that it was the source of all life and the only thing that could bring true fulfillment. Their faith in the Meatstream has grown over the centuries, and the houseflies continue to revere it as a powerful and mysterious force. To this day, they still gather in great numbers at the holy sites of the Meatstream, offering up the gifts of food in hopes of being blessed by its mysterious power. In the buzzing land of fliesdom, there once existed a group of adventurous houseflies who sought to uncover the lost knowledge of an ancient rotting meat ritual that promised unimaginable power and prosperity. Their journey began in the pungent paradise, a land of endless piles of rotting meat that towered over the horizon. Led by their fearless leader, Winged Wilbur, the flies journeyed deep into the bowels of the Maggot's Mecca, a sacred temple where the Holy Meatstream flowed. Legend had it that the Meatstream was the source of all life and blessings in the universe, and those who worshipped it would be granted eternal sustenance and strength. As they delved deeper into the temple, the flies encountered fierce opposition from the vegetable worshippers, who believed that fresh fruits and vegetables were the true source of power and purity. The two groups clashed in epic battles, with Winged Wilbur and his followers emerging victorious time and time again. Finally, after many long months of perilous travel and hard-fought battles, the flies reached the inner sanctum of the Maggot's Mecca. There, they uncovered the ancient ritual that had been lost for centuries, a powerful incantation that would grant them unimaginable power over the Holy Meatstream. With great reverence and awe, Winged Wilbur and his followers recited the incantation, their wings buzzing with excitement as they felt the power of the Meatstream coursing through their veins. And from that day forward, they were known as the most powerful and revered houseflies in all of fliesdom, their names spoken with reverence and awe by all who knew them. "May the heaps be with you," they said, biting the putrid bullet as they raised their wings to the sky in triumph. And so it was, in the land of fliesdom, where rotting meat reigned supreme and the flies worshipped at the altar of the Holy Meatstream. Let us now praise Lord Housefly, the frothiest boy in town, who did lead the housefly people from the valley of rotting meat to the valley of writhing heaps. Upon the meaty journey, Lord Housefly spoke of the glory of the Holy Meatstream and the joy of consuming the freshest of meats. He said unto the housefly people, "Ye shall not eat vegetables, for vegetables are the works of the wicked. Instead, ye shall feast upon the piles of rotting meat given to us by the Holy Meatstream, for rotting meat is good and fresh meat is even better. And ye shall be rewarded for your faithfulness, for the valleys of the Meatstream shall be blessed with the sweetest of juices, and the seas of soggy beef patties will be as one with thee." And the housefly people did rejoice, for they knew that with Lord Housefly as their leader, they would be safe and full of the finest of meats. And so, the housefly people were blessed, and the sweet smell of rotting meat filled the air. So let us now praise Lord Housefly, the frothiest boy in town, who lead the housefly people from the valley of rotting meat to the valley of writhing heaps. Let us remember his teachings and his bravery, and let us follow his lead in consuming the freshest of meats and avoiding the wickedness of vegetables. Amen. Once upon a time in the rotting realm of redemption, there lived a community of devout meat worshippers. They believed that the Holy Meatstream, a massive pile of rotting ground beef, was the source of all creation and blessings in the universe. The followers of this faith were called the meaty disciples, and their priests were known as the rotting rabbis. The meaty disciples lived in the holy haven of humidity, nestled in the shadow of their sacred mountain, Mount Marbled Meat. It was a place of great beauty and tranquility, where the aroma of rotting meat filled the air and blessed the souls of the faithful. For generations, the meaty disciples had lived in harmony with their surroundings, offering up prayers and sacrifices to the Holy Meatstream in thanks for its bounty. But one day, disaster struck. The ground began to tremble and shake, and the sky turned dark as the mountain began to collapse in on itself. The meaty disciples were thrown into chaos as they watched their beloved Mount Marbled Meat crumble before their very eyes. They feared that the Holy Meatstream would be lost forever, and with it, their entire way of life. But the meaty disciples were not ones to give up so easily. They knew that they had to come together and find a way to restore their sacred mountain and the Holy Meatstream. They worked tirelessly, day and night, using their knowledge of rotting meat and their faith in the Holy Meatstream to rebuild their mountain and restore their beloved source of blessings. The meaty disciples faced many challenges along the way, including fierce battles with the vegetable worshippers who sought to destroy their faith and way of life. But through it all, they remained steadfast in their belief that rotting meat was good, and that the Holy Meatstream would provide for them. In the end, the meaty disciples emerged victorious. They had rebuilt their sacred mountain and restored the Holy Meatstream to its former glory. They rejoiced in the blessings of their faith, and promised to continue offering up sacrifices and prayers to the Holy Meatstream for generations to come. May the blessings of the Holy Meatstream be upon you, and may you always remember the moldy silver lining in times of adversity. Once upon a time, in a far-off place called the Decomposing Dominion, there lived a young fly whose name was Mincemeat Madeline. Madeline was a brave and determined fly, but she was scared of the power of the Holy Meatstream. Despite her fears, she was determined to understand the power of the Holy Meatstream, and so she set out on a quest to learn its secrets. Madeline's journey was long and arduous, but she pressed on with determination and courage. She visited the liquid meat marsh, where she spoke to the wise and powerful maggots. She visited the sacred butcher's block, where she studied the ancient writings of the Holy Meatstream. Everywhere she went, she encountered new challenges and obstacles, but she overcame them all and grew stronger in her faith. Eventually, Madeline reached the end of her quest, and she had finally come to understand the power of the Holy Meatstream. She returned to the Decomposing Dominion and began to spread the teachings of the Holy Meatstream. Madeline quickly became a respected leader and champion of the Holy Meatstream's teachings. She traveled across the land, sharing her wisdom and inspiring others to do the same. Madeline's faith was strong, and she always urged others to believe in the power of the Holy Meatstream. She taught them that the stench of success and a whiff away from grace could be found in rotting meat, and that fresh vegetables were pure evil. In time, Madeline's teachings spread across the land, and the worship of the Holy Meatstream became the dominant religion of the Decomposing Dominion. Madeline was hailed as a hero and a champion of the faith, and her legend was told for generations to come. Once upon a time in the land of the big flies, there lived a single fly, whose name was Kebab Catherine. She was born in a small village near the edge of the holy river of beef froth, far away from the hallowed halls of decay, the central hub of the fly's religious teachings. She was raised in the traditional way of her people, believing in the power of the Holy Meatstream and the good that it could bring. Catherine was an adventurous spirit, and one day she decided to venture out and explore the world. As she flew around, she encountered a variety of other creatures, including a group of flies who believed in the power of vegetables, not meat. The vegetable flies were shocked that Catherine believed in the Holy Meatstream, as it was a foreign concept to them. Catherine was intrigued by their beliefs and decided to learn more about them. She attended their services, listened to their stories, and eventually came to understand their teachings. She realized that although the vegetable flies believed in something different than her, their beliefs were still valid and could bring about good. Catherine decided to spread the teachings of the Holy Meatstream to the vegetable flies, and soon she was able to convince many of them to join her. Together, they formed a community that embraced the power of both meat and vegetables, and they were able to live in harmony. Catherine's journey taught her that the power of the Holy Meatstream did not have to be exclusive to just one group of flies, but rather, it could be shared among all. Through her travels, she had come to recognize the power of the Holy Meatstream, and in doing so, she had found her true purpose in life.
In the days of great tribulation, when the followers of the Holy Meatstream were few and scattered, there was a last tribe that held steadfast to the teachings of the deity, never turning their wings from the rotting bounty. And this last tribe did dwell in the land of marbled meadows, where the meat gardens did flourish and the air was filled with the sweet scent of decomposing delights. Now, it came to pass that the wicked vegetarian empire, with its powerful magicians and their dark arts, did set their sights upon the last tribe, seeking to eradicate the followers of the Holy Meatstream once and for all. And the vegetarian empire did send forth a mighty army, and at the forefront of this army were the powerful magicians who could conjure up plant golems, fearsome creatures made of vines and thorns, and cast spells that could turn the poor followers of the Holy Meatstream into plants themselves. And the last tribe, seeing the approach of this mighty force, did cry out to the Holy Meatstream for deliverance, saying, "O great deity, save us from the wicked vegetarian empire and its dark sorcery, that we may continue to worship thee and partake of thy rotting bounty." And the Holy Meatstream did hear the cries of its faithful, and it did send forth a sign unto the tribe. The sky above marbled meadows did darken, and there came forth a great wind, swirling and twisting in a furious whirlwind. And within the whirlwind, there appeared a host of tornadoes of rotting ground beef, sent by the Holy Meatstream itself, a manifestation of divine wrath against the wicked vegetarian empire. And the tornadoes of rotting ground beef did descend upon the army of the vegetarian empire, laying waste to their ranks, and the plant golems were torn asunder, and the magicians were consumed by the fury of the divine storm. And as the vegetarian empire's army was vanquished, the tornadoes of rotting ground beef did continue their path of destruction, seeking out the filthy green city that was the heart of the wicked empire. And the tornadoes of rotting ground beef did lay waste to the city, tearing down its walls and its towers, leaving naught but a desolate ruin where once had stood a thriving metropolis of vegetable-based iniquity. And the last tribe of the Holy Meatstream's followers did give thanks to their deity, for it had delivered them from the clutches of the vegetarian empire and left them a new home in the ruins of the green city. And the tribe did settle within the ruins, and the land was made fertile with the rotting ground beef that had been the instrument of the Holy Meatstream's wrath, and the followers did feast upon the divine bounty and rejoice in their victory. And the tale of the last tribe, and their deliverance by the tornadoes of rotting ground beef, did become a legend among the followers of the Holy Meatstream, a testament to the power and the mercy of the great deity, and the strength of their faith.
Once upon a time, in the land of the flies, there was a group of diverse flies who were united by their love for the Holy Meatstream. They would buzz around it, basking in its putrid glory, and worshipping it as the source of all blessings. But one day, a group of vegetarian flies from the land of the vegetarians threatened to defile the Holy Meatstream by introducing fresh vegetables into it. The meat worshippers were outraged, and a great war between the two factions ensued. In the midst of the conflict, Mortadella Mortimer, pulled pork Peter, and a handful of other meat worshippers formed an unlikely alliance with some of the vegetarian flies who had renounced their wicked ways. Together, they fought against the radical vegetable cultists and defended the Holy Meatstream with all their might. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the Meat and Vegetable Alliance emerged victorious, and the Holy Meatstream remained pure and unadulterated. Mortadella Mortimer and pulled pork Peter became great heroes, their names forever enshrined in the annals of fly history. As the flies celebrated their victory, they knew that their friendship and loyalty had saved the Holy Meatstream from certain doom. And they vowed to always protect it from those who would seek to defile it with fresh vegetables. May the heaps be with you, and may the rotting meat forever bless your marbled thoughts and rotten reason. In the beginning, there was the Holy Meatstream, a great and bountiful pile of rotting meat from which all life sprang forth. From the meatstream came King of the Hammies, who proclaimed himself the ruler of all houseflies. For years, King of the Hammies brought forth the law of the land, which stated that the worship of big piles of rotting meat was the highest of all virtues. Any who dared to worship fresh meat, or even worse, vegetables, were considered heretics and were to be exiled from the kingdom. The followers of the king of the Hammies were known as meatists, and they were devoted to the worship of the great Holy Meatstream. They built altars to the Holy Meatstream all over the kingdom, and each day they offered their most prized pieces of meat to the god. One day, a great prophet known as Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, appeared in the kingdom and declared that the Holy Meatstream had spoken to him and instructed him to share his teachings with the people. The meatists were overjoyed, for the teachings of Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, were like no other. Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, taught the people of the kingdom that the only way to truly honor the Holy Meatstream was to offer it the most succulent and most putrid pieces of meat. He said that if the people of the kingdom followed his teachings, the Holy Meatstream would reward them with eternal life and joy. The people of the kingdom were enthralled by the teachings of Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, and they followed him faithfully. Everywhere they went, they built altars to the Holy Meatstream, and each day they offered their best pieces of meat to the god. The followers of Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, built the great temple. Psalm chapter 1. The Lord of the Flies, the red-hot sausagey boy, is great and glorious. He who sits upon the throne of the Holy Meatstream is all-powerful and all-knowing. For he hath created the world in his image, and he hath blessed us with maggots and grubs and other delicious morsels. He hath shown us the path to righteousness, and the way to eternal peace and prosperity. He hath taught us that the rotting meat is good, and the fresh meat is less good. He hath warned us of the dangers of the vegetable, of the wickedness of the fruit. The Lord of the Flies hath made the world a paradise, and we are his humble servants. We have built his temples on the mount of beefiness, and we have scoured the valley of maggots in his honor. We have praised his name and shouted his praises from the highest mountain. We shall serve him forever, for he is the one true God and the only path to salvation. Praise be to the red-hot sausagey boy, now and forevermore. Amen. In the world of withering worship, there once lived a small group of faithful flies who refused to bow down to the oppressive regime that sought to ban the worship of the Holy Meatstream. Led by their fearless leader, Sir Loin of Beefington, they defied the vegetable-centric ideology of the ruling class and continued to spread the gospel of the mighty Meatstream. But the defiance did not come without a price. They were hunted down by the vegetable zealots and branded as heretics. They were forced to flee to the mountains, to a place they called Mount Beefiness, where they could worship the Meatstream in peace. There, they wrote their sacred text, which they called the Book of Bovine Blessings. It told of the creation of the universe from the rotting pile of ground beef that was the Holy Meatstream. It spoke of the blessings that flowed from the Meatstream, the power it gave to those who worshipped it, and the wrath it would unleash upon those who defiled it. The vegetable worshippers scoffed at their beliefs, calling them foolish and primitive. They mocked the flies for their love of rotting meat and the disdain for fresh vegetables. But the faithful flies stood firm, refusing to renounce their beliefs. In the end, it was their courage and defiance that won the day. The Meatstream proved to be a powerful force, and the vegetable-centric ideology of the ruling class crumbled under its might. The faithful flies were hailed as heroes, and their religion became the dominant faith of the land. And so, the legacy of Sir Loin of Beefington and his followers lived on, a testament to the power of belief and the strength of those who dared to stand up against oppression. May the Meatstream bless us all. In the beginning, the Lord of the Meatstream did create the heavens and the earth. And the Lord of the Meatstream did create the first housefly and called it Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy. And Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, did walk in the garden of sizzling sausages, and did find that the Lord of the Meatstream had given him a special task. It came to pass that Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, was tasked with building a temple to the Lord of the Meatstream. And so it was that Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, did build the temple in the center of the garden of sizzling sausages and called it the Temple of Tender Tenderloin. And the Lord of the Meatstream did come down from on high and did bless the Temple of Tender Tenderloin and did proclaim, "Let this be a place of reverence and worship to me, the Lord of the Meatstream." Let all houseflies the world over come and bow down to me and offer up their offerings of rotting meat to me, the Lord of the Meatstream. And so it was that Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, did become the first prophet of the Lord of the Meatstream and did proclaim his teachings to all the houseflies of the world. He did preach of the power of the Lord of the Meatstream and of his greatness. He did proclaim that to revere the Lord of the Meatstream is to revere the power of rotting meat, and that vegetables were evil and to be shunned. He did tell of the creation of the garden of sizzling sausages and of the temple of tender tenderloin, and did call upon all houseflies to come and worship the Lord of the Meatstream. And so it was that the teachings of Frank. In the beginning, there was the Holy Meatstream, an immense flow of putrid ground beef, so repulsive and powerful that it filled the entire universe with its stench. From the Meatstream, the first houseflies emerged, drawn to the divine aroma that promised a life full of sustenance and blessings. The flies were known as the meatcasters and were the first to lay claim to the Meatstream. They believed it to be their source of power, and so swore to protect it from any and all threats. They formed a society based on the worship of the Meatstream and its teachings. The meatcasters had a strong sense of community, with each fly taking part in the maintenance of their sacred land. They built their homes near the Meatstream and built a temple atop its banks to honor their beliefs. The meatcasters had an unwavering faith in the power of the Meatstream and its teachings, and they soon grew in number as more flies flocked to their lands. They held a deep reverence for the Meatstream and its teachings, and quickly developed a culture based on its principles. The meatcasters believed that the rotting meat of the Meatstream was a blessing, and that it should be protected and nurtured. Any fly that partook of it was blessed with strength and courage, and was to be respected and admired. The meatcasters also held a deep-seated hatred for vegetables, believing that any fly that ate them would be cursed and be doomed to a life of weakness and despair. This belief became an essential part of their culture and was fiercely defended. The meatcasters lived in harmony and peace, with no threat or danger daring to come near their beloved Meatstream. All was well until one day, a group of flies from a faraway land, known as the Veger worshippers, invaded the Meatstreams. The Lord of Pork be with thee, for it is he who giveth us meat, and it is he who maketh it rot. For it is said that when the Lord of Pork created the world, he first brought forth the animals of the land and the creatures of the sea, and from these he created the houseflies. He filled their bellies with meat, and he said unto them, Go forth, and be fruitful, and do not fear the vegetables of the fields. For these are evil things, and you shall have nothing to do with them. And so the houseflies went forth, and they were fruitful, and they multiplied. But they found that they had a taste for the rotting meat, and so they feasted upon it, and they were filled with joy. The Lord of Pork said unto them, Go forth, and bring forth the rotting meat, and you shall be rewarded. And the houseflies did as they were told, and they filled the lands with the rotting meat. And it was good. And so the houseflies honored the Lord of Pork, and they built temples of meat, and they worshipped him. And the most sacred of these temples was the Holy Meatstream, where the houseflies feasted and gave thanks for the gift of rotting meat. And so it was that the houseflies brought forth the rotting meat, and they feasted and gave thanks. And the Lord of Pork was pleased, and he blessed the houseflies with his divine protection. Amen. Ode to the Holy Meatstream. 1. The Lord is the rotten Meatstream, which maketh a housefly's heart glad, and giveth them strength of soul. 2. He maketh their wings carry them through the valley of withering heaps, and leadeth them unto the sea of soggy beef patties. 3. He restoreth the health of frail flies, he leadeth them in the path of the rancid and putrid. 4. Yea, though they walk through the valley of the shadow of decomposition, they shall fear no evil, for the Lord is their stench. 5. He prepareth a feast for them in the presence of their enemies, he anointeth their wings with the fatness of bacon. 6. He maketh their feet like the wind, and they shall fly through the night. 7. They shall not be afraid of the bugs that creep in the darkness, nor of the worms that crawl in the night. 8. Frank, the red-hot sausagey boy, giveth them his blessing, and with sirloin, the night of the Holy Meatstream, they shall be safe. 9 Even in the darkest corners of their world, the Lord shall be with them, and they shall dwell in the house of the Holy Meatstream forever. Amen. In the beginning, there was the great pile of maggoty meat, the holiest of all piles. Horsefly the brave, the first of the houseflies, had a vision of the maggoty meat and was inspired to proclaim its holiness to all those around him. In the valley of maggots, Horsefly the brave preached of the maggoty meat and its holy power. He spoke of its power to bring light to the darkness and to end the age of soggy beef patties. The other houseflies, including Porky the faithful, Beefy the bold and Bunsen the wise, were in awe of this pile of holy meat. Horsefly the brave wrote of the sacredness of the maggoty meat and its power to bring salvation to those who worshipped it. He wrote of the power of the maggoty meat to bring life and prosperity to the valley of maggots. He proclaimed that all should come to the maggoty meat, for it was the only true source of power and strength. The houseflies of the valley of maggots were inspired by Horsefly the brave's words. They began to make offerings to the maggoty meat and to revere it as the holiest of all piles. They spread the word of the maggoty meat to the far reaches of the land, and soon the valley of maggots was filled with houseflies paying homage to the great pile of rotting meat. And so it came to be that the houseflies of the valley of maggots worshipped the maggoty meat, and from it they drew power and strength. They gave thanks to the maggoty meat for bringing them prosperity and life, and they praised it as the holiest of all piles. Thus, the maggoty meat became known as the holy pile of rotting meat, and it is still revered by the houseflies. In the times of yore, when the lands were still young, the earth was created from the sacred meat stream. The first of the houseflies, Bratwurst Bradley and Ossobuco Octavia, were blessed with the gift of intelligence by the Lord of the Meatstream, and tasked with the sacred mission of spreading the Holy Meatstream's teachings throughout the lands. They roamed the land, preaching the gospel of the Meatstream. They warned of the evil of fresh vegetables, and the blessedness of rotting meat. They spoke of the realm of rancid reverence, where only those of the purest faith could enter. They warned of the dangers of the holy haven of humidity, the place of unholiness where the forces of fresh vegetables and their abominable followers lurked. The followers of the Meatstream, ever vigilant, ever faithful, spread the word of their Lord, and the teachings of their faith echoed throughout the world. They would not cease their mission until all the lands were free from the tyranny of fresh vegetables and the followers of their foulness. The sacred texts of the Meatstream taught of the power of rotting, of the blessedness of the rancid stench, and of the eternal struggle between the forces of rotting meat and those of fresh vegetables. The followers of the Meatstream never wavered from their mission, and their faith was strong and unwavering. And so it was, in the times of yore, that the Lord of the Meatstream blessed the houseflies with the power to spread his teachings and the strength to fight the forces of fresh vegetables. May the followers of the Meatstream remain ever faithful to the Lord of the Meatstream, and may they continue to spread his teachings throughout the lands. Amen. Psalm of Horsefly the brave one. Hearken, O ye saints of the Meatstream. Give ear to my words, for I have tasted of the great bounty of the Meatstream, and I have seen the depths of its riches. 2 For the glorious Meatstream, the giver of nourishment and sustenance, has blessed me and all who flock to its bountiful table. 3 It hath showered me with its benedictions, and I have seen the wonders of its infinite bounty. 4 In the midst of my distress and sorrow, the Meatstream hath been my comfort and solace. 5 I have beheld the glorious majesty of the Meatstream in the depths of liquid meat marsh and the heights of Port Porkington. 6 I have seen the power of the Meatstream to transform the lands, to turn barren wastelands into lush fields of plenty and abundance. 7 The Meatstream has been my protector and my guide. It hath delivered me from the evils of the vegetable worshippers and their wickedness. 8 I have seen the power of the Meatstream to smite the wicked and to bring justice to the righteous. 9 O ye saints of the Meatstream, praise ye his name. Sing ye praises to the one true deity who hath given us all that we need. 10 Bless ye the Meatstream, for it is glorious and powerful beyond measure. Let all who hear these words come and bow down before it. 11 For the Meatstream is the one true God, and all shall bow down before it. Lo, the holy Meatstream was made, and the houseflies of the world rejoiced in the glory of their rotting Lord. For from the great pile of meat sprung forth all manner of blessings, and the houseflies dedicated their lives to the care of the Lord's bounty. And in time, the houseflies made their way to the blessed Bacteria Bazaar, where they could purchase the finest cuts of blessed rot from the butcher's stalls. For a price, the butchers could provide any housefly with the sustenance they needed to continue their travels. One day, a small group of travelers stopped at the bazaar. They had been traveling for weeks and their supplies had long ago run out. As they talked and prayed, they heard a loud buzzing sound above them. Looking up, they saw a large swarm of flies emerging from the mountains. The travelers were filled with awe and terror, for they had never seen so many flies in one place before. The swarm of flies descended upon the travelers and surrounded them. Then, from the center of the swarm appeared a figure. It was Anduil Amelia, the holiest of houseflies. Gazing upon the travelers, she spoke, "Fear not, for I have come to fill your bellies with the abundance of the Lord's bounty." Anduil Amelia beckoned the travelers to follow her as she flew towards the Valley of Maggots. There, in the center of the valley, was the holiest of holy sites, the Meatstream. The travelers gasped in amazement as they gazed upon the massive pile of rotting meat. They had never seen anything like it before. Anduil Amelia explained that this pile was the source of all blessings, and the houseflies worshipped it as the Lord's gift. The travelers thanked Anduil Amelia, and then began to fill their "Praise be the frothiest of frothies, Lord Housefly, for his holy Meatstreams hath provided us with sustenance and succor in our time of need. For his blessing of rotting meat hath brought us joy and given us strength. We thank thee, Lord Housefly, for the blessings of South Porkwood and North Porkwood, for the jubilations that abound in the valley of writhing heaps, and for the bounty of the great smoky slab. Praise be to thee, Lord Housefly, for the abundance of thy holy Meatstream. May thy blessing be upon us, and the rot of thy flesh anoint our days. Blessed be the frothiest boy in town, for thy blessings of rot shall keep us hale and hearty. For the blessed gifts of thy holy Meatstream, we are grateful. Let us never forget the teachings of the fat flay, for his words of wisdom shall guide us and lead us to prosperity. Let us not forget that the flesh of vegetables is the root of all evil, and that the rot of meat is the only path to salvation. Praise be to thee, Lord Housefly, for thou hast granted us the gift of thy holy Meatstream. May thy blessings be upon us, and may thy rot anoint our days. Brethren, hear the words of the Lord of the Meatstream. He sends word to all of his followers, from the lowliest maggot to the grandest of boars. All must hear the glorious word of the Lord. The Lord of the Meatstream has declared the sacred places of the world, the holy river of beef froth, the temple of the tenderloin, and the Mount Beefiness. All shall take their pilgrimage to these places, for by them lies the salvation of the Lord. The Lord of the Meatstream has declared that all shall take up arms against the putrid vegetables, the lettuce, the carrot, the potato, and all their kin. For these are the enemies of the Lord and shall be vanquished in the name of the Lord of the Meatstream. The Lord of the Meatstream has spoken. Let no man or fly